Somewhere else in the world, where reality was different from the ordinary, hard times came and divided all people into different classes. And now, having gone hunting again, a group of hunters had to face the monsters that began to appear on Earth after the last incident. Faced with the enemy one-on-one, the man who was caught in danger was not going to give up so easily and took out his weapon and began to fight back. Waiting for the right moment, when the monster was close to him, the man swung his dagger and drove it straight into the monster's mouth. As it continued to feed on the man, the creature tore its wound more and more to be able to swallow the man at a time. However, his efforts ended before he could do everything, and before he could realize his goal, the monster died in a heavy confrontation. Exhaling heavily after defeating the enemy, the man stared at his dead body and said that he had finally defeated the monster on his own, after which someone shouted at him, "Hey, you fool!" After hearing this, the man raised his head again and looked ahead to see many more terrible monsters that his allies had to deal with. The next moment, the same man repeated in a disgruntled voice, "What are you doing there? If you became a carrier, do your job and collect drops." After which another man added that you might be blind and not see the corpses. Continuing to receive dissatisfaction in his address, the man heard you think we hired someone like you to just hang around, to which he nervously exclaimed that he was sorry. After receiving words of apology from his assistant who did all the dirty work, one of the hunters cried out and said, "You useless piece of shit." Once again, hearing how he was despised, the carrier sighed heavily and said, "Damn, the world has changed since the abyss was discovered." The abyss is a completely different dimension where monsters you can't even imagine in your head really exist. And so, after this strange anomaly called the abyss was discovered, all people began to notice strange abilities that were awakening in them. And with their help, they were able to destroy and explore the abyss. So the evaluation criteria were no longer based on personality or diligence. Only the rank upon awakening mattered, and if you got a high rank, then a good life was guaranteed. Recalling what had happened recently, after which a hierarchy had emerged in society, the guy pulled the core out of one of the defeated monsters and thought, however, looking at the item he received, the man added sadly, "This is not about me. I am only a carrier who is responsible for the baggage of the awakened and non-awakened, who did not even open the status window until he was 35. Continuing his thoughts, the guy added in his head that, "As long as I remain like this, I will not see a life similar to theirs." And then turning his head to the allies, he exclaimed, "I have collected all the trophies in this side." Before he could finish his speech, his sentence was suddenly cut short as he saw a horrific picture in front of him. All the hunters were destroyed. Feeling incredibly afraid after what he saw, the guy confusedly said that all the mares were gone before he could finish when he suddenly heard someone's voice saying that the last one was left. After hearing this, the man turned his head back to find out who had just spoken to him, and there he saw the very monster. This monster, which destroyed all the hunters in just one moment, was an SSS-ranked monster named Asmodeus. Not wanting to die so easily, the man immediately pulled out his dagger and pointed it at the monster, screaming and trying to harm it somehow. However, he failed to do so at the same moment Asmodeus stretched his hand forward and used magic to tear off the man's limb where he was holding the weapon. Feeling severe pain, the porter immediately fell to the ground and tried to pinch his arm to stop the bleeding, screaming painfully. Continuing to roll on the ground, the man suddenly felt his body freeze and then exclaimed in confusion, looking at Asmodeus, "What is this?" The next moment, the giant monster directed its dense beam of mana toward the man's head to quickly finish him off. As soon as the enemy's attack reached his head, the porter noticed that a river of blood began to flow in front of his eyes. And then, with tears in his eyes, he said frightenedly that it was clear that I was going to die. As he continued to bleed, the man mentally added, "My parents died in a car accident at school and I was constantly humiliated." Feeling only the despair that was increasingly filling his mind, he added in his mind, "I have been ignored all my life because of my awakening, but I will really die as a common porter." Due to the gravity of the situation, the man could not contain his emotions and began to reproach himself mentally, exclaiming, "Wake up, you worthless loser, you worthless life." As soon as he finished expressing all his emotional impulses, he noticed something strange right before his eyes, and then a voice said that all the conditions for awakening were satisfied. The next moment he saw a staircase shimmering with a golden hue, going upward, and at the end of it was an unknown white image of a strange person. Not realizing everything that had just happened to him, the guy mumbled in confusion that he was out of his mind. The next moment, in an attempt to figure out what had just happened to him, the man turned his head toward the monster in front of him and noticed that it was not moving. Trying to digest everything that was happening to him, he confusedly said in his head that Asmodeus, he had frozen. After expressing his thoughts, the man heard laughter, followed by the same voice that was getting louder and louder saying, "You're worried now that Asmodeus has stopped." Immediately after hearing this, the man turned his head to the source of the voice and, looking at the bright white image approaching him, he asked in confusion who you were. In response to the question he had just been asked, The unknown deity smiled and replied, "Who knows, for some people I am a king, but you should not worry about it." The next moment, the deity sat down next to the chair that appeared out of nowhere and rested his head on his hand and said, "From this moment on, I give you power." Continuing to wonder what was happening to him, the man thought in surprise that the king was in power. What was he talking about? He was the same as Asmodeus. In response to the man's involuntary stream of thought, who continued to try to comprehend what was happening, he felt it was wrong to be so suspicious. As he began to demonstrate the full power of the deity, he added, "I was impressed by your will and diligence, and that is why I chose you." Continuing his words, the king added, "But you better think that such a miracle will never happen again." Hearing this, the man exclaimed in confusion that he had chosen me. Seeing the deity stretch out his hand in front of him to stop his flow of words, the man again asked what the hell was going on, to which the deity slyly smiled and replied, "Just wait patiently for the day when everything will fall into place." Starting to use his divine power, the king, who suddenly appeared in front of the man, disappearing in a bright white light, added, "Then we will meet again." As time continued to pass, a giant monster loomed over the man and was about to swallow him. Then the deity added my key. The next moment, the man saw a bright light in front of him and then someone's voice, and he thought that the voice was right after someone said, "Hey, this fool is sleeping, the crazy bastard. Now he's completely ignoring us, so we should wake him up in the morning." Immediately after these words, the boy felt someone slap his face, followed by a voice shouting and a blow. As soon as he regained consciousness after the sudden blow, which he did not expect, the boy heard that he had now regained consciousness. Continuing to hold his victim by the collar, one of the ruffians said arrogantly, "God only gets to you with fists," after which the guy was surprised to think that Baek-soo was the one. As he continued to think about the situation he was in, he thought about how the bullies from high school had ended up here, and then he heard Tae-hyun's boogeyman, "Why don't you answer me?" And then he added, "I was definitely in the abyss right now." While being beaten by the boys from the school, Tae-hyun was surprised to add in his head, "Wait a minute, the authorities." The next moment, turning his head to the side, the boy accidentally noticed his status window with the name Kim Tae-hyun, 19 years old, rank F, skill cabin. Immediately after realizing what he had just seen, the guy said in surprise the status window was 16 years ago then it means. Finally realizing what had happened to him, the boy laughed out loud, causing the hooligans to freeze in place in confusion. Pushing back the guy who suddenly laughed, Bahan-soo exclaimed in surprise that he had gone crazy with this sod. Continuing to hear him laugh, ignoring all his words, the bully swung his fist and shouted, "Hey, you rascal! You really want to get hit in the face like that?" But while he was shouting, Kim Tae-hyun had already started to act and struck first, throwing the robber back. And seeing that his friend had already been hit by another hooligan, Baek-soo exclaimed in fright. At that very moment, Kim Tae-hyun, still smiling after realizing everything that had happened to him recently, mentally mumbled that this meant that I was too. While preparing to fight back against the bullies who insulted him in high school, the boy continued to smile and woke up. At that very moment, after the confident confession, the pair of hooligans froze in place, not understanding what had happened to their victim. The next moment, the rest of the robbers who decided to show the guy where he belonged activated their skills and shouted out to Kim Tae-hyun, "You're crazy, you're nothing." But even they could not do anything to the guy who had just returned from the future with new abilities of an awakened person. In this way, Kim Tae-hyun was able to deal with two other bullies who had been insulting him throughout high school. At the moment of the fight with his rivals, Kim Tae-hyun thought, "For 35 years I've been doing my best." Continuing his thoughts, the boy imagined his body and the channels of mana circulation in it, and then mentally added up the results of his general physical training. Continuing to recall everything he had learned in his past life, the boy added to the study of all the information about monsters and the abyss of knowledge about various skills in his head, listing in his head all the things he had to study in order to at least somehow compensate for the lack of awakening. He mentally added even martial arts skills. The next moment, again focusing his attention on his opponents who were approaching him, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head, "That's why I can't lose to such weak idiots who don't even know what they are." Dodging the attacks of his opponents, who attacked him one by one, the guy neutralized them and added the most primitive basics in his head. After finishing the fight against 3 school bullies, the boy, warming up his fists, said he needed to resume his training. As soon as he said this, Baek-soo came to his senses nearby and asked him in displeasure that he was awakened, saying, "You're a bastard, Kim Tae-hyun." Immediately after he said that, the guy activated his stone skin ability, which strengthened his body with the help of skin growths, and shouted, "Now you're going to die." As soon as the threatening words were uttered, the man immediately tried to strike at his opponent, but he failed and was able to dodge with ease. When the first attack failed, the guy jumped into the air and tried to make a hammer blow with his hands in a lock. After avoiding the enemy's attack, Kim Tae-hyun waited for the right opportunity and tried to counterattack, but his attack failed miserably. As soon as he struck the enemy's face, all he felt was pain in his arm and Bei-Heisu's supercilious voice asking, "How are you doing?" The next moment, noticing that the enemy was about to strike back, Kim Tae-hyun quickly moved the redhead to his side and put up a block, thinking, "I only hurt myself trying to hurt him." Immediately after his thoughts, he felt an enemy attack hit him, throwing him back into the air. As a result of his opponent's punch, the guy landed in the wall and destroyed it with his body, sustaining many injuries. The next moment, as he began to approach his opponent, whom he had just defeated, Bei-Hesu laughed ominously and said, "You probably didn't know your limits if you got into all this, so come to your senses, you idiot." Continuing to demonstrate his arrogance, the guy smilingly added, kneading his fists on his way to Kim Tae-hyun, "You inferior awakened fool." The next moment, having covered his entire body with stone armor and prepared to continue the battle, he added that, "Now you will run away like you just did." As he continued to lie in the rubble of the wall he had just crashed into, Kim Tae-hyun heard or tried to fight with his awakened skills. Then thought all awakened. Again starting his reflections on the world in which he now lives, the boy said in his head he was gaining skills and rank. From rank F, who are almost indistinguishable from ordinary people, to rank S, who are called monsters, the skills and physical abilities of the awakened increased exponentially. The next moment, looking at his status window again, the guy added, "But all I got was a skill that I don't know anything about and of the lowest quality." Continuing his thoughts about the injustice, the guy added in his head, "I had no chance against Baeksu with his rank." But for some reason, as soon as Kim Tae-hyun started to get to his feet at the moment of the surge of incredible strength he felt, he confidently said, "I don't think I'm going to lose." At the same moment, noticing the frightening aura of magic around his opponent that he spontaneously released, Baeksu exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell was that?" Continuing to be surprised at what he now sees in front of him as a school bully, he added, "Have you really awakened the weakling Kim Tae-hyun?" At the same time, looking at my hand after the sudden surge of power of Kim Tae-hyun's speech in my head, I feel like magic flowing through my veins. Having not received an answer to his questions, Baek Hee-soo, who was simply ignored, angrily exclaimed, "I don't understand what's going on here." The next moment he was in the air and prepared to attack the guy again, he shouted, "But it will all end when you die." When the enemy approached him, Kim Tae-hyun stretched his arm out in front of him, and then his hunting skill was activated. At that very moment, hovering in the air, Baeksu felt his whole body losing its magical potential and exclaimed that, continuing to stand in place with his arm outstretched, Kim Tae-hyun continued to draw out his opponent's skill without even realizing what he was doing. As soon as the opponent's skill was fully mastered, a powerful explosion occurred with the help of hunting, which could be seen from the window of the school building, where students were still inside. After this explosion, Baek Hyuk-soo finally lost his strength and fell to the ground, losing consciousness, while Kim Tae-hyun remained standing. The next moment, his opponent fell unconscious to the ground, and Kim Tae-hyun just looked down at him with a tired look. Catching his breath after a tough fight, the guy received a system notification saying that the hunt was over. While his body was slowly learning the new skill, he received system notifications that said, "As a result of hunting a target, your rank has been upgraded to E, and you have acquired a new skill." When his body was completely covered with the wounds he received in the battle against Ba-Haek-soo, the boy received another system notification that said he had stone skin. After some time, when it was finally over, the guy gathered all the victims and went to the first aid station to provide them with treatment after the fight, where they were met by a surprised nurse. Her surprise was understandable, because a guy came into her office dragging 3 other unconscious people on his back. The next moment, when Kim Tae-hyun arrived at his destination, he raised his head and smiled awkwardly and said, "I welcome you." After the fight, the boy took the children and Baeksu to the medical office, and the nurse used healing to take care of his wounds. However, it is clear that when Kim Tae-hyun was telling the story, he could not tell the truth and lied about what exactly happened to them. After the girl healed the student, they started a dialogue where she asked how you all got so hurt and heard him falling down the stairs. Of course, he expected to make her do everything without asking questions. As soon as the questioning was over, the boy was finally able to leave the school building and head home thinking, "Now I'm fully recovered and it's great, I've awakened and taken revenge on Baeksu." But as he continued on his way home, he still could not let his mind rest, thinking the problem was in. Feeling his body enveloped by that strange skill he had acquired, which he knew nothing about, the boy added the skill of hunting to his mind. The next moment he continued his thoughts, saying in his head, "I thought I would have to train for the rest of my life, but my rank rose after one single fight." Starting to think about the strangeness that had happened to him, he mentally added a skill that should have remained at F rank, but this power defeated C rank, and I was even able to appropriate the skill of the defeated opponent. As he continued to climb the stairs to his home, the boy thought, "Why did this king give me such power, and why did he send me back so many questions?" After a while, When he arrived at his destination, the guy stopped in his tracks and looked up at himself and thought, there is something I have to do. Looking at his house where he had been living lately, Kim Tae-hyun confidently said in his head to learn more about this hunt. Continuing to look at his house, the guy smiled gently and said, it's been a long time since I've been home. Immediately after his words, he recalled his family and said, after my parents died, I stayed with my uncle. Opening the front door and going inside, the guy confidently said he would be back late and could look for information about similar skills. But right in front of him in the house, he saw a guy on his knees and 3 masked men behind him. When he saw the boy who had just suddenly returned home, the son of the uncle who had taken him in surprisedly exclaimed that Kim Tae-hyun was the one who had taken him in. At the same moment, Kim Tae-hyun jumped back because of the sudden meeting with someone he had forgotten about, and exclaimed in confusion to Hwang Ja-yeon, why aren't you at school? The next moment he looked down and noticed a box of money lying on the floor, and he mentally said, that rascal Jae-yong. Looking up at the rest of the people in the room, he added in his head, I knew even before my regression that he wanted to be friends with hooligans. He stole all the savings from the house and got into trouble. And then I heard one of the thugs ask who the idiot was, and Jae-yong exclaimed in confusion. Approaching the leader of the group, the guy began to whisper something in his ear, at which time Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, so it will happen today. As soon as the bandits had all the information, their leader confidently walked forward and said, wow, I was wondering who that was, and it was Yen's cousin. Continuing to confidently stomp toward the intruder, he added, if you don't want to take it, go back where you were going. We'll just take what we need and leave. The next moment, approaching Kim Tae-hyun and putting his hand on his head, the bandit leader looked down at him and added that he had not awakened. In response to the thief's proposal, the boy, making his stroke, said, I want to protest. After which the leader of the robbers, seeing the boy's quick movement, said in surprise that, the next moment after the collision with Kim Tae-hyun's fist, the leader of the hooligans was on the ground after a surprise attack. At the same time, seeing what had just happened, the rest of the room fell into a stupor, wondering what had just happened to their leader. Continuing to perform his combination, Kim Tae-hyun immediately waved his hand after his strike and prepared to continue. At the moment when the gang leader thought he was about to finish the guy off and was stretching his arm in front of his face, the guy screamed out in fright. At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun probably stretched out his hand in front of his opponent's face as Bae Haek-soo confidently shouted, hunt, in the fight. Nothing happened after that, except that he received a system notification saying that the hunting skill was unavailable. When Kim Tae-hyun learned that his skill was now inactive and he would not be able to use it, he said in his head that the hunt was not working. The next moment, he was hit in the face by the leader of the bandits, who knocked him to the ground with angry screams from the crazed bastard. As soon as he threw off the attacker, the leader of the bandits turned to his comrades and shouted, die, with his hand outstretched in front of him. When given the command, one of the leader's comrades who invaded the house with the owner's son to steal the money used his C-rank skill called Chains. The other bandit was also not standing still and used his C-ranked skill called Poisoning in sync with the others. And the leader himself had the magic of a vine with thorns and a C-rank skill called Bleeding, which also carried out the massacre of the boy. Thus, all 3 skills were aimed at Kim Tae-hyun, who happened to return home at a bad time. As soon as the attack hit the target, smoke came out of the building in all directions through the windows under great pressure. At that very moment, the leader of the bandits, anticipating his victory, said with a grudging smile, how dare he pretend to be awake and that he should be put in his place. However, not everything was as simple as it seemed. Continuing to stand on his feet in a pile of smoke, Kim Tae-hyun received a system notification that said the skill was detected. At the moment the skill was activated and the same predator absorbed the attacks that were made on its bearer, Kim Tae-hyun received a system notification. The Poisoning Chains Bleeding was confirmed. Continuing to shield himself with his hands from the enemy's attacks, the guy who had thought he was going to die received another system notification that said that thanks to mystical power, the resistance was successful. When Kim Tae-hyun learned that the enemy's attacks did not work on him, he wrapped his body in stone armor, smiled slyly, and said suddenly, it did not work, and reflected the skills as he pleased. Immediately after his words, he again aimed at the enemy leader standing in front of him and added in an ominous tone, I don't know what exactly is going on. Instantly closing the distance with his enemy, the guy struck him and knocked him to the ground again with his attack. As soon as his attack hit the target, the guy smiled slyly and said confidently, but this skill is quite strong. After a while, having dealt with all the bandits who were in his house, Kim Tae-hyun looked at their bodies and said, well, it looks like it. Left alone in the room with Hwang Ja-yeon, who brought them home, I realized a few things. Looking at the description of his skills, the guy who mentally scrolled through the status window can only see the awakened one. It shows information about the awakened one, but not in full. Having paid some attention to his skill in this window, He added the first amount of mana, which was sufficient, but the hunt did not work. In other words, the activation of the skill is influenced not only by the mana specified in the description. In addition, hunting has a passive effect that was also not in the description. It reflects and negates skills that change the state, such as bleeding or poisoning. Immediately after reflecting on his new skills, the guy put his hand to his chin and said, "Well, I'll be able to confirm my guesses over time." The next moment, turning his attention to the guy in front of him, he added in surprise, "But I'm more interested in something else." Looking at Huang Jiayon, who was bowing at his feet after everything that had happened, the boy asked him in surprise what he was doing. In response to Kim Tae-hyun's question, he exclaimed in embarrassment, "Hyungnim, seeing your impressive abilities, I'm Huang Jiyeon. Your cousin has been reflecting on his behavior. Please forgive me just this once." Continuing to beg for forgiveness, he added, "I'll pretend to be a dog, or I'll clean all your shoes. It doesn't matter. I'll do whatever you want." Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun thought uncomfortably, "What a pitiful sight. I knew this guy was a henchman, but it's not that bad." Continuing his thoughts as Huang Jiayon barked like a dog, the boy made a worried expression and thought, however, he is not the main problem now. Starting to think about what else was going to happen that day, he mentally added another event that was going to happen today. The next moment, deciding to stop this ridiculous joking, Kim Tae-hyun said, "I forgive you," to which he confusedly exclaimed that he did. In response to the boy's question, Kim Tae-hyun looked up and confidently said, "You're coming with me." And at the same time, someone arrived somewhere in a place that was closed to everyone and taped to prevent outsiders from entering. Right in front of this very place, they even put up a warning sign that said the area was a guarded zone and only officials were allowed to enter. So, a certain number of officials had already gathered in that place, most likely, who had come to the forbidden place for urgent needs. Looking around the place to which they were called, someone asked in surprise if this was a gate breach, a phenomenon in which monsters appear from the abyss, and if left unchecked, a catastrophe would occur. Continuing to look at the site of the phenomenon, the man tried to give an answer and said, 10 years ago, the gate opened suddenly from the last rift, so the monsters are circling around." In response to the man's remark, one of the girls replied that judging by the monsters, if everything is left as it is, a catastrophe is inevitable. And then another asked anxiously if we should start evacuating the neighboring areas, to which she replied that it was not worth it. Continuing to stand with his back to the monsters who were trying to break through the gate, the man added, "We have my B-rank barrier skill." Continuing to argue his case as the monsters tried to squeeze through the defense, he added a C rank to the fault. When the barrier was about to collapse from the onslaught of monsters, the man confidently added that the strongest monster from this gate would also be of rank C. Continuing to confidently stand with his back to the monster's gate, the man added, in other words, even in the event of an unforeseen situation, before he could finish, the barrier collapsed and monsters began to break out of the gate with a formidable growl. Seeing this, a couple of his subjects, who were excited by what they had just seen, shouted out to the leader of the group, instantly reacting to the attack of the monsters that broke out of his protective barrier and defeating several individuals at once with one swing of his leg. The man added, "There are enough ranked awakened ones for this job." At the same time, following Kim Tae-hyun, Huang Jiayon said, "Everything should be fine then, sir." Continuing to follow the guy who was in a hurry to get to the place where the unpleasant situation was going to happen, he added, "You said the management team is already there, sir." "Then that's good, yes, sir." To which the guy awkwardly replied, "Where did that come from, sir? Let's get on with it." The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun added, "You're right, from the very beginning. The mana of this gate is at the C rank and the personnel who arrive there are B rank, so C rank monsters will not be a problem for them." In response to the words of his henam, the boy, trying to keep up, exclaimed, "That's exactly what I'm talking about." After the remark of his subject, who volunteered to be him, Kim Tae-hyun added that it was only if it was really a C rank fault, which caused Huang Jaeyeon to be concerned. At the same time, the department employee had already dealt with the first wave of enemies who had left the fault gate. Leaning over the bodies of the defeated monsters, the man, wiping his face from the blood spatter of his enemies, thought something was wrong. These low-ranked monsters were able to break through my B-rank barrier. The next moment, realizing the reason why he could have confused the ranks of the portals, the man looked back in confusion and mentally muttered, "It can't be that the mana coming from the gate is higher than my rank." While he was thinking about the rank of the gate and the likelihood of his mistake, one of his subjects shouted out to the leader of the group something coming out of the gate. Immediately after she said that, the barrier that was placed on the gate suddenly began to crack and the head of a large monster appeared from the inside. Seeing this, the 3 employees of the department just froze in place, watching the monster that exceeded their expectations. When the barrier collapsed from the onslaught of the monsters, All the enemies who had gathered at the gate were freed and could break into the world of people. One of the enemies was the same monster that caused the illusion of the C-rank gate to appear, a giant A-rank ogre. Seeing who it was that had just appeared from the portal, the man from the control room exclaimed in confusion that the gate was not of C-rank. Being at the scene of the collision where high-ranked monsters had just escaped, he added they were A-rank. At the same time, while continuing to follow his mentor, Hwang Ja-yeon exclaimed tiredly, "Let's assume you're right." Continuing to follow Kim Tae-hyun, he added, breathing heavily, "But it's impossible. How did you even know about all this?" To which he mentally replied, "I just went through all this before and then heard again despite the monsters and the evacuation hadn't even started yet." After listening to all the exclamations of his partner, Kim Tae-hyun, continuing to walk forward, replied that it was all my intuition, to which Hwang Ja-yeon was surprised to hear that. Continuing to prove his point of view, the guy added with absolute steadfastness, "My intuition told me so," to which he heard absolute nonsense in response. Continuing to try to get the truth out of Kim Tae-hyun, he added, "Don't tell me you're trying to play a trick on me," after which a couple of guys heard the screams of frightened people running toward them. Continuing to escape from the monsters that followed them, the frightened crowd shouted out the fault gate. Seeing that the situation Kim Tae-hyun told him was really happening, Hwang Ja-yeon felt overwhelmed with fear, and then his friend asked him, "Do you remember what you have to do? Then start." After receiving the order from his friend, the boy looked back and exclaimed in alarm, "Hen, what are you going to do now?" To which I replied in a surprised voice. Starting to cover his body with stone skin, Kim Tae-hyun confidently walked forward, adding, "I'll deal with these rascals and catch up with you." At the same time, somewhere in the control building, standing in front of the window, one of the members of the organization said, "As you said, the situation is developing quite quickly. The gate that was supposed to be C-ranked turned out to be A-ranked, and it is impossible to send reinforcements because the rest are busy hunting in dungeons and exploring the abyss." Immediately after he said that, the man looked back and added anxiously, "The only possible solution now is an awakened A-rank." Continuing to insist, the man added, "All hope is now on you. Help us solve this problem." Looking at the A-ranked awakened Nhengsu Blade of Madness guy in front of him, he added the Nhengsu Blade of Madness. After receiving a plea for help, the guy who was sent to clear the high-ranking gate shedding tears exclaimed, "Leave it to us. Leave it to me. I am the hero. I am the Blade of Madness, and Hensu is coming." At the same time, somewhere near the gate, Kim Tae-hyun joined the battle and tried to hold back the enemies on his own, to the best of his ability. At the moment of his battle, using the hunting skill, the guy smiled slyly and said, "I thought so." After reviewing his characteristics in the status window, he mentally added the activation of hunting depends on the degree of fatigue. It does not activate when fatigue exceeds 70%. The next moment, creating a blue flame of mana in his hand, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "Most skills use mana, but that doesn't mean you have to worry about it only because of it." Continuing his thoughts, the boy added in his head that fatigue increases when using a skill or physical activity, and the higher the fatigue, the harder it is to use the skill and move the body. Continuing to fight the enemies that came his way, the guy added in his head, "Of course, it's a shame that there is so much to consider, but I found out that you can restore mana by absorbing destroyed monsters." The next moment, having received a system notification that said the target's life was stopped and there was no mana consumption, you successfully completed the hunt and restored mana, after which he smiled slyly and said, "That's great." After his joyful exclamation in his head, the guy received several more notifications that read, "Now your rank is D. Hunting rank has been increased from E to D. Stoneskin rank has been increased from E to D." Continuing his thoughts about his own skills, the guy added in his head, "The more often I use hunting, the stronger I become and the faster I can become even S rank or even SS rank." Having started to attempt something that no one else had managed to achieve, the guy mentally added that he might even become the first SSS rank in the whole world. After finishing the battle with the monsters in the area, the guy said thoughtfully, "Well, I think I've dealt with everything, so I should go back to Hwanjai." Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly heard a loud noise and shouting behind him. It was a ranked awakened fighting against a giant ogre and shouting, "Dirty monster, you will pay for the deaths of innocent people." Continuing his battle, the boy shed tears for the innocent victims of the people who had died because of the gate's appearance. The boy added, "The warrior of justice and Hensu will punish you." In response to the boy's shouts, the monster was not going to give up so easily and also swung its fist to crush An Hyun-soo. The latter, in turn, swung his sword and struck the enemy numerous times to avenge all the dead people. After all the machinations were completed, a powerful explosion was heard, which proved that the two fighters clashed with each other. At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun, who was not far from the site of the clash, simply froze in place in amazement at what had happened before his eyes. Looking at the aftermath of the collision, he thought he had easily finished off the A-ranked monster, and he was probably also the A-ranked awakened one who had solved the rift problem before my regression. As soon as the smoke cleared, Kim Tae-hyun saw the same awakened man holding the hilt of his sword trapped in the body of a monster and thought the blade of madness An-hyun's rumors did not lie about its power. At the end of the battle, the boy waved his finger near his neck and said, "The stupid monster died from a blow from my sword of justice." And Kim Tae-hyun's thoughts about stupidity also turned out to be true. Continuing his thoughts, looking at the guy who had just dealt with the A-ranked monster, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head, "But why is An-hyun here?" Continuing to look at the man who had just finished off the monster, he mentally added, "Before I returned, I heard that he had had a bloody battle with a giant on the other side of town at that time." And Hensu folded his hands in front of him and prayed silently, then said, "Citizens, rest in peace." Kim Tae-hyun continued to stare at the strange guy in front of him, and then he received a system notification that said the skill was detected. At the same moment, An-hyun's body was pierced by the blade of a person who had just begun to emerge from the state of invisibility. Feeling a lot of pain, An-hensu, coughing up blood, began to slowly turn his head back and exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell?" At the same moment, the attacker laughed slyly and said in an ominous tone to An-hyun, "Well, you're caught." At the same time, following Kim Tae-hyun's orders, Hwang Jae-in had already crossed half the city and arrived at the safe place the leader had told him about. Bringing the girl he had put to sleep with Baek-soo's skill, he laid her down on the couch and covered her with a blanket to keep her warm. After following Kim Tae-hyun's instructions, the guy looked at the rescued girl with concern and said in his head, "Everything is definitely fine." Immediately after his thoughts, he suddenly recalled the words of Kim Tae-hyun, who had emphasized during their last dialogue that many people would die today. As he continued to scroll through the details of the dialogue in his head, he remembered what Kim Tae-hyun had pointed out to him, saying that one of them would be our school nurse, Choi Naeun. Recalling the events that happened to him in the past, the guy added that he was giving instructions to his subject that she would die because she would be focused on providing first aid and not evacuation. Continuing to instruct Hwang Jae-yeon, the boy added, "You can put people to sleep using the skill of putting them to sleep," and then heard Kim Tae-hyun respond in a confused voice, "Then put Choi Naeun to sleep and take her to a safe place." After giving his subject the priority task, Kim Tae-hyun looked back and added, "I'll take care of the rest." Recalling his conversation with his cousin, Hwang Jae-yeon continued to look at the sleeping nurse and wondered in his mind how Tae-hyun had found out about all this. The next moment, a brilliant thought suddenly entered his mind that could clarify all his questions, and he mentally said, "Maybe." Continuing to think about how exactly Kim Tae-hyun was able to predict everything that was happening, Hwang Jae-hyun said in his head, "It doesn't make any sense, but I have no other explanation." The next moment, looking up, the boy confidently shouted in his head, "Tae-hen-hen-ni, Finally realizing how his cousin could know all this, Hwang Jae-yeon clenched his hand into a fist and said he had awakened with the ability to see the future, to which he heard no. Continuing his joyful exclamations of guessing his friend's skills, Hwang Jae-yeon exclaimed, "Seeing the future is so cool," and then heard the guy say no, and then the guy added in fright, "It's completely insane." At the same time, he was away from his cousin in connection with the execution of the assignment, and added that everything would go according to plan anyway. As soon as he said this, he was cut off by An-hyun-soo, who had dealt with all the monsters that had broken out of the gate in the past, and then he mentally added something that was definitely not going according to plan. At the same time, grabbing his wound that had just been inflicted on him, An-hyun shouted out hard, "Who are you? Reveal your identity." In response to the hero's question, the attacker, removing his disguise skill, laughed ominously and said, "You're alive even after being pierced through. How amazing is that?" After all, rank A is very different. Continuing to smile ominously, the B-ranked thief Han Sando, who possessed the B-ranked skill of stealth, added, "But this will only make the hunt more fun." After everything that had just happened in front of him, Kim Tae-hyun looked at the man who had just attacked An-hyun and thought that the awakened ones who commit crimes are called thieves. One of these individuals is the thief Han Sando, a maniac who roamed around killing for his own pleasure during the gate-breaking. Immediately after his thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun continued to look at the attacker and said in his head that he was sure they had not met before. Feeling that his plan had gone a little differently than he had planned, Kim Tae-hyun thought anxiously if the future had changed because of me. At the same time, unable to bear such insolence from a thief who decided to attack him at such a difficult time, and Hensu angrily exclaimed, "You are a thief then." Pulling out his holy sword of madness, which he created with the skill in Hensu, he rushed at the thief and exclaimed, "I will punish you with my own hands." Just as he was about to attack the thief, he felt a strange ground shaking that shook his stability on his feet, while he was trying to take revenge. The situation was that the A-ranked monster that Anhensu seemed to have killed revived again by regenerating its wound and rushed into battle. Realizing what the reason was, the giant ogre exclaimed in surprise as Anhensu, who had just fallen off the monster's body and was getting to his feet, smiled ominously and added that what an incredible regeneration, which was expected of a ranked monster. When the monster started to swing his arms again to kill the people in front of him, Han Sando jumped aside and said with a sinister laugh, "Well, I can't help it. I'll leave An Hyun to the bastard." Immediately after his words, the thief looked back and smiled ominously and added in a sly tone. Taking in the sight of Kim Tae-hyun, who was nearby and watching everything that was happening, he added, "We have a spectator." Smiling ominously, Han Sando licked the blade of his blade and then exclaimed, "It's just crazy. More victims is just a fairy tale." And now, rushing at the guy who was next to him and became his next target, the thief added in a frantic tone, "Die!" Seeing that he was being targeted by one of those who are called thieves, Kim Tae-hyun used his stone skin and created armor at the point of impact, smiled slyly and said, "Cretin." As soon as the enemy's attack was stopped, the guy took advantage of the moment when the enemy was in confusion and stabbed him in the leg. Jumping back after his attack failed, Han Sand angrily exclaimed, "You bastard is awakened then." In response to his opponent's exclamation, who was wiping blood from his lips after a missed shot, Kim Tae-hyun asked Han Sando, a B-ranked thief. Starting to torture himself with his hands, the guy said that he was a psycho who was obsessed with murder and used the skill of stealth, it was true. Activating his stone skin skill to engage his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and said, "I'm very glad to meet you." As soon as he said this, the enemy, without waiting even a second, immediately attacked the guy to deal with him as quickly as possible. However, his intentions were exposed a little earlier, after which the thief engaged in a fight against Kim Tae-hyun, exchanging blows with a sword and fists. After breaking off the distance after another collision with his opponent, Han Sando laughed slyly and said, "You have enough skills to behave so confidently." Continuing to focus on the guy who possessed the stone skin skill, the thief added, "I knew that bleeding against you would be useless." Continuing his dialogue with the boy while Enhensu was fighting a large monster, the thief added, "I don't know how you got this on me, but you probably think you can win if my attacks are ineffective against you." Continuing his dialogue with the guy with whom they got into a fight, Han Sando added, "But you know, boy, you have to realize that the whole world will not dance to your tune." Immediately after he said that, the man activated his skill and disappeared from Kim Tae-hyun's sight, after which he was surprised to think that he was being secretive. Standing in a fighting stance and preparing to fight an opponent who hid his presence and became invisible, the boy added in his head that he was invisible. The next moment, continuing his thoughts, the guy mentally added, "However, he must know that this will not change the fact that before he could complete his thought, he suddenly felt a thirst for blood and shouted out an attack." Abruptly looking back to the place where his opponent was probably located, Kim Tae-hyun launched an air attack and added it was still in vain. After the boy attacked the air, Han Sando appeared behind him and asked with an ominous smile, "Are you still so sure about this?" The next moment, taking advantage of the boy's distraction after he was caught off guard, the thief struck and managed to destroy the stone armor and wound the boy. When he saw that his arm was really injured and blood was seeping out from under his armor, Kim Tae-hyun said in his head that it was blood. At the same moment, Han Sando continued to attack the guy he had gained the upper hand over and exclaimed, "Do you know how many scoundrels I have spat on?" Continuing to strike numerous blows at the guy to destroy his stone armor, the thief added those who are mistaken about being invincible. If your weakness is no secret, you probably feel an irresistible urge to run away with your tail between your legs. Continuing to deliver a barrage of blows to his opponent, who tried to defend himself with blocks of hands covered with stones, Han Sando added, "Better understand this before you lose all your skills." Having dealt the last blow, which still managed to reach the target and wound the guy, the thief confidently exclaimed that they have their drawbacks. At the same moment, after taking a certain amount of damage in the battle against Han Sando, Kim Tae-hyun, trying to catch his breath after the confrontation, mentally said, "I didn't know that stone skin had such a flaw." Starting to think in his head what the problem with this skill was, the guy mentally said this skill does not block attacks. A sharp blow can crush a stone. As he continued to think, realizing the shortcomings of his own skill and noticing how it was crumbling, he added more and replaced the broken part with a less durable growth. Having finally realized what his enemy had been doing lately, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, and this was his goal from the very beginning. Immediately after these thoughts, the guy smiled slyly and said in his head, "But now I'm sure the hand-to-hand still doubles even against B-rank opponents. So my capabilities are far from D-rank." Immediately after he finished his thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun said, "I think we should end the experiment," to which Han Sando exclaimed in surprise. Not understanding why his opponent was so confident, The man again rushed at the guy with the weapon and shouted that he had gone crazy when he was cornered. As he was preparing to deliver the final blow to the guy, he heard the thief, Han Sando, say, "You know why I wanted to meet you," and he just smiled slyly and said, "What are you talking about?" In response to the attacker's question, he replied using his hunting skill, "I only wanted to take away your skill." Feeling something he had never experienced before, Han Sando mentally said, "What the hell kind of frightening mana was this bastard hiding all along?" However, after a short period of bewilderment, the thief, who had regained confidence in his abilities, used his stealth skill again and, smiling ominously, shouted Boogeyman. As the thief began to wind circles around Kim Tae-hyun, he shouted ominously and said, "I don't care if you think you can hit me without even seeing the target." In response to his opponent's remarks, Kim Tae-hyun used his hunting skill and said, "Didn't you say that all skills have weaknesses?" Immediately after his words, the guy said, immersed in his own thoughts, "I realized this after destroying some monsters." Continuing to recall his past forays to deal with the monsters that had left the gates, he added among those monsters countless who had escaped from me. The next moment, remembering what fate befell all the enemies he had used his hunting skill on, the boy added to his head that at the very end of the hunt, he would eat them all. Immediately after his remarks, Kim Tae-hyun turned his head in the direction of the tentacles and said, "In short, wherever you are hiding." As soon as the enemy noticed that some unknown bloody tentacles were reaching for him, he heard Kim Tae-hyun's words, which added "wherever you run," and exclaimed in confusion. Continuing to watch his skill do everything for him, Kim Tae-hyun added in an ominous tone, "The hunt will consume you anyway." After some time, having dealt with his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun went to An-hyun, who was completely exhausted after the battle with the monster. Continuing to lie on the ground without even being able to move, the guy angrily thought, "Damn, if it weren't for that damn thief who pierced me." Continuing to ponder over his terrible fate, the boy raised his head from the ground and looked in front of him, thinking, "I am a hero of justice, an invisible warrior. Even I, an Hensu, cannot escape death." He remained in this position while the giant ogre headed toward his motionless victim. As soon as the monster approached An-hyun to finish him off, he suddenly flew into the air and moved to another place. Noticing that the monster had come back to life after the last time he saw it, Kim Tae-hyun, who had saved the hero, asked in surprise what it was and was still lying on the ground. The next moment, while continuing to watch the monster from a safe distance with the rescued boy, Kim Tae-hyun added obviously. Using his hunting skill again, the guy smiled slyly and said, "She looks so comfortable now." After a while, having dealt with the threatening monster, Mr. Kim Tae-hyun and his cousin returned home and knocked on the door, after which his uncle and aunt came running out to meet them. Seeing the frightened expressions on his parents' faces, Hwang Ja-yeon happily exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." And Kim Tae-hyun added, "Uncle, you're doing well." The next moment after the boys returned home, their aunt nervously said, "Oh my God, we thought the monsters had gotten you." To which Hwang Ja-yeon laughed and said, "It's okay, right, Hyung?" To which he replied, "Yes, but look at what happened here. The house is destroyed as if a gang of thieves had been there." Feeling some pressure on himself, Hwang Jae-yong, who had just been reminded of his prank, nervously exclaimed that it wasn't so bad, but I can't say for sure what Kim Tae-hyun said. Sometime after the recent events, Kim Tae-hyun turned on the latest news on his phone, where the anchor reported urgent news. Broadcasting on a large screen behind him the monster that caused this chaos, the presenter added that by order of the management from this moment on, the danger of a gate breach has been completely removed. Continuing to report the latest news, the news anchor added that the department has ordered the closure of nearby schools for 1 week due to the possible recurrence of the fault. As Kim Tae-hyun continued to listen to what was being said, he heard that as information about the survivors emerged, society was gradually calming down, while at the same time, while in the hospital after the experience, one of the members of the management who had first taken the hit said that he had confused C rank for A rank. Meanwhile, in another place, a nurse from the school who was moved in a sleeping state to a safe place, testifying to the police, said anxiously, "When I came to, I was already here." At the same time, caught in the lenses of the cameras, and Hensu tried to brush them off and exclaimed, "Dear citizens, I am not the hero who defeated the giant ogre. The real hero is someone else." As Kim Tae-hyun continued to listen to the news on his smartphone, he heard that since the giant ogre's corpse had not yet been examined, and the identity of the thief was still unknown, people were concerned that the preventive measures taken would be insufficient. As soon as the news report was over, Kim Tae-hyun turned off his phone and said, "Fortunately, no one even mentioned me." Immediately after he said that and listened to the emergency news, the guy smiled happily and said, "Well, in that case, what the hell?" Being in front of the cave where the monsters were supposed to be, the guy added, "Let's go to the next level." Before entering the tunnel, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, Considering all possible scenarios with my current level, it is difficult to use 3 skills at once. Recklessly using my skills can greatly deplete mana, thereby increasing fatigue, which can be a fatal mistake. After thinking about the bad scenario, the boy added in his head the best way to avoid it. Thinking of the most effective way to achieve his goals and avoid bad outcomes, he mentally recited the potions they had created to restore health and mana. Heading inside the tunnel where he was going to level up, the boy thought, but the potions are quite expensive and he will have to hunt to earn them. As he continued to overcome the obstacles he encountered on his way through the tunnel, Kim Tae-hyun thought, but he needed to hold a permit. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun remembered another restriction that existed in this world, and it was that using skills without permission is an illegal activity, after which Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "So I have only one way out." Once in the place where the spider monsters lived, the guy confidently told me to go only through the unexplored dungeons. Once in the lair of the Spider Sisters, Kim Tae-hyun heard them say to him, "How dare a mortal come here? How dare he find us? Let's immobilize him and eat him." In response to all the suggestions and confused exclamations of the Spider Sisters, Kim Tae-hyun said, "There won't be enough to raise my rank. I'll have to absorb hundreds of them." When the Spider Sisters heard the words of the boy who had fallen into their lair, they angrily exclaimed, "How dare you, you weak, vile human being, not realizing the situation you are in?" The 3 of them began to create their joint attack, gathering together a lump of cobwebs, and the sisters exclaimed, "We're going to eat you alive." After unleashing her spiderweb attack on the boy, one of the sisters laughed ominously and exclaimed, "Booga," and that now you feel the ability to move leaves your body and you become paralyzed. In response to the sisters' questions, Kim Tae-hyun only smiled when he received a system notification that said that, due to an unknown force, the resistance had been successfully increased. Immediately after the enemy attack was neutralized, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and said, "As I assumed, you have quite useful skills." A few seconds later, frightened screams came from the Spider Sisters' lair, and then Kim Tae-hyun received a system notification that said, "You have successfully completed spitting, and a new paralysis skill has been registered." At the same time, somewhere in the main building of the New South Korea Players Association, a certain gathering of important people was taking place. As soon as all the necessary people gathered at the table, the door was closed and a guard was posted in front of it. Being in front of the people he had invited to his association to discuss certain details, the leader felt a certain tension in front of him as the players looked at each other. Trying to find the right moment to start, the man felt all the tension in the room and thought about the 2 best players in the New South Korean Association. The New South Korea Players Association Deputy Human Resources Manager Go Taeyuk is the man who was watching the meeting between the 2 dignitaries and feeling their intense pressure. Players are the awakened who have official permission to use skills for various purposes, such as exploring the abyss, clearing dungeons, and so on. All of them are divided into groups of different representations, the strongest guilds of the New South Korea, 4 big guilds, Fighters Guild Invincible. There is also a guild of creators who call themselves alchemists, and mages who call their guild wizards. There is another guild that deals with information gathering and trading, and it is called the Vagabonds. The main registered organization that governs the players and includes 4 major guilds is the New South Korean Players Association. After scrolling through all the information about all the subjects that the other 4 major guilds subjugated, Go Tuk thought nervously and right in front of me. Leaning her head on her hand, the Vagabond Guildmaster and S-ranked player Yu Ah-yeon spoke to her long-lost leader. In response to the greeting of one of his subjects, the leader of the New South Korea S-ranked Players Association, Chae Jinwi, replied, "Thank you for coming, even though you are a busy lady." Continuing the conversation with the head of the Vagrant Guild who is in charge of information, the leader asked if you had found out anything, and Yu Ah-yeon replied that you had found out about the Thieves Guild. The Thieves Guild is a criminal organization that was formed by the most repulsive criminals. Even among criminals, the members of the guild wear gold rings with 3 skulls. After receiving the question from Chae Jinwoo, the girl held out the papers and said, "Here are the recent actions of the thieves and a list of the noticed participants." Handing over the papers with the information received from her subjects, the girl asked, "I'm sure you wouldn't have called me just to hand over the papers in person, so what happened?" In response to the girl's question, the man smiled slyly and said, "Well, you know exactly what it is." Continuing to review the reports received from the Vagrant Guild leader, the man added, "I want to hear your opinion on this," to which she asked what my opinion meant. Hearing Yu Ah-yeon's surprised voice, who did not understand what exactly he was talking about, Chae Jinwi added, "Ms. Yu Ah-yeon, please tell me when you were tested for what?" And she answered in surprise at the age of 19 when it became possible. Immediately after their answer, finally realizing what the man was getting at, they added in surprise to the leader, "Don't tell me," to which he interrupted her with a sly smile and said, "As you wish. Continuing his thought, the man added, "You think a high school student can defeat a monster, but at the same time, Kim Tae-hyun has already defeated a lot of monsters on his own." After accomplishing everything he wanted, the guy called a well-known guild and said, "Hello, this is one of the big guilds of alchemists. Why am I calling you?" When asked the reason for the call, the guy sitting on the mountain of corpses of defeated monsters from which he had already collected a lot of resources, the guy added, "I want to buy some potions from you." And after a while, the same week-long weekend period, due to the order to close the school for 1 week because of the gate breach passed. What did Kim Tae-hyun do during these 7 days? First of all, he did physical training to increase his strength and endurance. In addition to physical training, the boy also visited several dungeons and was engaged in their clearing. Sometime later, in one of the 4 large guilds of the Alchemist Guild, one of the workers exclaimed in surprise at so many mana stones, continuing to be amazed at the volume of gems that were brought to them. The man exclaimed in confusion, "VIP no, you will become our super VIP, so please shop with us more often." And also Kim Tae-hyun bought a mana stone, a monster core that can be used in the manufacture of potions or equipment. As he continued to sit at school and recall what he had been doing over the past week, the boy looked out the window and added in his mind that there was still a long way to go. While everyone was separated from him and whispering anxiously, Kim Tae-hyun added in his mind, "I still have to go to school?" The next moment, one of his classmates, having gathered his courage, exclaimed, "Kim Tae-hyun, I heard rumors that you beat Baekhyuk's henchmen. Have you woken up?" Continuing to ask the boy about the latest rumored events, one of his classmates added that Kim Tae-hyun would be fired for any development of events, after which the classmate asked in surprise what he heard in response to what he really didn't understand. Continuing to tell the reason why he said this, while the vigilantes were already heading to the boy's classroom, the classmate was confused by the speech. Arriving at the classroom, all the chairs were scattered and one was placed in front of Kim Tae-hyun's desk, and Lee Chang-jae arrived with his henchmen and took a seat in front of the boy. At which time a classmate added Lee Chang-jae would not leave this situation unresolved. Arriving at the guy who had rumored to have beaten his henchmen, an S-ranked awakened named Lee Chang-jae said, "Long time no see, friend." Lee Chang-jae is a third-generation Taesun Group Boots conglomerate, sponsoring Taesun High School leader of Taesun High School Bullies. When the boy sat down in front of him and tried to start a conversation, Kim Tae-hyun immediately recalled all the times he had been bullied by Baeksu and others. They were partly to blame for all these abuses, but behind all their actions was a more influential person who gave the orders for the abuses and covered them up. Lee Chang-jae was also the main villain who ordered Bae Hai-soo to abuse Kim Tae-hyun, only because he had not yet been able to awaken. After hearing me address him, the guy was surprised to ask what you had just said to be friends with you. Immediately after his question, the guy, unable to stand such arrogant treatment of himself after he had already gained the strength to resist him, Kim Tae-hyun menacingly added, "I'm going to take one for the team, you know." Hearing the tone with which his leader had just been addressed, one of Lee Chang-jae's henchmen pointed a finger at the guy and shouted, "You bastard! Do you even know what you're saying?" The next moment, the same fighter for justice was slapped in the face by his own leader, who was angry at the behavior of his henchmen. As soon as his subject calmed down and fell back with a broken nose, the leader of the Taesun group got up from his seat and looked at his henchman and said, "You don't see that we are talking." Immediately after pacifying his subject, Lee Chang-jae began to radiate his mana from his body to appear more formidable, adding, "I know you're in a good mood after defeating Baeksu." The next moment, demonstrating his superiority over Kim Tae-hyun in terms of sheer strength, the guy added menacingly, "Shouldn't you be more careful about choosing your opponent?" At the same moment, Kim Tae-hyun continued to sit in his seat and said in astonishment in his mind, "Wow, this magic of an S-rank awakened is really amazing." Continuing to threaten the guy sitting in front of him, the son of the leader of the Taesun group added, "Better change your mind while I'm good," to which Kim Tae-hyun mentally replied, "But if you don't know, you don't have to." Preparing to use his predator skill at the first opportunity, the guy added in his head, "I wonder what will happen if you face a hunt." The next moment, an ice-cold girl intervened in the men's showdown, trying to stop the conflict and telling Lee Chang-jae to stop. Hearing the voice of a third party who dared to intervene in their argument, Kim Tae-hyun was surprised to think that Im Ah-yoon had added that Kim Tae-hyun, "You should stop too." Im Ah-yoon, class president young lady from a wealthy family half-sister, Yu Ah-yeon, awakened S-rank. Novice model candidate for first place next semester, noble debt future SS rank player. As he continues to run through the many names others call her, Kim Tae-hyun has added countless nicknames in his head and will receive even more in the future. And all this would have been fine, but this girl had one pronounced problem, and it was that this person was stubborn as hell. Having locked eyes with Lee Chang-jae to stop the argument between the boys, the girl began to drill him with her eyes, And at that time, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head that she would not just back down. Trying to defuse the situation, when Im Yuan joined their conflict, the guy asked what he meant by stop. They might misunderstand us, I'm just talking to my friend. In response to the boy's words, the girl replied incredulously, a friend means you hit your friends in the face. Hearing some remark from the girl who had just mentioned something unpleasant for him, Lee Chang-jae said to Im Young, watch what you say. In response to the guy's remark, she replied, I'll have to use force if you don't leave, so stop it and get out of here. At the same time, being at the forefront of the conflict between the two high-ranking students, Kim Tae-hyun thought they should both calm down, otherwise nothing would remain of the class. The next moment, accepting his defeat or trying to pass it off as the truth, the guy waved his hand and headed for the exit, saying, okay, then let's finish, I don't need to fight you. Immediately after his words, the guy suddenly turned and prepared to attack the girl, exclaiming, did she really think I would say that? However, their conflict was interrupted by a radio announcement with a ringing sound, after which a voice said the notification department in the main hall had organized a special lecture with the Players Association. Continuing to report on the meeting, the voice on the radio told all students to immediately report to the main hall and repeat the new one. Continuing to emphasize the meeting, the voice from the radio spoke again in the main hall. Hearing this, Lee Chang-jae asked in surprise what the Players Association was. Immediately after hearing this, the boy instantly calmed down and headed for the exit, saying goodbye. I'll tell you that you are just a lucky man. Once everything was finally settled, Ima Yoon asked, turning her head to the side to the guy she had stood up for, Kim Tae-hyun, are you okay? The next moment, when her head had almost completed its rotation, she added, I'm fine. I don't need a thank you. But before she could finish, she noticed that he was no longer in his seat. At that very moment, Kim Tae-hyun was already leaving the classroom and said to the girl on the way out, why did you freeze there? You didn't hear the announcement of the meeting. After telling the girl that he was going to the main hall, Kim Tae-hyun went on, leaving the confused girl alone in the classroom, and added, well, then I'll go first, yes? Surprised by what had just happened right before her eyes, the girl said in her head that Kim Tae-hyun had always been like this. After a while, when the students gathered in the main hall, they heard whispers of a special lecture from the Players Association about what it would be like to have a gate break. The next moment, a man appeared on stage and spoke into the microphone. So greetings, my name is Go-tuk. I'm the Deputy HR Manager from the Players Association. Continuing his special lecture, the man added, I came today for two reasons. The first is to apologize for the lack of timely response from the players during the fault and to give a safety briefing. After giving the first important reason why he decided to visit this school, Go-tuk added a second reason. With a firm grip on the microphone in his hand, he smiled slyly and added to the information about the selection of players who will be the future of the new South Korean Players Association. At the same time, while in the main hall of the guest lecture, Lee Chang-jae was biting his lips and said, damn Kim Tae-hyun, that bastard. At the same time, in another place in the same hall, Im Ah-yoon thought in her head, Kim Tae-hyun will need to learn a little more about him. At the same time, when they heard the announcement from the man who came to give the lecture, the students began to talk in surprise about the selection of players and how it applies to us. If the minimum age is not 19, then we will definitely miss out this year. Hearing the confused disciples talking, Go-tuk added, you may think so, but we are here because this applies to you as well. Continuing to report on the reason for their arrival at this school, the man added, due to the recent gate breach, the increase in the number of monsters and dungeons. Leaning closer to the microphone, the man added, the Players Association has come to the conclusion that we do not have enough people, and that is why, starting with these qualifiers, we are opening the doors to high school students. Upon hearing the announcement from the man, one of the students present exclaimed in surprise that the high school students, even us, were invited. Trying to answer the boy's question, Go-tuk said that each school selects candidates based on their skills, personal grades, and behavior. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself, he's clearly lying. Continuing to watch the speech of the man from the Players Association, he added his head to these qualifiers and will indeed allow high school students, but the selection of candidates has already begun. Continuing to focus his attention on the man speaking from the podium, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head using the tuk skill. Knowing a lot about the skills of this person, Kim Tae-hyun said in his head that his skills are the eye of the beholder. The observer's eye is able to quantify the general capabilities of the object, and if you concentrate, you can see the status window of the selected target. After analyzing the students present who could be potential players, the man spoke confidently without any doubts. The next moment, as he continued his thoughts, he mentally added, the numbers here are much better than elsewhere, and they will make excellent players. The next moment, noticing a few students who clearly stood out from the rest, Go-tuk added in his mind, but who were the most shocking. Looking at the numbers above Lee Chang-jae and Im Ah-hyun, the man added these two in his head. Continuing to analyze the students who could potentially become great players, the man added in his head, "The vagrant sent me a list of possible candidates with the words, 'Here you go,' but it's only because the leader asked." And then he mentally added, "I can't believe there are so many awakened ones here." Continuing to smile slyly as he saw many promising students at this school, Gotuk added in his mind, "I need to write letters of recommendation as soon as I return." The next moment, the hand of one of the students appeared from the crowd of students, after which Li Changji suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Player, may I ask you something?" Continuing his speech, the guy added, "You said you would inform us about the selection of players, but are some of the people here suitable for this?" To which he asked what you meant. In response to the man's question, the student added, "I say that the qualifiers should be held among those who can become players, that is, among the awakened, in other words." The next moment, turning his attention to Kim Tae-hyun and directing the attention of a large number of students to him, he added, "I think there is no point in listening to this lecture for the unawakened." Immediately after his words, Lee Changze added that strength is not all that makes a Judas player an awakening rank, the ability to cope with various situations or considerable knowledge of the abyss. Listing the main qualities of those people who are considered to be players, he added that to be a player you have to have all possible characteristics in different areas. Continuing his attempts to mock Kim Tae-hyun, Lee Chang-jae added, "But in the end, all of this has value only for the awakened." Turning his head again to Kim Tae-hyun, after which a large number of his henchmen laughed, the guy added, "For the unawakened, you're just pouring salt on the wound, aren't you?" Hearing the boy's words, Kim Tae-hyun turned his head to him and said, "Chang-jae, you're going to go so far as to check if I'm really awake." At the same time, while continuing to provoke the boy, Lee Chang-jae said in his head, "Come on, if you are really awakened, then show it." The next moment, unable to stand the mockery, Imma Young tried to intervene in their argument again and shouted out to Lee Chang-jae. Before she could say anything against the boy, she thought of the expected reaction, where Kim Tae-hyun said in a choked voice, "What are you doing? Didn't I ask you to do that?" Realizing that it was better for her not to interfere in this matter, the girl instantly tilted her head forward and thought, "I don't care. I don't care either." As soon as the girl quieted down, Lee Chang-jae added, "That's why I hope you'll let them go as soon as possible." To which Gotuk replied, "I understand your position, but students have the right to choose whether or not to stay in class." Hearing the words of the guest who came to give the lecture, Lee Chang-jae smiled again and said, "Kim Tae-hyun, this affects you in a certain way. You cannot be elected if you have not yet awakened." Continuing to provoke the guy to finally demonstrate his strength as an awakened guy, he added, "Or you don't care about the qualifiers." In response to his not-so-best friend's insults, Kim Tae-hyun just smiled slyly and thought, "He's trying to get me out of it, and without proof that I've awakened, I won't even be able to sign up for the qualifiers." Immediately after his thoughts, he looked up and noticed the same eye of the beholder above him, and added in his mind, "I don't need to prove anything to get a letter of recommendation." After these disputes arose between his students, Gotuk singled out 3 students to focus his attention on. Starting to analyze everything about one of them, the man thought Lee Chang-jae is an awakened S rank, but he is bullying the others, which is quite sad. The next moment, turning his gaze to the dark horse of the meeting, Gotuk added in his head, "And that was Kim Tae-hyun. According to the student council, he is unawakened and has no rank." Deciding to analyze the guy's characteristics, he added in his head a miserable existence among the awakened, and then noticed that when using his skill, a system notification appeared that said the information was unavailable. The next moment, after deciding to act, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly said, "You were right, it was too rash." After deciding to leave the lecture, Kim Tae-hyun added that if a miserable unawakened person attends such a lecture, it will hurt his pride. As soon as he attracted enough attention, the boy demonstrated an obscene gesture to his nemesis and said, "Then I'm leaving." Continuing to demonstrate vivid malevolence, the guy added, "And you stay here and listen to this unrealistic lecture," Lee Chang-jae exclaimed. This bastard, at the same time, plunged into a certain shock at what he saw. The man from the control room mentally said that my observer's eye did not work. Starting to think of quite strong people on whom he had calmly used his skill, Gotuk added in his head, "But even with the leader." The next moment, remembering the leader of the Vagrant Guild, he added in his mind, "And Yon, this had never happened." After finishing his recollections and focusing his attention back on the boy in front of him, the man wondered why. Sinking deeper and deeper into that feeling of shock, the man wondered in his head what made him different. Continuing to make attempts to analyze the guy's characteristics, he failed again and again, receiving a system notification that the information was unavailable. Before leaving the main hall, Kim Tae-hyun looked back at the man and just smiled, at which time Go Tae-uk again received a notification that the information was unavailable. After a while, Sitting in the library looking for the information he needed, Kim Tae-hyun said he would probably spend the rest of his life searching for clues about the king. Closing the book after he heard that someone had come to see him, the guy looked at the guests and added disappointedly, "I don't think I'm going to find anything." The next moment, as soon as Kim Tae-hyun finished his speech, one of the henchmen said, "You're looking for Chang Jae. Follow us." In response to an order from one of the local gangsters' henchmen, Kim Tae-hyun began to look through another book and said, "What if I refuse?" In response to the boy's question, who continued to go about his business, the man added, "Your aunt runs a restaurant, doesn't she?" When he heard some information that Lee Chang-jae had decided to go too far, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed that he heard Chang-jae wanted me to give you this. Continuing to provoke the boy and mock him, one of the henchmen said, "Poor orphan, you want to create problems for your aunt when she has already suffered enough." Continuing his confident speech from the position of a strong henchman, he added, "Not expecting resistance. But don't worry, we will get you to Changjae." In just a few seconds, having dealt with the two henchmen and left the leader conscious, Kim Tae-hyun lifted him up in front of him, holding him by the neck, demonstrating direct proof that it was better not to joke with him. The guy said in a menacing tone, "Don't make me repeat myself twice." Trying to get the information he needed, Kim Tae-hyun angrily shouted out where that rascal Lee Chang-jae was. After a while, having arrived at the meeting place, the guy's bodyguard said in confusion that it was surprising, and then his master asked what he thought. In response to his master's question, A-ranked player Sol Hundo and bodyguard Lee Chang-jae replied, "After this guy came in here, I activated several skills that reveal the status of the aliens." Continuing to look at the guy standing right in front of them, he added confusedly, "But they didn't work on him with such incredible resistance. Maybe he was a rank," to which Lee Chang-jae laughed and added, "Just as I thought, you're awake?" Immediately after his ominous laugh, the guy smiled slyly and said, "Well, then maybe we'll just talk to our friend." The next moment, heading to meet Kim Tae-hyun, the guy said, "My words may seem rude, but I have no intention of harming you. In fact, I wanted to test you." Reaching out to the guy he had recently harassed, Lee Chang-jae added, "I'm going to start my own guild after I take over the Tessin group, but even a genius like me can't do everything alone." Continuing to exert some pressure to persuade Kim Tae-hyun to work for him, he added, "I hope you understand what I mean by that." Continuing to express his insidious thoughts, Lee Chang-jae added that talented people are not someone like that lazy Baekhyuk, but real talents. Immediately after his words, he pointed a finger in the direction of Kim Tae-hyun, who was standing right in front of him, and added arrogantly, "Just like the current Kim Tae-hyun." Again, the guy extended his hand to him as a sign of a deal, smiled ominously, and exclaimed, "So, Kim Tae-hyun, forget your old grievances and work for me." Starting to promise mountains of gold again to persuade the boy, Lee Chang-jae exclaimed, "Wealth and glory await you. I will pull your family out of the shit they are living in now." In response to all the suggestions of his opponent, who made his demands in order to make him work for him, Kim Tae-hyun said, "You talk too much." As he began to cover his entire skin with stone armor, the guy added that, "To believe you is wealth and glory." As soon as his body was covered with stone skin to confront his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun added menacingly to Lee Chang-jae and said, "Fuck you." In response to the boy's refusal, Lee Chang-jae activated his fire skill and said in an ominous tone, "Oh, I almost forgot that the dog needs to be tamed." At that very moment, following his master's instructions, his subject Sol Hundo used his skill to create a room, a binding skill that covers the space with magic so that it is impossible to feel the mana coming from the outside. After completing the creation of the protective barrier, Sol Hundo rubbed his hands together and said, "Now no one from the outside will be able to find out about the young master's fight." Turning his gaze to the created room, where the battle has already begun to take place, the man added, "We can enjoy the show." In a close combat, Kim Tae-hyun delivered a direct blow and clashed fists with his opponent, resulting in an explosion. However, the C-rank stone skin was somewhat weaker than the S-rank Fireheart, so Chang-jae had a slight advantage on the battlefield and was already preparing to kick. As a result of the collision, Kim Tae-hyun was in a losing position and was again kicked by his opponent. At the same time, Lee Chang-jae, continuing to push Kim Tae-hyun, exclaimed arrogantly that he had finally realized his place. Immediately after these words, a large number of explosions sounded in the closed room, which were caused by the next clashes between the guys in the battle. Continuing to just stand there and watch what was happening inside the room, the bodyguard mentally said, "This guy, Kim Tae-hyun, I feel sorry for him." As he continued to watch the battle between the two boys, Sol Hundo added in his head that he might have a high-level A-rank body strengthening skill and might have a hard time finding a worthy opponent with the kind of fighting skills and mental strength that an ordinary student would not have. Continuing his thoughts on how unlucky the guy was this time, Sol Hundo smiled and added, "But today is his opponent." Noticing the same direct blow of his master that had just hit the target, The bodyguard who was watching the battle added an embodiment of greatness. At the end of the mention of his master's strength, the man put his hands in his pockets and confidently said, Kim Tae-hyun, you have no chance of winning. You better realize your place and surrender. Immediately after his words, the man could see something strange that shocked him. At first, Lee Chang-jae continued to push and struck, but the next moment Kim Tae-hyun struck back, forcing him to defend himself and move to a defensive position. As soon as the guys switched roles, Kim Tae-hyun continued his onslaught and delivered the final blow and knocked his opponent to the ground. Seeing what had just happened, Seol Hundo exclaimed in confusion that the impossibly young gentleman had been defeated in close combat. Continuing to look at his ward, who was lying on the ground after the defeat, moaning heavily, the man added in his head, "But how so?" The next moment, when Lee Chang-jae regained consciousness after being defeated, he angrily exclaimed, "Damn you, you bastard Kim Tae-hyun! What did you do to me? My body can't move." Hearing what his young master had just said, the bodyguard, who was standing farther away from the scene of the collision, said in a confused voice that he was immobilized. Immediately after these thoughts, the man turned his gaze to Kim Tae-hyun and confusedly added, in his head, "Amplification is not his only skill then. Who is he?" As he continued to watch his opponent's opponent, Seol Hundo heard him say, "Well, it finally worked," and then thought what the hell he had done. Thanks to the hunting skill, Kim Tae-hyun was able to gain 3 different skills, the first of which is Stone Skin, the second is Stealth, and the third is Paralysis from the Spider Sisters. From the very beginning, Kim Tae-hyun didn't use all 3 skills, but it's quite difficult for C-rank Paralysis to break through S-rank resistance. And the skill of Stealth among a pile of flames is of no use, as it dissipates at the first contact with it. And that is why Paralysis was the only one of the 3 skills, except that it is not easy to use. Having drawn up a plan of action to defeat Lee Chang-jae, the boy came up with nothing more effective than to paralyze him in close combat. Skills that affect status work more effectively in melee combat than from a long distance, and the same goes for damage sustained from endless paralyzing blows, even with S-rank resistance. Continuing to pierce the defense of his opponent over and over again, failing each time, at some point the defense finally broke down and the opponent fell under the influence of the skill. Thus, thanks to his efforts and the continuation of the battle, Kim Tae-hyun was able to defeat his opponent in close combat. At the same time, while continuing to simply watch from the sidelines everything that was happening on the battlefield, Seol Hundo nervously thought, the genius in the one-on-one battle had surpassed the level of the young master. As he continued to watch his young master and boyfriend fight, Seol Hundo was surprised to see this fight in his mind. At the same time, while still lying on the ground, Lee Chang-jae laughed hard and said, "Well, Kim Tae-hyun, I recognize you." Taking out a crystal to restore energy from his pocket, he added, "I think I underestimated you too much because I just can't lose to a loser like you." He began to squeeze the crystal in his hands to regain his strength, and added tiredly, "And that is why from that very moment on." The next moment, Lee Chang-jae crushed the crystal in his hands, and his body was enveloped in magical energy that began to restore his body from its injuries. Also, after using it, the guy created a giant fire golem behind him that obeyed his orders. As soon as all his mana was restored, even with an excess, Lee Chang-jae put his hand to his face and smiled ominously. "I will fight to the fullest." Immediately after his words, the guy performed his Purga attack, which was exactly duplicated by the fire spirit he created, forcing Kim Tae-hyun to step back. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lee Chang-jae managed to reach his opponent and strike him. As soon as Kim Tae-hyun was on the ground, Seol Hundo noticed that the situation was escalating and jumped the fence, and was about to intervene in the fight, thinking that this was a true accounting of the skill of the young S-rank Flameheart Master. Continuing to walk toward his young master to stop him, he nervously added, "It is usually difficult to fully release the power of a young master because he is S-rank." The next moment, remembering the way the young man had been able to use his body skill, the guard mentally added the one he had just used. Recalling the magic item that Lee Chang-jae used to achieve this effect, he added a mana-enhancing stone, which is obtained by purifying the mana stone, which is the core of monsters. Continuing to observe what was happening on the battlefield, the man said anxiously in his head, he temporarily increased his mana. Looking at Lee Chang-jae, who was controlling his fire spirit that Seol Hundo had summoned, he added in his mind that now the young master could fully unleash his S-rank power using this stone. Continuing his reflections and observations, the man, heading to his ward, thought, however, the problem is this. Determined to at least warn his master, the man exclaimed, "Young sir, you must stop now or you are going to kill him." Continuing to express his concern about the situation, he added, "You can't handle this kind of power yet. Your blood will literally boil over because of the excessive amount of mana." Hearing the shouts of his subject, Lee Chang-jae, not wanting to listen to anyone's remarks, fired a fireball at him. Having warned his bodyguard about using force, the guy angrily shouted, "Shut up! What kind of a guard dares to tell me what to do?" The next moment, turning his gaze to Kim Tae-hyun, he added in a menacing tone, "This piece of shit has humiliated me. And you're suggesting that I let him off the hook." Rushing back into the fray and beginning to attack his opponent, Lee Changji angrily shouted, "Shut your mouth!" Continuing to strike after strike with the help of his fiery spirit, the guy smiling ominously added, "Die, die, Kim Tae-hyun." At the same time, while continuing to head to the battlefield to save the boy, Seo Hundo thought things were bad. It seems he had lost control of himself and how he was going to deal with the consequences. As the guard approached the smoking crater, he shouted anxiously to Kim Tae-hyun, "You're alive? Give up and run away from here." Stretching his hand into the crater where the boy was, Seo Hundo added, "I'll try to detain the young man, and you can do that in the meantime." In response to the man's proposal, Kim Tae-hyun only slapped him in the face instead of taking the outstretched hand of help. Immediately after he got to his feet and walked forward to his enemy, he asked him what was the point of running away. "What are you talking about when you started this fight?" Using fatigue potions, stamina potions, and mana potions in the process, the guy added 0 to the marketplace. "I admit that S rank is very different from now on." Having finally activated his hunting skill, Kim Tae-hyun prepared for a serious fight and said, "I won't hold back either." At the same time, somewhere in the main building of the Players Association, Go Tuk arrived at the end of his lecture to report to the management. After receiving the report from his subject, Che Jinwoo exclaimed in confusion that it was possible that 1,900 and 2,300 was possible. In response to his supervisor's question, Go Tuk answered that Lee Changjae has 1,900 and Lim Ah Hen has 2,300. There is no doubt that these two are S-ranked awakened. Immediately after Go Tuk's words, one of the subjects looking at the report exclaimed in surprise, "Even though they have S rank, but I can't believe that they have already 1,900 without training." To which another added that this is enough to become a ranked player, in which case he can be on par with a Japanese saint. When he heard the question from his colleague, Go Tuk bowed his head down and said in his head that, "Holy yes." Starting to recall the person in question, the man added in his head one of the main players in Japan is a monster with a value exceeding 2,500 after being tested at the age of 18. Continuing his thoughts, the man added anxiously in his head that even this monster's value barely exceeded 2,500. Immediately after his thoughts, Go Tuk remembered Kim Tae-hyun, whose value of 5,096 units he saw at the very end, and was frightened to think, "What the fuck are you talking about, that guy?" Trying to somehow calm his nerves after remembering that student, the man added in his head that it just seemed like a miscalculation or something. Going in search of the guy who was bothering him, the man confidently said in his head, "I have to check it out for myself." At the same time, somewhere in a school on the battlefield, watching what was happening before his eyes, Sol Hundo exclaimed in confusion that this simply could not be. Kneeling in amazement, the man raised his head up and asked how this was possible. At the same time, trying to somehow resist the incredible force that was shackling his body, Lee Changjae exclaimed in confusion as to what was happening. Feeling that he simply had no control over his body and could not do anything at the moment, the guy added in confusion, "How this bastard was able to suppress my power. I am a descendant of the Taisen group." Continuing to be irritated by the situation at the moment, the guy shouted out, "I'm a fucking S rank." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction with being in a losing situation, Lee Changjae again exclaimed, "I'm fucking Lee Changjae." In response to his opponent's furious shouts that he was going to steal his skills, Kim Tae-hyun said, "I don't care whose descendant you are, what rank you have, what does it matter at all?" Continuing to smile ominously right into the face of his opponent, the guy added, "If you are in a battle." Immediately after his words, the guy used his hunting skill and launched the hunter's tentacles at Lee Changjae. A few seconds after the final collision, a powerful explosion occurred, destroying at least the gymnasium of the building. As a result of the explosion, Lee Changjae lost his life and was unconscious lying on the floor of the gym. After winning this fight, Kim Tae-hyun approached the body of his opponent's guard and said, "I was surprised." Starting to recall what had recently happened during their fight, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said a ranked player, Seo Hyun-do, did not expect to pull Lee Changjae away right in the middle of the hunt. Continuing his reflections, standing on his feet in front of the man who bowed his head in front of him, the boy added, "Well, now it doesn't matter if I manage to get the skill after what I heard and what you are going to do now." Continuing his speech, the bodyguard added, "Young gentleman descendant of Tasan, after this battle, there will be consequences," to which he replied disgruntledly, "Who would speak for you? It was I who attacked first, no conscience at all." Immediately after his words, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and said, "By the way, do I look like the kind of person who would respond to such threats?" The next moment, raising his head up to assess the scale of the consequences, he added, Don't even bother killing him. I'm not going to, which was the response he got. When he heard the question from Li Changjae's subject, the guy added, in exchange for his life, I will tell you the price. To which the latter confusedly exclaimed the price of his life. Continuing to reflect on the compensation for Li Changji's life, Kim Tae-hyun ignored the man and said, let's see, since he is essentially a descendant of the Taesong group. Putting a hand to his chin and smiling slyly, Kim Tae-hyun looked at Seol-hyun and said, you owe me at least 1 billion won. I agree. At the same time, school children who had already gathered near the site of the explosion met a nurse who was trying to avoid panic and chaos. Also in the crowd of confused people, Ima-yoon listened to everyone shouting back that there was an attack by a thief or monster, and she thought anxiously that it was not. Realizing what could be the cause of this incident, the girl was frightened and added in her head this magic and a strong flame of doubt, whether it was Li Changjae's power. Continuing her thoughts, she mentally added, but who was fighting him then? And then suddenly imagined in her mind a fight between Li Changjae, who was waving his arms and shouting ominously, Bugaga, Kim Tae-hyung, you're a loser, you were just a loser. And Kim Tae-hyung, who was scared and shouting, oh, save me, and then thought, not that. In Ima-yoon's mind, this was the relationship between the two, and then ignoring the teacher's words that the students should stay here anyway, she headed for the scene. Noticing that someone had just passed by her, the teacher shrieked in confusion, then looked back and saw who it was who had gone to the scene and exclaimed in confusion. Approaching the entrance and starting to kick the front door to get inside, she thought I was wrong. I shouldn't have let them stay in the gym alone. Continuing to break through the flames, smoke and rubble of the building's ruins, the girl added anxiously in her head, it's all my fault, Kim Tae-hyun. On her way to the place where the explosion occurred to help the wounded guy, she added in her head, I pray you survive. However, everything did not happen as expected. When she arrived at the scene, she saw Li Changjae lying unconscious on the floor. And not far from this motionless body stood Kim Tae-hyun, who did not seem to be affected by the situation even by external signs. While the girl began to spontaneously throw around confused questions, Kim Tae-hyun said, oh, you're just in time. I just thought I needed a witness. That is, I need help with carrying the body. Take him to the first aid station, or better yet, to the hospital. Hearing the request from her classmate, the girls went to Li Changjae and confusedly exclaimed to Kim Tae-hyun what was going on here, to which he awkwardly replied, how did he manage to faint? Maybe he fell down the stairs. Hearing the boy's excuse, Ima-yoon turned her gaze to the victim and mentally said from the stairs, after which Kim Tae-hyun added, in general, he has nothing to do with me, so I'll leave him to you and don't tell him that you saw me well. Immediately after his words, heading for the entrance, the guy said, well then, I'm leaving. And the girl turned her head in his direction and exclaimed, wait, Kim Tae-hyun, explain everything properly. As soon as she said this, she saw that the guy was no longer in the gym. He had simply vanished into thin air, and she exclaimed in confusion. Trying to realize what had happened, the girl shouted his name again, but the guy was already on the edge of the city, away from the scene of the incident, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Continuing to look in the direction where the fight with his opponent took place, Kim Tae-hyun said, Ima-yoon will somehow cope with Li Changjae, and the Taesong group will also fulfill my conditions, so I think that's all. Immediately after opening his status window, he decided to review the description of the skill he had just learned and said anyway. While reviewing his characteristics, the guy accidentally noticed the new characteristic he had received and was surprised to say charm isn't it about the appearance of celebrities. Realizing that he had taken away his opponent's hunting skill, Kim Tae-hyun said, don't tell me that hunting took away Li Changjae's hunting skill, it's annoying. The next moment, moving his gaze to the list of skills he had, the guy mentally added, I also got this Heart of Flame and the Heart of a Monarch. Looking at the characteristics of the skill he had gained during the hunt, he was surprised to see that it increased the characteristics of the group members. So Li Changji had such a skill. Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and spoke in a very nice way, pleased with the skill he had acquired. Starting to imagine in his head the owners of the skills he has, the guy mentally added skills that affect the entire group, rare regardless of rank. And if I am the one who uses several skills, I activate the Monarch's Heart, which allows me to combine any skill, I will become stronger. Rejoicing at what he had received after the fight with Li Changjae, Kim Tae-hyun said, it's just so damn beautiful. But before he could get far, a bunch of management vehicles caught up with him and surrounded him from all sides. The next moment, a familiar person came out of the cabin of one of the cars and said, finally, we found you, Kim Tae-hyun. Continuing to walk confidently toward the boy, accompanied by his bodyguards, Go-tuk added, I have a lot of questions for you. Continuing to walk toward the confused boy, he added, let's start with this. And at that time, Kim Tae-hyun wondered how he had gotten here, looking at the man who was on his way to meet him and asked him a question about what you were doing earlier inside the gym. At the same time, somewhere in the Tayson family's house, a man holding a glass of alcohol in his hand asked, "So what do you think?" Continuing to ask his questions under the barking of dogs, the man added, "My only son and offspring are hospitalized, but that's not enough for him. He also demands $1 billion for my son's life and to settle this case quietly." After voicing his question, the man continued to sit on his throne, surrounded on both sides by dogs barking menacingly. At the same time, bowing his head down, Seol Hundo said guiltily in a trembling voice, "Please forgive me." Keeping his head down and dripping with sweat, the subject felt his whole body trembling with fear and added, "I have nothing to tell you." After thinking a bit about what he should do in this situation, the manager said, "Fulfill these conditions." And Sol Hundo said, "Stop right there," and he heard a boogaloo in response. Immediately after his words, the man snapped his fingers and added that the price we would pay would be followed by a corresponding reward. Hearing a signal from his superior, a couple of people came out of the next room and saw them, and Sol Hundo exclaimed in confusion. Realizing what was coming next, he exclaimed frightenedly, "He was just a boy. It would be too cruel." In response to his subject's alarmed exclamations, the man said, "Enough, I'm not going to listen to the dog barking." The person who started pulling the strings to take revenge on Kim Tae-hyun was S-ranked player Lee Chang-soo, president of the Taesun Group. At the same time, while staying in one place while being caught up by Kim Tae-hyun, he heard himself asked again what you were doing in the gym. Trying to understand the reason for the arrival of the person from the management office at his location, Kim Tae-hyun wondered why Go-tuk was here. The next moment, as he began to go over in his head the two incidents that had happened to him in the same place, he mentally added the gym, whether he was talking about the explosion or the situation during the lecture. Trying to understand why the man had come to him with these questions, he added up in his head what he had heard. Continuing to look at the person in front of him, Kim Tae-hyun thought, given his position as deputy manager, the chance that he himself had come to deal with the explosion was rather low, but maybe he already knew that I had set it off. Continuing to brainstorm, the guy mentally added, "Then all that remains is to check it," and then asked the gym about the explosion. Hearing the question from the guy he was interested in, the management manager was surprised to hear that there was an explosion. The next moment, turning his head to the column of smoke that was visible even from here, he said, "You know, that fire is under control. Other people will take care of it." Immediately after these words, he turned his head back to the boy and added, "However, I still haven't received an answer to my question." And then Kim Tae-hyun thought he didn't know the cause of the explosion. Continuing to question the boy about the latest events, Go-tuk added, "What exactly you did in the gym on Kim Tae-hyun just smiled slyly and thought that meant something." Deciding to take advantage of the situation, Kim Tae-hyun confidently looked at the member of the management and asked, "Don't you already know?" In response to the guy's question, Go-tuk asked him what he was talking about and he replied, "I think you came to give me an invitation to the qualifiers for the games." After laughing nervously at the boy's question, Go-tuk asked the selectors why they were interested in him. In response to the man's question, who continued to pretend not to know, Kim Tae-hyun replied, "Well, if you need a reason." Having demonstrated his true strength, which now amounted to 5,214 points, Kim Tae-hyun said then, "Isn't that enough?" At the same moment, Go-tuk, who was in a state of shock when he saw that incredibly high figure again, thought it simply could not be. Continuing to marvel at what he now saw in front of him, the man added in his head, confused, he became even stronger. Observing Kim Tae-hyun's current increase, he mentally added that this number was not an accident or a skill error. Continuing to marvel at the overall strength of the guy standing in front of the representative of the department, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head, "Who are you?" Immediately after his thoughts, the man added, "But what happened to your clothes?" To which he replied awkwardly, "Oh, I'm this one." After a while, when Kim Tae-hyun returned home, he met his cousin and told him some of the latest information, to which he heard a surprised exclamation from the selected players. At the entrance to the boys' room, Hwang Ja-yeon was surprised to hear that Hyunam was going to participate in the qualifiers, and he calmly continued his training and replied, "Yeah, in a month." Continuing to be amazed at his cousin's achievements, Hwang Ja-yeon began to bow to him and said what one would expect from the King God General, Emperor General, Lysimus of the great Kim Tae-hyun, to which he asked in surprise, "Are you mocking me?" After the dialogue with his cousin, Kim Tae-hyun returned his head to the dumbbell and mentally said Taesun Group took good care of the explosion representatives, so Go Tae-uk didn't suspect anything. If the qualifiers are in a month, then I have to concentrate on training. As he continued to strengthen his body, the guy thought to himself, "I think there shouldn't be any more problems." But before he could finish the thought, he heard his phone suddenly ring. At the same time, a couple of thieves were already near his house, hired by Lee Chang-soo to get even with the guy who did this to his son. While one of the thieves continued to observe, the other one, neutralizing the guard, said, I wonder why a player from the association is guarding the house of a high school student. Holding the man who was supposed to be responsible for Kim Tae-hyun's safety by the throat, one of the pair of thieves listened to him moan heavily, adding to the annoyance. In response to his friend's words, one of the thieves who arrived at the boy's house huffed and said that he might be one of the candidates for the qualifiers. Immediately after his words, a rank thief from a duo of hired killers, Black and White brothers, the older brother, Black with stealth skills, those body enhancements, said in the end, they are really worried about their future. Standing up to his full height and spreading his arms in front of him, the man added that they can call him whatever they want, because without combat experience they are useless. Immediately after his words, the elder brother, nicknamed Black, smiled ominously and exclaimed joyfully, "Then let's show who the real awakened ones are, my younger brother." When the man did not receive an answer to his words, he looked back and saw that his accomplice was already being roped and shouted out to his brother in confusion. Angry that they had been attacked during the mission and that his younger brother had already been beaten, the older man rushed into the fight and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" In response to a question from a black man who was coming at him with a weapon, Kim Tae-hyun let go of a white man who had already lost consciousness and asked who I was. After receiving a blow from the enemy, which he managed to avoid by inflicting a preemptive strike, Kim Tae-hyun kneed him in the face. After the enemy lost concentration and calmed down a bit, the guy added, "I'm the one you called an inexperienced little shit." And now let's go back a few hours to when Sol Hundo shouted out the price that Kim Tae-hyun had just given him in exchange for Lee Chang-jae's life, and he was confused. Continuing to kneel in front of the guy who set the conditions, the man added frightenedly, "I can't make such decisions on my own, except for keeping quiet about what happened." When Kim Tae-hyun heard the man's remark, he waved his hand and said, "Do you really think I might not know that?" Continuing a business conversation with Sol Hundo, the guy added, "I'm not an asshole who dumps all the work on minions just to influence a positive decision." Immediately afterwards, Kim Tae-hyun added a certain degree of warning so that he would not even think of being deceived, but he also added a warning in case of betrayal. Holding out his hand to the man, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Perhaps we can make a deal. An oath of the awakened contract created by the awakened with the help of magic. Failure to fulfill the duties will result in a permanent random fine." After being offered the contract, the guy confidently added the first one along with the payment of 1 billion won in compensation. Continuing to put forward his conditions, the boy added that you would completely hide the cause of the explosion in the gym. And after a while, the news reported that the cause of the fire in the gym of Taesun School was a gas explosion, and fortunately no one was injured. As he continued to recall his conversation with Sol Hundo, he said, and then, at that very moment, his phone rang. Picking up the phone, he heard the voice of a man who said to him, "Hello, it's me, Sol Hundo." Somewhere in the thickets of the forest, a man said, "I want to warn you about the killers of the awakened one bound by the oath." Kim Tae-hyun's second condition was that he inform him in advance of all intentions to take revenge. Having finished his thoughts, the guy continued to fight for his life with one of the two hired killers who came for his soul. Continuing the fight, he blocked the enemy's attacks and, waiting for the right opportunity, attacked back. At one point, when their battle reached a certain point, one of the hired killers, the older black brother, found himself in Kim Tae-hyun's blind spot. However, he only thought so at the moment of his attack. The man heard the Black and White brothers, "I heard that you specialize in deadly attacks using stealth." Behind the enemy's back, who did not understand what had just happened, Kim Tae-hyun put his foot on his head and said, "Thank you for that." Looking at the enemy with a disdainful look, the guy added in an ominous tone, "It means that you are complete ineptitude in everything else." At the same time, the leader of the Vagrant Guild was returning from a meeting in one of the official cars to her guild. Sitting in the passenger seat, a girl talking on the phone said, "I heard you have chosen a candidate for the qualifiers, which will be a gathering of the most potential candidates from all over the country." Switching the sound from the phone to the headphones, the girl added, "And who are you so eager to meet, the leader?" "Let me guess. S-rank Shin Yongbok from Busan." In response to Yu Anqi's question, Jin Woo, standing by the window, replied, "No, of course he's famous, but he's not the one I want to see." The man smiled happily during the talks with the girl and denied her guess and said, "Your younger sister." Hearing the proposal of who he would like to take as a candidate, Yu Ayon said, "Oh, do you think the family will tolerate anything worse than this?" and was laughed at, followed by the man adding, "I'm just as cruel." As she continued to talk to the leader of the Vagabonds Guild, she heard Che Jinwei ask who Gin Yongbok was expecting. When the man asked the girl a question, she replied, "Yeah, until we hear something funny," to which he was surprised to hear something funny again. Hearing some surprise in the leader's head, the girl added, ignoring all the S ranks. The deputy manager, Go Tuk, personally contacted one student, to which he asked in surprise if he had really done it. Continuing her conversation with the leader of the Players Guild, the girl added with interest, "Isn't it interesting how good that awakened one is?" Continuing the conversation with her husband, she added that if he had intervened personally, and at that time 2 hired killers were already unconscious. After the battle with the enemies was over, Kim Tae-hyun tried to activate the skill and failed, after which he looked at his hand and said in surprise, "Now what's wrong?" Continuing to look at his hand, the guy saw a system notification that said that due to lack of physical capabilities, the use of the hunt was impossible until the download was completed. After a while, when the thieves were defeated, members of the administration arrived at the street where Kim Tae-hyun lived to settle the case. While Go-tuk was having a dialogue with the boy, his assistants went to a couple of bandits who dared to attack the boy. Looking at the pair of bandits, one of the assistants said, "Those black and white scoundrels again. They not only dared to contact a member of the Players Association, but also tried to attack a high school student," to which the other replied, "Don't you think the thieves have gotten too wild lately?" At the same time, being behind the assistance of the Players Association, Go-tuk turned his head to the target of the attack and said, "Kim Tae-hyun, thanks for telling me. Do you have any idea who might be behind this?" In response to the man's question, the guy looked up, then thoughtfully hummed and looked away, saying, "I'm not sure." After receiving an unclear answer, Go Tae-hyuk said that perhaps the list of participants had been leaked to the network and that the rest of them should beef up their security. And when Kim Tae-hyun heard this, he thought, "If I involve the Taesung group, I will not only be unable to properly understand everything, but I will also put myself at risk." Immediately after his thoughts, he looked down at his hand and mentally said, "Besides, they're not the biggest problem." When Kim Tae-hyun tried to activate his hunting skill again, he received the same system notification that said that due to lack of physical ability, the use of hunting was not possible until the reboot was completed, after which he thought he was out. After the dialogue with Go-tuk ended, Kim Tae-hyun went home and thought, "I won't be able to use hunting until my physical abilities are sufficient. Lord, what is wrong with this skill?" Continuing to walk home with his head down, the guy began to recall the monsters he had defeated and thought, "Then I just have to increase my characteristics for this." Starting to think about how he could improve his physical characteristics, the guy thought that to fight monsters to increase his rank, he needs hunting, and I don't have it, and to fight the awakened, I need hunting, which I can't use. Realizing that his traditional methods, which he had been using until recently, were not effective, the guy said, "Damn it, I guess I just don't have any other option." After a while, having collected his thoughts and come up with a logical solution to the problem he faced, the guy headed to the training center in the area. As soon as he was inside, he was immediately met by a joyful girl who, holding out a registration form, said, "Hello, I am your guide to the best training center in New South Korea, Blackhead. My name is Yura." Smiling happily to attract new visitors, the girl pressed her presence on the guys and added, "I can help you." Continuing to follow his cousin, Hwang Ja-eun nervously exclaimed, "Blackhead to sign up, you need to meet the criteria, and also have money, and you chose this place," to which Kim Tae-hyun confidently replied, "Well, why else would you come here?" At that very moment, Yura was surprised to think that the children. Trying not to offend the visitors, the girl shrugged and said awkwardly, "Hey kids, this is not the training center you're used to which Kim Tae-hyun, holding out his SVIP card to her, said, "Please sign us both up." Continuing to hold the golden card he had received from the Alchemist Guild at eye level, Kim Tae-hyun waited for the girl to change her mind and fulfill his request. As soon as Yura picked up Kim's card, Tae-hyung asked if it should be enough to check it out, so Tae-hyung signed a super VIP contract with the Alchemist Guild at the same moment and began to look at the card she had handed him. The girl thought that it was a card of one of the 4 Alchemist Guilds. The next moment, turning her gaze to the boy standing in front of her, she mentally added, "How does this boy know he is a student of some high-ranking player? Or don't tell me he is the owner of this card?" Feeling very tense and realizing the difficulty of the choice, the girl mentally added, "But if I agree and something goes wrong, it will be a problem what to do." The next moment, a drugged man appeared behind the confused girl, laughed loudly and said that Yura was in a difficult situation. As soon as everyone turned their attention to him, the man continued to pose and said, "Boogaloo people, money alone is not enough to sign up with us." And Iron Strongman exclaimed in confusion. As soon as the man approached them, Hwang Ja-yeon exclaimed in confusion that Iron Strongman was a super cool name. What should we do now? And at the same time, he was disappointed, looking at the man who continued to pose. Kim Tae-hyun thought, "What kind of name is that? Is he crazy?" Continuing to introduce himself, the man said to you, "Iron Strongman, cultivator of beginners." Hearing this, the rest of the participants of the training center who were on the sidelines looking back at Iron were talking to Iron Strongman, poor guys. Continuing to pose and show off his muscles, Iron Strongman said, "Boogaga, you've seen how everyone is shaking at my name alone. If you back off now, then yes, I will forgive you." To which Kim Tae-hyun replied, "What is this old man talking about?" Hearing what Kim Tae-hyun had just said, Hwang Ja-yeon raised his hands in fright, but did not say a word so as not to escalate the situation, while Yura just continued to watch the situation anxiously. Also, unable to simply let the guy's words pass him by, Iron Strongman continued to demonstrate his muscles and said that you dared to call me weak. In response to the man's question, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and said, "Well, if you don't believe it, then we can bet that the loser will have to pay for a year's subscription." Hearing the offer from Kim Tae-hyun, who decided to compete with him and the price of the bet, Iron Strongman confidently exclaimed, "You don't know your place at all, but then, you're in the wrong place." Moving on to the competition simulator where they were to compete, Iron Strongman added, "Prove it to me." In order to move into the digital space to start the competition, the two candidates took their seats in the simulation chairs and connected to the system. At the same time, an image was displayed on the screen where all the fans could watch the progress of the competition. At the same moment, when he saw on the main screen where the two contestants had moved, Hwang Ja-yeon exclaimed in confusion what the abyss was. In response to the boy's question, Yura nervously replied to the recruiter's virtual reality program without taking his eyes off the broadcast, to which the recruiter replied in surprise. The Summoner is a virtual world that recreates the environment of the Abyss for competitions that took place for various reasons. The main task in this competition was to destroy as many B-rank monsters as possible in the shortest possible time while holding a lot of weight on your back, which is the most popular way to establish a hierarchy within the training center. Seeing the message on the main screen that the game had just started, the girl didn't take her eyes off the table and added that against Iron Strongman, he simply had no chance of winning. As soon as the game started, the man used his muscle-building skill and plunged into battle to be the first to put several monsters to sleep and demonstrate his superiority. Continuing to destroy the monsters over and over again, the man confidently exclaimed, "Stupid boy, how dare you challenge me?" Continuing to destroy the monsters that got in his way, the pumped-up man angrily shouted out, "My muscle-building skill makes me invincible." By increasing the volume of his muscles, the man received a tremendous increase in his capabilities in this competition. The next moment, bouncing off the ground that was cracking under him, he added My Mobility, the most powerful skill in the draft. Having made the second combo in the competition with Kim Tae-hyun, the man headed to the next enemies and added, "And I have not yet told you how much weight I can pull from this world, so I will gratefully use the annual subscription." His complacency didn't last long, though. A few seconds after the game started, Kim Tae-hyun finally took up the cause himself and defeated a dozen enemies in a split second. Continuing to move forward, he did not hesitate for a second, going further and further, destroying all the enemies he encountered on his way. In this way, he quickly took the advantage in this competition to his side, leaving behind only pieces of defeated monsters and the arrogant Iron Strongman. Without stopping for a second, Kim Tae-hyun has already defeated a considerable number of enemies, while the man just stood there shocked by what was happening. After a certain period of time, Kim Tae-hyun reached the mark of 999 combos, making a powerful explosion around him that took away the last monsters. After winning the competition, the boy breathed out a sigh of relief and said to the amazed man, "Of course, I didn't plan to stay here for more than a month, but I did." Continuing to comment on his victory and the completed competition, he added that it was definitely a cool workout, considering the work with the maximum weight. At the same time being among the fans, Hwang Ja-yoon was trying to contain his surprise, holding a sign with the inscription, "I believed in you." After a quick victory over the hitherto unbeaten man, Kim Tae-hyun, approaching him, said, "So you say you're Iron Strongman, so it wasn't so bad." Carrying a considerable amount of extra weight during the competition, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Now pay up and get out of here." After some time, when the qualifiers were about to begin, a female voice was heard on the speakers above the arena saying, "How are you feeling today? Marks the 30th day since the information about the changes to the rules for selecting players was published." Heading in a helicopter to the venue of the event, the girl added that the day everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. Seeing a helicopter arriving at the main selection arena above them, the surprised participants heard the exam for the player's license. Continuing to report and comment on everything that is happening, the girl added that the Players Association has changed the rules of the qualifiers to allow minors to participate in them, and now people of all ages have come from all over the country to the association's examination center. Continuing to comment on this event, the reporter added awakened, "We are looking forward to the invincible melee fighter Iron Fist, A-rank Hong Yong-guk. Even S-ranked ones are not looking at his outstanding combat sense, Druid A-rank Lee Gilson." Continuing to list all the outstanding applicants for a player's license, the girl added Busan's Thunder God S-rank Shin Yunbok. The next moment, she mentioned the name of another prominent person who was rumored to have demonstrated the best results among the trainees, the future S-rank Saint Lim Ayun. After listing a certain number of applicants whose names could not be kept quiet, the reporter added many other talented individuals who wanted to take part in this event. At the same time, One of the applicants for a license sighed heavily and spoke too far away. Sighing heavily with fatigue, the new Psy Econo journalist Kim Ji-cha, with an E-ranked typing skill and a goal to interview and film the participants of the qualifiers, added wearily, "If I fail today, I will definitely be fired." Having reached the place where a large crowd of spectators of applicants and other people had gathered and blocked the view, the girl added disappointedly, "At this rate, I won't take any interviews, and I'll be lucky if I can at least take a photo." Continuing to feel despair at her situation, she knelt down and said with her head down, disappointed, "I'm sure with this E-ranked skill I'm destined to fail again and again. It's definitely over." The next moment she suddenly heard a man's voice that had just sounded behind her saying, "What the hell is going on and why are there so many people here?" Continuing to express his dissatisfaction with the situation, he added, "How will you order the participants of the qualifiers to get to the arena?" Hearing this, the girl who had almost resigned herself to her fate thought that he was a participant. Continuing on his way to the arena to catch the qualifiers, Kim Tae-hyun passed by the hopeful journalist and said, "Oh shit." Smiling happily at the moment of going to an interesting event where he will see a lot of interesting things, the participant of the qualifiers Kim Tae-hyun S rank added how annoying it is. The next moment, Kim Ji-ka reached out to a guy who had just walked past her and said tiredly, "Let me interview you." After the interview, Kim Tae-hyun immediately headed to the main arena where the qualifiers were about to begin. Seeing another candidate who had just arrived at the arena, the organizer called out to the participant Kim Tae-hyun, who was starting in 1 minute, to which he replied, "I'm almost late because of that interview." Immediately after expressing his disappointment about the time wasted, which could have played a bad joke on him, the guy smiled slyly and said, "Even so, even if it did." Arriving at the waiting room, which had already gathered a considerable number of participants, the guy added that he needed to take care of his reputation in advance. After a while, when he heard someone call out his name, Kim Tae-hyun turned his head to the side and said in surprise, "Wow, the class president is here too." Immediately after hearing the question from her friend, the girl looked at the guy with a slack jaw and added in surprise, "But what about your body?" To which he replied, "You mean I've been pumping up a little bit?" After hearing what had happened to Kim Tae-hyun recently, after which he had changed so much, she added, "I mean, it's a bit of a surprise for him. I've heard about his awakening, but is it possible to change so much in just 1 month?" After finishing her admiration of the boy's physique and his impressive changes in a short time, Imma Yoon asked what the hell you did to Lee Changjae last time. Before she could finish her conversation with the boy, the voice of the host came on the main screen and said that the young people on whom the future of the new South Korea depends are the ones who will make it. Turning all the attention of the audience to himself, one of the hosts of the event said, "I welcome you all to the first qualifying pace of becoming a player." Broadcast on all the screens in the qualifying hall where all the applicants were gathered, the organizer explained the rules of the exam. Continuing to announce the conditions for passing the exam, the man said, "First, pay attention to your chest. Each of you has been assigned a unique number." As soon as each participant looked at his chest, the man added this time, "The exam is to collect 5 such numbers including your personal one. In other words, if you lose your number, you are out." Stretching out his palm in front of him, the organizer added, "Many people call it a race for exam tickets." The next moment, the hall for the qualifiers was being rebuilt, and he added a time limit of 1 hour, at which point the participants felt the earthquake and shouted out that the floor was shaking. Looking at the participants who were trying to stay on their feet during the rebuilding of the hall, he added that everything was allowed except murder, at which point one of the participants shouted out, "No floor, no whole arena is being rebuilt." As soon as all the rules were announced and the arena for the qualifiers was rebuilt, a man confidently shouted out, "Let the testing begin." As soon as the command to start the qualifiers was given, a large number of participants took one of the issued candidates as their first target and shouted out to Imma Yoon, ranked S, to deal with her before she does it to us. However, all of the attackers failed instantly. The girl had considerable strength and easily dealt with the attackers. Interested in Im Ah-yoon's strength, one of the observers was surprised to hear the saintly candidate say that such potential was the answer to what he heard in response, with the other participants also better not joke. Each of them surpassed the other candidates. Continuing his speech, the man looked at the screen where his favorite was displayed and said, "I am looking forward to this one the most." Watching one of the most anticipated fighters fight, he added S rank from Busan, Shin Yunbok. Continuing to watch the guy easily deal with those who decided to compete with him, the man added that only 20 turns had passed and no one could even get close to him. As we continue to watch Shin Yongbok masterfully handle his lightning without giving his opponents a chance, he has added a truly impressive talent. As he continued to talk to his friends, the man wondered who would be the winner in the battle between Shin Yongbok and Imma Young. while Go Tae-uk was looking for a camera with a broadcast showing Kim Tae-hyun. Having found a guy who inspired a mountain of expectations in him, the man said in his head, "Curiosity about them is understandable given their ranks, but still." As soon as the image of his favorite appeared on his screen, the man smiled slyly and said in his head, "I saw that incredible number Kim Tae-hyun. You will easily pass this stage." Smiling slyly as he watched his favorite's actions, the deputy manager of the association added encouragingly in his head, "Show them that you can do anything with the power that has everything." A few seconds after watching the broadcasts of the battles of a large number of participants, Go Tuk began to watch the fight between Kim Tae-hyun and his opponent Hong Yong-guk. Watching the fight between the boy and the Iron Fist, the man exclaimed in confusion that he was waiting for the other guy. Continuing to be amazed at what he had just seen on the screen, the man added what the hell this was. At the moment, Kim Tae-hyun is facing off against the much-anticipated A-ranked awakened candidate Hong Yong-guk with the skill Iron Skin. The boy's opponent was Kim Tae-hyun, who was a C-ranked awakened and used the Stone Skin skill. Continuing to watch the match of my favorite Go-tuk, I exclaimed in confusion, I overestimated Kim Tae-hyun's capabilities. Why this A-ranked player is pressing him, and he is not evading at all. The next moment, having heard the actions of his favorite, the man was surprised to repeat in his head, "Wait, but he doesn't dodge the opponent's attacks." Finally realizing the reason for what might have been happening on the battlefield, the deputy manager of the association added in his head, "Don't tell me." A few seconds later, Hong Yong-guk struck his opponent again, forcing him to retreat a few steps back. As soon as Kim Tae-hyun bent his head down to catch his breath in the harsh battle, the candidate with the Iron Skin skill told the rascal to look down on me. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the guy added, "Your stone is just a pathetic parody of my steel, and even when fighting up close, your blows will never reach me." To which he replied, "Lord, when will you shut up?" After receiving 2 system notifications that said his stamina had increased by 1, his charm had increased by 1, Kim Tae-hyun wiped his lips of blood and said, "Take my word for it, it's not just for fun." After his words, the guy again rushed into battle against his opponent. Even after a month of training, the block on the use of hunting did not disappear. Perhaps his characteristics still do not meet the requirements. Continuing to exchange blows with his opponent, the guy said in his head that one of the ways to train is to load my body to the maximum. Waiting for the right opportunity to launch a counterattack, Kim Tae-hyun waved his hand and, preparing to deliver a direct punch, mentally added that he would fight to the death. Making his strike at the enemy, bringing his hand closer to him in slam mode as he thought, the guy added in his head that this was the best way to do it. After delivering the last blow that destroyed the steel skin of his opponent, the guy added in his head that my training was not over yet. After being defeated in a battle against an opponent 2 ranks below him, Hong Yong-guk exclaimed, "You're a damn monster." After finishing his last shout, the guy lost consciousness and fell to the ground, after which he exhaled heavily. After completing his battle, Kim Tae-hyun took the bib number from the defeated C-ranked awakened Kim Tae-hyun's current number 2 number. Seeing that his favorite had defeated the promising self-awakened, Go-tuk joyfully shouted "Boogaga," and he was just crazy at the same moment. Seeing the strange behavior of his colleague, one of the organizers said in surprise. The deputy manager Go was very excited, to which the other added, "I bet that this test was very exciting for him." After expressing his admiration, the man clenched his hand into a fist and thought happily, "I can't believe he's training right during the massive task of Kim Tae-hyun's survival from your recklessness. I have goosebumps." Continuing to observe the state of his favorite, the man added in his head, "But now it can become a problem. I know you do everything for the sake of performance, but this battle has exhausted him." As he continued to watch the guy, Go-tuk happily added in his head, "Right now, it's better to recover your stamina and target weaker opponents." The next moment, one of the organizers, seeing Kim Tae-hyun's intentions, exclaimed in surprise that, "Who is this awakened C-rank, and does he at least know who he is going up against?" Watching Shin Yunbok, who has already defeated a considerable number of opponents during the competition, the man added or decided to quit the game. Seeing another opponent in front of him, the S-ranked awakened Shin Yunbok, who was currently in possession of the number 147, said haughtily, "Who is this?" At the same moment, standing in front of one of the favorites of this competition, Kim Tae-hyun, he began to list the defeated players behind Shin Yunbok and said, "Wow, how many numbers did you collect? 128. Immediately after he said that, the guy smiled slyly and said, "But I don't really care. There are definitely more than 5 of them." The next moment, a fierce fight broke out between the boys, which Shin Yongbok started by directing his lightning strikes in the direction of his opponent. When choosing the place to hit, the guy pointed his hand to the spot and lightning fell from above in that direction. At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun continued to dodge his opponent's attacks, closing the distance, and now he was close to his opponent and was about to strike with his foot. As soon as he reached his target, he felt a barrier that prevented his attack from passing through. At the same time, Shin Yunbok said, "Damn, he's pretty fast." Having avoided his opponent's attack with the help of lightning that enveloped his body, the guy added, "I can't even see your attacks." The next moment, there was a powerful explosion caused by the collision, and as a result, Kim Tae-hyun bounced back, stopping on a vertical surface. Catching his breath during a tough battle, the guy he didn't expect, Kim Tae-hyun, mentally said to Shin Yunbok, the S-rank thunder god from Pumin. As he continued to watch his opponent prepare to strike again, he thought to himself, who knew it would be so difficult? Dodging the enemy's attacks and analyzing his fighting style, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said he not only covers himself with powerful discharges blocking all attacks. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the places where the enemy's attacks had hit and the craters that remained afterwards. But he was strong enough to actively attack both on the ski and long range. Continuing to catch his breath in the moments of no danger, the guy mentally added, given that hunting is not available to me now, how the hell am I supposed to break through his defense? At the same time, the opponent smiled slyly and said in a provocative tone, well, why don't you come over here? You want me to do it this way. Immediately after he said that, Shin Yongbok jumped, and within seconds was in front of his opponent, ready to strike. However, his attack was not successful, as Kim Tae-hyun managed to dodge, and Shin Yongbok only destroyed the wall as a result of the attack. After the failed attack, Shin Yongbok tried to attack his opponent again and, following him, laughed ominously and shouted where to. The next moment, after catching up with Kim Tae-hyun on one of the cubes that the qualifying room was divided into, Shin Yongbok struck and added a runaway punch. As a result of the hit, Kim Tae-hyun felt hundreds of discharges from Shin Yongbok's skill running through his body. Continuing to push his opponent, Shin Yunbok laughed ominously and exclaimed, if you didn't want to fight, then there's no point in running away. Continuing to be attacked by the enemy, Kim Tae-hyun at some point wrapped his body in stone armor and tried to counterattack. At the moment of the attack, Shin Yongbok easily destroyed Kim Tae-hyun's stone fist and then spoke a foolish thing. After the destruction of the stone fist, Shin Yunbok used his skill to create a powerful light source that blinded almost the entire arena. Taking advantage of this chance, the boy jumped up and prepared to deliver his next blow. After using his skill and seeing that his opponent could still move, Shin Yunbok laughed and exclaimed, you were able to survive and you're just something. Feeling strong resistance during his battle with the enemy, Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself, what a great thing that you were here too. After using his skill and seeing that his opponent could still move, Shin Yunbok laughed and exclaimed, you were able to survive and you're just something. Feeling strong resistance during his battle with the enemy, Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself, what a great thing that you were here too. As he began to recall the exact timing of the exam and the actions of his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added all the while watching others run away. Suddenly imagining the class president in his head, the boy added, I thought the only one who could entertain me at these sectionals would be Im Ah-yoon. The next moment, turning his gaze back to his opponent, the guy said in his head, but it turns out you were also a funny little toy. The next moment, the guy launched an attack on his opponent that caught him by surprise, and surprisingly managed to reach him and even hurt him. Shin Yongbok felt his jaw snap, and he exclaimed in confusion, feeling a strange sensation of pain that he hadn't felt in a long time. Not understanding how Kim Tae-hyun's attacks reached him, the guy continued to suffer injuries and wondered in his head what was going on here. As Kim Tae-hyun again launched another projectile at his opponent, Shin Yongbok added in his head, confused, he couldn't get to me. The next moment, another piece of debris thrown at him by Kim Tae-hyun reached its target and injured Shin Yongbok, knocking him back. Continuing to attack his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, Stone Skin certainly doesn't compare to the fury of the Thunder God, and even perfect use of the skill doesn't allow you to break through to him. Just one more time would be like being hit by lightning. Immediately after turning his gaze to the cubes flying in space that made up the arena, he added that the platform for the qualifiers was different. Shifting his attention from side to side to find more fragments of the cubes, the boy mentally added that first of all, it was made of a material that could withstand the force of the awakened, so unlike stone skin, even after a collision the fragment would not crumble. Finding the right size fragment, Kim Tae-hyun grabbed it and headed to attack Shin Yongbok, adding in his head that if he used it as a weapon, he could somehow find a gap in the Thunder God's defense. Preparing for his next attack on the enemy, Kim Tae-hyun just smiled slyly and said, Shin Yongbok in his head. At the same moment, spitting out blood during his exclamation, the overconfident Shin Yongbok shouted out, you fucking bastard! Having dealt the last blow to his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun defeated him by putting him out of action and mentally adding that he would not be able to resist me. After the collision of the wreckage that Kim Tae-hyun used for his final blow, observers could see the cube on which the battle took place begin to collapse. Immediately after learning about the outcome of the battle, the organizers and the rest of the audience exclaimed in surprise that the S-ranked Awakened lost to the C-ranked Kim Tae-hyun. Seeing the violent reaction of his colleagues to the defeat of their favorite, Go-tuk smiled slyly and put his hand to his chin and thought only he could make all these people nervous. At the same time, standing over Shin Yong-bok, whom he had just defeated, Kim Tae-hyun took away 3 numbers from him, which he lacked to advance to the next stage. Having received what he had come for, the guy smiled happily and said that the task was completed. Now all that was left was to wait for the completion. Before he could fully enjoy his victory, he felt the danger approaching him and jumped back to dodge an ice spear that immediately appeared from the ground. Looking at the attack he had just been attacked with, Kim Tae-hyun, retreating back from his defeated opponent, said in surprise that the ice was breaking. The next moment, the cube he was standing on began to slowly envelop him in magic ice, and as a result, the battlefield narrowed to a single cube covered by an ice barrier. As soon as the ice barrier was created, Kim Tae-hyun saw Lee Ma-yoon appear in front of him and slowly approach. When he saw who had just decided to attack him by surprise and created a barrier, removing the possibility of simply running away, Kim Tae-hyun was surprised to think that it was Lee Ma-yoon. Not understanding the reason for her actions, Kim Tae-hyun looked at his friend who suddenly attacked him and thought about what she was doing here and how much she had seen. The next moment, all his thoughts were interrupted when the girl said, "I believe that with great power comes great responsibility." By continuing to make her big speeches to the guy she sneakily attacked after a hard battle, Lee Ma-yoon added power without responsibility to pure evil. Continuing to lecture the boy, she added, "Kim Tae-hyun, you are strong. I would never have thought that you would be able to defeat Shin Yong-bok," to which he replied in surprise, "Why would he suddenly—" Immediately after her words, she stretched out her hand in front of her and added menacingly, preparing to start a new battle, "I'm sure you defeated Lee Chang-jae in the same way." Trying to somehow dodge the snowy bombardment of Lee Ma-yoon's skills, Kim Tae-hyun, fleeing from the target area, shouted that it was not snow but damn bombs. Continuing to try to somehow avoid the girl's attack, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed that in this case, secrecy is simply useless. After hitting a guy in the head with her foot when he was distracted, the girl exclaimed, "I believed in you in the gym." Continuing to attack the tired guy while he was at a disadvantage, she added that you are different from the likes of Lee Chang-jae. Continuing to rebuke her friend whom she mercilessly attacked, Lee Ma-yoon added that she would not act for personal gain. As she was preparing to strike the guy again to throw him out of the competition, Lee Ma-yoon exclaimed, "But after seeing what I saw, I realized that in the end, it was all your fault, whether it was Lee Chang-jae or Baek Hye-soo." Continuing to attack the guy who was barely standing up, she added that using skills without a license is illegal and that the two were hospitalized. Continuing to attack Kim Tae-hyun with her icy attacks, the girl added in a stern tone, "But after all you've done, I won't report you, however." After finishing the game with one goal, after expressing all her arguments, the girl looked at the guy who was trying to get to his feet and added the exit from the qualifiers. Continuing to build her arguments, the girl said in a stern tone of voice, "You are not worthy of becoming a player." Hearing all the allegations that came from the mouth of the girl who suddenly attacked him, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Who the hell are you to say such things?" The next moment, gathering his remaining strength, the guy began to get to his feet, even after all he had been through. Kim Tae-hyun added, "You couldn't even stop Lee Chang-jae's tyranny with strength, responsibility, and dignity." Getting to his feet, the guy looked her in the eye and smiled slyly, adding, "If it came down to it, you just wanted to take me out and instead of admitting your fear, you're using this survival game as an excuse." Having received a remark in her address from her opponent, the girl said unhappily, "So he means what your answer will be, yes." The next moment, as she began to create an ice staff in her hands to restore justice, she added, "Don't expect any favors in this case." Raising a huge ice staff in her hand, the girl added in a menacing tone, "I will finish you off with this, Kim Tae-hyun." At the same moment, when he heard Kim Tae-hyun's threat, he clenched his hand into a fist and mentally said, "After so many blows, the stone skin has lost its strength." Continuing his reflections on how he should behave in this situation, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added, "Even if I activate stealth, it will be immediately destroyed by long-range attacks." Immediately after, continuing his thoughts, the guy spoke in his head, increasing the characteristics of the monarch's heart is already activated, but it is not enough to change the situation dramatically. Going through the options in his head, the guy added in his head, "Hunting is still unavailable and I don't have enough stamina to repeat the same trick with paralysis as it was with Lee Chang-jae." The next moment, rushing into battle against Lee Ma-yoon to take advantage of the only possible option, the guy mentally added, "Then it turns out that I have." Trying to somehow break through to the girl before she could do anything and suspect Kim Tae-hyun, He gathered his last strength and mentally added that there was no other choice. At the same time, when the battlefield was filled with a thick fog that prevented anyone from seeing anything, observers continued to peer at it, saying in confusion that they could not see what was happening there. As soon as the ice sphere collapsed, everyone froze in place in amazement at what they saw as soon as the view opened up, Go-tuk exclaimed anxiously to Kim Tae-hyun. The next moment, wanting to see what had just happened, the rest of the organizers, seeing what had just happened on the battlefield, shouted out in confusion. When the ice dome dissipated, all the observers and other participants had a great view of the cube where the battle between Kim Tae-hyun and Im Ah-yoon took place. Everyone was genuinely surprised to see a girl lying on the ground and Kim Tae-hyun right on top of her, and their lips touched in a kiss. The most surprised by all this was the girl herself, who, being in an unusual situation, could only whimper and try to stop what was happening. And now let's go back a few seconds and see how it all happened, and why it happened. First, Kim Tae-hyun tried to quickly close the distance between himself and the girl. At the moment when she launched her attack and was momentarily distracted, Kim Tae-hyun had perhaps the best chance to pull off his fraud. At the moment of the stroke, Kim Tae-hyun jumped into the air, and after the staff hit the ground, he jumped out of the raised fog and flew straight at Im Ah-yoon. Continuing to fly at the girl to fulfill his plan under the threat of death at the last moment, Kim Tae-hyun resorted to. Having knocked the girl to the ground, the guy kissed her, and despite how it looked from the outside, it was paralysis. Holding the girl on the ground, Kim Tae-hyun grabbed her hands to prevent her from doing anything, using close-range skills that affected the condition, and going straight inside had a high chance of success. That is why Kim Tae-hyun put paralysis in his blood, and thus forced the girl to swallow it to achieve the desired result, regardless of how it looked from the outside. Of course, given the incredible resistance of the S ranks, it was nothing more than a simple provocation, and it would be unwise to guarantee the outcome. However, in the end, everything turned out in the best possible way. After realizing his prank, the guy got off the girl and then moved a few meters away and began to wipe his lips of blood. At the same moment, feeling as if she was losing control of her body, the girl received system notifications. "You are paralyzed, resistance failed. Hard," exclaimed Kim Tae-hyun. At the same moment, while happily wiping his lips of the remaining blood, the guy receiving the system notifications has dealt a strong, psychological blow to your opponent. Your charm has increased by 3 units. He mentally said a miracle, but it worked. A few seconds after the match with Im Ah-yoon ended, Kim Tae-hyun and all the other qualifiers heard an announcement from this point on. The first test is over. The medical team will take you to the safe zone, and we ask all test participants to remain in their seats. After announcing the end of the exam, the voice sounded again and said, "Repeat from this point on." After the first exam for a player's license, all participants who were injured were immediately sent to medical care. In addition, even though Im Ah-yoon was paralyzed, she still collected badges and was competent in combat, and was able to pass the exam. And now, let's get back to the star of the first exam, Kim Tae-hyun. Even though he was able to collect only 7 badges, he still defeated Shin Yong-bak and Im Ah-young. She drew too much attention to the guy, and now each of the participants could not perceive him as before. All the attention was always focused on him. When Kim Tae-hyun left the ward after visiting the doctor, he was heading to the waiting room when he heard behind him the person who defeated Shin Yong-bak and Im Ah-young. "I heard that he was a C rank. Is it true? What tricks does he use?" Pleased that now a lot of attention was focused on him, Kim Tae-hyun raised his hand in front of him and moved it without feeling pain and said in surprise, "The healing skills are just incredible in that state. I couldn't even walk. Maybe I can get one later." As soon as he said this, he suddenly heard a familiar voice shouting his name, followed by Shin Yong-bak, and then a slippery bastard. Reacting to the attack on him on neutral territory, Kim Tae-hyun immediately covered his body with stone armor and shouted out Shin Yong-bak in confusion. At the same time, continuing to push his opponent with considerable force and preparing to take revenge for his past humiliation, Shin Yong-bak added, "You won't be able to pull that trick now." As soon as a fight broke out between the boys, other participants standing nearby exclaimed in surprise, "Look, there's a fight. It's Shin Yong-bak. He wants to take revenge." Having understood the situation before their eyes, the crowd of onlookers began to cheer and wave their hands. "We're just going to get rid of him, Fryam Shin Yong-bak." Hearing shouts from outside spectators who began to support him, the guy turned his head to the other participants and pointed his hand at them and shouted, "Hey, you don't decide anything here?" Shin Yong-bak fired a discharge at the bystanders to calm them down, and angrily shouted at them to shut up immediately. Immediately after the bystanders were removed, Shin Yong-bak exclaimed to Kim Tae-hyun, "Let's deal with this like men," to which he just smiled slyly and exclaimed, "You crazy idiot?" Ignoring the words of his opponent, Shin Yun-bak, preparing to deal with the guy who humiliated him, exclaimed, "I'll prove you're nothing without your tricks." Before he could do anything, Shin Yunbok suddenly stuck to the ground, and then the organizer appeared on the horizon and said something to the boys. Continuing to walk toward the guys who were disturbing the peace during the break, the man added in a menacing tone, "You don't let others enjoy their legitimate break." The man thought he felt a tremendous pressure from the gravity skill used on him by the organizer Kim Tae-hyun. Raising his gaze to the one who had arrived to calm them down, the guy heard dared to squeak, not knowing where your place was. God, at that very moment, he thought S-ranked player Park Sang-jin. Continuing to stand on his feet even under such pressure, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added one of the best players in the new South Korean Association and a future SS player. After applying his skill, Park Sang-jin saw that there was a participant in front of him who was still on his feet and was surprised to see someone else standing. Immediately after he said that, he increased his gravitational pressure to bring the guy down to the ground, who was not giving up, but was still holding on. Feeling that if he relaxed for a moment, he would be pinned to the ground, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "Damn, I've heard that the skill level of S-rank awakened and S-rank players is different, but not that much." Seeing that the guy was still standing even after the reinforcement, Park Sang-jin said, "Look at that. Even veterans can take it, but let's see if you can." The next moment, someone's disgruntled voice was heard near the man, shouting at the player, "Park Sang-jin, what are you doing?" Walking toward the man who was using his skill on the preliminaries, one of the doctors exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing to these kids who just left the doctors, or are you going to kill them all before the next test starts?" Hearing the remarks from the medical staff, Park Sang-jin awkwardly asked what was wrong with him. He just scared him, and the doctor shouted out a lie. It was to test their skills. "You do this to every qualifier, my God." Continuing to reprimand the man for his actions, one of the doctors added that if you repeat this again, the leader will be the one to blame, and at that time the man's attention was on Kim Tae-hyun. Without answering anything to the doctor's remarks, Park Sang-jin turned his head to the boy and asked him what your name was. After receiving a question from an important person, Kim Tae-hyun, catching his breath after standing up to the skill, answered Kim Tae-hyun. After receiving the answer to his question, the man looked at him with a thoughtful look and mentally said, "Kim Tae-hyun is the C rank who defeated Shin Yun-bok and Ima Young." The next moment, Park Sang-jin smiled slyly and added in his head, "It's been a long time since anyone could interest me so much." Immediately after completing his thoughts, the man put his hand on Kim Tae-hyun's shoulder and said, "It's obvious that you want to become an S-ranked player, I'm right." After asking his question, Park Sang-jin confidently walked forward without waiting for an answer, saying goodbye. "I'll be waiting for you then." Realizing that he had decided to run away from them, the doctors immediately followed him, trying to catch up with the leader, angrily shouting, "Where are you running to, and come back?" After a while, when Park Sang-jin exited the portal, he found himself in front of the rest of the participants who had passed the first exam for the title of player. Standing in front of the audience, the man took out his microphone and said that everyone had time to rest now. Continuing to prolong the intrigue of what awaits the applicants next, he added that the second round of qualifiers for the title of player will begin. Continuing to dictate his speech, the man added that the essence of this test is behind these gates through which you will now pass the D-rank dungeon gates, are portals that connect this world with another space. When they heard what their next challenge was, the participants exclaimed in confusion that it was a challenge with real monsters inside. Continuing to talk about what exactly their next mission is, Park Sang-jin added that you will be divided into teams of 5 and will explore the dungeon under the supervision of the player. Continuing to discuss all the nuances of this test, he said you will be evaluated for all actions inside the dungeon, combat reconnaissance knowledge, medical and emergency actions, everything you need such as weapons and ammunition. At the time of the announcement of everything related to the second exam, all participants were given their weapons to pass at that time. The man said they would be issued by the association. After announcing everything the candidates needed to know, Park Sang-jin added, "Now everyone, one by one, enter the gate in front of you." Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "It turns out that the second test will be a dungeon. Yes." Continuing his thoughts among the crowd of players, he added in his head, "Reasonably, even beginners will not have any problem since this is a D-rank dungeon, and we have current players with us." Immediately after finishing his thoughts, the guy remembered something from his past life and added in his head the only thing he could think of was a double dungeon apocalypse. Double dungeon apocalypse rank S. During the exploration of one of the dungeons of rank D, the first double dungeon was discovered. Countless players, not counting the first group, died inside, and this led to a considerable number of rifts. As he headed for the portal to the dungeon, Kim Tae-hyun thought, "It would be nice if I could have prevented this in advance, but who would believe my words if they were not confirmed, and I would probably be blamed for everything." Tilting his head down, the guy smiled slyly and added in his head, "It's sad, but I have my own things to do, and as long as I'm not a member of that first group, I'll definitely be able to find a way to survive." Moving through the gate and seeing his teammates, Kim Tae-hyun froze in his tracks in disappointment and then heard, "Oh, just fine." Looking at the last member of their group, the man confidently added 5 of us. As soon as the full team was assembled, the observer of the second round and A-ranked player Ma Do-hak said, "Let's go." Note: the man who was an observer in this team was the first explorer of the double dungeon apocalypse, and seeing it in front of him, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said to me, "Cranks." After a while, the team members of the second stage of the exam went to explore the dungeon and met with swamp monsters. However, they were able to cope with them with ease thanks to their teamwork and all the guidance from their observer. Working together as a team, the contenders for the title of players were able to overcome the enemies without any difficulty. At the end of the battle, seeing the good results of his wards, Ma Doka, following them, clapped his hands and exclaimed very impressively. Continuing to praise his wards for their achievements, the man added such determination in battle, considering that this is your first such experience, you are truly worthy of the title of players. After receiving praise from her observer, a girl from the team awkwardly said, "No, it's not all thanks to your guidance." After which the guy added, "We didn't do anything wrong." At the same time, as Kim Tae-hyun continued to walk separately behind his teammates, he thought grudgingly, "What the hell? And why this first research team of all teams?" The next moment, turning his gaze to the man who had been watching their team, Kim Tae-hyun added no doubt that the ring on Ma Do-hak's hand was a unique item belonging to the first explorer of the double dungeon. Continuing to make sure over and over again that he was on the first team, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added a Sage Ring. The Sage Ring is a unique rank that increases strength, stamina, speed, and mana tenfold. Continuing to watch his teammates who did not even know about the danger that could await them, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added a double dungeon apocalypse of exactly S rank. And if I get there, it is not a fact that the current me will be able to survive it. Continuing to grit his teeth with worry and reflection, the guy added in his head, "No matter how, I just have to get them away from the apocalypse." After some time of wandering through the dungeon, the first group arrived at a crossroads, after which the observer said that the paths diverge here. After hearing a message from the A-ranked player, one of the participants anxiously exclaimed, "What should we do, Mr. Player?" To which he thoughtfully replied that this often happens when exploring dungeons. Continuing his thoughts, the man raised his hand and said, "Well, first of all, we have to organize a vote to decide." Before he could finish speaking, Kim Tae-hyun rushed right past him and headed in a random direction, after which the man shouted out candidate Kim Tae-hyun. Trying to somehow stop the guy, the man added, "Such rash actions are dangerous, go back now." However, the boy ignored his orders with all his might, shouting back, "It's okay, we'll turn this way," after hearing what Ma Do-hak said, and why it was you who should choose the path. Continuing to walk in his own chosen direction, Kim Tae-hyun continued to walk forward thinking, "Fuck you and not voting, I will make you go a completely different way," and then shouted out to what he heard in the wake of candidate Kim Tae-hyun. Continuing to walk as far as the eye could see to the man's disgruntled shouts, the guy kept shouting after me, thinking I would rather die than let you. Continuing to choose an arbitrary path to avoid the worst-case scenario, the guy continued to walk on and in his mind added that he would stumble upon the apocalypse. Continuing on to avoid the worst possible outcome of the events that had happened in his past life, Kim Tae-hyun joyfully exclaimed, "And now here." But despite everything he tried so hard to avoid, it happened. And at a certain point in his journey, the guy turned a corner and saw the entrance to the apocalypse in front of him. Seeing before him what he had so insistently wanted to avoid, Kim Tae-hyun heard someone's voice behind him saying that it was the same gate. But we were inside a dungeon. How is that possible? At the same time, the guy looked at what he had just accidentally discovered Kim Tae-hyun and set a double dungeon apocalypse in his head. Standing in front of the gate to the place he wanted to avoid with all his might, the boy added in his head in disappointment, "Uncle, I wandered in vain to end up like this." At the same moment, one of his team members went inside the dungeon and said, "Let's go see what's going on." Before he could get inside, Kim Tae-hyun grabbed him by the arm and pushed him back, after which he shouted at him to stop shouting and was told to stop shouting. Trying to somehow dissuade his comrades from entering the gate, he added anxiously, "At first glance you can see that this gate is no different from the one through which we entered, which is too suspicious, no matter how you slice it." Continuing to dissuade his comrades from their rash plan, the guy added that before doing anything they should report it. "Right, Mr. Player Ma Do-hak?" In response to his client's question, the man thoughtfully replied, "Well, to tell you the truth, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. And if we follow the rules, we have to wait for further instructions." Hearing the words of the warden, Kim Tae-hyun breathed out with relief, expecting that everything had already been decided. But the warden suddenly said, "However," deciding not to follow the instructions this time and raising his finger up, the man smiled slyly and added, "This time, we'll do it our way." When he heard the proposal from the man, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed in concern, to which the man only sighed and said, I understand what you are trying to tell candidate Kim Tae-hyun. Approaching the gates of the apocalypse, the man added, but if you don't take into account their appearance, the amount of mana inside the gates is not dangerous, except for the fact that we are in a D-rank dungeon. If something happens, I am a A-rank player next to you. Continuing to express his confidence in his decisions, he added that regardless of who prepared this gate, it came out of nowhere. Such research will definitely give you extra points. Hearing the observer's remarks, Kim Tae-hyun anxiously exclaimed to player Ma Do-hak, "You've gone completely crazy with the rules of the abyss," to which he only loudly dreamed and asked what the rules were. The next moment, pointing a finger in Kim Tae-hyun's direction, he added, "Do I have to listen to this from a member who can't even act as a team?" Hearing the observer's remark, the other teammates began to shout out just like the stung man himself. "You should know your place. Even if you have some skills, I can't believe you're arguing with an active player. Aren't you too carried away?" Having received a considerable number of remarks that were addressed to him, Kim Tae-hyun only growled angrily and then thought, "These idiots." The next moment, echoing the words of his supervisor and taking his side, Ma Do-hak took advantage of the majority decision and spoke with determination. When he saw that he was about to enter the gate, Kim Tae-hyun stretched out his hand in front of him and shouted anxiously, "Stop, Ma Do-hak! Think again!" Ignoring all of Kim Tae-hyun's attempts to stop him, the man used the gate, after which it activated, produced a bright light, and carried everyone inside. The next moment, when he found himself inside and saw what was in front of them, the observer exclaimed in confusion. Also looking around, one of the team members said confusedly, "And this dungeon is definitely D-rank," to which the girl added anxiously that something was definitely wrong here. After a while, when the group of students who were taking the second stage of the exams had finished looking around, they saw a statue of a knight in front of them. Continuing to look around, one of his wards asked the player Ma Do-hak, "What the hell is going on here? Are you sure this is a D-ranked dungeon?" To which he mumbled in confusion, "What the hell is going on?" At the same moment, Kim Tae-hyun stepped forward in front of his comrades and said, "Shut up and look forward," to which the player replied that the rascal continued to be rude. Ignoring the reproaches from the man who had not heeded his advice, Kim Tae-hyun looked ahead and said they were approaching. After the words were spoken by the guy in front of them, the rest of the group could also see the enemies slowly approaching them. Seeing who was heading in their direction, one of the team members exclaimed in confusion that it was the A-ranked Knights of Death. Feeling a certain fear of the enemies heading in their direction, one of the group members said where they were from. Realizing that things were bad, the warden in charge of the group's security spoke to everyone in anxiety. As soon as the wards paid attention to him, Ma Do-hak looked back and waved his hand and shouted to everyone to get ready for battle. As soon as he gave the order to his men, the enemy had already entered the battle and launched their first attack. Trying to somehow push back the enemy onslaught, the man used his strength to shout out, "Get a vile monster!" The next moment, magma spears appeared from the ground, piercing the enemies and taking away their ability to attack. At the same time, while continuing to hold back the enemies, the guards shouted out, "Now attack them all together." Continuing to give instructions on how to act to his wards, the man added, "Blind them, give them maximum fire and flashes." After giving orders to half of the active team, the man turned his head to the rest of the members and added, "Defend the attackers. The rest of you don't let the monsters attack, continue the offensive." As a result of the clash, this attack was repelled by joint efforts and the team of students led by Ma Do-hak managed to win. Having finished the battle against the enemies, the tired students breathed out a sigh of relief and began to talk about the rescued who thought that a monster of the A rank would appear here, but I didn't even sweat. Continuing to rejoice in his victory over the enemy, one of the team members raised his hand and exclaimed joyfully, "I'm ready to fight them again." Immediately after his joyful exclamation, a new batch of enemies did not take long to arrive, and hearing the sound of bones behind them, the group turned their heads in the direction of the enemies again. A few seconds later, when the smoke cleared, the group of candidates saw 4 enemies heading in their direction. With every passing second, the enemies were coming closer and closer, clanking their armor and driving the students into greater fear. Continuing to observe the threat that was heading towards them again, the guy who had just talked about the continuation of the battle abruptly fell silent. At the same time, while others were worried about the approach of new enemies, Kim Tae-hyun was checking the motionless bodies of the already defeated. As he continued to examine the bodies of his defeated enemies, he thought in his head that something was definitely wrong. At the same time, looking at the number of enemies that were coming at them this time, Ma Do-hak mentally said, "Damn, every time we win, their number only grows." Immediately after his thoughts, the overseer turned his gaze to his subjects and added in his mind, and to the same effect. Assessing the physical capabilities of his team members, who had also been through a lot, he added mentally, "They are all on the verge of dying at this rate." The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun emerged from the pile of defeated monsters and said to the player Ma Do-hak, "Something strange is happening here." Hearing the remark from the guy who had just checked the bodies of the defeated monsters, Ma Dohak was surprised to think that Kim Tae-hyun, continuing to look at the guy who was behaving rather strangely even in such a situation, he mentally added, "Who the hell is this guy? He looks cheerful even after so many battles," and was the first to realize that this gate was dangerous. Continuing his thoughts, the man added in his mind, "It is only because of his monarch's heart that our characteristics are so high, otherwise we would not have lasted so long." Feeling somewhat afraid after realizing the guy's capabilities, he mentally added he was definitely a C-ranked awakened, and then asked anxiously, "What you mean by strange?" In response to the man's question, Kim Tae-hyun turned his head in the direction from which the enemies were coming, and said that it was only a guess, but that they might not be Death Knights. Hearing the conclusion from their comrade, the other team members exclaimed in confusion, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? What we were fighting all this time, according to you?" In response to the questions of his comrades, Kim Tae-hyun grabbed the hilt of the sword that had been driven into the ground and said, "Exactly what I'm trying to find out." The next moment, having prepared to clarify the circumstances, the guy used his stone skin skill. As soon as he got the weapon in his hands, the guy immediately rushed into battle against the enemies who also took off in response to his actions. At the time of the clash, all the enemies attacked the place where Kim Tae-hyun was at the time of their rapprochement. At that very moment, Kim Tae-hyun was already above the enemies, having jumped over them at the last moment, and at the same time avoided their attack. Noticing that the enemy was not neutralized, the illusions of the Death Knights immediately rushed to protect the statue that created the illusions. Having avoided the danger that awaited him at the beginning, Kim Tae-hyun continued to approach the main statue behind the monsters without slowing down. When he reached her, the boy took off his head with one swing of his sword, and then the space around him began to crack. Also, as a result of the destruction of the main statue, all the knights who followed him froze in place and also began to slowly disintegrate. As soon as the illusory space of the room where the endless battles were taking place began to dissipate, one of the team members exclaimed in confusion that it was an illusion. In response to the questions of his comrades, Kim Tae-hyun, on his way back, answered, "An illusionary trap to be precise." Continuing to approach the members of his team, the guy added, "You see an imaginary place with fictional enemies using it to disable everyone who enters the gate." After hearing the explanation of what had just happened to them, one of the team members exclaimed in displeasure and said, "This can't be true. You mean we fought with all our might because of some illusion?" And then the girl added, confused, "Is there something worse to come?" Immediately after the experiences of his wards, the warden asked Kim Tae-hyun, anxiously, "How did you know about this trap? You weren't supposed to meet the Knights of Doom yet, so how the hell did you know?" Having received a remark from his supervisor, Kim Tae-hyun interrupted him in mid-sentence and said, "Well, maybe I don't know that much about them." The next moment, turning his head to the man, the boy added in a stern tone, "But they are definitely not that weak." After explaining the situation in which they found themselves, the guy waved his hand and called everyone to him and said, "Let's move on before that place becomes our mass grave." After hearing the suggestion from their friend, all the members of the group went on to find a place that could lead them out of the dungeon. After a while, as the journey continued, the gloom finally dissipated, but it still didn't get any better. Continuing on to find a way out, the team members noticed that after the apocalypse, the dungeon space had changed. Also, the wounds they received in the battle with the fake knights only got worse, so the team could not just wait for help to arrive. As he continued to follow his guard, who was lighting the way, Kim Tae-hyun realized that the only way out of this dungeon was to find a gate. After some time of traveling together, when they found themselves in a certain place, Ma Do-hak looked up and said, "We have found it." Standing in front of the giant door they encountered, the man added, they were right behind it. Upon hearing that they had arrived at their destination, one of the team members asked in surprise what the door was, and then another added, "Isn't it dangerous?" To which Ma Do-hak replied, "Maybe, but..." Continuing to look at the door they found, the man hesitated and said, "If we don't go in, we will definitely die." The next moment, the man gathered his strength and decided to open the door of the cat in front of them to see what was inside. At the moment the gate was opened, Ma Do-hak saw the Knight of Destruction sitting inside the room. When one of the team members saw who was waiting for them, he exclaimed that it was the Knight of Death, and the other laughed nervously and added, "Hey, he's just one of us." Their joy did not last long, however. As soon as the knight got to his feet, he was immediately followed by 10 knights. As they continued to open the room door more and more, all the team members felt their jaws dropping more and more. When the doors were fully opened, torches began to light around the room and people could see countless enemies. Seeing that the enemies were placed even on the ledges in the walls, the candidates for players, feeling a shiver in their bodies, exclaimed in confusion that the Knights of Death were responsible for this. The next moment, the monster leader had his say, and he revived after the door opened and laughed, saying that weak humans could have walked all this way. Continuing to mock those who invaded his territory, the king of the knights smiled ominously and said, "So be it." Continuing to sit on his throne, the boss of the Double Gate Apocalypse, head of the S-rank Knights of Doom, added, "Let the battle begin." After receiving the order from their leader, all the knights who had been standing still began to move, and in a few seconds one of them pointed his sword at the people. Watching what was happening in the monster-crowded room, one of the examinees screamed out in fright what was happening. What did they want from us? And Kim Tae-hyun replied that it looked like a one-on-one duel. After receiving an answer to his question, the same guy scaredly exclaimed that he would duel, but I couldn't. I had no mana left. After listening to the complaints of his comrades who were not at all happy about the circumstances, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed, "Stay calm. Our goal is to somehow avoid the battle, and that is to get involved in it." Ignoring the words of their friend, the three boys had no better idea than to run away to avoid the battle. Continuing to run away from the dangerous place with all their might, one of them exclaimed, "I'd rather go back to the place where we started. I don't want to die. I haven't lived yet." At that very moment, seeing the cowards who decided to save their lives by running away, one of the Knights of Destruction tightly gripped his sword in his hands and swung. The next moment, with a quick swing of its weapon, the monster sliced through the space and fired a slashing blow in the direction of the fugitives. When Ma Dok-hak and Kim Tae-hyun saw the danger approaching in their direction, they managed to evade it, but the same cannot be said for the fugitives, who were cut in half. Seeing that three of their comrades had just died right in front of them, Kim Tae-hyun turned his head to him and shouted anxiously, "Player Ma Do-hak, I'll distract them and buy some time." Continuing his heroic speeches, the guy added, "And you, in the meantime, find a way to get out," only to finish when he saw a fist coming toward him. After being hit on the head by his guard who wanted to protect them, the boy flew back with the girl he was carrying. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun, who had regained consciousness, got to his feet and exclaimed in confusion, "Madohak, what are you doing?" In response to the young man's remark, the warden angrily shouted, "Be quiet! You are only awakened, so know your place and don't snap." The next moment, having created a wall between himself and the candidate for the role of player to separate them, the supervisor added, "I wanted to become an S-ranked player." Continuing his sincere stories to explain his motives, he added that no matter what I did, no matter how I developed my skills, I was not getting closer to the goal, but only getting further and further away. As I continued to listen to the story with amazement on Kim Tae-hyun's face, I realized that this was my chance. If I could do this, I could be one step closer to my goal. Continuing to tell his story, the man, feeling the heavy burden of his decision, added, "This is what my choice led to." After laughing nervously while telling his tragic story, the man saw that the Knight of Death was already rushing toward him. Preparing to fight back, the man confidently exclaimed, "But Kim Tae-hyun, you are different, and I am very sad to say it, but you have great potential." Continuing to watch as every second added another enemy to the total number of enemies heading towards him, he added, "So run. Take the survivors and get as far away from here as possible." Preparing to take the hit to save the wards, the man added, "As your senior, it is my duty." Having created a magic circle in his hands to delay the enemies so that his wards could escape to safety, Ma Do-hak added to stop them. After listening to all the confident speeches from his supervisor and hearing the sounds of battle outside the wall, the boy shouted out to Ma Do-hak in confusion. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun turned his head back to where one of his comrades was lying, but she showed no signs of life. Continuing to look at the motionless body of the girl he tried to save, Kim Tae-hyun added, "But there are survivors already." Before he could finish his thought, an explosion sounded right behind him, and the wall separating him and Ma Do-hak was destroyed. When he heard a noise behind him, the guy quickly looked back, shielding his eyes from the dust flying in his direction. The next moment, he saw a terrible picture. Many Knights of Death were standing in front of him, and one of them was standing over Ma Do-hak's body with a sword plunged into his body. Looking at the man, Kim Tae-hyun realized that he had already passed away and all his speeches had quickly deflated. Looking around him, he also saw that all his other comrades had already lost their lives, after which one of the knights pointed his sword at the boy and said, "I challenge you to a duel." Looking at the Knight of Destruction who drew his sword in his direction, Kim Tae-hyun accidentally noticed a glint and looked down and saw the ring of the warden. Looking at the object lying on the ground, the boy mentally said, "I remember Ma Do-hak and this ring." Without hesitation, Kim Tae-hyun immediately sat down on the ground and took the ring and started running away to buy himself some time. While the knight had already started the duel, Kim Tae-hyun looked at the item and thought, "This is my only chance to get out alive." Realizing that he simply had no other options for survival, the guy put the ring on his finger and mentally begged. As soon as the process of dressing was completed, he shouted encouragingly in his head, "Please wake up." As his parameters grew after equipping the magic item, knights were already coming at him from all sides. When the parameters reached their peak, something interesting began to happen. Mana began to radiate from Kim Tae-hyun's body, and an explosion sounded. As soon as the Knights of Destruction who were preparing to suppress the boy were destroyed, the leader who was watching from his throne exclaimed in surprise what kind of power this was. At the same moment, Kim Tae-hyun received several system notifications that said, "You have put on the Sage Ring. All characteristics have been increased by 10 units, and all conditions have been met." As soon as the parameters were increased, the guy received another system notification informing him that the hunting skill restriction was removed. Sometime after the battle began, Kim Tae-hyun began to use his hunting skill, which gave him a considerable boost to his strength. However, despite the increased capabilities and a large number of defeated enemies, the Knights of Death still appeared and continued to attack him. Activating his skill on the attackers, the guy mentally said that it takes 10 seconds to completely absorb them with the help of hunting. Using a sword taken from one of the enemies and the stone armor skill, the guy added in his head, "I can't rely on the hunting skill alone." While swinging his sword and cutting enemies to pieces, he mentally added all the skills I had learned to each stat unit. Destroying all the enemies he encountered on his way, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said that he needed to use every last crumb. Continuing to push forward through the crowd of enemies who for some reason did not become less, he added, "And only then will I be able to survive this." The next moment he felt a certain danger approaching him, so he turned his head to the side and immediately jumped away. The next moment, a giant spear landed in the ground right in front of him, aimed at him. Kim Tae-hyun continued to look at the weapon with which they wanted to kill him and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" At the same moment, the leader of the Knights of Perdition rose from his throne and fired this spear at Kim Tae-hyun. Realizing that his business was bad and that he would now have to fight their leader, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed in confusion. The next moment, another weapon began to fly directly at him from the ceiling, controlled by the leader of the Knights of Perdition through telepathy. When he saw that he was in danger, Kim Tae-hyun immediately got to his feet and ran away to avoid death. At the moment of escape, the guy targeted the leader of the Knights of Perdition, directing his hunting skill at him. At the moment when Kim Tae-hyun's skill was about to reach its goal, the King of the Knights of Doom called his spear and it dispelled the boy's attack. As soon as the King of the Knights of Death repelled Kim Tae-hyun's attack, an explosion occurred and the blast wave threw the guy back. As Kim Tae-hyun continued to fly backward in the moment of flight, he heard the leader of the Knights of Perdition say, "You are strong, but you are not." As he began to gather his forces for the next attack, the leader of the Knights of Doom shouted out that this is your limit. The next moment, the leader of the Death Knights threw his spear in Kim Tae-hyun's direction and hit him in mid-flight. A few seconds later, the King of the Knights of Perdition approached the boy, who was lying on the ground with a monster sword sticking out of his back. Putting his foot on Kim Tae-hyun's head, the leader of the Knights of Perdition looked at him with a supercilious look and muttered, "Answer my question?" Continuing to put his foot on Kim Tae-hyun's head, the leader of the Knights of Perdition asked, "Tell me who gave you this power." At the same moment, while exposed to the enemy's skill, Kim Tae-hyun received a system notification of a mysterious force resisting the roar of the Night King. Resistance was partially successful. As Kim Tae-hyun continued to lie on the ground, he received messages over and over again, reporting that a mysterious force was resisting the roar of the King's Knights, and that the resistance was partially successful. Continuing to put pressure on the boy, the King of the Knights of Perdition said, "I knew it. Unlike the others, you understand our language." Continuing to put pressure on the boy, trying to get information out of him, the leader of the Knights of Perdition added, "Tell me what your power is." Sometime after the torture and an attempt to extract information, Kim Tae-hyun lost consciousness and saw Asmodeus in front of him. As Kim Tae-hyun continued to look around, he saw his comrades lying in a pool of blood not far from him. As he continued to look at his fallen comrades, the guy mentally said, "Nothing has changed about what hunting is." Continuing his thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun bowed his head down and said in his head, "Why, I, as a human being, can understand monsters." At the same time, while the boy was thinking, he was saying that if everything else was excluded, I was given only strength and a chance, but nothing changed. The King of the Knights of Death was approaching him. At the moment when he was about to blow the guy's head off the very next second, Kim Tae-hyun thought in frustration why the king gave me this power. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the deity he was just remembering, who said, confident, that he had already explained it. Hearing the voice of the deity, Kim Tae-hyun immediately raised his head and saw a bright source of light from which the king was coming toward him. Continuing to go to my chosen one, the deity added, "I was attracted to your diligence and determination. You don't need to change." Continuing his words, the deity looked at the surprised Kim Tae-hyun and added, "Just keep going." At the same time, the King of the Knights of Perdition, not having received an answer to his question, said that you probably have no strength to answer. Preparing to kill the boy who would no longer be of any use to him, the King of the Death Knights swung his sword and said, "Wretched man, When he finished with the guy who was no longer able to tell him the information he needed, he added that it was your end. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun regained consciousness, and his body began to overflow with energy that seeped through his entire body. The tentacles of the hunting skill that emerged from Kim Tae-hyun's body went in all directions and cut off the arm of one of the Knights of Destruction. At the same moment, watching his subjects being turned into minced meat, the King of the Knights of Perdition said in surprise that, the next moment, he turned his gaze to Kim Tae-hyun, who was radiating strength, and laughed loudly and added, "You're not going to continue in this state." At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun's body continued to overflow with power, and he repeatedly received notifications that your mana was increased by 1 unit. Surprised by the stubbornness of his opponent, the King of the Knights of Death laughed loudly again and said, "Your last battle was unsurpassed." Clutching his sword in his hands, the leader of the Knights of Perdition rushed at Kim Tae-hyun and shouted that he had decided to have fun to the very end. Having blocked the attack of the leader of the Knights of Perdition, Kim Tae-hyun thoughtfully mumbled, wondering what kind of power I have. When the King of the Knights of Perdition heard the boy's question, he was surprised to hear what he had heard in response. Preparing to strike the last blow to his opponent with the Predator skill, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed, "Feel it on yourself." At the moment he struck the enemy, a message appeared above the guy saying, "You have reached B rank." Feeling a considerable amount of damage pass through him, the King of the Knights of Death groaned heavily and then exclaimed, "How dare you!" Using telepathy, the monster pointed all the weapons in the room at the boy, adding a weakling like you. After some time of the battle, Kim Tae-hyun seized the initiative and launched a counterattack. In response to the confused cries of the King of the Knights of Perdition, Kim Tae-hyun said in a menacing tone that this was not human power. Continuing to attack the King of the Knights of Perdition, Kim Tae-hyun added in a menacing tone that she belonged to the king. The next day, a giant predator appeared in front of the King of the Knights of Perdition and swallowed him and the others. After defeating the Night King of Death, Kim Tae-hyun received a system notification stating that a new skill was detected, the Spirit of the Night King. At the same time, a large number of people gathered somewhere near the gate leading to the D-rank dungeon. Trying to find out what exactly was going on, members of the management gathered in front of the gate, waiting to see what would happen. Continuing to watch the gate to the dungeon, Park Sang-jin shouted out, "What's wrong with the magic score?" and heard, It's S rank in response. As she continued to report to the management member, the girl exclaimed the evacuation order was received. Evacuation delayed. Due to the dungeon's curvature, we cannot be sure that the relief team will arrive at the dungeon's fault. After receiving the report, Park Sang-jin gritted his teeth and mentally said, "The devil from the D-rank dungeon is phoning an S-rank energy. In that case, no one will survive." As he continued to think about what had just happened, the man wondered if he would have to intervene himself. The next moment, all the members of the management present saw the gate suddenly activate and someone start to emerge from it. Tensing up and preparing for the worst, one of the audience members shouted out to the fault line to get ready. The next moment, an image appeared from the dungeon portal, and Park Sang-jin gaped in surprise. Directly in front of them, the members of the management team saw a guy who had just left the portal of movement from the dungeon. As soon as he was outside, Kim Tae-hyun breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the members of the management team and said it was a miracle he got out. Thanks to Kim Tae-hyun, the situation with the double gate was resolved, the examiners evacuated without serious damage, and it was decided that the results of this round would be based on the scores obtained earlier. In addition, the bodies of those who were unable to return from the exam were found and handed over to their families safe and sound. However, that was not all. Standing in front of the leader, the manager and his deputy heard him say that we decided not to disclose who exactly cleared the apocalypse. We had to face negative press, but if we told the truth. Looking at Go-tuk and Park Sang-jin standing outside his office, Chae Jin-woo added that Kim Tae-hyun was clearly the main target of both the media and thieves. Hearing his leader's remarks, Go-taeuk said, "Well, there's nothing surprising here." And then Park Sang-jin added, "Of course we understand." After receiving disdainful responses from his subjects, who agreed with his refusal to disseminate information, the man added, "Thank you now." After a short pause between his words, Chae Jin-vi looked at the guys in front of him and added, "What are you two thinking?" Folding his arms in front of him, he added about Kim Tae-hyun, or not so much about the man who cleared the S-rank dungeon of the apocalypse. Park Sang-jin was the first to express his opinion, saying, "Well, this guy coped with the S-rank dungeon on his own, so he is now at the level of an S-rank player." Immediately after him, Go-tuk joined the conversation, adding that although his true rank is much lower, he has a power that is difficult to assess. After listening to the opinions of his subordinates, Chae Jin-woo looked at them thoughtfully and asked what it meant. Seeing the surprise in the eyes of his subjects, after which they began to look at each other, Chae Jin-woo added that it was highly likely that he could be of national rank. After a while, when Kim Tae-hyun opened his eyes, he saw a crowd of various monsters screaming at him to bring him to his senses. Turning his head a little further, the boy saw that he was on a rock, and in front of him was a large number of monsters. Trying to understand the situation, the guy confusedly said in his head what kind of stupid monsters they were. Continuing to think, Kim Tae-hyun continued to look around and mentally added that, "Why am I in the abyss?" The next moment, raising his head just above the horizon, the boy saw a deity heading in his direction. Surprised by the appearance of this person in such a place, the boy began to realize a little how it could be connected, and the king thought in surprise. When the deity was going down, he attracted the weight of the monsters, who reacted quite aggressively to him. However, these creatures did not pose any threat to him, and in an instant the deity dealt with them by creating a path through the crowd. Having cleared the way for the boy, the deity said to the surprised boy, "I will be waiting for you." The next moment, all the monsters under the deity turned into white steam, and the king himself began to rise into the sky. As soon as the world began to dissolve in white light, the deity spoke before his exit in the most secret corners of the abyss. When the patient's fantasies ended, Kim Tae-hyun woke up in a hospital bed breathing heavily after what he had seen. The next moment, the guy instantly shifted to a sitting position and looked at his hand, saying in his head that he was dreaming. Continuing to examine his hand to make sure he was definitely out of his coma, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added, "Can't be too realistic for a normal dream." Continuing his reflections on what he had dreamed a few minutes ago, the guy mentally added what he meant by, "I will be waiting." The next moment, remembering the king of the Knights of Perdition, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added, "Even S-rank monsters are afraid of hunting. Besides, I can understand their language. The questions only get bigger." The next moment, he opened his status window and began to look through the options, thinking that this was the only way to become stronger and get into the abyss. Looking at his status window, Kim Tae-hyun saw that his rank was now B, and mentally said, "I knew it." Recalling the moment when he received the notification of his promotion, he mentally added, "I was suspicious during the battle with the Night King, but I really did get promoted." The next moment, looking up at the ribbons with the quantitative description of the characteristics, he added that with such stats you can compete with S-ranked players. Also paying attention to the new skill he now possessed, the boy mentally said to the spirit of the King of Knights, "I am sure that it was this skill that pressed me with such terrifying force." Continuing to admire his characteristics and capabilities, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said that at this rate, the national level rank is not far off. The next moment, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a noise coming from outside his room. Looking toward the entrance to his room, he suddenly heard the shouts of a nurse who said, "No, you can't just..." In response to the workers' objections, a woman's voice, which was very persistent in making its way inside, said as soon as the door opened, "My God, I can't believe they forbid me to visit a sick person." In response to the girl's remark, the hospital worker insisted that it was too much even for the leader of the association. The next moment, heavy groans were heard outside the door, and then the door to the ward opened and Yoo Ah-yeon came in and asked if you thought so. The next moment, she looked up and turned her gaze to the guy sitting in the hospital bed and added, "Dear." After some time in the girl's car, Kim Tae-hyun heard the man behind him say, "Chairman, maybe I should drive," to which she replied, "Sit and enjoy." Continuing to brush aside the nervous insistence of her subject, Yoo Ah-yeon added, "He is my guest, so leave it to me." After a few seconds of complete silence in the car, Kim Tae-hyun said the following without taking his eyes off the window. The next moment, turning his head to the girl, he added that the leader of the vagabonds of one of the strongest guilds needed me. In response to the guy's question, she replied, "Oh, I didn't tell you. I'll just take you home after discharge and at the same time see who you are if you manage to survive the apocalypse." Having received the answer to the question, Kim Tae-hyun asked the head of one of the leading guilds for primitive reasons, "Please come up with something more plausible." After receiving the passenger's remark, Yoo-an smiled slyly and said, "I can see that you have a sharp tongue. So what?" Realizing that there was no point in hiding anything from the guy, the girl said, "You know what happened during the third round of qualifiers?" Keeping her eyes on the road, Yoo Ah-young added that the third round was also a game of survival, but unlike the first round, outsiders could watch what was happening. The next moment, she turned her gaze to the passenger and smiled slyly and said, "Your powers have been put on display, and now all the guilds will start hunting for you." Continuing to put pressure on the boy with what awaits him in the future, Yoo Ah-yeon added a low-level awakened who has passed the S-rank dungeon. The next moment, the girl stretched out her hand to the guy and added, "That's why before you refuse, listen to my offer of money, Glory." Looking at the boy with a confident look, the girl, trying to recruit him, added, "Kim Tae-hyun, I will give you anything you want because of that." Continuing to express her offer to cooperate with a promising guy, she added, "Join the vagrants." After listening to her proposal to the very end, at Yoo Ah-yeon's request, the guy confidently said, "I'm not interested." A few seconds after Kim Tae-hyun's refusal, he left the car and said, "Thank you for letting me go from here. I'll take it from here." When he was about to leave, a girl caught up with him on the stairs and exclaimed in confusion what the hell was going on. Continuing her recruitment attempts, the girl added, "You didn't hear what I said. Is it the salary, or do you have other conditions? I'm telling you I'll do everything for you." Continuing to be surprised by the rejection of his offer, Yuan added, "Either you've already received an offer from another guild, or you've misunderstood something that he mentally responded to, and it's starting to get annoying." As soon as the girl finished asking Kim Tae-hyun questions, he answered her, "Don't get me wrong, there are no special reasons for refusing." Continuing to stand in place to finally disown the girl, he added no other guild or conditions and whether vagrants are so special. The next moment, having resumed his walk in the planned direction, Kim Tae-hyun smiled and added, "I'm just not interested in it." Having made it clear that he did not plan to join the guild in the current period of time, the guy added finally, in "Now I'm gone." Before he could get far, Yu Aeon rushed after him and grabbed his arm and covered his mouth with her other hand. Activating her suppression skill to intimidate Kim Tae-hyun and force him to join the vagrants, she said, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, the vagabond leader added that you have just taken the first step to becoming a player and are already giving up on one of the 4 major guilds simply because it makes no sense. The next moment, taking her hand away from Kim Tae-hyun's mouth, she exhaled heavily and said, "But I forgive you." The next moment, she began to move her finger along the cheek of the guy who was visibly nervous and smiled slyly and added, "Only because I like you." At the same time, seeing something wrong, the subject nervously exclaimed to the head of the guild, "He is still being tested. What the hell are you doing?" Continuing to express his concern, he added, "And you, Kim Tae-hyun, don't piss her off and just accept the invitation. You'll have to join the guild someday anyway." And then the guy said, "I see that stubbornness runs in your family." The next moment, he looked back and smiled slyly and said, "Or am I wrong, Sister Lim Ah-yoon?" Hearing her name called by the boy, the leader of the Vagrant Guild looked at Kim Tae-hyun in confusion and said, "Where are you from?" In response to the girl's surprise, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and added, "Well, I know a lot of things, including the stolen name." The next moment, a powerful explosion was heard at Yu Ah-young's location, accompanied by a column of light that pierced even the clouds. At that moment, the girl lost her temper, her jokes were over, and she grabbed the guy by the throat. Watching the situation around his leader and the boy instantly escalate, the subject mentally said it very badly. Continuing his thoughts, the man anxiously added in his head the actual real name of Chairman Lim Ah-yoon, CEO of the Yuxiang Group, Lim Chang-yun, who raised a girl born out of wedlock as his heir. Continuing his reflections on the sad story of the girl, he added that when another daughter appeared in the family, they took away her name and made her an outcast. At the same moment, suppressing the force that Yu Ah-yeon was trying to exert on him, Kim Tae-hyun said, "You started it." At the moment, he received the notification of resistance to the unknown force of the Amazon Spirit's successful resistance. The boy used his strength and grabbed the girl's hand, with which she was holding him by the throat. Having freed himself from the hands of the vagabond guild leader, the boy counterattacked with the spirit of a Knight King of the B rank and made a successful attack. At the same moment, when she felt that her skill was inferior to the boy's, Lim Ah-yoon wondered what kind of power it was. Continuing to look at the guy standing in front of her, the girl added in confusion that not only was he able to withstand the ability of an S-ranked player, but he also counterattacked. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun pushed the girl against the wall and put his hand above her head to prevent her from suddenly running away. After calming the girl's ardor, who had overdone it a bit, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Let's not cross the line," and Ah-young's older sister, Mrs. Ah-young, said. Hearing how Kim Tae-hyun had just addressed his superior, the subject froze in shock on the spot and said he had indeed just said it. Sometime after the dialogue ended, the day finally came for the 3rd exam of the candidates to become players. When people were already taking their seats and the participants were entering the arena, the host said that the Colosseum resembled ancient Rome and would be the venue for the 3rd round. Continuing to comment on the events, the girl host added that unlike the first 2 rounds, which were closed to outside viewers, the 3rd round we can watch with our own eyes. Park Sang-jin and Go-tuk, who were somewhere among the stands, also came to watch this stage of the competition, and the host added that this is why the future colleagues of the Awakened Ones were there. Also, somewhere among the spectators was Yu Ah-yoon, who pretended to be an ordinary person. Continuing to comment on the event, she added their families and ordinary citizens of our country arrived at the arena to see the qualifiers with their own eyes. At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun's uncle, feeling some tension, said worriedly, "God, thanks to Tae-hyun, we can also be spectators," to which his aunt replied, "But will everything be okay? I've heard that the qualifiers can be cruel." In response to his parents' worries, Hwang Ja-young confidently exclaimed, "Bugaga, there is no reason to worry, Tae-hyun is very strong." Continuing to reassure his parents, Hwang Ja-yeon, formerly Kim Tae-hyun's cousin and now the president of the Kim Tae-hyun fan club, which has only one member so far, added that he can take them all out with one punch. Hearing the assurances of her strongman, the ant nervously said it was good, but he shouted it down with a single blow. And somewhere near them was Kim Jika, a young journalist who was on the verge of being fired, biting her nails and thinking, "This time I just have to find a scoop." Recalling the moment of handing over the report to the words of my boss, who angrily shouted out, "Not even A rank, but some C rank, and what I should do about it," I mentally said my last interview was returned because of the presence of an awakened person with a low rank. Feeling tears rolling down her face, she added sadly in her head, "That guy Kim Tae-hyun must have already left. If I can't get an interview this time, I'll definitely say goodbye to my job." The next moment, as she took off her glasses and began to wipe away her tears, she heard someone say next to her, "Don't you think the atmosphere has gotten strange?" Hearing the remark from the guy who pointed to the arena and drew his girlfriend's attention to one person, Kim Ji-cha thought the atmosphere was strange. Pulling on her glasses to better see what was going on, the girl said in surprise, "Looking at the well-known awakened ones," Kim Ji-cha mentally added the veterans among the awakened ones, with a high rank to Lee Gilson, a ranked candidate. As she continued to observe the tense atmosphere in the arena, she mentally added up all the people present at the qualifiers. The young journalist also turned her gaze to Kim Tae-hyun, who was standing empty and everyone was keeping a few meters away from him, and added that she was staring at one guy. As she began to realize the reason for this situation in the arena, Kim Ji-cha thought anxiously, "Don't tell me they want to deal with him by joining forces. He's so strong." The next moment, she heard the host announce over the microphone that the third round of the qualifying competition would begin shortly. Listening to the words of the host, who asked all the spectators to remain calm despite what you can see here, the atmosphere in the arena was becoming increasingly tense. As the young journalist focused her gaze on Kim Tae-hyun with the feature of the awakened one who won the S rank and now has the B rank, the presenter added, "Let's start testing." A few seconds after the announcement of the start of the third round, a fierce struggle broke out, with a large number of participants attacking Kim Tae-hyun. Continuing to attack the guy together, one of the participants shouted out, "Let's deal with him right now." He single-handedly defeated two S-ranked players in the first round. Continuing to put pressure on one player with a large group, the guy added that if we didn't knock him out now, he would take us all out. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun flew out of the pile of combined spells aimed at one person. Seeing that the opponent had just broken through their joint attack, the attackers shouted in confusion what it was. A few seconds later, Kim Tae-hyun went through each of the opponents who had grouped against him and took each of them out. As soon as one problem was fixed, the guy landed on the ground and heard the floor start to crack under his feet. The next moment, vines broke through and came at him, immobilizing his body in a split second. When he saw that he was attacked again, Kim Tae-hyun began to look for the person who did it and said, "Wow, who do we have here?" In response to his question, the attacker only laughed out loud and exclaimed, "You may have defeated two S ranks, but your recklessness will cost you your life." Continuing to use his strength to defeat a promising candidate, he added the winner of this round of the IA state, the ranked genius, Lee Gilson. But his level was limited to just one word. Kim Tae-hyun easily broke free of his opponent's grip, and then literally trampled Hilsun into the ground. After defeating his opponent who dared to attack him and make such loud speeches, Kim Tae-hyun shut his bad mouth. Seeing that Kim Tae-hyun had just defeated Lee Gilson with ease, the rest of the players shouted out in fear, "He's a damn monster. Attack him from all sides. Don't stop. If we keep going like this, he'll get tired." Before they could finish, Kim Tae-hyun's next skill instantly began to work on them, and he used the spirit of the Night King. As soon as the skill was activated, the entire arena was covered with a powerful oppressive aura against which almost all the candidates present had no chance. Feeling the aura pressing on them, the players simply fell to the ground and lost consciousness with heavy groans. The audience was also able to feel the same aura of the King of Knights, but it acted more loyally on them because of the greater distance to the epicenter. In this way, Kim Tae-hyun, with his hand outstretched in front of him, continued to press with his aura of a Night King until all the candidates were exhausted. At the same time, somewhere in the stands, the leader of the Vagrant Guild, pretending to be an ordinary spectator, shouted out a psycho. Surprised by his open demonstration of strength, the girl added anxiously that he had used it in the very center. After a certain time of prolonged exposure to the aura of oppression, a considerable number of participants could not continue the exam. When the exam was almost over, Kim Tae-hyun said, looking in the direction of the last opponent, "Well, I guess that's probably where we'll end." Kim Tae-hyun continued to wait until the last candidate, who had not yet lost his strength, approached him, and then he spoke. Immediately after he said that, Ima-yoon emerged from a pile of smoke and dust, still on her feet and eager for revenge for the last Aza. Holding her hand, the girl continued her journey to the last opponent who still remained in the arena, breathing heavily. When Kim Tae-hyun saw that the girl had finally appeared in front of him, He asked what Im Ayun was planning to do. Immediately afterward, the guy smiled slyly and said, or maybe you want to refresh your memories of the first round. Hearing the boy's question, Im Ayun used her skill again and created an ice dome, after which she angrily shouted at Kim Tae-hyun, who replied, well, this time. Pulling out her weapon again, she pointed a giant hammer at Kim Tae-hyun and shouted, take care of yourself. Having prepared for the battle and about to attack the boy, Im Ayun angrily exclaimed that this would not happen again. In response to the girl's self-confident exclamations, he just smiled slyly and said, come on, what are you talking about? After some time in the battle, the girl fell to the ground again, unconscious and exhausted, while Kim Tae-hyun remained standing. At the end of the battle, the last challenger, Im Ah-yoon, was defeated and the ice sphere dissipated, after which everyone could see the winner. Exhaling heavily after the last battle for the title of the best, Kim Tae-hyun said, I didn't expect anything less from you. Continuing to hold his right hand in front of him in combat readiness, the guy added, you are still the most difficult opponent, Ah-yoon. When the presenter saw that only one contestant remained in the arena, she immediately announced that the third round was over, and the winner of these qualifying competitions was. Continuing to announce the winner, she added candidate number 920 Kim Tae-hyun. At the end of the exam, moving to the chairman's office, the boy was handed a dagger statuette and a certificate with the words, here is your award for first place in the qualifiers. After handing over the award to the candidate Chae Jin-wei, I added congratulations on becoming an S-ranked player while sitting at the same table as the winner. Continuing the dialogue with the candidate, the man added, by the way, I didn't think you would complete the third round on your own, although given the apocalypse sweep, it was to be expected. In response to a question from the chairman of the Players Association, Kim Tae-hyun said, well, I was just lucky. Continuing to develop the topic, the man suddenly turned to recruiting the boy and said, how would you like to join the new South Korean Players Association? Continuing his recruitment, Chae Jin-vi saw the surprise on the boy's face and asked if he would like to work for the association. After receiving a pretty strong offer, the guy looked down at the awards and thought, frankly, a lot has changed. The next moment, the image of an ice queen appeared in his mind and he mentally added, not to mention that a loser like me had become an S-ranked player and even won first place at the qualifiers. Continuing to recall the outstanding candidates he defeated in this exam, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added that he received a personal invitation, not only from the leader of a large guild, also mentioning the leader of the Vagrant Guild, the boy added in his head, but also from Jae Jin-woo himself, the strongest of the new South Korean association. As he continued to think, he turned his gaze to the man who had suddenly made him this offer. The next moment, looking down, Kim Tae-hyun added, just when I thought I had time to understand everything, you get hit on the head. Immediately after his thoughts, the boy reached for the cup of hot tea that had just been brought to him and mentally said, no. Having completed my thoughts and picked up a cup of tea from the table, Kim Tae-hyun promised me that I would prefer to decline the offer. When he was refused, Chae Jin-woo suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted out to him, to which he replied that I had no such reason. Continuing to sip his tea over and over again, the guy added, I just believe that, unlike him, I will become a member of one of the 4 major guilds or associations. Keeping his gaze on the man, the guy added in a confident tone, I will do more good working alone. Announcing the reason why he decided to refuse the offer, Kim Tae-hyun said, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Having received a refusal, Chae Jin-woo bowed his head and said, I could not even imagine that you would refuse all the offers of the association or the 4 guilds and choose the path of a hermit. Such self-confidence. Heh, well, the next moment, having taken his seat in the chair at the table, the man added, in that case, perhaps you will agree to something more interesting. Seeing that the guy had awakened some interest after his last offer, the man added, would you like to join the Asian-friendly matches? Sometime after the conversation with Jae Jin-won, Kim Tae-hyun went to clear the dungeon. In the course of his wandering through the monster settlements, the boy was able to destroy a considerable number of them without much effort. After a while, when he reached the gate of transportation to the real world, the guy spoke from the dungeon and cleared it. The next moment, as he headed for the exit, the guy suddenly remembered the offer of the association leader and promised Asian-friendly matches, meaning 5 representatives from guilds or members of hunting associations from each Asian country are selected for Asian-friendly matches. These individuals are selected for a special job, hunting monsters and thieves, but also to become representatives. They need to make their hunting of monsters or thieves somehow benefit the country. And in the same way, when hunting down thieves or monsters, these individuals can earn a certain number of valor points. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun remembered how Jae Jin-woo had said to him, considering your success story, this is a good next target, and he thought it was easy to say. As he continued to get out of the dungeon, the guy thought, I just became a player. and to make up for the lost time, I'll have to track down stronger monsters and thieves. Continuing to leave the cleared dungeon, the guy mentally added, this month I have cleared all known dungeon associations but have not made any progress in getting those valor points. Continuing to think about how he could earn these points, the guy added in his head, it may be dangerous, but it seems like I have no other choice. Passing through the portal that was supposed to take him to the real world, the guy said, I would have had to go there anyway. At the same time, somewhere in the main building of the Tessin family, tension was only growing because of the situation. After killing all the dogs that surrounded him, Li Changsu grabbed his subject Sol Hendo by the throat and lifted him above him. Trying to somehow escape from the hands of his boss, the man moaned heavily and asked the leader to calm down, to which he angrily shouted to calm down. Looking at the man who was guilty, he added in a menacing tone, my son is still in the hospital and the guilty party is blooming and smelling like an S-ranked player. The next moment, Li Changsu threw his subject to the floor with all his might and shouted angrily, and you're telling me to calm down. The next moment, there was a knock on the door and a secretary came in, after which she bowed her head and said, Leader, the Thieves Guild has come to see you. Looking back at his subject, the man angrily shouted at the thieves, those are the bastards who took the money but couldn't do anything about the scum. How the hell did they dare to show up here? Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the man shouted angrily, but before he could finish, his sentence was interrupted. His anger was interrupted by the oppressive aura of the person who arrived at the man's side and made him instantly silent. Starting to exit the teleporter gate, the thief said, we're really sorry for what happened to your son, but first you'd better calm down. Continuing to approach his client, the member of the thieves' organization added, this scumbag is not the ultimate target of Tayson, I'm right, to which he replied in fright. Seeing the nervous laughter and fear on the man's face, the thief added, I'm a deputy of the Thieves Guild. Putting his hand to his chin, the man in the respirator added, you can call me a shadow? At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun just used the teleportation gate to get to the right place faster. As soon as his image appeared from the gate, a man's voice joyfully shouted out to Mr. Kim Tae-hyun. He looked up to see who was speaking to him and saw a guy in a business suit. Holding up a sign with the name of the expected person, the boy exclaimed, I will be your escort at this auction. A player from the Alchemists Guild. My name is Park Gun-hoon. Feeling very nervous about who exactly he would be meeting, the guy exclaimed, it's a great honor for me. Park Gun, a ranked player hired by the Alchemist Guild as a bodyguard for the duration of the auction, is a member of the Kim Tae-hyun fan club, has the skill of gatekeeping. Continuing his loud speeches, the guy exclaimed how he saw your victory in the third round of the qualifiers and immediately became a fan of yours. So you can sign an autograph. The next moment, starting to lead Kim Tae-hyun, whom he was supposed to protect, the guy said this place was the best auction hall in Asia, East Point. Continuing to recall all the privileges of this place, the bodyguard added the largest in his Asia. Continuing to list all the advantages of this place, he added the biggest auction items to the automatic speech translation. Mentioning all the main advantages of East Point, Park added, East Point has many virtues, but the most important one is the quality. Having received an autograph from his idol, the guy confidently exclaimed security at the same moment Kim Tae-hyun asked if you are sure that an autograph on the forehead is a good idea. Continuing his story and ignoring Kim Tae-hyun's question, Park Gun-hoon added that bodyguards like me play a role in the auction. Speaking about the advantages of doing his job, he added that the constant changes in the warp point reduces the possibility of uninvited penetration to almost zero. Warp point is the value of the coordinates required to use the gate, and all the way Kim Tae-hyun had to listen to his guide's stories. Continuing to follow the cheerful guy who was saying that this was probably the main reason for the lack of serious protection in recent decades, Kim Tae-hyun thought he was right. Security here is really top-notch. The next moment, recalling some events from the past, the guy added in his head, but that's until the S-rank terrorists come to visit. After a while, once inside the auction house, another lot was put up for sale. After which the presenter shouted into the microphone, ladies and gentlemen, you asked for it, and here it is. Demonstrating the precious item for all to see, the girl added the most long-awaited slot, the Phoenix Elixir. Watching everything from the second floor, Kim Tae-hyun heard that after drinking it, your stamina and mana will increase by 20 units. Continuing to watch the auction, the boy mentally said, now I just have to wait for a terrorist attack. My opponents will be S-ranked thieves, and then I will get points of valor. As he continued to watch the active bidding at the auction for the precious item, he mentally added, the only problem is that I don't have any information about them. Starting to recall his past life, the guy mentally added, before I returned, the news reported serious damage to East Point and the main terrorist was Naranda Nehru. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added, but who then dealt with the terrorist attack, and then turned his head to the right and shouted out, Mr. Park Gun-hyun. Having attracted the attention of his bodyguard, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Who is the local head of the security service?" When he heard the question from his idol, the guy nervously exclaimed, "But why do you want to?" To which he replied, "I'm just asking if it's a secret." To which he added, "No, it's not that simple." Before the guy could finish his thought, someone's voice suddenly sounded and said, "Boogaloo, look who's here." Heading with his subjects to Kim Tae-hyun, he added the 12th S-ranked player of the new South Korea and the youngest of all S ranks. When the people at the auction saw who had just come downstairs, they froze in their tracks in surprise. Right in front of his subjects was the man himself, who was the one Kim Tae-hyun and Park Geun-hye had recently discussed. As he walked toward the guests, the leader of the security service said that Kim Tae-hyun himself had visited us. The person who was smiling so fake was Isaki Ryohei, a ranking player from Japan and head of East Point's security service. Seeing a rather well-known person in front of him, Kim Tae-hyun said in surprise to Ryohei, to which Park Geun-hye added, "He is an S-ranked player from Japan and also the leader of the security service." The next moment, turning his head toward Kim Tae-hyun, Park Geun-hye whispered in a warning, "Be careful." Recalling the stories that go around about Isaki Ryohei, he added that for the sake of profit, he stabbed his own comrades and players call him the devil. The next moment, as he approached Kim Tae-hyun, the man extended his hand and said, smiling slyly, "I heard that the South Korean Association sent a young genius here, but I did not expect to meet you in person." When Kim Tae-hyun saw the man's hand outstretched to him, he was surprised to hear that he was a lefty. However, there was no reason to refuse, so the boy extended his hand in return, and as soon as their hands connected, the man began to squeeze the boy's palm tightly. Starting to smile ominously, the man exclaimed, "Who knew you'd fall for it? And you're definitely the S-ranked player, huh?" Feeling the intense pressure Isaki Ryohei is putting on him, Kim Tae-hyun mentally says to the bastard. The next moment, he heard the dull sounds of blows and heavy moans from the guests who were clutching their throats and saying, "I can't breathe." Continuing to look at the people who were suffocating in front of him, the guy mentally added, "Hell, if I attack, civilians will be targeted." The next moment, the man dispelled his oppressive aura and laughed out loud saying, "I'm kidding, but it's probably too much for a kid who just got his S rank." Immediately after he said that, the man leaned into Kim Tae-hyun's ear and said, "You may be an S rank, but you can't even compare to me." Continuing his threats after the sudden attack and demonstration of superiority, Isaki Ryohei added, "I don't know what you're doing here, but sit quietly and don't move." After the demonstration of his superior strength was over, the man said ominously, "Now, you're a shithead." The next moment, as he headed for the exit of the auction hall after greeting the guy, he waved and shouted to everyone to have a good auction. As Kim Tae-hyun began to knead his hand after a firm handshake, Park Geun-hye said nervously to Mr. Tae-hyun. Ignoring the words of his bodyguard, the boy mentally said, "Isaki Ryohei, this is going to be much harder than I thought." At the same time, a squad of guards was stationed somewhere on the lower floors of the main building of the auction house to keep order. While patrolling the territory, the defenders came across the offenders, and one of them said in surprise, "Who the hell are these people? Where could they have come from?" Hearing the question from his men, the squad leader reached for his weapon and said, "What difference does it make to us? The Warp Gate Control Office is located on the other side, and their presence means that this group is our target to worry about." Starting to pull out his katana from his sheath, the man confidently added, "You all are back up as a ranked player, I'll deal with them myself," to which he heard back yes. After a while, all members of the prevention team were destroyed by the terrorists' tame monster, which dealt with all of them. Having finished removing the problem that had stood in their way, Narant Nehru S., a rank thief of unknown origin, folded his hands in front of him and spoke in a magnificent way. At the same time, approaching his leader, one of the thieves said to Mr. Naranda Nehru that there had been some changes in the auction house. Continuing to report on the changes that have taken place, the man added, "If specifically Kim Tae-hyun, the new S-rank player of the new South Korea, arrived, what should we do?" After hearing the report from his subject, the leader of the gang of thieves spoke menacingly to a lowlife like him, "As long as I am Narendra Nehru, I am here." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction with his subordinates' concern over the appearance of the new character, the grandfather added that no one will escape God's revelation. A few seconds later, a massive explosion rocked the main building of the auction house, shaking the entire island. At the same time, an auction was being held inside the building, and no one even suspected the attack until that very moment. The first explosion hit the main hall where the auction was taking place, and thus disrupted the bidding for the goods on the auction lot, destroying them. A few seconds later, a massive explosion rocked the main building of the auction house, shaking the entire island. Feeling the same strong jolt that could not be ignored, as well as the sound of an explosion, Park Geun-hye nervously exclaimed to Mr. Kim Tae-hyun. Approaching the guest to whom he was assigned as a bodyguard, the guy anxiously added, You are the target. We need to leave this place immediately. At the same moment, Kim Tae-hyun, surprised by the scale of what was happening, said, "It's impossible. I knew there would be a terrorist attack, but is it possible that an entire building was mined?" As he continued to watch different parts of the building blow up in a chaotic manner, he wondered how they had gotten in when they had planted all those bombs. The next moment, turning his head to the side, the guy nervously added in his head, "Stop, no is the most important thing right now." Before he could finish his thoughts, he saw one of the guests heading straight for them and shouting terrorists in fright. At the same time, having taken several people hostage, one of the thieves fired a burst of gunfire into the air and shouted to lay down your weapons and take all the money and valuables to the ground now. Holding the weapon up and continuing to intimidate civilians, the robber added that if they tried to resist, I would shoot them directly in the head. Before he could finish his words, the enemy flew off his shoulders at that very moment, and Kim Tae-hyun helped him to do so. At the same time, observing the actions of his ward, whom he was supposed to protect, Park Gun-hyun exclaimed with concern to Mr. Kim Tae-hyun. In response to the shouts of his bodyguard, Kim Tae-hyun, who went to destroy the other thieves, shouted out to Mr. Park Yoon-un, "Notify the association of what is happening and request reinforcements in me." The next moment, the guy froze in place and instantly turned to face him, holding a dagger in his hands, and added, "I will catch those responsible for all this." At the same time, a team of transporters was moving items from the auction to a safe place and ran into the terrorists, after which one of the workers shouted out that the lot had already been sold at the auction. Trying to protect the goods they were moving to a safe place, the guy added that they definitely did not belong to you. In response to the loud shouts of the auction house employees, the leader of this group of terrorists ordered them to finish them off. Immediately after the order was given, a fierce fight broke out, in which a lot of blood was shed by the attackers and the employees. The group of thieves, having fulfilled their leader's order, dealt with the guards who were transporting the items. As soon as the access to the comrades was opened, the leader of one of the terrorist groups reached out for the goods they had come for. Picking up the Phoenix Elixir, which was their main target, one of the terrorists smiled slyly and exclaimed, "I finally found it." The next moment, the man picked up a bottle of Phoenix Elixir, which had a unique rank and, after drinking, permanently increased stamina and mana by 20 units. Feeling the temptation that was consuming him, the man said mentally, "Now I realize why Mr. Narendra Nehru was looking for him. Even putting our lives on the line, just looking at him, I feel tremendous power." The next moment, swallowing hard at the feeling of temptation, the terrorist added in his head, "What if I drink it too?" Before he could fulfill his wet desires, the wall suddenly collapsed near him. The next moment, after the sudden collapse of the wall, the man saw that one of his subjects was lying right above him, having already lost her soul. At the same time, the other surviving subjects anxiously shouted out to Mr. Dyke, "The enemy is there." Continuing to report on the situation before their eyes, one of the terrorists added, "But I don't see him anywhere." Trying to see the enemy, two more terrorists said goodbye to their lives, having suffered irreparable damage. Realizing exactly how the enemy was attacking his subjects, Dane nervously said in his head, "This skill is stealth." While the man was thinking, Kim Tae-hyun was not idle and attacked his opponent, after which he heard a rat. The next moment, Dyke used his chaining and detecting skills to grab the guy and grabbed him. When Kim Tae-hyun was captured and chained, the terrorist exclaimed, "You idiot, thought you could handle it with just one stealth." The next moment, having prepared himself to deal with his opponent, the man exclaimed, "Well, now say goodbye to your life." In response to his opponent's loud shout, Kim Tae-hyun, breaking free of his chains, used a skill that can detect an opponent's location under cover. After breaking the chains that bound him and prevented him from acting, Kim Tae-hyun smiled ominously and added, "He will be a worthy replacement for my hunt." And at the same time, somewhere in another dimension, Narendra Nehru gathered a large number of hostages and tied them up to prevent them from escaping. However, the hostages had nowhere to run to, as there was a large number of monsters right in front of them, watching their every move. The whole procedure took place in the gate control room, with hostages inside the room and monsters in cages on the wall edges. At the same time, Narendra Nehru, standing somewhere on the podium in front of the assembled hostages, laughed ominously and said it all very simply. Continuing to look at the hostages he had gathered in the room, the old man added, "You should all tremble before him as our god." Continuing to voice his thoughts out loud, he added that all that was left to obtain was the elixir of the phoenix, after which one of his subjects came up to him and said, "Mr. Narendra Nehru." Having attracted the leader's attention, the subject held out a radio to him and spoke about the signal from Dyke, who had gone to get the Phoenix Elixir. Continuing to hold the transmitter in his hands, the man added that there was one problem, to which the subject was surprised to hear what the problem was. Immediately after hearing the question, the subject stretched out his hands, in which he was holding a radio, to his leader. The next moment, someone's voice came out of the radio handed to the leader and said, You are Narendra Nehru. Hearing someone's unknown voice, which did not belong to any of his subjects, my grandfather asked who you were, and I answered in a sly tone. At that very moment, looking at the defeated terrorist sitting unconscious next to him, Kim Tae-hyun said, "How to tell you?" Continuing his radio dialogue with the terrorist leader, the guy confidently added, "I have what you need." Continuing to provoke Narendra Nehru, Kim Tae-hyun smiled ominously and added, "If you want to take it back, come here immediately." Continuing to provoke the man, Kim Tae-hyun said, "The damn terrorist heard Narendra Nehru just address him and angrily exclaimed, 'You vile puppy.'" As soon as the conversation with the terrorist leader was over, Kim Tae-hyun looked around once again and then began drinking the Phoenix potion. After drinking every last drop, the guy received a notification that said your stamina is up and your mana is up. After drinking the miracle drink, Kim Tae-hyun looked at the empty bottle and said, "A unique rank elixir. This is truly another level. After so many dungeon clearing, my stats weren't even going to rise, and then after this, they did." Kim Tae-hyun added that he was happy that his skills had improved, but now he didn't have to worry about the Phoenix elixir falling into the hands of these terrorists. And then he heard footsteps approaching him. The person who was heading to the place where the terrorists appeared was the leader of the security service, Isaki Ryohei, together with his men. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw only the bodies of terrorists and guards scattered along the corridor and boxes of items scattered about. After assessing the situation and the situation in front of them, one of the subjects said, "There is no one here." The next moment, another subject who had also made a superficial assessment said, "But the signal definitely came from here. I think they escaped." Hearing the judgment of his subjects, the security leader just laughed and said, "What are you talking about?" and said, "I'm sorry, what are you talking about?" When he received a question from his subject, the man used his skills to shout out the same question right in front of you. Continuing to look at the guy who was under the cover of Isaki Ryugei's cloak, Kim Tae-hyun shouted, "Stop hiding and come out." When he heard that he had already been discovered, the guy, coming out of the state of invisibility, said something rather strange. Starting to smile slyly at the security officers, he added, "I'm pretty sure my skills are perfect." In response to the boy's words, Isaki replied that a person of your level is doing what an S-ranked player does in this place. When asked a question by the interlocutor, Kim Tae-hyun confidently replied, "Well, aren't you the head of the security service? I thought you were running around trying to deal with the consequences of the terrorist attack." After hearing Kim Tae-hyun's remarks, Isaki Ryohei smiled slyly and said, "You know, I'm looking for something here." Hearing his interlocutor's remark, Kim Tae-hyun reached for his dagger in his jacket pocket and said, "I knew something was wrong." Starting to recall the beginning of the terrorist attack, he added, "With all these players acting as your bodyguards, you could easily detect all the bombs that were planted." Kim Tae-hyun added that the terrorists also began to attack from the western points where permission is required to get inside. As Kim Tae-hyun continued to express his claims, he said, "I heard some rumors that they had an accomplice inside." Continuing to look at the man in front of him with a contemptuous look, he added, "But who would have thought that the head of the security service himself would turn out to be a traitor?" In response to Kim Tae-hyun's words, Isaki Ryohei merely smiled slyly and said, "I was kind enough to warn you to stay away." The next moment, the man drew his sword and immediately rushed into battle against his opponent, crossing arms with him. Continuing to push Kim Tae-hyun, Isaki Ryokyun said to his opponent in a menacing tone, "Give him to me." In response to the man's exorbitant demands, Kim Tae-hyun only smiled slyly and replied, "If you want it so badly, then try to take it away." After a few words between the two players, a fierce battle broke out, and Isaki Ryohei's subjects could only watch from the sidelines. Covering himself with his hands from the gusts of wind that rose at the moment of blows, one of the subjects shouted out that this was an S-rank duel. Don't even think about getting between them. Continuing to give instructions to his colleagues, he added, "They don't call Mr. Rihai the devil for nothing. He will definitely tear us apart if we get in his way." At the same time, a fierce battle was taking place between Kim Tae-hyun and Isaki Ri, in which it was difficult to determine which side had the upper hand. Feeling the pressure on him during the battle, Kim Tae-hyun moved to a defensive position, the rascal thought without a doubt. Continuing to exchange blows and block his opponent's attacks, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head, "Unlike me, who can only predict the directions of blows by the sound and killer aura of this guy." When he felt the enemy right next to him and was preparing to deliver a fatal blow, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added, "He sees right through me." At the moment when Kim Tae-hyun lost concentration while thinking, that second of confusion played a cruel joke on him, and Isaki Ryohei made a successful attack. This slashing attack hit the entire perimeter of Kim Tae-hyun's body and left a cut from the shoulder to the pelvis. Bouncing back from his injury, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "We both use stealth, but there's a giant gulf between our skills." Continuing to move across the battlefield, he mentally added, "But if you think about it, At that moment, one of the subjects raised his head to the ceiling and shouted from above. Having taken a comfortable position to prepare for the continuation of the battle, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added, "He did not forbid me to hunt." As he was preparing to use his hunting skill, Kim Tae-hyun began to look around and wondered where Ryohei had gone. The next moment, as soon as he looked up, he heard an ominous laugh, after which the man exclaimed, "What a clever decision." Sitting on the ceiling, Isaki Ryohei, mocking the guy, added, "Yet stealth is inferior to the skill of working the area. However, if he was looking for me." The next moment, Isaki Ryohei jumped from the ceiling, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, and shouted, "It was worth looking at the ceiling." Immediately after the attack, Isaki Ryohei passed through several floors where his men were stationed, trying to stab Kim Tae-hyun with a sword. As soon as the guy was on the ground, he tried to finish him off, but something prevented him from doing so. When he saw the chains that held his sword and prevented him from piercing the boy, Isaki Ryohei exclaimed, "What a fool!" In response to his opponent's words, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and said, "What an idiot, really." Realizing that his attack had been taken into account in the opponent's plans in advance, Isaki Ryohei thought he had used the skill not to find me. Instantly jumping back from his opponent to avoid getting into the range of the skill, Isaki Ryohei mentally added A to pull out of the range of the skill and stop me. At the same time, chasing his opponent, who decided to retreat, Kim Tae-hyun swung his fist and shouted, "Where are you going so fast?" While tying the man up with his chains to prevent him from escaping, Kim Tae-hyun heard his opponent shout out before he struck. After a while, when the enemy leader was defeated, Kim Tae-hyun chained everyone to the ground. Kneeling on his knees, Isaki Ryohei, immobilized by chains, suddenly shouted out to Kim Tae-hyun, "You bastard." In response to his opponent's angry shouts, the guy just smiled slyly and said, "I don't understand why an S rank would do such a thing for a pittance." In response to Kim Tae-hyun's remark, the security leader shouted, "Shut up. If you weren't here, you would have been here by now." Before he could finish, Kim Tae-hyun interrupted his shouts by kicking him in the face. The next moment, as a result of Isaki's punch, Ryohei was knocked back a few meters, and Kim Tae-hyun said, "You're too talkative for a bastard." At the same moment, seeing what had just happened to their boss, the subjects looked back and exclaimed in concern, "Mr. Isaki, are you okay?" A few seconds later, approaching the man who was lying on the ground after being hit by Kim Tae-hyun, he said, "Tell me something about Naran Nehru." Continuing to look at the beaten terrorist, he added that every association in the country has definitely received a call for reinforcements in case of emergency. Continuing to threaten Kim Tae-hyun, he added, "You must understand that you, like Narendra Nehru, are finished as soon as the reinforcements get here," to which he only smiled and said yes. Hearing what his opponent had just started to tell him, Isaki Ryohei said in a menacing tone that he was a fool, to which he replied in confusion. At the same time, somewhere in the headquarters of the new South Korean Players Association, some analysis of the situation and problem-solving were already taking place. Suddenly, another worried person ran into the headquarters room where important decisions were being made. When he found himself in front of the commanders and generals, the worried man suddenly called out for reinforcements. This person was the master of one of the four great guilds, the S-ranked Alchemist Guild, Sei Sangik, who shouted out what happened to the reinforcements for East Point. Continuing to be nervous, the man added, "Not only are our items up for auction, but many VIPs of the new South Korea Association are involved in this at this rate of thieves." Trying to somehow resolve the situation, Chae Jinvi said, "First, calm down. We organized reserve forces as soon as we heard the news." Imagining in his head who exactly was in this squad, he added a group of elite players led by the player Park Sangjin. Hearing who exactly the reinforcements were, Sei Sangik exclaimed in concern, "Then why haven't they left yet? If you need men and weapons, our guild may not have time to finish." Before he was passed and told it was no problem. The next moment, turning his gaze to the man in front of them in the headquarters room, Chae Jinvi added that it was impossible to get in. Hearing the man's remark, Sei Sangik said in surprise, "What do you mean?" To which Go Tuk replied that the terrorists had seized the central control post of the warp gate and blocked them all. Hearing the reason for the impossibility of getting to East Point, Sei Sangik suddenly shouted out the warp gate, to which Go Tuk added, "But everything is under control." Starting to recall why he thinks so, the man adds that right now there are two S-ranked players there. Mentioning Isaki Ryohei and Kim Tae-hyun, the man added that Kim Tae-hyun, of course, was promoted to S-rank recently, but there is only one person on the terrorist side, Narendra Nehru. Trying to somehow convince not only himself that the situation was under control, he added reassuringly, "Until we regain access to the gate, I am sure that these two can hold out, and they can even defeat Narendra Nehru." As soon as he had finished his self-confident speech, The leader of the Vagrant Guild came into the office and said that this would have been possible if the opponent had been a regular S rank. As soon as the door opened and a woman's voice sounded, the audience immediately turned their attention to Yu Yun. When their heads turned to the front door of the room, all the senior members of the management present exclaimed in surprise that Yu Yun, and at the same time, a similar conversation also took place between Kim Tae-hyun and Isaki Ryohei, who told him about Narand Nehru. Isaki Ryohei smiled slyly into the face of the boy standing in front of him and said, "Do you know a technique called a contract with the devil?" When asked a question by his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun was surprised to ask about the contract with the devil, to which he replied that it was the worst of Nehru's techniques. Starting to recall the numerous monsters he had already summoned, Isak Rike added that depending on the amount and quality of the sacrifice, he could summon monsters of a certain rank. Hearing what Isaki Ryohei was telling him, Kim Tae-hyun, realizing why the terrorists needed the hostages, nervously exclaimed, "Don't tell me what you mean by victims." When asked by his opponent, Isaki Ryohei smiled ominously and said, "What else could the victim be, of course, this?" At the same time, continuing her story at the headquarters of the department, Yu Yun told people. Hearing his comrade Go-tuk's story, Naranda Nehru said in fright, holding several hundred people hostage, and then So Sangik added, not to mention that he is a notorious terrorist with special skills, even among S ranks. Having realized all the problems of the situation in East Point, the man added that if someone like him sacrifices 100 people and the prize monster, this cannot happen. At that very moment, continuing his story about Narand Nehru's teachings, Isaki Ryohei said with an ominous smile that this would be a disaster. Upon learning of the intentions of the terrorists who seized the East Point auction house, Kim Tae-hyun smiled hysterically and said, "You're crazy." Continuing his dialogue with the boy, Isaki Ryohei smiled ominously and said, "Kim Tae-hyun, you may have managed to defeat me, but you will never defeat Narand Nehru." Seeing some anxiety in the boy's eyes, Isaki Ryohei exclaimed, "Go ahead and choose to beg for your life and watch these innocent hostages being sacrificed." Continuing to laugh crazily, the man added, "Or get ready for a battle in which the chosen one will win and die like a dog." Kim Tae-hyun was angry at the plan the terrorist had prepared in the building and did not restrain himself and hit Isaki Ryokyun several times in the face. At the same time, it was already evening outside, and the sunlight was illuminating the building quite well, with smoke still coming out of it. At the same time, somewhere in the room with the warp gate, Naranda Nehru continued to watch the victims to summon the monster and wait for more news. After some time, his subject approached the man and said, "Mr. Naranda Nehru, it seems that Isaki Ryohei has lost." Continuing to report on the situation during the operation, the subject added that the location of Kim Tae-hyun, who defeated Ri, is unknown, as well as the Phoenix Potion, so what should we do? In response to his subject's question, Naranda Nehru only laughed and said that he had no chance of winning a one-on-one battle and needed to wait for reinforcements from the association. The next moment, using his power of telepathy, the man stretched out his hand in front of him and confidently said, "No." Taking a girl from the crowd of hostages and holding her up in front of him, he added, "If he doesn't show up, we'll just smoke him out." Continuing to express his idea of how they could get Kim Tae-hyun, the old man added, "Let's start a festival in honor of our god." The next moment, the room where the hostages were being held suddenly went dark, and one of them said something about the lights. At the same time, one of the terrorists began to look around and nervously exclaimed, "But the bomb exploded a long time ago. Why is it only now?" And then another added, "Damn it, I can't see anything." At that very moment, Naranda Nehru, feeling relieved to manipulate his power, mentally said, "The victims I was holding disappeared in an instant." The next moment after his thoughts, the old man could feel the enemy right behind him, preparing to strike without being noticed. Continuing his onslaught at the moment of surprise, Kim Tae-hyun used his hunting skill and chains to constrain his opponent's actions. As soon as his chains were secured to Narand Nehru's limbs, Kim Tae-hyun continued to close the distance and shouted, "I've caught him." However, when Narand Nehru's headdress was damaged, snakes appeared from there and broke the chains that were aimed at him. After Naranda Nehru escaped the guy's attack, he moved to the hostages and said, "I can't believe he was hiding monsters on his head." Continuing to look toward the enemy who was heading toward him to meet the rabbit flames that engulfed the room, Kim Tae-hyun added who the stranger was. At the same time, seeing a guy who had fought against a terrorist, the hostages began to shout out, "You're Kim Tae-hyun! You've come to free us!" Having received hope for salvation, the hostages began to shout together, "Please untie us, please help us. These thieves are unexpected. If you save me, I will reward you." After hearing the hostages' screams, Kim Tae-hyun used his chains and simply blew the hostages into one of the portals to move them off the battlefield, saying, "Get out of here, you're just getting in the way." After removing the obstacles from the battlefield, the guy heard the screams of monsters and then looked up and saw that monsters were flying right at him from above. In an instant, all the monsters landed on the same spot with the intention of finishing off the guy underneath them. But they failed. And at the last moment, Kim Tae-hyun broke through a gap in the monsters' formation and shredded them to pieces. However, that was not all. Having dealt with the first invasion of the monster, the guy, even before he had time to come to his senses, noticed that the next group was already heading for him. Moving to a defensive position, the guy exclaimed in surprise, trying to somehow avoid critical damage. At the moment of the collision between the monster and the boy, Naranda Naru, who was watching from a distance from the battlefield, laughed ominously and said something stupid. Watching the battle between the boy and the monsters, my grandfather added that it was not worth comparing the monsters created by my devil's touch skill with all the others. Continuing to control my puppets in the form of monsters creating pressure on the Naranda Naru guy, added thanks to the skill they are under my absolute control. Continuing to direct his puppets at the boy by controlling their movements, Naranda Naru added that by using magic they had become more durable than their brothers. At the moment when Kim Tae-hyun missed the punch, even after putting the block, the monster still made a powerful physics attack, sealing the guy into the wall, after which the grandfather added much stronger ones. Continuing to harass the guy who was at a disadvantage, the terrorist, who was seriously injured, added to his victory by defeating Rikai. Smiling ominously at the moment of driving the boy into a dead end, Naranda Nehru added, "Do not think that you can cope with God's will." At the same time, the hostages who stood on the sidelines and watched the battle screamed in fright that he was losing. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, one of the hostages exclaimed, "We asked him to save us, but he did it his way and now he can't deal with some monsters." And he heard back that it was not like that at all. When the hostage heard the remark from a man who was nearby, he was surprised to hear the man say that he should take a closer look. As soon as the hostage's attention shifted to Kim Tae-hyun, the man added, "Thanks to him, the monsters don't pay attention to us." Continuing to observe the actions of the guy who was recently shamed by everyone, the man added, "Not to mention that he continues to fight even though he understands their advantage. He will not let any of them get to us." Continuing to comment on Kim Tae-hyun's actions, one man added, "And even if you think about it, he has already evacuated the hostages by throwing them over to this side and hanging them in the air." Feeling a tremor in his body and a tear in his eye, the man added, "Yes, I'm sure this is Kim Tae-hyun from the beginning." Continuing to watch the battlefield and remembering everything he was doing for them, the hostage added, "He thought only about our rescue." Realizing that they were wrong, the other hostages, feeling some remorse, began to shout out, "And I didn't even notice this Kim Tae-hyun. Don't give up, don't give up. We believe in you." And at the same time, the boy tried his best to resist the monsters who came against him, restraining the enemies with chains. At the moment of a difficult battle, listening to the shouts of the chorus that were directed at him and distracting him, the guy exclaimed irritably, "Damn it and get lost already." Hearing a menacing shout in response to their words of support, the hostages suddenly fell silent, after which one of them said in confusion that, immediately after Kim Tae-hyun added hostages, "The monsters are just getting underfoot and don't even think about reducing in number. I refuse to tolerate this shit." Hearing the angry shouts from their rescuer and realizing the situation, the hostages shouted out to Kim Tae-hyun in displeasure. At the same time, continuing to push, the old man laughed ominously and exclaimed, "Well, what have you decided to do? Give up already." At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun continued to express his dissatisfaction and exclaimed that the player Park Gun-hyun should quit playing with him. After receiving the command to start the action in the warp gate room, the door immediately opened and another player appeared at the entrance, after which Naranda Nehru mumbled a surprised Chivo. Looking at the guy who had almost finished creating the gate for the transfer, the terrorist mentally added who this man was. At that very moment, completing the task, Park Gun-hyun exclaimed, "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Kim Tae-hyun. Here it is." And now, let's go back for a while to understand the situation when Kim Tae-hyun defeated the members of the security service and accidentally met Park Gun-hyun, who was surprised to see the workers and confusedly asked Mr. Tae-hyun if he was the same, to which he replied that the security service people were in cahoots with the terrorists. Moving on in the conversation, Park Gun-hye said, "I can't believe this happened while I was away," to which Kim Tae-hyun replied that this was not the main problem. Continuing his journey, the guy added, "Right now the warp gate control room is probably teeming with monsters summoned by Naranda Nero." Moving on, Kim Tae-hyun continued to discuss the plan of action, saying the battle with the thieves should not be too much of a problem. The next moment, remembering the main problem that could prevent him from carrying out his plan properly, the guy added, "However, the monsters will not sit still after what they have seen, and the hostages may become the first victims." Hearing the remark from his idol, Park Gun-hye nervously exclaimed, Then what do we need to do? Kim Tae-hyun interrupted him and added, that's why I need your skill. Continuing the dialogue with his friend, Kim Tae-hyun said to control the gate, and hearing what he needed from him, Park Gun-eun exclaimed in surprise that it was mine. Feeling a bit worried, the guy suddenly exclaimed, of course I want to help, but as far as I know, it's impossible to connect with the point that connects us to the association right now. In response to his friend Kim Tae-hyun's remark, he confidently told me that I didn't care about it because I was going. Continuing to tell his plan, the guy continued to shock his friend and added to send the monsters away. At that very moment, looking at the guy standing in front of him, Naranda Nehru exclaimed in confusion, what the hell was that? Continuing to be surprised by the actions of his opponent's friend, the terrorist added, what the hell was going on here? At that very moment, standing at the entrance and looking at the number of monsters he had to carry, Park Geun-hye mentally said, when I first heard the plan, I thought it was completely absurd. The next moment, seeing that, according to Kim Tae-hyun's well-thought-out scenario, everything turned out exactly as he had described the body, the guard mentally added. But who knew that it would really work? While all the monsters were removed from the battlefield thanks to his skills, Park Geun-hye mentally said, now only thieves and Naranda Nehru remain. Continuing his thoughts, he mentally added that now victory would definitely be for the Nazis. Before he could complete his thought, he suddenly heard Kim Tae-hyun shout his name. Turning his head to his comrade who was trying to get his attention, the bodyguard heard, you did your part. Take the hostages and run away now, to which he exclaimed in confusion that, but why? Trying to somehow convey to the boy that he could also be useful in the battle, Park Geun-hye exclaimed, what are you talking about? I'll stay with you and you. Before he could complete his thought, Kim Tae-hyun interrupted him and promised that he would not have an S-rank opponent, just like me, starting from this moment. At the moment when Naranda Nehru jumped down to the battlefield to deal with Kim Tae-hyun himself, he added, I will not be able to protect anyone. At the same moment, losing control of his emotions, Naranda Nehru angrily shouted at Kim Tae-hyun. In response to his opponent's loud shouts, the guy smiled and said, yes, I'm overwhelmed with attention. After receiving an order from his ward, Park Geun-hye pointed to the exit through which he had entered this room and anxiously exclaimed, everyone come here immediately. At the same time, seeing that all the hostages were actively evacuated, led by Park Geun-hye, Kim Tae-hyun said it was great that this was already sorted out. The next moment, turning his gaze to his opponent, who was eager to deal with him, the guy added, all that remains is to do it. At the moment of the enemy's attack on him, the guy made a leap and in a short period of time left the area of Naranda Nehru's attack. However, the explosion alone was not enough for the enemy, so he used his telepathy to start picking up the wreckage of the building. Preparing to attack him with massive fire from the wreckage, Naranda Nehru exclaimed, "Srank fool, as you say." Preparing to demonstrate their strength to prove that their capabilities were on completely different levels, Naranda Nehru added, "I think someone like you." Zooming in on his monsters sitting on his head and pointing them at the boy, the terrorist shouted angrily, "You can stop me!" Continuing to direct his monsters at Kim Tae-hyun, Naranda Nehru added menacingly, "No matter how many monsters you could kill." While inflicting considerable damage on the guy who put him in line with him, the terrorist shouted, "If you can beat me, you can beat me." Naranda Nehru added that if you back the guy into a corner and call in more monsters, all your efforts will be meaningless. Continuing to slowly approach the guy who had already suffered a lot of damage from his attacks, Naranda Nehru added, "Dirty heretic for defiling the name of our god." Looking with a murderous gaze at the guy who was in serious condition in front of him, the terrorist added, "You must die." A few seconds after his opponent's loud statements, Kim Tae-hyun got to his feet and smilingly said something like, "Naranda Nehru." Continuing his speech, the guy who had not yet used his trump card said, "You will be the only one who will not be able to return from this battle." The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun used his hunting skills and released his predator in the direction of the terrorist. When the terrorist saw how powerful his opponent's burst of strength was, he exclaimed in confusion. Continuing to look at his opponent who suddenly gained the advantage on the battlefield, Naranda Nehru thought, "This guy has been hiding his true strength all along." At the last moment, when he found himself in a difficult situation, the old man suddenly started laughing crazily in the face of danger. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun's attack on Naranda Nehru instantly dissipated without reaching the target after he waved his hands. Suppressing the guy's strength, the terrorist shouted madly, "I predicted it. Kim Tae-hyun, you are definitely a victim of the highest order, however." Continuing to demonstrate his true strength, the old man exclaimed, "You were not the only one who was holding back," to which he exclaimed in confusion. The next moment, he heard a strange falling noise and turned his head to the side to see the rest of the thieves falling to their feet. Clutching their throats and coughing up blood, the terrorists were shouting hard to understand what was happening to my body. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun saw a horrifying scene. The bodies of Narendra Nehru's subjects began to dissipate, turning into smoke. When he saw something strange with his own eyes that he clearly did not expect, the guy became visibly nervous and exclaimed in confusion. At that very moment, a vessel with blood appeared over Narendra Nehru, from where it poured into the body of his grandfather, and he spoke in an ominous tone of sacrifice to the Almighty. Having begun to summon a monster who was to be as strong as Kim Tae-hyun, Narendra Nehru added that God's punishment was to be brought upon these pagans. The next moment, a giant monster appeared in front of Kim Tae-hyun, consisting only of a skeleton, with no flesh on it. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun saw an S-ranked monster called a bone dragon in front of him. At the same time, hostages were being evacuated to a safe place somewhere in the auction house. Having freed the people who had been taken hostage earlier by Narendra Nehru, Park Geun, walking with them to safety, spoke to many more terrorists in the building. While they were crossing one of the corridors, they accidentally ran into a group of terrorists, and one of the attackers said something they had forgotten and then fled from the top floor. When he heard the probable reason why they met these people here, the leader of the terrorist group said, "Well, they won't be able to escape anyway, so if we finish them off, they won't be able to escape." Before he could finish speaking, his body began to disintegrate into pieces and turn into dust, scattering in the air. At the same time, the terrorist screamed out in fright that something was wrong with my body. After the danger had passed, Park Geun-hye and other auction participants felt a powerful earthquake, after which a man exclaimed what the hell was going on. And at the same time, somewhere on the street, Kim Tae-hyun was fighting with Narendra Nehru in full swing. Sitting astride his bone dragon, the terrorist exclaimed, "The dragon is always the strongest of all." At the same time, trying to somehow avoid the enemy's attack, Kim Tae-hyun used the skill he had taken from Dyke and tried to avoid the attack. The guy caught the chain on a neighboring building and quickly yanked it off and moved closer to the building to take a stable position. At the moment when he found himself on a solid surface and was able to stand on his feet, Kim Tae-hyun said where this monster came from. However, Narendra Nehru was not going to retreat so easily. With the help of the dragon, he rammed the building and threw the boy out of the building again. Continuing to pursue the boy even in flight, Narendra Nehru, following the boy, shouted out to Kim Tae-hyun to die. At a certain point, when the battle dragged on and the guy got tired of being a punching bag, he shouted out this, getting ready to use the hunt. Attacking his enemy and the bone dragon on which he was circling in anger, he added a bunch of bones. The next moment, a powerful explosion occurred, causing considerable damage to one of the auction buildings. After the dragon's roar collided with Kim Tae-hyun's strength, a powerful explosion sounded and the man followed the guy who was thrown back by the shockwave. Looking at his opponent, who was still in a viable condition, Narendra Nehru said something striking. Continuing to watch the man he was fighting, Narendra Nehru said, "I didn't expect you to survive this attack." At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun clung to the building with chains and hung on it with one hand down. Breathing heavily and holding on to the building after his experience, the guy thought, "Damn, he's pretty strong." Continuing to hang on the destroyed building, the guy mentally added, "I can't believe I barely blocked the blow. Even though I used full hunting, it's amazing that we are of the same rank." Continuing his thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun looked up at Narendra Nehru and thought, however, after using such force on Narendra Nehru, things are definitely not good. Focusing on his opponent's condition, the guy added in his head that he would soon reach his limit. Continuing to look at his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head, "If I hold out a little longer, I can grab a chance when." Before he could complete his thoughts, he suddenly heard an ominous laugh, after which Narendra Nehru said, "You vile pagan, right now I can see all your thoughts." Smiling slyly as he read the guy like an open book, Narendra Nehru added, "If the blow to the forehead didn't work, you thought you could stall for time." Continuing to look at the guy, whose expression instantly changed to fear, he added, "I won't say that the tactic is bad, but it is." As he prepared to strike again, the man shouted angrily, "You should have realized by now that your tricks won't work on me." The next moment, Narendra Nehru simply changed his target and decided to attack not Kim Tae-hyun, but the hostages whom Park Geun-hye was taking to safety. Seeing that the terrorist flew past him, simply ignoring the boy and heading for another building, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed that. At the same time, Park Geun-hye, who was walking down the corridor with the hostages in another building, saw a dragon rushing toward them. The next moment, Narendra Nehru pointed his beast at the building and clawed at the windows, causing considerable damage to the building. At the same time, in the main building of the New South Korea Association, one of the employees shouted out an emergency call to the gate guards of the connection steadily. Calling the warp gate to East Point, she added the destination East Point, and the connection was established. The next moment, After receiving feedback from the squads, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "But only our new South Korean player Park Sang-jin is on the line. Even for you, entering this gate can be dangerous." In response to the operator's girlfriend's remark, the leader of the group that was supposed to go to the rescue said something stupid. Continuing his confident speech, Park Sang-jin then spoke about the threat this guy faced. The moment he finished speaking to the cameraman, Park Sang-jin shouted to his men, "Let's go to East Point right away." Continuing to push his inspirational speeches, he added in a stern tone, "Let's destroy these terrorists together." Going to the portal to help the victims of the terrorist attack, Park Sang-jin added, "Let's protect our comrades." At the same time, something unexpected happened at the site of the attack when Naranda Nehru decided to attack the hostages. Gathering his last strength, Kim Tae-hyun moved to the site of the attack and, using his hunting skill, avoided critical harm to people. Naranda Nehru continued to push on, directing the roar of his dragon toward Kim Tae-hyun. Continuing to attack the boy, the terrorist laughed ominously and shouted, "Bugaga, that's what you chose." Continuing to mock the guy who confronted him, Naranda Nehru exclaimed in an ominous tone that the mountains were then reduced to nothing here and now. At the same time, being behind the back of his ward, whom he was supposed to protect, Park Gun-hyun exclaimed anxiously. Looking at the guy who was saving them from death, he added, "Don't worry about us, it will be useless if you die." Continuing his exclamations, Park Gun-hyun added, "So please, I beg you." Hearing the words of his friend, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "He is right." Trying to somehow hold back the onslaught from his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added, "Given that I can't face the Bone Dragon one-on-one now, the only way to win is to wait until Naranda Nehru reaches his limit." But despite all the guy's thoughts, the terrorist was just getting into full swing and his strength was only growing. Trying to stand on his feet to the last, Kim Tae-hyun said in his head, "But not yet." Continuing to stand on his feet, realizing that he could not lose, the guy said in his head, "I can't give up now." Continuing to hold back the enemy's onslaught, Kim Tae-hyun said in his head, "Think, Kim Tae-hyun, think how you can protect others." The next moment, the guy plunged into some strange space and there was only darkness around him, from which someone's voice came and said, "I can't do this anymore." Surprised by what had just happened to him, Kim Tae-hyun immediately turned around and looked at Park Gun-hye. As he continued to look at his friend behind him, he heard the voice in his head. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun began receiving system notifications informing him that his hunting skill rank had been adjusted. Observing what was happening to his body, the guy received new notifications that said, "Hunting rank has been increased to A. Your strength has reached the limit. Your body is no longer able to withstand the power of hunting." Wondering what was happening to his body and skills, the guy shouted out in confusion and then received another notification that said he was on an S-rank hunt. At the same time, Naranda Nehru was watching everything that was happening with Kim Tae-hyun and said the same thing in surprise. Continuing to be overwhelmed by the strange energy that enveloped his entire body, Kim Tae-hyun received a notification that said it was impossible to turn off the hunt. As he began to think about what was happening to him, Kim Tae-hyun mentally thought that the devil's hunt was in full swing. The next moment, recalling the image of the deity who had chosen him, he mentally added, "The king has given me all his strength." The next moment, feeling his body begin to collapse under the influence of the gigantic force that overwhelmed his body, the guy mentally said, "This is a joke. This is how I will die such a useless death." Also feeling how his legs began to collapse, the guy added mentally, "After all that I had achieved with so much effort, I don't care what happens, I can't die like this." But despite all his words, Kim Tae-hyun fell off his feet and fell to the ground, after which a pool of blood formed under him. At the same time, seeing that his opponent was already out of strength, Naranda Nehru wondered if he had activated his skill to its fullest potential. Trying to somehow protect himself from the influx of energy coming from the boy's body, the terrorist added, "But what a crazy amount of energy." Continuing to look at the guy who was lying unconscious in front of him, he mentally added that this was even more incomprehensible. Looking at the unconscious boy who was lying on the ground bleeding to death, Naranda Nehru added in his mind that he could not withstand the power of his own skill and had already lost it. So why the hell was the skill still active? Clenching his teeth in anger, Naranda Nehru exclaimed angrily, "How dare a lowly pagan?" As he was preparing to deliver the last blow that would destroy the boy, he angrily exclaimed, "Look at yourself if you are going to resist God to the very end." As he began to approach the boy to finish him off, Naranda Nehru exclaimed, "Then I will destroy you with my own hands." A few seconds after he tried to approach, the old man saw that his dragon had just had a limb torn off and said, "What the hell is going on?" When he got to his feet after seeing the state he was in, the strange person who had taken possession of Kim Tae-hyun's body laughed and said, "God says," changing its hair color to a bloody color, the strange creature that took over the boy's body smiled ominously. and added a laugh. At the same time, while continuing to look at the guy whose body was seized by an unknown person, Narendra Nehru said, "Who are you?" Continuing to feel the force pressing on his body, the man added in surprise, "You're not Kim Tae-hyun. You're not as powerful as you." In response to this question, the person in Kim Tae-hyun's body said that insects don't need to know this, and besides, the next moment, pointing his hand in Narendra Nara's direction, the unknown being added in a menacing voice, "You are already dead." Immediately after his words, the strange person directed his power in the direction of Narendra Nehru and instantly defeated him. When the battle with the terrorist was over, a system notification appeared, informing the player of a new skill and a deal with the devil. At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun himself found himself in a strange place surrounded by pitch blackness and confusedly said, "Where am I? I just fought with Narendra Nara." As soon as he said this, chains flew in his direction, gripping his body and restricting his movements. The next moment, the chains pulled the guy with them and launched him into a lump of stone, destroying the space of total darkness. Feeling the pain after the collision, Kim Tae-hyun mentally thought he had just been stone-faced and paralyzed. Not understanding where he was and what the hell was going on here with his skills, he mentally added what the hell was going on. The next moment, the aura of the King of Knights began to press down on Kim Tae-hyun, pushing him deeper and deeper into the ground. Not understanding what exactly was happening to him, the guy confusedly said in his head why my skills were needed. Immediately after his thoughts, the guy pinned to the ground heard the same voice that had spoken to him earlier, saying, "My skills are good." Continuing the dialogue with the bearer of his skill, an unknown voice added, "Why did they become yours?" And Kim Tae-hyun asked in surprise. Starting to appear from the portal created by the hunting skill, the predator added in a menacing tone, "You absorbed this power." As soon as the monster fully showed its face to the wearer, he immediately added, "Now feel it on your own skin." Sometime after the experience, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly woke up because he had fallen out of bed and began to breathe heavily. The next moment, looking down at his hands, which were dripping with cold sweat, the boy was frightened and thought it was a dream. Also surprised after seeing that his lost limb was in place, he mentally added, "I had a whole hunt broke my right arm, but now it is normal." The next moment, Park Sang-jin came into the victim's room after the heavy attack and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, you're awake." Seeing who Kim Tae-hyun was standing in front of him, the player Park Sang-jin was surprised to hear the words in his head, and at that moment the man, savoring a bun, held one out to the boy and asked if he wanted one. After a while, after putting all the goodies on the table, Park Sang-jin said, "The association and the alchemists prepared this place especially for you, so they want to repay you for helping with the terrorist attack." Continuing his monologue, the man added, "Thanks to you, we discovered Ree's connection to the terrorists. He has already been arrested and surprisingly managed to survive given the scale of the attack." While Kim Tae-hyun continued to look at his hand, which was now in place in amazement, the boy heard, "By the way, someone came to see you." Starting to recall the visitors who came to the boy while he was sleeping, Park Sang-jin added that from his parents to the leader of the association, all the tears were cried. After telling the usual information, the man shoved a Takaki ball into his mouth and said, "The first examination revealed no health problems. I stayed here because of thieves and to keep reporters away." At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun continued to look at his hand and said, "I'm almost sure I lost consciousness during the battle with Narendra Nehru." Continuing his train of thought out loud, the guy completely ignored Park Sang-jin's words and added, "What the hell had happened there?" Hearing the words of my interlocutor, Park Sang-jin said, "I thought so," and hearing the remark of the member of the association Kim Tae-hyun, "I was surprised to hear what you were talking about." When he received a response to his remark, Park Sang-jin leaned over the table and said, "I wanted to ask you the same question." The next moment, Park Sang-jin began to recall the testimony of Park Gun-hye, who at that moment, standing behind Kim Tae-hyun, was confused and thought that Narendra Nehru had been killed with one blow and then some. Continuing to look at the guy who was right in front of him, the guard worriedly added in his head who he was, as if he was Tae-hyun but not Tae-hyun at all. Having made the best decision to find out the truth, the man did not hesitate to exclaim, "Hey, what have you done with Tae-hyun?" Hearing that he was being addressed, Kim Tae-hyun's bark face suddenly turned to Park Gun, and his aura spread to him. Feeling truly afraid, Park Gun-hye suddenly became quiet and froze in place, breathing heavily and feeling his whole body begin to tremble. The next moment, the person used his force on the guard's body and he instantly lost consciousness and fell to the ground. After the next use of its power, the individual felt that Kim Tae-hyun's body could not withstand further use of this power and said with a disgruntled cicatricial tone, "I'm on the verge of it, then I have no choice." Slowly leaving the body of its host, the individual smiled slyly and said, "I'll go now." Leaving the body of Kim Tae-hyun, an unknown individual who won the battle against Narendra Nehru, added to the end of the day, after which Kim Tae-hyun fell unconscious to the ground. A few seconds later, Park Sang-jin, who had just arrived at East Point with reinforcements, ran up to the boy and shouted out to Tae-hyun to wake up. While the man was trying to revive the boy, other members of his squad checked the rest of the people and reported any survivors. Continuing the inspection, one of the group members said they were all unconscious, and there was no threat to their lives, after which the man added that there was still no information about the whereabouts of Narand Nehru or other terrorists. After receiving a report from his subjects about the current situation, Park Sang-jin exclaimed, "Damn Kim Tae-hyun!" Trying to bring the guy to his senses to find out what had happened here, he suddenly exclaimed what the hell had happened here. Having finished recalling the events of arriving at East Point, Park Sang-jin said, "I asked the survivors what happened there." Recalling the moment when he took a statement from Park Geun-hye, the man added, "Everyone remembers how you tried to stop Narand Nehru, but no one could describe the whole situation." Recalling the look of the people he asked about the events at East Point and the fearful eyes, he added that it was as if someone had worked on their memories. The next moment, the man grabbed the back of his chair and, standing up, pushed it away from him, saying, "Well, it must be the work of terrorists." After finishing the conversation with one of the victims of the terrorist attack, Park Sang-jin headed for the exit, waving and saying, "Get well." Continuing to walk to the exit without looking back, the man added, "If I manage to find out anything, I will definitely contact you." As soon as the door to his room closed, Kim Tae-hyun looked toward the entrance and said in his mind that he thought it was impossible that Naranda Nehru had done this. Continuing to recall the moment of his battle with Naranda Nehru, the guy added in his head, "I don't know why I'm not injured, but I'm 100% sure that the hunt took my arm." The next moment, looking at his characteristic window where the new deal with the devil skill appeared, he mentally added that Naranda Nehru was most likely also a victim of the hunt. Continuing to look at his new skill, the guy was surprised to think that I could open the gate. Isn't this a monster summoning skill? And it also takes 200 mana units, and I only have 180 before he could finish thinking when Park Sang-jin returned to his room and shouted out to Kim Tae-hyun. The man, who was deep in thought, noticed that a visitor had come to see him. When he heard the message from his bodyguard who was on the lookout, Kim Tae-hyun was surprised to hear that. As soon as he approached the man, he heard someone else enter the room, and the next moment he saw Im Ah-yoon in front of him. As soon as the visitor arrived at the victim's room, the man suddenly said, "That's it, I'm going to go now." As soon as the door to the ward closed, Im Ah-yoon's rank awakened, and player a rank handed the boy a basket of fruit and said, "I came to visit you." When she arrived at the boy's table, she poked the basket and the goodies Park Sang-jin had brought, crushing them and scattering them all over the ward, and then said, "I heard you were hurt, but you look fine," to which he replied, "Yeah, the doctor said I'm fine." The next moment, taking an apple out of her basket, Ima Yu added, "I also heard that you saved a lot of people during the terrorist attack." When he heard the girl mention the recent incident at East Point, Kim Tae-hyun was surprised to hear her say that she was sure. Starting to slowly squeeze the fruit in her hand, the girl added even two S-ranked ones in displeasure. Not understanding what this conversation between him and the girl was all about, Kim Tae-hyun said anxiously, "Well, it is what it is." The next moment, crushing an apple in her hands, the girl exclaimed angrily, "Don't act so confident. I'll catch you before you even have time to blink." Covered in pieces of the crushed apple that Im Ah-yoon had crushed in her hands, the boy asked why you came to see me at all. After receiving a question from the patient, the girl looked away and said, "I'm checking on you." Hearing Kim Tae-hyun's answer, he thought he might call the police. Kim Tae-hyun continued to be irritated in the presence of Im Ah-yoon, clenching her hand tightly into a fist. After calming her temper a bit and turning her gaze to the boy, she added, "At first I came here worried that he might be badly injured, but he is healthy as a bull." Continuing to look at the boy sitting in front of him in the apple slices, she mentally added what kind of energy was coming from him. Recalling the moment with the kiss, the girl thought in embarrassment. Comparing me to the qualifiers, I was still far away from him, in fact, and then said, "Kim Tae-hyun like you." The next moment, the sound of a door slamming and someone's footsteps rapidly approaching the room caught the boy and girl's attention. A few seconds later, Yu Ah-yeon appeared from around the corner. When Kim Tae-hyun saw her in his room, he was surprised to see her. At the same moment when she saw the leader of the Vagrant Guild, Im Ah-yoon, her sister exclaimed in surprise. She also saw that there were already visitors in the room with Kim Tae-hyun, and she was surprised to hear that Im Ah-yoon was there. The next moment, Im Ah-yoon stood up from her seat and suddenly exclaimed, "Why did you come to his house? Stop, sister!" Continuing to yell at the older girl, she added, "How did you even know the password?" To which the latter replied, "Stop calling me sister, I get it." The next moment, looking at Im Ah-yoon, with a displeased look, the leader of the Vagrant Guild added, "And the password was given to me by the association." Having received the answer to her question, the girl simply froze in place, surprised at what she had heard, and at the presence of her sister. The next moment, Yu Ah-young suddenly moved over to the injured Kim Tae-hyun, who was sitting on a chair, and grabbed him and held him close. Under the girl's confused cries, the leader of the Vagrant Guild continued to press the injured boy to her, holding his hand. Feeling overwhelmed with shame, the girl rushed to her sister and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" And she smiled and replied that she was doing what she said. The next moment, moving her right hand from the guy's body to her lips, she added, "Two S-ranked players live in the same house. What does it look like to you?" Trying to somehow stop the actions of her sister, Ima Yoon, who completely blushed with shame, exclaimed that it was illegal. He was still a minor. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun himself broke free of the girl's grasp and told Ms. Yoo Ayeon to stop joking around. Continuing to watch the girl and preparing himself for the possibility of this happening again, the guy added, "Why did you come this time? I've already refused to join your guild 1,000 times." In response to Kim Tae-hyun's question, the girl rubbed her arm after he had hit her to get away and said, "I'm still as cranky as ever. I just came to check on you, that's all." Continuing to talk to the guy, she added that this time she even brought him a gift, to which he replied in surprise that it was a gift. As soon as the boy was curious about what he had heard, the leader of the association added, "You're going to shave for the Asian-friendly games." The next moment, approaching the boy, she added, "But even with your merits in East Point, you have 30 points, and you need much more to become a representative." The next moment, the girl put her hand on Kim Tae-hyun's shoulder and said, "And that's why I'm giving them to you." As she began to descend, the girl smiled slyly and said that she had cleared the double dungeon of the Temple of Fire. At the same time, somewhere near the island where the auction house was located, there was a boat, and a voice came from it, so it was the same East Point. Starting to examine all that was left of the auction house, the voice added that after the terrorist attack, the building stood for several hours, but probably collapsed due to the damage. After listening to his subject's report, the deputy leader of the Thieves Guild asked about Narand Nehru's whereabouts, and the answer he received is still unknown. After answering his commander's question, one of the subjects asked us to write a report for the boss, and was told that there was no need for it. Continuing to look at the ruins after the terrorist attack, the shadow said, "We got what we came for, and we just paid for that guy's services." The next moment, turning his gaze to the subject standing behind him, the deputy added only one thing remained. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by the voice of the ship's commander, who approached them and shouted, "Thieves, you are surrounded." Standing on the bow of the ship, the captain of the ship added through the loudspeaker that only authorized players have access to these waters. Continuing to threaten the thieves, whom they found not far from the recent incident, the man added to lay down your weapons and surrender. The next moment, before he knew it, the captain of the ship and his entire crew were underwater. Having lost access to oxygen and continuing to descend lower and lower to the bottom, he said in a confused voice, "What?" At the same time, not only the crew, but their entire vessel suddenly found themselves underwater and headed for the bottom of the gorge. At the same time, the deputy leader of the guild, who instantly dealt with the problem in a calm tone, said another thing. With just one snap of his fingers, sinking a giant ship with everyone on it, this guy Kim Tae-hyun is quite an interesting fellow. Sometime later, after returning from visiting Kim Tae-hyun, a meeting was held at the headquarters of the Vagrant Guild. Upon hearing the news announced by the leader, the players began to cheer and shout in disbelief that Kim Tae-hyun himself had joined the raid, the Eastern Star of the new South Korea, and hero of East Point, Kim Tae-hyun. Listening to the joyful shouts of her subjects, Yoo Ayeon stood with the boy on the podium and said, "I hope you understand." Without taking her eyes off her subjects, the girl added that you may have the right to raid, but you cannot distribute items or choose team members. Hearing the girl's remark, Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself, I wondered what kind of gift she was talking about. Who knew that she would give me the rights to raid the Fire Temple? The Temple of Fire, the second double dungeon in the country, is so named because of its entrance, which resembles a tongue of flame. The next moment, he began to recall his past life and said, "Before I returned, the Rogue Guild had successfully cleared it out, but the team was almost destroyed." Continuing his reflections and perspectives on this dungeon, he added in his mind, "Without a doubt, it will give me a lot of dignity points." The next moment, recalling his injury during the terrorist attack, the guy mentally added, "Perhaps because of the same problem with my right arm, my strength and endurance have increased significantly, so it would be intriguing to test them in practice." The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl who was his ally in this raid, the guy mentally spoke, but together with the S-ranked player Yoo Aeon. Immediately after Kim Tae-hyun, he turned his gaze to the subjects of the girl from the Vagabond Guild and added that many people. Having received a considerable charge of motivation before the raid, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added even a double dungeon. Kim Tae-hyun continued to look at the people from the Vagrant Guild who greeted him and added, "That won't be a problem for us." After a while, when he arrived at the Temple of Fire, he saw a group of about 300 people in front of him, and also a cleanup team consisting of only him and Yoo Ah-young, after which he heard a joyful exclamation from one of the subjects who exclaimed, I'm looking forward to your victory in the double dungeon. Continuing to see off the mop-up team, the support group cheered and shouted out to the guild head Kim Tae-hyun, "Be careful. Take care of our leader." Realizing what a trap he had gotten himself into, Kim Tae-hyun said to Yoo Ah-young, who happily asked him if something had happened, and he added how it was that there were only two of us. And she just laughed awkwardly. The next moment, as soon as Kim Tae-hyun turned his gaze to her, the girl smiled slyly and said, "We have a date, darling." And when he heard that, the guy thought, damn it all. After some time of regret and realization of where he was going, the cleanup team headed for the gates of the double dungeon. Once inside and feeling the strange atmosphere, the girl was surprised to say that the energy here is very different from ordinary dungeons. Continuing to look around and explore the area, the girl added that all double dungeons are like this. Approaching the pit that led downward, Kim Tae-hyun replied that the apocalypse from the inside was the same. After receiving the answer to her question, Yoo Ah-yoon sat down near the crab hole and said, "Well, how do we get down?" To which he replied carefully, "It could be a trap or a monster." Before he could finish his thought, a monster tentacle suddenly appeared behind the girl's neck and pulled her down. The next moment, the girl was already going downstairs, and Kim Tae-hyun, looking after her, exclaimed to Yoo Ah-yeon. Realizing that he needed to act, Kim Tae-hyun abruptly jumped up and ran after her, exclaiming, "Damn it, I knew it would happen." At the same time, Yoo Ah-yeon, who had been grabbed by the monster, clenched her hand into a fist and said with a sly smile, "I think I understand." In just one blow, after tearing the A-rank monster to pieces, the girl told us how to get down. A few seconds later, when she came into view, Kim Tae-hyun could see that Yoo Ah-yeon had already dealt with a lot of monsters. Continuing to go down, destroying the enemies that came her way, the girl added, "Just take and jump." At the same time, marveling at the strength of the girl who had recently been in danger, Kim Tae-hyun thought in one stroke. At the same time, Yoo Ah-yeon went on to destroy the enemies that came her way with just one blow. Watching the girls battle, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said to himself, "They're all at least A-ranked monsters," and she demolishes them with one blow. Following the girl, Kim Tae-hyun thought to Yoo Ah-yoon, "Last time you hid your true powers, I knew she was the strongest of all the S-ranked ones, but I didn't expect her to be that strong." Starting to cover his body with stone armor, the guy said in his head, "Then it's no wonder she decided to go to the dungeon just the two of them. It's just super awesome." With the dagger firmly in his hand, the guy following Yoo Ah-yoon mentally said, "I'll do my part." After a while, finding herself at the very bottom of the pit, Yoo Ah-yeon stretched her arm with relief and said, "It's finally over." The next moment, as she began to walk on, the girl added, unhappily, how deep we had fallen if we had fallen for so long. At the same time, looking back at himself, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said the number and levels of monsters were impressive, but even in such a situation, they could not become a serious threat to Yoo Ah-young. Then what the hell led his guild to almost complete destruction? The next moment, the boy heard Yoo Ah-young suddenly exclaim, "Oh, that's right, Kim Tae-hyun, catch it," and threw an object at him. A few seconds later, the girl approached the boy and put a black ring in his hands that radiated power. Looking at the item that was handed to him, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "Warrior ring, warrior ring. Rank unique, rapid increase in strength and endurance." The next moment, turning his gaze to Yoo Ah-yeon, he thought this ring with his head would be enough to restore his demoted status after the loss of his right arm, after which the girl said, "To be honest, by giving you the right to raid, our guild has benefited from it, so it's not exactly a gift." After listening to the girl's words, Kim Tae-hyun thought, "But why would she give me such a unique item?" The next moment, Yoo Ah-yeon added, "You're grateful, and if you join me, you'll get even more." In response to the girl's words, Kim Tae-hyun asked, "Why did you give it to me only now?" And when Yoo Ah-yeon heard this, she asked him confusedly, to which he replied, "Why didn't you give it to me before we jumped?" After hearing the guy's remarks, the girl awkwardly asked him if he was a sociopath, to which he replied, "No, I'm just practical." Having moved forward and reached the cliff, Kim Tae-hyun said, "From now on, we really should be careful." Kim Tae-hyun continued to look ahead of him and smiled slyly and said, "It's all because of this." Looking at the strange place they found, the boy added that they had invaded the domain of the boss of this dungeon. The next moment, looking at what was in the center of the room, the boy was surprised to see an egg. Continuing to look at the object in the center of the room, he mentally added an egg, meaning he's not quite sure what's inside, but taking out this dagger and preparing for further developments, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Tooth and nail right in front of us now is the boss of the double dungeon." The next moment, turning his head to the girl, he told Yoo Ah-young to get better information first. Not seeing the girl who had just been standing next to him, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed in surprise that it was you. At the same time, the girl had already jumped off the cliff and headed for the egg in front of her. The next moment, the girl struck the egg and destroyed it with just one blow, followed by an explosion. Seeing his friend's rash actions, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed, "Why the hell is she so reckless?" When he came downstairs to the girl and saw the girl's face, the boy anxiously exclaimed, "Yuan, are you okay?" When she heard her friend's voice approaching her from behind, she looked back and said, "I'm okay." The next moment, turning her body in the direction of her friend, Yuan smiled happily and said the egg was broken into pieces. The next moment, the girl added, "Judging by the strength of the monster inside, it was a little weaker than a normal S rank, but I hit it with all my might, but I didn't expect it to break in one blow." When Kim Tae-hyun heard the girl's words, he was surprised to think that this was all after she said, "Aren't I cool?" And then Kim Tae-hyun thought, "It's impossible." Surprised that everything ended so easily, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly saw a bright glow from the egg and mentally set it. The next moment, a strange force began to burst out of the egg, creating a wind stream. Upon sensing this, Yuan turned to face the wreckage and exclaimed, "Now what?" The next moment, someone's ominous voice came out of the egg fragments and said, "Who knew that you would be able to reach my temple?" The next moment, a bright light appeared that blinded the dungeon clearing team, and a voice came from there saying, "I see I have interesting guests." Continuing his monologue, the creature from the egg looked at the invaders and said, "But all your boasting about your strength is not true." Continuing his monologue of conversation with the cleanup team, the Phoenix said, "Turn to ashes from my blue flame." The next moment, the S-rank Phoenix double dungeon boss appeared in front of Kim Tae-hyun and Yu Ah-yeon in all its glory. A Phoenix is a monster with the ability to regenerate, and resistance to magic is so high that it can easily be confused with immortality. Looking at the bird that appeared in front of them, Kim Tae-hyun wondered if the boss of the dungeon was a phoenix, and the color of its flame was blue. The next moment, the phoenix spread its wings and the light from the blue flame filled the entire room. Starting to shield himself with his hands from the phoenix's light attack, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed, "Damn it!" When the attack dissipated, the boy turned his head to the strange-looking girl and called out to Yu Ah-yeon to be careful. Continuing to watch his friend, the guy exclaimed that he could control the minds of others. Before he could warn his friend, she had already fallen under the influence of the enemy and attacked him with her fists. Currently under the control of the Phoenix S, the ranked player Yu Aeon continued to attack her comrade. At the same time trying to somehow break the distance and avoid the girl's attack, Kim Tae-hyun shouted out what a damn experienced player he was. Continuing to dodge the girl's attacks, the guy added anxiously, crouching down to dodge a kick attack from the leader of the Vagrant Guild, Kim Tae-hyun, adds to the impact. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun used his Night King aura skill to calm the girl who had fallen under the influence of the Phoenix. Continuing to put pressure on her with his aura to bring her out of her state of submission to the monster, the guy called out to Yu Ah-yeon to wake up. Continuing to put pressure on Yu Ah-yeon with his aura, the guy shouted out if we continue the fight when suddenly his sentence was interrupted. At the same moment, the girl was able to resist the boy's aura and prepared to use a long-range attack. At the same time, watching everything from above, the Phoenix that guided the girl said, "As usual, people are so stupid." At the same moment, realizing that the Night King's aura was ineffective, Kim Tae-hyun used his chain skill and grabbed the girl's leg as she was about to attack again. A few seconds later, there were many more chains and they all wrapped around the girl's body, restricting her movements. As soon as Yu Ah-yeon lost the opportunity to continue fighting the damaged guy, Kim Tae-hyun emerged from the pile of rubble and said, "So this is the culprit who destroyed the Vagrant clearing team before I returned." Choosing a bigger piece of wood with which to render the girl unconscious, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and said, "Now I know." Preparing to attack the bound and restricted girl to free her from the Phoenix's influence, Kim Tae-hyun told Yu Ah-yeon it would hurt. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun instantly closed the distance between himself and the girl and then struck a powerful blow shouting, "But you're not gonna make it." As a result of this attack, the guy still managed to achieve the desired result, and Yu Ah-yeon lost consciousness. Having completed the desired task, the guy wiped his face from the mud and said chains and paralysis would not have been able to delay her long enough for her to come to. The next moment, turning his gaze to the enemy who had taken the girl under his control, the guy spoke, but most likely. Looking at the Phoenix next to him, Kim Tae-hyun added, "It won't make any sense if I don't get rid of it before she wakes up." At the same time as the Phoenix lost control of the girl who fainted, the bird said, "You like the game I invented." In response to the monster's question, Kim Tae-hyun, stretching his arms, smiled ominously and exclaimed, "You're trying to play with people, you stupid chicken. I'm going to fry you like this." After a while, the guy used the chains for his own purposes and created handles from the chains and put the unconscious girl on his back as a backpack. At the same time, watching the boy's actions, the Phoenix following him said in surprise, "What you were up to, man?" Starting to attack the guy from time to time, who was engaged in actions he did not understand, the monster exclaimed, "Come on, show me what you can do." At the moment when Kim Tae-hyun began to fight back and make counterattacks with his dagger, and at the moment when one of them cut off the phoenix's wing, he quickly recovered and uttered a truly windy attack. The next moment, when the monster had fully recovered, it again headed in the direction of the boy, saying, "I am the essence of fire." Being attacked by the boy, who posed no threat to him, the monster added, "Cut me 100,000 times, you'll only make me more angry." At the moment when his chains, on which the girl was fixed and tied, began to break, the guy felt a certain fear and said, "After all, you are a miserable person like me." Having increased several times from its original form, the phoenix took on a gigantic size and added to the never-to-be-defeated me. Sometime after the battle progressed, Kim Tae-hyun found himself on the ceiling of the dungeon and fixed the girl, thinking that he may be a phoenix. But this level of regeneration is utter nonsense. Continuing to observe his enemy, who had impressive abilities, he mentally added he was also growing. This was definitely a crazy phoenix. Gritting his teeth as he analyzed his opponent, the guy anxiously wondered in his head if he could be a great phoenix. And now let's look at the names of the great ones, a type of mutant that takes over the powers of classes from ordinary monsters. In order to distinguish these monsters from all the others, they are called great monsters, and a plus sign is added to their base rank. Continuing to watch the monster, which in theory could be a great one, Kim Tae-hyun thought to himself, if he is really a great phoenix, then, with my current strength, I cannot overcome his regeneration. I have only one chance to stand against him. Looking at his arm, which he supposedly lost in the last attack while using the skill, the guy mentally went hunting. Immediately after mentioning the skill, the image of his previous use of the skill appeared in his mind, and he thought, but I can succumb to the berserker's rage again, so it's better to use it at the crucial moment. As he continued to stare at his hand, which was lost in his memories and suddenly began to shake, he thought, but the truth is, I can't win the hunt without activating it. Continuing to torture himself with thoughts about what to do, the guy anxiously said in his head what to do, and then heard the sound of a deep breath behind him. The next moment, right behind him, he heard a loud scream. It was Yu Ayan, who had just regained consciousness. Trying to understand what had happened to her and why she was in the air, the girl exclaimed that why I was tied up, especially since it hurt. Continuing to throw around a bunch of different questions, she added, "Why the hell is this thing waving like that? Isn't it just a regular phoenix?" In response to the shouts and a bunch of questions from his ally, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed, "For God's sake, sit still!" To which she exclaimed, "This is your doing. Untie me now." In response to the girl's request, the guy exclaimed, "Why should I untie someone who can lose control in just a few seconds?" And he replied that he had just caught the moment when my defense weakened. "Wait, he controlled me." And the guy replied, "You see, you don't even remember." After receiving several remarks from the guy, the girl exclaimed, "It doesn't matter. He won't be able to get me now, so untie me now." As soon as the girl exclaimed this, a phoenix spotted them and said, "How dare you be distracted when I am standing in front of you?" Preparing to strike again to finish off the invaders of his sanctuary, the monster added, "Know your worthless place." The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun freed the girl from the chains and debuffs, after which they made a joint attack and the guy shouted this time, "Keep your sanity at all costs." Hearing her friend's remark, the girl said, "God, you are so suspicious, I won't get caught." At that very moment, having received a good whipping from the dungeon clearing team, the big phoenix angrily exclaimed, "How dare you!" The monster grew in size again and used the phoenix flame attack to shout out insignificant cockroaches. "Having surrounded your opponents with a sea of flames," the great phoenix exclaimed in a formidable tone, "and you have not yet realized that it is all in vain." Deciding that it was time to act, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly exclaimed, "Leave it to me," and then used the Monarch's Heart skill. As soon as the girl felt her characteristics instantly increase by several degrees, she immediately interrupted him without saying no this time. Having used all her strength to confront the enemy, the girl smiled slyly and added, "I'll deal with him myself." At that moment, Yu Ayan used the power of the S-rank Amazon spirit and entered the berserker state. Immediately after her words and the activation of the limit of her capabilities, Yu Ayan rushed into battle. All skills have a berserker mode in which the magical power flows backwards. Most magic users avoid using it because it can cause irreparable damage to the body. However, if you manage to control this force for at least a short time, its power will be simply amazing. Thus, using her berserker mode with the Amazon Spirit skill, the girl inflicted considerable damage on the large phoenix. After the monster suffered numerous injuries and was in a critical stage, the phoenix exclaimed, "How dare you, a miserable human, bring me to this state?" Seeing that the girl was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground, the phoenix headed toward her and angrily shouted, "I'll finish it." Only his fierce attack stopped before it even started properly, as he shouted, and the monster was captured by Kim Tae-hyun with chains. After the enemy's movements were restrained by his skill, the guy spoke up, to which the phoenix replied in confusion that it was incredible. Looking at his enemy, who was in such a critical condition, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and said, "The way to defeat regeneration is to use more destructive force. Do not underestimate people. Picking up the unconscious girl he was aiming at, the guy added that even though it would be a blow to his ego, he had to take the last hit. At the same time, other members of the Vagrant Guild continued to stand at the gate of the dungeon entrance, waiting for the clearing team to return. Looking at the time of their absence, one of them said something about them being late, to which the other replied that everything was fine. And then the third said there shouldn't be any problems, because there were two S ranks in the gate. Immediately after the guy's words, the first one noticed that the only problem may be in our guild head. As soon as she enters the battle, all her reasoning goes to hell, and then thought, can this be called no problem? After briefly analyzing the situation in the dungeon, the boys noticed some movement from the dungeon gate. Seeing that Kim Tae-hyun was carrying Yoo-ah-yeon in her arms, the guys immediately rushed to meet her, anxiously shouting, "Are you okay, guild leader? She's injured." At the same moment when he saw them being met at the exit, the guy confidently said with the girl in his arms, "The fiery temple has been cleared." After a while, a photo of Kim Tae-hyun and Yoo-ah-yeon in his arms with the caption Yoo-ah-yeon and Kim Tae-hyun meeting in a secret date in a dungeon went viral. However, that's not all under this post. There are already a few comments saying that she even personally visited him for the first time. You see rumors of a relationship between S ranks? He left other guild members behind. Everything is clear. When she saw what had happened while she was unconscious, the girl, overwhelmed with shame, confusedly said what it was. The next moment, turning her head to her three subjects in her room, she angrily added what this was all about. Continuing to stare at her subjects, Yoo-ah-yeon angrily exclaimed how information about the secret dungeon could be leaked out, and with such shameful content, it was all of you. In response to his leader's accusations, one of the guys turned his head to the side and said awkwardly, "Since the raid was so important, it was hard to keep it secret." Immediately afterwards, the other guy, dripping with cold sweat, said, "I told only a few close friends, all of whom promised to keep it a secret." Hearing the options of his comrades, the last man exclaimed that it was unfair. "I only wanted to help the head of the guild. My intentions were not a drop of lie." After hearing the excuses of her subjects, the girl smiled joyfully and said, "What a great day for collective death." A few minutes later, the leader of the association arrived at the girl's room and, opening the door, suddenly exclaimed, I heard you entered berserker mode." Worried about the condition of the girl who used the risky power, the man added, "You're fine." After his question, looking at the general situation in the girl's room where she had punished three of her subjects, Chae Jin-woo said awkwardly, "Everything seems to be fine." After a while, when he went for a walk with the patient, the man heard her remark, "Who do you think I am?" Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, the girl added how much I had trained to control myself in this state. "A minute's activation would not harm me," to which Chae Jin-woo only laughed and mumbled clearly. Immediately after he answered, the man looked at the girl and asked, "Well, what if they have Kim Tae-hyun's abilities that you wanted to test so badly?" In response to her husband's question, Yoo-ah-yeon answered that it was Kim Tae-hyun who fought the Phoenix and defeated it. Continuing her words, the girl added that it had only been 2 days since the fire temple had been cleared, and he had already gone to the depths of the abyss. So how much stronger did he want to become? Immediately after his question, the man clenched his hand into a fist and said with anticipation, "It's definitely an impressive growth rate, but isn't it good for the new South Korea?" In response to the words of the association's leader, the girl replied that this is why it remains incomprehensible to me. Starting to mention certain people with a fairly high level of skills, she added that everyone has a desire to grow, but once they reach a certain level, people usually stop and enjoy what they have gained. After scrolling through the images of skillful people in her head, she added that Kim Tae-hyun doesn't even seem to be thinking of stopping. Continuing to mention a guy who has incredible motivation to become omnipotent, she added that he does his best to keep moving up. After listening to the Vagabond Guild leader's reflections, Jae Jinwee suddenly heard her ask why Kim Tae-hyun was so eager to become stronger. When the man received the question from the girl, he didn't think twice about it but said, "I think I know what it is." And she exclaimed in confusion that I was the head of the association. Surprised by her husband's quick response, she looked at him with a delighted look and heard him say so. With the girl's full attention focused on him, the man stretched out his hand in front of him and clenched it into a fist, shouting patriotism. Continuing to express his conjecture, Chae Jin-woo confidently added that in an era when monsters are everywhere and evil awakened for the prosperity of our country, Kim Tae-hyun is driven by a burning desire to overcome all difficulties. Interrupting her husband halfway through his impassioned speech, Yoo-an said, "With all due respect, you are wrong," to which he exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the abyss, a guest from the world of humans showed up at the vampire palace. After killing all those who tried to restrain the yogi from attacking the man with a weapon, the man who passed the test knelt down before the vampire lord. Bowing his head, the man kissed the hand of the vampire lord as a greeting to show his respect. After the ritual of power transfer, The vampire lord spoke to his guest. We are now bound by a contract. Having gained a human subject, the Grand Duke of the Abyss and Lord of the Vampires Igmoon continued to smile slyly. After receiving the powers of vampires, the man who arrived at the depths of the abyss bowed his head and said, "Thank you, my Lord of Blood." Hearing the thanks from his guest, the great Duke of Vampires laughed and said a big thank you. Well, how is it to get the power of our clan? In response to his lord's question, the man took off his hood and said, I have had many rivals who could match me in strength, but I have not. Taking off his hood and showing his personality, Zhang Linping, a national-level player from China, said, now I will be the strongest. And at the same time, two guards from the association stood somewhere near the portal gate, guarding everyone to the ground. After passing through the gate, Kim Tae-hyun found himself in a place under a pit where the association's base was located near the entrance. Looking around him, the guy breathed in a full group and felt nostalgic and said, well, I'm back. The next moment, seeing a new character near him, the man who was at the base said, welcome to the abyss, the player Kim Tae-hyun. Putting his hand to his chest and bowing, the man added, allow me to introduce myself as an A-ranked player from the World Association of Players in charge of the 22nd District. The next moment, raising his head and looking at Kim Tae-hyun, Paul Becker, the A-ranked player managing the 22nd Abyssal District of the World Player Association member, added to the deep part of the abyss Paul Becker. Going with the boy to his control area, the man said, according to the records, this is the first time you are visiting the deep part of the abyss, to which Kim Tae-hyun replied, well, you can say that. When Paul Becker heard that this was the first time the guy had come here, he said, in that case, you should hire players who could become guides or mercenaries. Continuing to talk about this area, the man added that the World Association of Players establishes so-called game zones, safe areas in each developed area of the abyss to help in research but in the deep part. Mentioning some of the features of this region of the abyss, he added that even in the game zones it is so dangerous that you never know where and when monsters can attack you. Continuing to head toward his neighborhood in the abyss, the man added, that's why let you be an S-class player. It would be wise to hire players, to which Kim Tae-hyun replied, there was no need for that hearing. The remark from the guy, Paul Becker, exclaimed in surprise that, continuing to prove his point about the lack of need for a guide, Kim Tae-hyun said in any case, after which a crack sounded near him. The next moment, right behind the boy, a monster appeared from the ground, clearly determined not to make friends. Seeing the danger behind the guy, Paul Becker, player Kim Tae-hyun screamed out in fright, cautiously behind the monster. The next moment, the man saw with his own eyes how easily Kim Tae-hyun dealt with the monster that appeared behind him. Demonstrating his strength and lack of need for guides, Kim Tae-hyun smiled and said, I'm just going for a walk. After continuing his journey and dealing with a certain number of monsters, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed with relief and said something Becker is not visible. It seems I have gone so far that there is not a single living soul nearby. Immediately after recalling the double dungeon sweep, he mentally added after absorbing the Great Phoenix in the Fire Temple, I obtained a contract with the demon and, after taking the cores from the defeated monsters, the guy mentally added my mana increased to 200 units, but still. Recalling the changed description of the skill in which the contract with the demon bee allows you to open the gate that leads to the abyss, I mentally added why the skill changed. Also mentioning certain limitations, he added that it is not just summoning monsters like Naranda Neru, but creating gates from each other clearly indicates the number of possible uses of the skill has become a one-time use. Continuing to look at the resulting cores of the defeated monsters, the boy mentally added this is also the effect of absorption. Continuing to look at the mana crystals in his hands, the boy said in his head, well, one strong monster is enough for me. Crushing the monster cores in his hand, he added instead of carrying dozens with him, after which he received a notification that you had activated the mana boost stone. The next moment, another notification appeared, informing me that the amount of mana was temporarily increased. Mana Boost Stone is an item created from a processed magic stone that temporarily increases mana. Having increased his mana by a certain amount, the guy used his skill and received a notification that the contract with the demon had activated the creation of the gate. As soon as the gate to the abyss appeared in front of him, the guy stepped forward, smiled slyly and said, let's see what kind of creature I got. Upon entering the gate, the boy found himself standing in front of a giant castle that inspired fear and amazement with its size. Wondering where the gate had moved him, the guy mumbled in surprise that the lock had been broken. As he started to climb the stairs, he was surprised to find that he had never heard of such places in the abyss. Continuing to walk forward and look around, the guy muttered in surprise in his head, although I used the Mana Boost Stone to maximize the power of the skill, where did I go wrong? Unsuspecting at the moment when several vampire representatives had already appeared behind him, the guy thoughtfully said that he would have to find out for himself. The next moment, sensing someone's presence next to him, The guy quickly pulled out his weapon and struck a blow from the front, causing an explosion. After his actions, someone's voice was heard somewhere in the pile of rubble and debris saying, "Oh my god, I'm afraid." A few seconds later, as the dust cleared, the guy saw three vampires in front of him, one of whom said to point such a dangerous thing at me. Continuing to express her admiration for Kim Tae-hyun, who had arrived at their palace, one of the vampires added, "Such a rare animal. I hope we have fun now." Continuing the phrase of her friend, another vampire girl said, "Oh, we have a guest." And then the third added, "It's a human being." All of the creatures that attacked Kim Tae-hyun were succubi of S rank, and the boy was surprised to find out who the opponents were. Succubi are monsters that suck the life force and energy out of men through illusions and brainwashing. After assessing the strength of his enemies, Kim Tae-hyun was surprised to hear in his head that succubi usually have a maximum rank of B. Continuing his thoughts, the guy added in his head that it was really necessary to conclude a contract with them, after which the monsters said, "Poor man, you must be lost so appetizing." Ignoring all the words of the succubi that appeared in front of him, Kim Tae-hyun, who was full of motivation, prepared to attack and mentally said, "If I got here because of them, I'm going to get here because of them." Having rushed at the three succubus girls, the guy prepared to realize his plan and said in his head that he needed to knock them out. Dodging the boy's attack and breaking the distance between them, one of the succubi said Boogaloo so energetic. Applying her subjugation magic to control the mind, the girl said, "However, I like it better when it's harder to fulfill an assignment." As soon as the succubus's magic surrounded Kim Tae-hyun and influenced him, the girl confidently walked toward him and joyfully exclaimed, "Boogaga," and that was that. At the moment when the guy froze in place and put his head down to pretend that he was under the influence, at the same time the succubus was approaching him, no man could speak. Having lost her vigilance during the battle, the girl, approaching the boy, tried to resist our influence, but at the last moment she paid for her recklessness. Having been punched in the face by a guy who was supposed to be under the influence of her spell, the succubus fell to the ground and screamed painfully. Seeing that the boy was able to resist their influence and even attack his friend, the other succubi exclaimed in confusion. The moment he caught the girls off guard and they let their guard down, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and spoke with his face to the floor. With the next sieve, he used his Night King aura skill to pin all three succubi to the ground and prevent them from moving. Feeling themselves being pinned to the ground by the succubi, they moaned heavily, exclaiming, "Ouch, it hurts." But how could he do it? Continuing to wonder what had happened, the third succubus added, "This person was able to resist our influence," to which Kim Tae-hyun replied, "What is it?" At the same time notifications hung over him detected the use of the enchantment skill. Continuing to walk toward the maidens he had defeated with force, the guy added, "I'll be surprised if I'm interested in such monsters," after which another notification appeared that he had successfully resisted the skill. As soon as all three of them received the harsher treatment they had been invited to receive, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Let's try to conclude a contract. To conclude a summoning contract, you need to fulfill one of two conditions. The first is to give the monster what he wants, or the second, to subdue him by force." At the same time, one of the succubi looked up with eyes full of fear and hatred at the boy who was approaching her. Approaching the girl, whose body was trembling with fear, Kim Tae-hyun reached out to her and thought, "I think the second condition is almost perfectly fulfilled, and now I can conquer the S-rank monster." After trying to fulfill his intention to conclude a contract, the guy received a system notification that said he could not conclude a contract. When he saw that his powers had expired, the guy was confused and thought that I needed someone else. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun heard a voice behind him saying, "I'm sure you're a special person," and then he looked around and saw a dozen more succubi behind him. Continuing to look at the guy who was able to defeat three of her subjects, the large S+ rank succubus said, "You would make a good gift for the queen." At the same time, somewhere in the royal chambers, a maid arrived at the royal room and spoke to Your Highness. Looking at her leader, the maid who was in bed added, "There are rumors that a man has entered your castle." When the queen heard who had arrived in her domain, she raised her head in surprise and said that the person was a man. The next moment, looking back to her maid and smiling slyly, the royal added, "This should be fun." Sometime after Kim Tae-hyun's meeting with the great succubus and the rest of the residents, explosions from the battle began to be heard in the alphabets. Continuing to run through the corridors, the boy tried his best not to fall into the hands of monsters and get to the succubus queen. Continuing to catch up with the invader, a large succubus following him shouted out to catch up with him. "This offering to our queen must be captured alive." Hearing the big succubus's order, the boy continued to run away and exclaimed anxiously, "Oh, there's trouble." At the very moment he turned his head back to see if he was being chased, the guy shouted out and asked why there were so many succubi here, and at the same time two more flew through the windows in front of him and got in his way. Seeing that there was still a threat ahead, Kim Tae-hyun ducked and dodged the succubi's attack and shouted an unrealistic amount. The next moment, when the recharge was complete, Kim Tae-hyun used his Night King aura skill. When the enemies were pinned to the ground, the guy used his stone armor skill and struck again, throwing his pursuers off their tail. Having dealt with the enemies that were catching up with him, the guy thought hard, breathing heavily. If I got here not because of ordinary succubi, then only one answer suggests itself. Arriving at the room in front of the maid's door, he mentally added who the great succubi obey and who they call the queen. When the maid saw the man in front of her, she bowed and laughed and said, "You are the guest, please come in." Moving away from the door that led to the leader's room, the maid added, "Her Highness is expecting you." Upon hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun smiled and mentally added the succubus queen. A few seconds later, when he entered the room, he saw a bed with tentacles stretching out from it. The next moment, the image of the queen began to appear from the royal bed, as she rose to a sitting position and began to look at the guest. The next moment, after examining the boy, the succubus queen says, "Welcome to my palace. I am the mother of all incubi, and my name is Rosaria." Immediately after the introduction, the guy saw a notification in front of him that said an object for a contract was found and that it was possible to activate the draft oath. Hearing the boy repeat her name, the succubus queen spoke confidently and repeated the syllables of the rosary in the same way. Hearing Kim Tae-hyun speak confidently to him, he was surprised to think that she knew human language, and then the girl laughed and said, "There's nothing to be surprised at. You're a human being too, but you understand our language." Continuing the dialogue with the guest, the queen added the same principle here, and hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun smiled and mentally said, "You speak well for a demon." Continuing the dialogue with the boy, the girl said, "So you are either fond of my possessions or you are simply lost." The next moment, wiggling its tentacles that reached out to the boy, it added, "Maybe you came to satisfy your hunger." In response to the succubus queen's question, the guy confidently said, "I came here to sign a contract with you." When the queen heard the reason why the boy had come to her domain, she leaned on her hand and thoughtfully said, "The contract means." After considering Kim Tae-hyun's request, the girl turned her gaze to the boy who was smiling slyly and exclaimed, "What a cheeky boy to come to me." The next moment, the succubus queen lifted the cloth that covered her from the boy and pointed her finger in his direction, saying, "Isn't that a bit presumptuous?" Looking at the boy with a mesmerizing gaze, the succubus queen, the Grand Duchess of the Abyss Rosaria, of unknown rank, asked if you also sign contracts with them when choosing toys. Immediately after she said that, the girl pointed her tentacles in the direction of the boy. Seeing the threat that was heading in his direction, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Well, so be it." The next moment, having activated the aura skill of the King of Knights, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Well then." Activating the skill to avoid damage from the girl's attack, he pressed his tentacles to the ground and added, "I will conquer you by force." Sometime after the battle started, the guy activated all possible skills to work in combination and continued the fierce fight. Having fought off all the tentacles that were headed in his direction, the boy jumped up and prepared to strike the decisive blow. Shouted first. Using the stone skin skill on his attacking hand, the guy built up a block on it and, approaching Rosaria, shouted out a single blow. As soon as his attack failed, he felt a strange influence, after which his skill suddenly dissipated and he flew down to where a city was located. Trying to somehow escape from the situation he was in, the guy stretched out his hand to the queen and thought that it was my skills that were not working. As Kim Tae-hyun continued to fall down, he looked around and said in his head that the city center had changed. The next moment, feeling the space around him changing again, the boy said in his head, "No, it's not." As a result of the fall, the guy landed in a body of water where his oxygen supply was limited and he just sank to the bottom. Not understanding what was happening to him at all, Kim Tae-hyun looked at the queen's bed, which was above the pond, and mentally added when she had time. At the same time, sitting on her bed, the succubus queen was just laughing slyly, watching the boy's helplessness. At the moment when he finally lost the understanding of what was happening to him, Rosary said, "Well, let's start from the beginning." With a sly smile and moving the guy over to the bed where she hovered over him, the girl added from the beginning. At the same time, while in the illusion, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said to himself, "Damn it, I need to get out of this hallucination as soon as possible." After some time of trying to leave the illusion of a succubus queen, the boy found himself in a car with his parents. Looking around to understand where he was, the guy confusedly said in his head what it was. When he saw a young man in the back seat, he was surprised to add in his mind that it was a little me. The next moment, little Kim Tae-hyun suddenly exclaimed, "I heard on TV that those who awakened with a high rank will receive a lot of money." Continuing the dialogue with his parents, the young boy happily added, "That's why I'm going to become one of them and buy my mom and dad any sweets or anything you want." Hearing his son's remark, the father just laughed and the mother tilted her head back and said, "Our Tahen is indeed the best." Continuing the dialogue with her son, the girl added, But son, it's much more important for mom and dad that you just be healthy and happy. After hearing his mother's assurance, the boy said disappointedly, of course, what a bore. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun thought awkwardly, that's how my parents always said it. As he continued to watch his family's joyful relationship, the boy mentally added, getting a high rank or ever feeding our poor family was my happiness in the first place for them. The next moment, the situation changed dramatically. He saw a burning car with his lifeless parents in the front seats. Immediately afterward, the boy heard a woman's frightened voice near him saying, God, how can this be? Standing next to the wrecked car and holding his baby in her arms, the aunt added, I left our Tae-hyun alone, after which the uncle who was standing next to him called out to Mr. Kim in concern. Looking at his family, the boy who was sitting in the burning car shouted out to his aunt and uncle in concern. The next moment after this scene, Kim Tae-hyun heard someone behind him suddenly laugh and shout out in a menacing voice, stupid unawakened bastard. When he turned his head back, he saw two guys who had been kicking him from the past. Continuing to mock the helpless boy, one of the robbers shouted, stop whining and get up, you bastard! After receiving the order from the robbers, the past Tae-hyun, feeling trembling all over his body, began to slowly rise to the shouts of our Tae-hyun, you are a strong boy. Watching this, the guy who looked at his past thought, what is this? The next fragment in his memory was the moment when he got a job as a carrier with a team to clear the abyss, and then mentally recited my memories. Looking at his past self, who was already many years old and who was carrying a heavy bag, breathing heavily, he heard someone shouting out to the unawakened about to fall into the abyss. Looking at how he had been mocked in the past, shouting, know your place, the boogeyman, Kim Tae-hyun thought, I was unawakened and without strength. I could not resist the daily hardships. As he continued to watch his past, the boy thought about the scene before him, but it was even harder to realize after that his aunt's voice was heard exclaiming, what the hell are you talking about, Tae-hyun? Looking at myself in adulthood, bowing my head in front of my relatives, the boy heard what I had done wrong to you, and then my uncle added something wrong with where you were going. Continuing to be angry with her nephew, the aunt added, I told you money is not a problem, don't worry about us. To which Kim Tae-hyun replied, listen to Uncle Auntie. Interrupting the words of the guardians and riveting their attention to him, the boy added, please accept my gratitude for all your help. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun thought that not only had I failed to help anyone, but I had doomed those who had been kind to me to misery. At the end of the conversation with his guardians, Kim Tae-hyun from the past turned his back on them and headed for the abyss, at which point the present Tae-hyun thought for sure. As he passed by, he added in his head, my parents only wished me happiness, but I had to fulfill it. At the moment of realization and rethinking of everything he had experienced in the past, the guy confidently said in his head, I need strength. The next moment he saw an image of the queen above him and a system notification informing him that the queen's hypnosis skill had been detected. Continuing to see memories from his past over and over again, the guy received another notification that his attempt to resist the unknown skill failed. Feeling heavy in his soul after all the reconsideration, the guy received another notification. All characteristics are reduced skill chains. Of chains is unavailable. Skill, Spirit of the King. Of Knights is unavailable. Skill, Heart of the Monarch is unavailable. Skill, Paralysis is unavailable. Continuing to receive notifications, the guy saw the skill, Stealth unavailable skill, Stone Skin unavailable. Available skills 1 of 6. Seeing this, Kim Tae-hyun said, hunting. As Kim Tae-hyun activated his skill and began to slowly regain consciousness, the queen reached the moment of Kim Tae-hyun's clash with Asmodeus. Seeing what happened to all those awakened during the collision, Rosaria smiled slyly and said, what a show. Continuing to observe the hopeless situation in which the boy found himself, the succubus queen, who met Asmodeus, said with interest that she did not think that this boy would survive after such a thing. The next moment, turning his gaze from Asmodeus to Kim Tae-hyun standing in front of him, Rosaria said, but something doesn't add up. Looking at the frightened boy who faced a monster that was beyond his strength, the girl said, first of all, in some memories he looks older than he does now. The next moment, while chanting some more of the memories she had of the rosary, she added a second time, and even though these events happened at the same time, the results were different. Feeling overwhelmed by curiosity, the girl could not help but say, well, let's find out what skeletons you are hiding in your closet. Using her skill in destroying the current memory to move on, the succubus queen said, let's dig even deeper. After skipping a few more memories, she reached the moment of truth and saw a familiar image in front of her and exclaimed the same thing in confusion. Looking at the face that descended to Kim Tae-hyun from the sky in the bright white light of the rosary, the king added in confusion. As soon as the girl got to the truth, her skill immediately dissipated, and she heard a voice behind her saying, you're spying on other people's memories. Drawing the girl's attention to him and putting a dagger to her neck, the guy said, I don't think this hobby is right for a queen. At that moment, the boy, having dispelled the girl's skill and caught her by surprise, put a knife to the throat of the succubus queen while she was defenseless. Being in a better position, the guy breathed heavily and said, "I'll repeat once again, Rosary, sign a contract with me." Hearing the guy's demand, who decided to threaten her, the girl replied with the same response. "I was able to get out of my illusion, but my brain did not grow." The next moment, she turned her gaze to the guy and added, "Do you think you can finish me off with this toy?" To which he replied awkwardly, "We'll see." When the queen heard the boy's remark, she just smiled slyly and said, "You boast so much, but you don't care." The next moment, after quickly exchanging roles with Kim Tae-hyun, who was now a hostage himself, she wrapped her tentacles around him and held him close, saying, "I will accept the contract." Immediately after she said that, the girl sank her fangs into the guy's neck to sign the contract he wanted. At that very moment, Kim Tae-hyun, who had not expected such a development, suddenly moaned loudly in pain. At the moment when the queen tasted his blood, the guy received a notification of the contract conditions, fulfilled the oath of the summoning bonded skill contract with the demon, changed to the queen's husband's skill rank change. At the moment when the guy had already lost consciousness, he continued to receive notifications registered a new skill full hypnosis, changed the rank of the skill enchantment increased. While the boy was lying unconscious on the bed, the succubus queen Rosaria, stroking him with her tentacles, said, "Go to sleep soundly." Caressing her chosen one, with whom she had made a contract, the succubus queen smiled slyly and added the king's chosen one. After a while of being unconscious, he heard someone shouting in his head through his sleep. The player, Kim Tae-hyun. When he regained consciousness and raised his head, he saw the manager of the 22nd district, Paul Becker, who exclaimed with relief, "You're awake at last." Rejoicing that the guy had finally regained consciousness, the A-ranked player of the World Hunters Association added, "Thank God that he is well." At the same moment, after hearing the joyful shouts of his friend, Kim Tae-hyun confusedly asked where I was and was told that it was the play area. "I found you when I was patrolling the neighborhood." Hearing where he was now, Kim Tae-hyun rose to a sitting position and began to wipe his eyes and heard something happen, and then thought, "Did Rosary move me here?" The next moment, when he opened his status window, he saw two new skills, Queen's Husband and Full Hypnosis, as well as one new charm setting. Seeing this, the guy said in my head, I knew that I was not dreaming. The contract with the demon changed to the Queen's Husband, and I was completely hypnotized. Imagining the Queen in his mind, he added, "If I pray the Rosary, I will even be able to withstand the national forces I will face in the Asian friendlies." Continuing to rejoice in the new skills he had acquired, the guy mentally added that the hypnosis skill he had learned from Rosaria had unlimited potential for application. The next moment, recalling the impulsive decision of the succubus queen, the boy wondered in his head why she had changed her mind. Recalling the very seconds before he lost consciousness, when de Rosaria laughed and said, "Sleep tight," he thought about what she meant at that moment. The next moment, recalling the last words of the girl he remembered, which were the king's chosen one, the boy was confused to think that she knew the king. The next moment, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by Paul Becker, who was standing near the guy who had just regained consciousness and asked the player Kim Tae-hyun. Looking at the guy who inexplicably fainted at the gate, he added, "What you will do now? Maybe you should hire a player guide at least now." In response to his friend's suggestion, Kim Tae-hyun just smiled happily and said, "Thank you for your concern, but it's okay, I've already done everything I plan to do." Without hesitation, the guy, having done everything he needed to do in the abyss, headed for the portal and added, "I'll go home." At the same time, seeing the leader of the Vagrant Guild in front of him, one of the subjects who met her said, "I congratulate you on your discharge, head of the guild." Clapping his hands to greet his leader, the man added, "How are you feeling today? Everything is fine." One of those who met the girl and made congratulatory speeches was the deputy head of the Vagrant Guild, A-rank player Jung Han-soo. In response to her subject's question, the girl putting on her jacket said something so beautiful that she was ready to kick some ass. Only she said it as the deputy chairman said, "By the way, I have some news that might interest you." And she answered what it was about. In response to a question from his leader, the man said that Kim Tae-hyun had returned from the depths of the abyss, to which the woman asked in surprise what had happened. Continuing to express her surprise, the girl added, "Wait, isn't it too early?" Although it would be too much even for Kim Tae-hyun to explore the depths alone. When the deputy chairman heard Yu's remark, he smiled and said, "This place is called an S-class grave, but the problem is not in its return." Continuing to tell his story, he added that the problem was who decided to meet with Kim Tae-hyun. After hearing a message from Jung Han-soo, the girl was surprised to ask what and who it was. After receiving a question from his leader, the man looked her in the eye and said, "The head of one of the 4 great guilds is invincible." After a while, Kim Tae-hyun met with the leader of the Invincible Guild. At the same time, Jung Han Soo was added by player Kwon Kong Hek. Seeing in front of him the same famous guy about whom all the gossip has been going on lately, the leader of the Invincibles said, "You are Kim Tae-hyun." Without waiting for an answer to his question, the head of the Invincible Guild and S-Class player Kwon Kang Hek said, "Well, Mahahabush." Immediately after his question, the man went to Kim Tae-hyun to measure his strength with him. And at that time, the boy thought Kwon Kang Hyuk was confused. Kwon Kang Hyuk, head of one of the 4 major guilds, is known as the strongest tank in the new South Korea and has spent dozens of hours fighting monsters. Recalling the achievements of the one who was now coming to him with a request for battle, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added, and also single-handedly destroyed hundreds of monsters and performed many feats. But this was not what he became famous for. At the very moment of reflection, the man stretched out his hand in front of him and said then, passionate about getting a great player to join his guild, the man added, "Come with me." His fame he got by forced recruitment into the guild by battle. Before he could accomplish his task, he was suddenly slapped by a girl behind him who exclaimed, "Where are you going?" And he confusedly exclaimed, "Why?" When he came to his senses after his fighting mood, he looked at the girl who brought him back to life and shouted out Secretary Kim. Starting to reprimand her leader, Kwon Kang Hyuk's secretary, B-rank player Kim Hee-young, angrily exclaimed that she wanted to hear complaints from the Human Rights Commission again. At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun, who had already prepared to defend himself, heard the girl scolding her leader, exclaiming, "Do you realize that because of this, you may be banned from entering the abyss altogether, and I will have to defend you again?" After giving her leader a lesson in proper manners, the girl exclaimed to Kim Tae-hyun, "Hello, my name is Kim Hee-young. I am the secretary of the Invincibles." Continuing the dialogue with the guy, she added, "You've probably heard about the inhumane way we recruit members to our guild, but we're here to extend an official invitation." And Kwon Kong Hyuk nervously exclaimed, "What kind of inhumane way are you talking about?" Ignoring the words of her leader, the secretary added that if you want to join, we won't need to arrange duels, to which Kim Tae-hyun replied, "Judging by your logic, if you refuse, you will simply force me to join the guild." In response to the guy's question, the secretary hesitantly replied, "You're right, but I think it's not the worst offer for you." Continuing her campaign for admission, the girl added, "As far as I know, the player Kim Tae-hyun." Continuing to look at the guy standing in front of her, Kim Hae-young added that she was going to take part in Asian-friendly matches. Trying to convince the guy of the need to join them, the secretary added the invincible 4 major guilds that specialize in exploring the abyss. "We have many plans to conquer the dungeon, and we will provide reliable support for raid groups." Continuing to campaign for joining the Invincible Guild, she added, "If you join us, I can assure you that you will easily be able to get the required number of valor points and even more." The next moment, Kwon Kang Hyuk put his hand on his subject's shoulder and laughed and said, "I think you are a worthy secretary, Kim." Continuing to smile ominously at the girl, the leader added that if he were so easily swayed by sweet speeches, he would have joined long ago, after which Kim Tae-hyun suddenly said no. Having interrupted the dialogue between the members of one guild and drawn their attention to himself, Kim Tae-hyun said, "I changed my mind." Hearing the boy's decision, the leader of the victorious guild said in surprise, after which Kim Hae-young joyfully exclaimed, "That's great." After receiving the answer from the boy, the leader of the Invincibles was surprised and said, "So you're going to join our guild after all?" In response to Kwon Kong Hyun's question, the guy just smiled and said, "What kind of squeak did I just hear?" The next moment, coming close to the guild leader who offered him a duel, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Let's follow your path." Continuing to provoke the man into a fight to decide which of them was stronger, Kim Tae-hyun added in a stern tone that the winner would choose the reward himself. Having set the conditions for the fight and the reward for the victory, he added that he would make a deal, to which Kwon Kang Hyuk smiled ominously and exclaimed, "You're a puppy." After a while, an announcement was made about a match with their leader at the Invincibles headquarters arena, where a lot of spectators had already gathered. Walking to the arena through the crowd, Kim Tae-hyun received hundreds of questions from reporters who kept shouting out, "You've become a target of the Invincibles' forced recruitment. Weren't you going to join the Vagrants? Where is player Yu Ayon? Why did you agree to duel with Kwon Kang Hyuk?" Stopping in place while being blocked by Kim Tae-hyun, aka the strongest tank in the new South Korea, "You think you have a chance to win." Feeling sincere anger at the reporters, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "Get off me. Let me go. You thought you would get answers to all your stupid questions by simply pushing me through, and then I heard why you continue to be silent." The next moment, through the shouts of other reporters, he heard someone's familiar voice trying to break through to him. Turning his attention to the girl who was walking toward him, he saw Kim Ji-cha, a novice reporter from Psy Economy, who had almost been fired and was shouting, "I'm a reporter too and I should get the story." When he saw the girl's trembling hand, Kim Tae-hyun extended his own to meet hers and then pulled the girl to him from the crowd of reporters. Looking at the familiar girl with a confident look, the guy smiled slyly and said, "It's been a long time, reporter Kim Ji, and we've met before at the exam, right?" Hearing the question from the guy, the girl, embarrassed by the situation, exclaimed, "Oh, it's been a long time since we've seen the player Kim Tae-hyun." At the same time, seeing a new victim for questioning, reporters looking at the couple began shouting at Kim Ji-cha, where she was from, who she was, if she dared to pretend to be close to Kim Tae-hyun. Feeling some pleasure after what had just happened, the girl thought he remembers even a small person like me, and it turns out he has a really big heart. And then the guy said, "So later I will answer all your questions through this person." Hearing that she was being burdened with the burden of fending off reporters, the girl exclaimed in confusion, while Kim Tae-hyun pointed at her and added, "I hope you understand that I don't have time to give interviews right now, especially before I meet with Kwon Kang-hyuk." Heading to the arena for the duel, Kim Tae-hyun waved and said, "Well, I'm off," leaving behind a girl who was pounced on by reporters asking questions about your name, Kim Ji-cha, who you are, and what your relationship is with the player Kim Tae-hyun. While all the reporters were focused on the poor Kim Ji-cha, the guy was able to get to the arena where the recruitment fight was to take place. Seeing his opponent in front of him, Kwon Ka-hyuk laughed and said, "You finally showed up, and I thought you were scared and ran away with your tail between your legs." In response to the man's provocation, Kim Tae-hyun put his finger near his neck and said, "Whose cow would moo? We came to fight or what?" After the two players exchanged pleasantries, the commentator's voice was heard calling out the long-awaited match of the day. Holding the microphone in his hands, the commentator of the online broadcasts, B-rank player Choi Hee-seol, added that to win, you only need to bring your opponent to his knees. Continuing to comment on the fight, the guy exclaimed, "Oh no, not that one." Kwon Kang-hyuk exclaimed to his opponent, "Come on, show me what you can do." Interrupted to correct a mistake, the commentator added a match for humane hiring begins, after which Kim Tae-hyun shouted, "Hago." The next moment, using his Night King aura skill to force his opponent to his knees, Kim Tae-hyun shouted out, "Watch carefully." Directing his power at Kwon Kang-hyuk, the boy mentally said, "Now the maximum power of the Night King can suppress even S rank." Continuing to direct his skill at the enemy, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added no matter how strong Kwon Kang-hyuk was, it would be difficult for him to cope with this. However, despite all the efforts made to win, in the end, the leader of the Invincible Guild exclaimed, "You know, it's not bad." Confidently standing on his feet at a time when he was under pressure from his opponent's skill, Kwon Kang-hyuk scratched his beard and said nevertheless. The next moment, the man took his hand away from his face, smiled ominously and said, "This is absolutely nothing to me." Immediately after his words, the man began to use his skill and, like a jaguar, moved behind Kim Tae-hyun at high speed. The next moment, he began to gather all his strength into his fist and prepare to strike back at his opponent. Taking advantage of the bear's strength for a better shot, the man made an accurate hit on the target, throwing the guy a considerable distance away. At the same moment, Kim Tae-hyun used his chain skill to block the blow and reduce the damage, which he successfully did. However, even though he blocked the enemy's first attack, Kim Tae-hyun, still in flight, saw Kwon Kang-hyuk rush toward him. Gathering the strength of another beast into his body to continue the fight, the man following the boy shouted out, "You have the right stuff." As he began to gather the strength of a bull in his body to ram the boy, he exclaimed, "Don't show off too much." Catching up with the guy and ramming his head into him, which managed to destroy his chains, Kwon Kang-hyuk did not stop. In response to all the shouts of his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun continued the exciting fight and shouted like a real psycho. After saying that, Kwon Kang-hyuk took off his jacket and jumped up, gathered the strength of an elephant in his body, and then went to ram from the sky. Having failed in his last attack, the leader of the Invincible Guild stopped his series of blows and said, "I see you're good at dodging." Continuing to watch the guy who was obviously not in the best shape, he added, "But you really thought you were going to beat me," to which Kim Tae-hyun laughed and said the guild head. The next moment, looking up at his opponent, the guy added, "If that's all you can do, then it won't be easy to bring me to my knees." After receiving a remark from his opponent, the man just laughed back and exclaimed that the puppy was cornered but still yapping. Immediately after his words, Kwon Kang-hyuk, ready to strike the decisive blow, said, "Well, let's go." Using the strength of a dinosaur to finally end this battle, the man filled his body with water and said, "Let's end this once and for all." At the same moment, one of the spectators in the stands saw what the leader of the Invincible Guild had used and exclaimed, "Wow, that's the final attack of the guild head, Kwon Kang-hyuk." Continuing to watch the events unfold in the arena, the spectator laughed and added that no matter how promising the player Kim Tae-hyun was, the head of the guild was on a completely different level. At the same time, Yoo Ah-yeon, who was in the stands, eating popcorn, said that she was glad she decided to come, and the deputy replied that now was not the time for such talk. Turning his head to his leader, Jung Han-soo added that if he loses, Kim Tae-hyun will become a member of the Invincibles, to which Yoo Ah-yeon replied, "Well, that's right." After hearing his leader's answer, the deputy head of the guild remarked and still had to stop the fight. The next moment, turning his gaze to the arena, Jung Han-soo added Kwon Kong-hek's skill, Animal Patronage, thanks to which he can imitate the strength of various animals, which gives him a huge advantage in close combat. Continuing his reflections on the outcome of the fight, the man added that no matter how strong Kim Tae-hyun was in a one-on-one, he had little chance from the very beginning. In response to the stories of her deputy, the girl continued to eat popcorn and confidently replied, "Hey, don't worry about it." Continuing to radiate absolute calm and confidence, the Vagabond Guild leader added, watching Taehung Wang, realized from Taehung, watching the battle unfold, where Kang Haek was already on his way to launch the last attack, Yoo Ah-young added an always hidden trump card. The next moment after Kwon Kang-hyuk attacked the guy, he suddenly ran past Kim Tae-hyun and fell to his knees. When the commentator saw this, he exclaimed in confusion that it was the head of the guild. Looking at the result of the duel between Kim Tae-hyun and the leader of the Invincible Guild, Choi Hee-sol, he added, kneeling before his opponent. At the same time, when Kwon Kang-hyuk heard what had just happened, he came to and exclaimed in confusion, "What's going on?" At the same moment, turning his head back to his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and said, "Ah, then it turns out that I won." "Yes." Meanwhile, Kim's secretary, who was giving explanations to the Human Rights Commission, nervously exclaimed, "You're right, our guild head was the first to challenge him, but his opponent personally agreed to the duel." And now let's move back to the arena where the fight between Kim Tae-hyun and Kwon Kang-hek took place, in which the latter strangely ended up on his knees. Amazed at what he saw, one of the spectators exclaimed in confusion that the head of the guild had lost. How could this be possible? At the same time, other spectators added unhappily that he did not kneel in hundreds of gates and lost to that guy. A lie, he definitely cheated somehow. Refusing to accept the outcome of this fight, the spectators began shouting, "Let them fight, and once again, it doesn't count. Let's make it honorable." Continuing to express their dissatisfaction, the audience shouted he was definitely a cheater fight again and again. After listening to the audience's words, Kim Tae-hyun said nothing but turned his head to Kwon Kang-hyuk to ask for his opinion. Watching the man, he mentally said, "In a way, I expected this, but I did not even suspect that the best tank of the new South Korea was so weak in close combat." The next moment, recalling the moment of his victory, the guy mentally added that he was lucky that at the last moment, the full hypnosis skill he had learned from Rosary worked. At the very moment Kwon Kang-hyuk was approaching him, Kim Tae-hyun knelt down at the last moment. At the same time, while continuing to kneel in the arena, the leader of the Invincible Guild, feeling furious, mentally said to the loser that, "I can't remember what happened at the very end of the mind control skill. I made such a mistake." The next moment, when he was tired of listening to the spectators shouting for a rematch and a fair fight, Kwon Kang-hyuk shouted out to the entire stadium, covering their mouths. Hearing the shout of the leader of the Invincible Guild, all the spectators instantly fell silent, feeling real fear. And at the same moment, the commentator shouted out the head of the guild in confusion. Getting to his feet after his exclamation, the man added in a menacing tone, "I don't know what skill this young man used, but I lost because of my own mistake. The result is the result." Continuing to express his genuine emotions, Kwon Kang-hyuk angrily added, "And you members of the Invincibles, accept the result." Continuing his speech, the man exclaimed, "If you are unhappy, come out and I will personally break your head." Hearing this, Jung Han-soo said in surprise, "Did Kwon Kang-hyuk really lose?" Receiving the question from her subject, the leader of the Vagabond Guild merely smiled and then thought to herself, "It looks like he was very hurt by his defeat at the hands of Taeheng." Immediately after her words, the girl began actively chewing popcorn and thoughtfully added a thoughtful note in her head. Looking at Kim Tae-hyun standing in the arena, she mentally added, "You really had another skill hidden in you," bringing Kwon Kang-hyuk to his knees in a split second. Throwing another popcorn into her mouth, she mentally added to Kim Tae-hyun, "You surprise me every time." At the same moment, seeing the girl's strange behavior, Jung Han-soo asked the guild head if you were sure you were okay. The next moment, right in front of Kim Tae-hyun, Kwon Kang-hyuk appeared and approached him with a quick step. In response to his opponent's sudden movements, Kim Tae-hyun extended his hand and said it was a great match. Hearing the words from the guy to whom he lost, Kwon Kang-hyuk looked at him with an angry look and said, "Let me ask you something. Did you plan to win like this from the beginning?" In response to his opponent's question, Kim Tae-hyun only smiled happily and said, "Well, to a certain extent, it is." Having received the answer to his question, the leader of the Invincible Guild cycled and then smiled happily and shouted out the nasty kid. The next moment, extending his hand in return and shaking the guy's hand, he added, "Okay, we have a deal. You want money or a unique item? Say it." Hearing the offer from the man, Kim Tae-hyun shook his hand and replied, "It sounds good, but I need something material." Not receiving an answer to his question, the man asked in surprise what exactly you wanted to get. In response to her husband's question, Kim Tae-hyun shocked him by answering the Minotaur's labyrinth. Continuing to shake hands with Kwon Kang-hyuk, the boy added, "I want to join the group that will go to explore it." At the same time, standing in the office of the association's leader, Go-tuk asked about the Minotaur's labyrinth, to which Chae Jin-woo replied that it was a dungeon at the entrance to the abyss. Continuing his story, the man added that, as is typical of a labyrinth, it is full of traps and confusing passages, and one cannot go there without an awakened one with the skill of detection. Continuing to talk about this labyrinth, Chae Jin-woo mentioned the volunteers who had already been there and added that although it is located at the very entrance to the abyss, many guilds and S-rank players have tried to pass it, but failed. The next moment, the leader of the association added that only the Osenmi Guild had the right to challenge him and was secretly preparing for it, to which Go-tuk suddenly exclaimed, "How does the player Kim Tae-hyun know about such a place? Are you sure it's safe?" In response to his subject's question, the man answered cautiously, "Well, I definitely have fears in the abyss. You never know what can happen." Continuing the dialogue with his subject, the man added that all we can do is believe in those who dare to take on this challenge. The next moment, the leader of the association said, "Of course, if I were younger, I would have gone there myself," and then laughed. And Go-tuk said to the leader, after giving the information to the subject, Chae Jin-woo put his head in his hands and thought, "And yet if there is anything to worry about, it is the case of the case." Continuing to stare into the void in front of him, he mentally added that it was more the people than the complexity of the dungeon that made him hope that his fears would not be confirmed. The next moment, a video communication window appeared on the right side of the association leader from one of his subjects. After contacting the leadership, the girl anxiously exclaimed to the leader that she was sorry for the sudden call, but it was urgent. Surprised by the urgency and concern of his subjects, the man said what was going on, and the answer was a message from the Japanese Players Association. Hearing part of the message, Chae Jin-woo said that it meant that if we are talking about East Point, everything has long been over, to which the girl replied that the point is this. When she reported the information to the leader, she added that she had sent an invitation to the player Kim Tae-hyun, and hearing this, her image immediately appeared in the man's mind. At the same time, a considerable number of players had already gathered somewhere in the underground control room of the association's big gates. While listing the forces that had gathered to raid the dungeon, the secretary said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Continuing to list each of the participants in the raid by name, Kim Hye-young added 56 to 57. Bringing the list to an end, the girl turned her gaze to the rest of the participants and added 98-99. Finishing counting the participants in the raid on the Minotaur maze, she stopped the roll call at Kim Tae-hyun and shouted out 100. After checking the attendance of the participants, the secretary called out that the 100 people in the group were all present to go through the Minotaur maze. The next moment, having completed all her work, the girl became quiet and turned her head to the leader to give him the floor. When Kwon Kang-hyuk heard that everything was completed and all the participants of the raid were present, he smiled slyly and said a wonderful speech. Giving the order to start moving, the man led the group to the portal and said, "Let's see what these monsters are capable of." After a while, once inside the maze, the players encountered monsters, and during the battle, they heard shouts of, "First deal with these doctor help here." Inside the maze of the Minotaur had to confront the monsters. Minotaurs who were there were still a lot of trying to keep the line. Someone shouted again, "Go defensive skills forward." At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun fought separately from the rest of the players, dealing with enemies one by one. After finishing the battle against the next enemy, the boy heard someone's joyful laughter behind him, and then the voice added, "Great job." When he turned his head back, he saw Kwon Kang-hyuk walking toward him with a severed Minotaur head in his hand. Smiling slyly after defeating another monster, the leader of the Invincible Guild asked how you liked the weapon I gave you. In response to the raid leader's question, Kim Tae-hyun raised the dagger in front of him and said, "Well, it's just as well that my old one had to be repaired." As Kwon Kang-hyuk and Kim Tae-hyun continued to talk, Kim Tae-hyun said that the Minotaur maze could not have been completed in 30 years without a special strategy, and that the secretary said, "Don't worry about it." Continuing the story about the participants of this raid, the girl added that they are already fighting monsters and destroying them without much effort. Continuing to report, Kim Hae-young added that the traps of the maze are detected and neutralized by our silent deputy head of the guilds, thanks to the search skill, to which Kwon Kong-suk laughed and added that he is not verbose, but reliable. Continuing to assure the guy that they had everything under control, the secretary added, We found the key to the maze a few months ago. When Kim Tae-hyun heard the girl's words about the key to the Minotaur's maze, he was surprised to ask for it. Joining the conversation of his comrades, the leader of the Invincible Guild said in the depths of the abyss, "We found the corpse of a monster similar to the one in the maze." Recalling the appearance of the monster he found, he added that the giant Minotaur had a tattoo with the same pattern as on the walls of the labyrinth. Continuing to recall the same hunt for the monster, he added, "But as soon as you touched its body, everything turned to dust except for one horn." Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun said thoughtfully, and before he could finish, the man interrupted him and added, "If this monster is really from the maze, then we can use the tracking skill to find out the path he took." Continuing his thoughts on further actions, the leader of the Invincible Guild added a way deeper into the maze. After some time, having dealt with all the enemies they met at the beginning of the maze, the raid participants followed the deputy who showed the way. After passing a certain part of the maze, the man stopped at a ladder and said that now they needed to go up. Having overcome the climb and the narrow passage with bats, the raid participants finally arrived at the main hall of the maze. As soon as the skill was over, the deputy head of the guild spoke to his comrades and we arrived at the scene. By lighting the room they found themselves in at the end of their journey, the man added this end of the maze. At the same time, looking at the endpoint, Kim Tae-hyun said in surprise that the statue, after which Kwon Kang-hyuk exclaimed, "What the hell is the boss?" In response to the words of his leader, the deputy of the Invincible Guild said that it was necessary to put a horn in this statue. Hearing the reason for the maze boss's absence, Kwon Kang-hyuk smiled slyly and said, "Well, if that's the case, then..." The next moment, the man exclaimed, "Secretary Kim, guide me." Hearing the leader's request, the girl carrying the item to the man exclaimed, "Now." Continuing to hurry his subject, the leader shouted, "Faster here," faster, to which she replied, "Wait." While looking at the statue of Kim Tae-hyun, thought, "So far, everything matches the information we have." The group uses the horn of a large minotaur to reach the end of the maze. Continuing his thoughts, the guy, suspecting something was wrong, added immediately afterwards. The next moment he saw the leader of the raid jump on the statue's head and attach the horn to the designated spot. Seeing that the leader had just restored the broken horn, the subjects began to shout, "Hurrah! Great! We have passed the maze that we could not pass for 30 years. At the same time, rejoicing that he was able to do what others could not, Kwon Kang-hyuk happily exclaimed, "Now come out and let's see what kind of maze master you are." After the horn was attached in its place, something strange began to happen. A strange sound of moving plates was heard in the room. The next moment, the horn that had just been reattached instantly fell to pieces, and the statue itself began to crumble, turning into a skeleton. Not realizing what was happening, the leader of the Invincible Guild froze in place, and his subjects instantly fell silent. Continuing to be amazed at how quickly the situation around him was changing, Kwon Kang-hyuk exclaimed what it was. At the same time, looking at what was happening around them, the leader's secretary exclaimed in confusion what it was. The next moment, a certain number of raid participants found themselves in some unknown snowy area, and one of them shouted out what was happening and where the snow had gone. At the same time, several other participants moved to another location and ended up in the river where they were swept away by the current and exclaimed what the hell was going on. The third small group of participants in the maze raid ended up in the area where the volcano was erupting. At the same time, standing in some tropical area, Kim Tae-hyun, who had been transported to the jungle, mentally said the words as I thought they would work. Looking at the other members of the raid who had moved to this location with him, the guy mentally added a spatial displacement trap. At the same time, finding themselves in an unknown area with Kim Tae-hyun, the other participants exclaimed in confusion. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Thieves Guild, the deputy leader of the guild was looking through a book describing the Minotaur's dungeon and said, "That's it." Continuing his dialogue with the subject, the shadow added that Kim Tae-hyun had joined the group of labyrinth explorers, to which the subject anxiously exclaimed, "I'm sorry it happened so suddenly." Continuing to express his concern, the subject added, "What should we do if you order us to stop the operation immediately?" In response to his subject's proposal, the deputy leader of the Thieves Guild said no, and that was even for the best. Recalling his subjects who had to fulfill his order, the man added as many as 5 S-rank thieves to the group of infiltrators, and if you count the A-rank ones, there are about 20 of them. The next moment, recalling a couple of targets whose souls they had been sent to, the shadow added, "Kwon Kang-hyuk, Kim Tae-hyun, no matter how powerful they are, everything has its limit." The next moment, closing the book he was reading, the man added, wondering how they would cope with the thieves while throwing all their energy into the maze. Immediately after his words, the deputy leader of the Thieves Guild put one foot on top of the other and put his hands on top of his head, adding, "Isn't this interesting?" At the same time, somewhere in a tropical area, one of the members of Kim Tae-hyun's group said uncertainly, "Let me introduce myself first." Putting her hands to her chest, the girl said anxiously, "I'm Miranda, a B-rank player from the guild Not. As the girl continued to introduce herself, Kim Tae-hyun quickly ran up to her and shouted, "You're lying!" The next moment, kicking the girl who was pretending to be someone she wasn't, the guy shouted out, "You lying thief!" At the same time, one of the players who was on the team with Kim Tae-hyun mentally said to the youngest player of the S rank, Kim Tae-hyun. Continuing his thoughts about his friend, the guy added, "I always wondered what kind of person he was." Recalling some moments with his leader, the guy added that maybe he is a noble hero like our guild leader, who is always on the front line like our reliable shield. The next moment, he remembered the head of the association and mentally added that he was ready to sacrifice himself to save the citizens of East Point. Player B ranked Park Sung-hoo from the Invincible Magic Ball Guild mentally added the skill anyway, unlike someone like me. Recalling his previous thoughts about the guy's personality, he added that he was definitely an incredible person who deserved respect. Only all these thoughts and good dreams were destroyed the moment he hit a girl from his team right in front of him. Turning his gaze from Kim Tae-hyun to Miranda, whom he had just knocked out, Park Sung-hoo said in confusion. Feeling very surprised and concerned by his friend's actions, the man exclaimed, "You're crazy! You're doing this!" In response to his friend's exclamation, Kim Tae-hyun gestured with a like and said with a smile, "Don't worry about it. She's a thief." The next moment, pointing his weapon at his friend and firing, the boy shouted out who the thief was. After shooting several times at Kim Tae-hyun to take revenge on him for daring to hit a girl, he added a crazy person. Having dodged 3 shots fired at him, Kim Tae-hyun said in a confident tone of voice, "Yes, it's true." Continuing to shoot at the guy without taking his words seriously, Wok Seong-hoo exclaimed, "Damn it," and then thought, "Kim Tae-hyun, I didn't expect you to say such nonsense in such a crisis situation." Starting to recall warm moments with the girl over a long period of time, he mentally added, "Miranda is our dear partner with whom we have been destroying monsters and exploring the abyss for a long time, and you claim she is a thief." Starting to gnash his teeth with the anger that was building up in his head, the guy angrily exclaimed that this could not be. The next moment, running up to the girl who was lying on the ground, the guy tried to pick her up and shouted, "Miranda, wake up! We need to get away from this psycho as soon as possible." As he continued to wrap his arms around the girl's head, Park Sung-hoo exclaimed, "I will protect you no matter what it takes." As soon as he shouted this, the next moment he felt his face meet a strong female fist that did a good deal of damage. As a result of this blow, the girl sent the boy flying and threw him several meters away. The next moment, she got to her feet and shouted angrily, "You dared to touch me, you dirty pig!" When he saw the girl's actions against Park Sung-hoo, Kim Tae-hyun smiled and said, "I told you she was a thief." The next moment, turning his head back to where 2 more enemies were already heading for him, he added, "I'm right." Immediately afterwards, the attackers struck at the guy, at least they thought so, making a powerful explosion at the point of impact with their skills. Only after the dust from the attack cleared, the 2 A-rank thieves froze in place in surprise. At the site of their joint attack, there was a large crater, but Kim Tae-hyun, whom they were targeting, was not there. Having understood the enemy's attacks, the guy slowly began to approach them behind their backs, saying that he did not expect that 3 of them were playing for the wrong team. The next moment, covering his body with stone armor and picking up a dagger, the guy added that he didn't think he needed to memorize the small bipods. Hearing the words of her opponent, Milena licked her lips, trying to lick the blood off them, and said all this rather strangely. As she began to approach her comrades, she added the Invincibles with whom I had worked for several years, without even suspecting anything. Approaching her friends, the girl began to stretch her neck and said, "What could have given us away?" In response to the thief's question, Kim Tae-hyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, your game was great." After telling me about his wonderful acting skills, he added that I was just from the future, and when she heard the reason, she laughed and added, "The asshole is also mocking me." The next moment, as she began to grow her poisonous nails, Milena added, "I heard that you and Yua Young had something going on. Maybe the vagrants got wind of it, or you had an informant." Immediately after her words, as soon as her skill was fully activated and her nails were long enough, she added, but generally indifferent. When all the preparations were completed, the girl suddenly rushed at the guy with a desire to finish him off and shouted, "Die already!" At the time of the attack, the girl managed to hit the boy with several attacks and leave a small scratch on his face. As soon as the girl's attack hit the target, a couple of her comrades immediately rushed at Kim Tae-hyun to finish him off, but he easily grabbed them with chains, and seeing that the guy was still moving, the thieves exclaimed in confusion. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun struck his enemies several times and threw them into the air so that they would not be able to get up. At the same time, realizing that her opponent was still moving, Milena wondered in her head what and how this had happened. As she continued to watch her opponent, she added in her head, "Kim Tae-hyun, I knew he was no ordinary guy, but he was not." Surprised at his ability to continue fighting, she added in her head my skill, Witch's Claws spread witch poison with the slightest cut, causing vomiting paralysis and hallucinations. Continuing her attack on Kim Tae-hyun, the girl spent her thoughts on the skill, mentally adding even S-ranked players are no exception. The next moment, looking at a small cut on the guy's cheek, she added, I could have definitely hurt him. Continuing to fight with the girl, holding the initiative of the offensive, mentally said, but then why? Continuing to push to try to wound the boy one more time so that her poison would work, Milena added in her head why. At the same time, while continuing to block every attack of the girl, Kim Tae-hyun used his aura skill of the King of Knights to say sorry, but such things I am poison do not work on me. While the girl continued to try to push the guy away, he received a message detecting the witch's claw skill and successfully resisted the skill. The next moment, as soon as Kim Tae-hyun's skill approached the girl, she cried out in frustration, sensing the impending defeat. Immediately after she said that, the guy's attack hit the target, and there was a loud explosion that could be heard in a fairly large radius. After a while, Park Sung-hoo regained consciousness, got hit in the temple by the thief, and headed in the direction of the noise. When he arrived at the site of the explosion, he saw Kim Tae-hyun and Milena lying on the ground in front of him, tied with chains. When she came to her senses and realized that she was a tied-up thief, she began to shout angrily, "Let me go, you scum! I'll tear you to pieces!" Ignoring the girl's words about her request, Kim Tae-hyun approached her and took her by the hair, lifted her gaze to his and then said, I'm sorry, but the time for games is over. Using the skill he had inherited from the succubus queen, the guy smiled slyly and said, let's play truth or dare, after which he received a notification that full hypnosis was activated. As soon as his skill began to work, the guy said, tell me what your target is, how many people have infiltrated? And Milena replied confusedly. The next moment, as soon as the skill worked on the girl and I spoke, I told a total of 20 people, including 5 S ranks. Our goal was to disrupt the maze. Continuing to tell everything the boyfriend asked her, Milena added, and also finished off the leader of the Invincible Guild, Kwon Kong-hyuk. After receiving the information from the thief, Kim Tae-hyun unleashed his hypnosis skill, after which she lost consciousness, and he chained her to the ground so that she could not escape. After completing all the security measures, Kim Tae-hyun got to his feet and mentally said 5 S-rank thieves. I'm sure there were only 3 before I returned. Also recalling another moment in which everything went a little differently than before, the guy mentally added, just like during the gate breakthrough, the future has changed a little, and it's all because of me. The next moment, he looked back at his friend who was standing behind him and said, okay, now I know their goal, it's time to join Kwon Kong-hyuk, and Park Sung-hoo exclaimed in confusion. After a while, going in search of the guild leader, Park Sung-hoo looked down and thought, who would have thought that Miranda would actually turn out to be a thief, or that the player Kim Tae-hyun knew about all this from the very beginning? Continuing his thoughts, the guy added anxiously, but if that's the case, then why did he not have time to complete his thought when Kim Tae-hyun interrupted him, saying that it was actually quite easy to get out of here? Continuing to confidently move forward, the guy added that even though it seems that we are now in a completely different space, it is still part of the maze, and that is why. Moving on to get to the exit of the location, he added that there should be a door somewhere that connects to other places. Starting to recall how exactly this trap with spatial movement is arranged, Kim Tae-hyun added that we probably won't be able to get where we need to go right away, as there are many passages. Having reached the door that led to the exit from the location, the guy added, however, if we continue to go through the door, we will eventually meet the leader of the Invincibles. To which Park Sung-hoo suddenly shouted out a question, I have one question. Drawing the attention of the guy in front of him, the Invincible Guild member added, why you didn't report it earlier? Asking the question, the guy said guiltily, I'm sorry I doubted you, player Kim Tae-hyun, but if you had discussed with the guild leader from the very beginning that there were thieves hiding among us, we would definitely not have found ourselves in this situation. Continuing to look at the prominent player, Park Sung-hoo, trying to get to the truth, added then why? In response to his question, Kim Tae-hyun replied, yes, I told him about it, which shocked him. Surprised by the answer, Park Sung-hoo exclaimed in confusion what he meant, to which Kim Tae-hyun replied that it was up to you to believe or not. Continuing to stand in the doorway, Kim Tae-hyun is in a dialogue with his friend, and player Kwon Kong-hyuk adds that he knows everything. At the same time, the guild's deputy, who also turned out to be a traitor, attacked his leader with a dagger, leaving a deep wound in his body. However, that was not all. In addition to the deputy head of the guild, other members of his group who moved to another location with him were also criminals. Seeing that he was surrounded from all sides, Kwon Kong-hyuk groaned and said, what the hell are you doing to make a joke? The next moment, turning his gaze to the man in front of him, he added, am I wrong, deputy head of the guild? To which the man raised the bloody knife above him and said, you're joking, right? At the same moment, seeing the danger to its leader, Kim's secretary, who was nearby, immediately rushed to the rescue, calling out to the head of the guild. Not even knowing the reason for the strange behavior of her guild members, The girl exclaimed in confusion, "Why you all?" At the same time, one of the thieves was preparing to make an attempt on the screaming girl, but the leader managed to save her by covering the secretary with his back. When she saw that Kwan Kang Hyuk had been hurt again because of her, the girl screamed at the head of the guild, and he exclaimed, "Damn, it hurts." When she felt him leaning on her because of the injury and her rescue, she exclaimed in confusion, "You're okay, you're okay." At the same time, while the man seemed to be exhausted, three A-ranked thieves had already set their sights on him in order to finish him off and accomplish their task. But at the same time, the man quickly came to his senses and pushed the girl away from him and shouted back to Secretary Kim. The next moment, Kwan Kang Hyuk used his beast power absorption skill and used the power of the dinosaur to repel the thieves' attack. At the same time, the secretary, who was sitting on the ground after being pushed away, was just watching everything that was happening in fear. Deciding that she could not leave it like that, the girl tried to get to her feet and exclaimed to the player, "Kwan Kang Hyuk, you don't need to protect me, I will fight as well." In response to his assistant's suggestion, the man exclaimed, "Stay where you are, these guys will be too much for you." Not wanting to accept her leader's objections, the girl exclaimed, "But we will both die that way. That's why I also." Before she could finish, the deputy head of the guild interrupted her and said she was speaking in a matter-of-fact manner. Heading towards his opponent after unleashing his true power, the guild's deputy head added, "Kwan Kang Hyuk, in such a situation, you don't have time to care about others." Continuing to walk towards the leader of the invincible guild, the substitute waved his flashlight on a chain and spreading the flame, adding to the effort we had been making so far. Immediately after his words, the man manifested his true power of flame control and created a giant burning skull behind him. After demonstrating his true abilities, the man smiled slyly and said, "Everyone here has at least an A rank in the 4 S's." Standing in front of his former guild leader, the replacement added in a menacing tone, "We are the elite thieves of the guild who have gathered to finish you off." In response to his deputy's speech, Kwan Kang Hyuk activated his skill and said, "You've prepared well, and I thought I had a good sense of people." In response to the invincible guild leader's remarks, the deputy only laughed and said, "Don't blame yourself too much, Kwan Kang Hyuk." Clenching his hand into a fist and smiling slyly, the thief added, "Our guild has been preparing for several years, and there was no way an idiot like you would have guessed." Hearing what the traitor had just told him, Kwan Kang Hyuk smiled and said, "Oh shit." And then it turns out that Kim Tae-hyun was right. Having taken a fighting stance and prepared to fight the thief, the guild leader added, "This bastard warned me that you were all traitors and even planned to kill me." Continuing his speech, Kwan Kang Hyuk added offended, "Damn, I thought he was talking nonsense, but it turned out to be true." Hearing the leader's words, the deputy thought that Kim Tae-hyun knew about our plan. Immediately after considering that their plan was known to third parties, the thief added in his head, "No, wait." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the man and added, "Why didn't you do anything about it even after learning about it?" And he said, "Well, this." Standing in a proud pose and holding his arms folded in front of him, the man confidently added, "How can a real man doubt his comrades?" Continuing to make his speeches, Kwan Kang Hyuk confidently exclaimed that the head of the guild could not suspect his associates of Bugog, and that the substitute confusedly replied, "What for?" Surprised by the logic of his leader, the deputy exclaimed, "Of course I knew he was stupid, but not that stupid. And we worked for such an idiot for so many years." After which one of the thieves exclaimed, "You're a degenerate." The next moment, Kim Hae-young joined the conversation and angrily exclaimed, "You didn't even check this information and made such a mess, I can't take it anymore." At the same moment, the deputy head of the guild swung a giant burning skull on a chain and hit the spot where Kwan Kang Hyuk had just jumped from, taking the secretary with him. Having made the first strike on his target, the man smiled madly and exclaimed, "Good job, Kwan Kang Hyuk. Only thanks to your stupidity did our plan succeed." The next moment after his words, he made another swing, pointing a giant skull at the leader, and added, "Now you can die in peace." Hearing the remarks from his former subject, Kwan Kang Hyuk used his power to say, "Well, this one and that one are both bad." Having stopped his opponent's attack on him with a catching hand, he added irritably, "I will not hesitate." The next moment, he pulled the skull toward him, causing the substitute who was holding the chain at the other end to fly at him, and then, having knocked out his opponent, the leader exclaimed, "I didn't say I would let them finish me off." Using his skill of patronizing beasts, the man took the form of an ancient dragon and exclaimed, "You may be even dumber than me." At the same time, somewhere in the jungle location, Park Sung-hoo asked, "What was the reason why the guild head knew everything but did nothing to avoid it?" To which Kim Tae-hyun replied, "If you don't believe me, ask him yourself." Immediately after his words, Kim Tae-hyun plunged into memories where he was walking down the corridor with the leader and suddenly shouted out to the player Kwan Kang Hyuk. After telling him all the information about the assassination attempt on his life by the Thieves Guild and the traitors in the ranks of the guild members, Kim Tae-hyun added, "It means you are ready to lose knowing all this." After receiving a comment from a friend from his trip to the Minotaur maze, Quan Kong Hak suddenly froze in place and mumbled this. The next moment, returning his gaze to the suddenly nervous boy, he added, "You don't think you've seen my full strength, do you?" With a sly smile, the leader of the Invincible Guild added, with his head turned 180 degrees, "Don't worry. I told you I believe you." Continuing his dialogue, he added, "But did not say that he would allow me to win at the same time at the place where he was attacked by enemies." Quan Kang Hyuk, using the form of a dragon, was able to deal with all the thieves in the location. After a while, he finally reached the right room, where the guild leader and his secretary, Park Sung-hoo, saw what was happening and exclaimed in surprise. After the words of his comrade Kim Tae-hyun, leaving the door to move between spaces, added in surprise, "I can't believe it." Right in front of them was a location covered with flower petals, with the defeated thieves and Kwon Kang-hyuk, whose wounds had just been bandaged by Kim Hae-young. At the same time, when the secretary saw her friends at the door, the player Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed, after which the leader added that you had just arrived. As the guys were approaching their comrades, the guild leader asked, "Well, did you see the others?" To which Kim Tae-hyun replied, "I saw some of them while passing through the space, but I didn't see them." Recalling moments with guild members who were in not the best of situations, crying out for help, he heard Park Sung-hoo shouting to him, "You're not going to save them." But he just kept walking and said, "Given the situation, I just walked by." After listening to the story of his friend, who never left his comrades in their time of need, Kwon Kang-hyun said awkwardly, "Of course." After explaining the situation and listening to opinions on the matter, Kim Tae-hyun asked, "So, what are you going to do now?" In response to his friend's question, the guild leader got to his feet and confidently said, "There's nothing to do here. We'll just have to retreat." The next moment, with his head down, he added that there might be more mines here, although we had reached the end of the maze and the owner was nowhere to be found. Continuing to express his opinion on further actions, the man added frustratedly, "Of course it's offensive, but to avoid more losses, we'll have to focus on escape." Immediately after, the leader of the Invincible Guild gritted his teeth and added, "I'm sorry, Kim Tae-hyun, if I hadn't been so stubborn from the beginning." After hearing Kwon Kang-hyuk's apology, the guy said, "Well, it's all clear. Next time, just be more careful," and was surprised by this answer. The man shouted out in confusion. The next moment, the guild leader began to demonstrate his dissatisfaction and shouted out, "And this was after my apology. You're the one who's been hurt," while Secretary Kim rushed at her leader and shouted, "Calm down." After a while, when everything seemed to have settled down, Kim Tae-hyun looked back at the exit and mentally said, "Although we wasted time and didn't get any achievement points, now is the most reasonable decision." At the moment when the secretary said, "Let's quickly gather the guild members and get out of the maze," the guy looked at his comrades and added, "We have disclosed information about the mines to successfully complete the maze, but Kwon Kang-hyuk encountered many more mines than before he returned and was seriously injured." Continuing to walk on, the guy looked up and added that this time he would have to retreat, after which he heard someone behind him say, "Oh, by the way." Looking at Park Sung-hoo, Secretary Kim asked if there were no monsters or traps in the other spaces. Hearing the girl's question, Kim Tae-hyun was surprised to think that while Park Sung-hoo replied, "I've passed several spaces, but fortunately I didn't see anything. It looks like we can get out of here without any problems." At the same time, hearing his friend's words, Kim Tae-hyun thought, "Why didn't we see traps and monsters?" Continuing his thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added that usually when you cross a new space, it is full of traps and monsters, but the places we passed through were very ordinary and hardly dangerous for players. The next moment, realizing certain inconsistencies in the maze, the boy mentally added, "Then why, if there are no monsters and traps, how did Kwon Kang-hyuk meet the owner of the maze before returning?" The next moment, a group of 4 people heard the sounds of a spatial portal opening near them and exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, turning his head to the portal that appeared nearby, Kwon Kang-hyuk suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell was that?" Then, turning his head toward Kim Tae-hyun, he saw a large minotaur breaking through the portal toward them. This monster was the queen of the minotaurs, the owner of the labyrinth of a large minotaur of S+ rank. Seeing the monster that had just begun to appear from the spatial rift, Park Sung-hoo exclaimed in confusion, "Is this the master of the maze?" And Secretary Kim added that it was, but why now? The next moment, the big monster struck its first blow, forcing all team members to immediately flee the area. But even if the team managed to avoid critical damage, the girl was flying back and anxiously called out the door. At the same time, the leader of the Invincible Guild, Park Sung-hoo, shouted out to Kim Tae-hyun. In response to his comrade's exclamation, the latter, dragging Kim Hae-young along with him by the chain, shouted out, "I know," after removing their comrades from the area of attack and pulling them to a safe distance. A couple of guys rushed towards the enemy to try to distract them. At the moment of their joint attack, a bright light appeared right in front of the enemy and blinded the guys. The next moment, a giant skeleton of another minotaur appeared from the ground right in front of them, which had just been summoned by the monster. This beast was King Tak, who was resurrected by the great queen of the minotaurs and was of S rank. Seeing another enemy appearing from the ground, Quan Kang Hek exclaimed in surprise that King Tak was another S rank monster. The moment the king appeared on the battlefield, the pair of boys heard their comrades screaming behind them and turned their heads to see more minotaurs appearing near them. At the same time, being in a dangerous situation, Park Sung-hoo and Secretary Kim screamed out in fright, asking what was going on and why the monsters had suddenly appeared. The next moment, when giant monsters began to surround them from all sides, the voice of the Minotaur Queen was heard saying, "O travelers of our labyrinth." Continuing her speech, the maze boss added about those who interfere with our meal while hurrying with Kim Tae-hyun to his comrades. The guild leader exclaimed, "Damn, Secretary Kim." Trying to somehow calm down the invaders and persuade them to surrender peacefully, the Minotaur Queen added, "But do not be afraid and enter your enmity your anger." By sending several summoned monsters that obeyed her to attack the attackers, the boss of the maze added a maze to dispel everything. A few seconds later, Kwan Kang Hyuk flew to the pile of enemies surrounding his comrades and removed the threat to their lives. Seeing that the leader had just stood up for them to save their lives, Park Sung-hoo exclaimed in concern to the head of the guild. At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun, who arrived to pick up his friend, used his chain skill to tie several monsters into a pile so that Kwan Kang Hyuk could take them out with a single blow. As soon as the enemies felt that they were deprived of the possibility of movement, they immediately began to rebel, trying to break the guy's path. At the same time, player Kwan Kang Hyuk exclaimed that he would not be able to keep them all together for so long. Hearing his comrades shout, the leader of the Invincible Guild used his skill and attacked his opponents with a fiery breath. Having fried several minotaurs with a fiery breath, the man smiled happily and said, "Well, what do you think of medium-rare veal?" Before he could finish his joyful exclamations, he suddenly stopped watching the enemies and exclaimed in surprise what the hell was going on. Even after this attack, the enemies still managed to continue the fight despite their injuries and rushed at the guys to deal with them. Still amazed at what he saw, Kwan Kang Hyuk looked at the wounded minotaurs that continued to charge at them and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Realizing that the enemies were completely indifferent to massive flame attacks, Kwan Kang Hyuk again resorted to the old folk method of hand-to-hand combat, continuing to attack the enemies over and over again, who then regenerated. The man mentally said, "Damn it, they don't care about the ability to regenerate." After defeating another monster that he managed to beat to the point of losing his breath, Kwan Kang Hyuk aimed at the queen and thought that until the leader was defeated, the rest would not perish either. The next moment, he turned his gaze to his comrades, who were too weak to fight the minotaurs, and added, "I can easily hit it, but it's not that easy to fight it while protecting the secretary and Sung-hoo." Immediately after turning his gaze to the guy who had also fought the monsters, he added in his mind, "But you can't expect weather from the sea either, and Kim Tae-hyun and I have our limits too." At the moment when he had to figure out how to get out of a difficult situation, the man was dissatisfied with what to do. Continuing to think about the right decision in this situation, Kwan Kang Hyuk gritted his teeth and mentally added what I should do. The next moment, he recalled a dialogue with the leader of the Players Association, who, holding stapled papers, said, "Choose a player, Kwan Kang Hyuk." Reviewing the information obtained from the recent report, Chae Jin-woo added that even considering that it was you, if you force someone to join the guild through a duel, the association will be forced to impose sanctions. Continuing the dialogue with the leader of the Invincible Guild, Chae Jin-woo added that if you want to accept someone as a friend, you need to know not only their abilities but also what kind of person they are and what they heard in response. Unlike some people, I am not one of those who live constantly doubting everything. After hearing a comment from his subordinate, the association leader remarked that it was like you, but sometimes you should doubt it. The next moment, the leader of the association began to recall his past, adding that over the years I had seen a lot of things, and that one small mistake could lead to the loss of everything. Recalling the moment of confrontation with the top of the Thieves Guild, Chae Jin-woo added that sometimes you had to sacrifice something precious to save something more. Looking again at his interlocutor, the leader of the association added that she does not decide everything, but is aware of her limits and knows how to prioritize her goals. At the moment when Kwan Kang Hyun was listening with great reluctance to everything he was told, the leader of the association added these qualities of a great player in a stern tone. In response to everything that had just been said to him, the leader of the Invincible Guild smiled slyly and asked, "Have your strength left you, old man?" After Kwan Kang Hyuk finished his reminiscences, he looked at the battlefield again and said, "The devil is to blame for listening to his grandfather seriously." The next moment, he turned his gaze to one of the minotaurs standing in front of his comrades and preparing to strike, and added that if he destroyed the enemy, his comrades would die. Immediately after turning his gaze to Secretary Kim and Park Sung-hoo, who were trying to save their lives, he added, "And if I don't finish them off, they're going to be dead anyway, and you're offering me the choice." Realizing that there was no right option, Kwon Kang-hyuk began to gather all the strength he could and exclaimed that they would die anyway. Having used the dragon-shaped beast patronage skill to its maximum, the invincible guild leader added, "You think I'm just going to stand there and watch?" The next moment, the man rushed into the fight, knocking out the enemy with a single blow and causing a lot of noise. Seeing the actions of his friend Kim Tae-hyun, player Kwon Kang-hyuk exclaimed, to which he heard laughter in response and shouted, "Kim Tae-hyun, what do you think?" Continuing to look at his comrade who was helping him deal with the enemies, the guild leader exclaimed that I was too greedy to protect my comrades and to grind these creatures into powder. Immediately after his words, he confidently shouted to hell with this choice, to which Kim Tae-hyun smiled and said, "I don't quite understand what you're talking about." Continuing to look at his comrade, who was incredibly motivated to continue the battle with the monsters, he added, "But we still have the opportunity to defeat the Minotaur King." Hearing the words of his comrade, the leader of the Invincible Guild made a powerful breakthrough, destroying several monsters that surrounded them. Having freed himself from the onslaught of enemies, the man smiling joyfully exclaimed to Kim Tae-hyun, to which he replied more yes than no. At the same time, seeing the actions of her opponents, the Minotaur Queen laughed and said, "You dared to do that, what a pity." The next moment, pulling out her staff in front of her, the boss of the Minotaur maze added, "Whatever choice you snore, whatever decision you made." By sending a considerable number of her subjects in the direction of the invaders, she added that in the end, everything would be in vain. Immediately after she said that, a large number of Minotaur monsters attacked Kwon Kang-hyuk and Kim Tae-hyun. Seeing the decisions made by the Monster Queen, Kwon Kang-hyuk used his fire breath again, but the queen closed her shield and exclaimed, "It's useless no matter how much you destroy my power." Only all this was done for a greater purpose, clearing the way for the leader when Kim Tae-hyun suddenly appeared from the flames in front of the queen. As he approached the enemy, the guy immediately used his Aura of the Night King skill to suppress the resistance of the Minotaur maze boss. At the same time as the queen was weakened, Kwon Kang-hyuk, preparing to carry out the plan, exclaimed Kim Tae-hyun to chase. During a fierce battle with the enemy, the leader of the Invincible Guild heard some assumptions of his comrade and exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" In response to the man's question, he said it was just a guess, but just as these spaces are connected by a door, the rift where the Minotaur King is probably connected to another place. Continuing to fight, Kim Tae-hyun added that the monsters simply come to life and recover thanks to the king who arrived in this dimension. Continuing to destroy the monsters one by one with his friend, the guy added that if there is no king in this space, they will disappear by themselves. In response to the boy's suggestion, Kwon Kang-hyuk smiled and asked, "If you're wrong, we'll all die like this." When he received the question from his friend Kim Tae-hyun, he smiled slyly and asked if the situation would change. At the same time, Secretary Kim Ha-young and Park Sung-hoo found themselves in a pretty lousy situation, surrounded by beaten monsters who were slowly recovering. At the same time, the aura skill of the Night King Kim Tae-hyun continued to resist the Minotaur Queen. However, these efforts did not last long, and after a while the queen overpowered the skeleton and struck it. Seeing that there was a good chance for an attack, Kwon Kang-hyuk intervened in the fight between the Minotaur Queen and the spirit of the Skeleton Knights. As a result of his intervention, he was able to separate the pair of enemies, but the situation was not without consequences. The explosion, which occurred when the forces of the three sides clashed, was followed by a powerful explosion that threw everyone who was hit by the blast wave. The next moment, opening his eyes and seeing his friend Kim Tae-hyun, Kwon Kang-hyuk exclaimed in fright. In response to the exclamation of his comrade who saw the consequences of his battle, the man ignored his lost limb and exclaimed, "Kim Tae-hyun, don't be distracted." Immediately after his words, the leader of the Invincible Guild shouted out to the enemy, who was advancing on them again. At the same time, the boys froze in place, waiting for the first action from the Minotaur Queen, who was approaching them from the darkness. Only a few seconds passed, and then the same giant image of a monster appeared out of the darkness, heading toward them. Seeing this, the players did not hesitate to act simultaneously, using their attacks to defeat the monster. However, as a result of a collision with the enemy, he blocked the attack and stood on his feet, unlike them. After conducting their combined attack, Kim Tae-hyun and Kwon Kang-hyuk flew backwards when confronted by the Minotaur Queen's weapons. When the maze boss saw that she had won the fight, she said with a grudging smile, "What impudent kids." Turning her gaze to the leader of the Invincible Guild, the Minotaur Queen had the courage to use my own power against me. The next moment, she turned her gaze to Kim Tae-hyun, who was trying to get to his feet after falling, and added, "But as he was getting to his feet, Kim Tae-hyun looked up at the enemy and saw something terrible. At that moment, the Minotaur Queen shouted out, "No matter how hard you try." The boss of the Minotaur maze was already heading straight for him, preparing to crush the guy, shouting, "Nothing will change." Quickly getting to his feet and jumping up, Kim Tae-hyun rushed back into the fight against the enemy to prevent her and her comrade from being killed. But as a result of the collision, the guy was hit by a flurry of blows from the Minotaur Queen with her weapon. While receiving numerous injuries, Kim Tae-hyun, feeling exhausted, thought, "Damn, the difference between our forces is just huge." Continuing to suffer numerous injuries, the guy added in his head, "If I don't take advantage of the hunt, we will all die." But starting to recall the risks of using this skill, the guy added in his head that even if I activate it, I will hardly be able to deal with everything in one blow. Also recalling the moment when he lost his arm during the last application, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added that if he failed, the skill would most likely rebel again. Recalling the expression on the man's face as he watched everything that was happening to him, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head, "I can't even imagine what it will lead to." I continue to think about the correctness of what he is doing, but I don't see any other options. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun recalled a conversation with Yoo Ah-yeon, who, lying in a hospital bed, said the only way out was to use it. Hearing the girl's words, the guy was surprised to ask her what to use them for, and she replied, "I don't know why you're suddenly asking about ways to use skills, but their description in the system window is rather scanty." The next moment, starting to get up from the bed, Yoo-an added, "In fact, unlike what is written in the status, the form of the skill can change greatly depending on how it is used, and by adjusting the strength, you can change the mana consumption." Demonstrating one of the ways to use the skill on her arm, the girl said, "I myself use only the fighting spirit of the Amazons, and I can strengthen my body by using it." The next moment, transferring her skill to her fingertip, Baeyeon added or created a powerful magical projectile. Immediately after demonstrating her skills, the girl remarked, "In fact, you sometimes combine skills as well." The next moment, turning her gaze to the guy's hand, Yoo Ah-young added, "You usually only cast invisibility on the ring like this." Continuing to talk about the possibility of using skills, the girl added that if a skill is difficult to control, try to wrap a weapon or other skill with it. After giving all possible advice for better use of the skills, the girl smiled and said, "I'm sure you can do it." After recalling the girl's advice, Kim Tae-hyun used his hunting skill to wrap his weapon around her. At the moment when Kim Tae-hyun received a considerable boost and began to move faster, the Minotaur Queen shouted out to this guy trying to hit him with an attack. Sometime after Yoo Ah-young's advice was mastered and put into practice, Kim Tae-hyun took the initiative in the battle. At the same time, using the skill of chains, the guy wrapped them with the skill of hunting, and as a result, easily pierced through the enemy's body. Continuing to use the combined hunting skills along with the aura of the King of Knights, the guy thought accurately. After delivering a crushing blow that caused the Minotaur maze boss to fall to the ground, the guy added in his head, "Yoo Ah-yeon was right." As the confrontation continued, the guy, immersed in further reflections, mentally mumbled that I had a bad feeling that hunting could change the shape of my will. Continuing to recall the possibilities of his skill, the guy mentally added that it can be used like other skills. Having dealt the Minotaur Queen another blow, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added to my knowledge of this mysterious power. Preparing to strike the final blow, the boy mentally added the aura of hunting skill to his dagger, but whatever it was. After delivering the last slashing blow, which cut the queen into two pieces, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "I'm going to use it to the fullest." After a critical hit, the Minotaur maze boss began to break apart and the room, shrouded in a spatial displacement trap, collapsed. After defeating the Minotaur Queen, all the raid participants moved into one room, from which they were transported to different locations. At the same time, seeing that they were all together again, one of the participants, kneeling on his knees, exclaimed in confusion that this had suddenly happened. The next moment, right in front of them, all the raiders saw Kim Tae-hyun dragging the guild leader. Heading to his comrades in arms after the end of the difficult battle, the guy confidently said that now it was over. Seeing that the main fighters who fought against the boss of the maze survived, Secretary Kim ran to them with hugs, joyfully exclaiming the head of the guild, Kim Tae-hyun. After defeating the great king of the Minotaurs, a considerable amount of treasure was discovered inside the maze, and the most valuable of them turned out to be a unique elixir that can significantly increase the characteristics called the Source of Life. However, it would definitely not be enough for all the participants of the raid, and that is why it was decided to give it to Tai-hyun and Kwon Kang-haik as the participants who made the greatest contribution to the maze. Only in the case of Kwon Kang-hyuk, the loss of his right arm outweighed the gain in characteristics. Upon learning this, the man exclaimed in anger, but it was still better than nothing. Also, the spies who infiltrated the Invincible Guild were identified and all were successfully arrested. And all the participants of the raid who took part in it were prescribed treatment and complete rest. Also, after the raid on the Minotaur Queen's maze, Kim Tae-hyun returned to his family to see them. As a result of all these events, everyone seemed to be satisfied with the outcome of the completed raid into the maze. That's how the Minotaur maze came to an end. And Kwon Kang-hyuk was treated by his secretary, who liked to use syringes of a frightening size. But that wasn't all. Sometime after his discharge from the hospital, Kwon Kang-hyuk made an announcement to the crowd. Once on stage, the man immediately received a bunch of questions from reporters who shouted to each other. "Is it true what you just said? Player Kwon Kang-hyuk, please repeat it again." Continuing to pester him with questions, the press exclaimed, "Are you really ending your career as a player?" To which he said, "I'm not." Pulling the microphone to his mouth, the leader of the Invincibles Guild angrily exclaimed, "I'm just taking a break, you idiots. Don't you know what a vacation is?" To which the head of the guild replied, "Watch what you say." The next moment, one of the reporters asked if it was because of a right arm injury, and then others added, "What about the upcoming Asian friendlies if the best talent in New Korea is out of the national team?" In response to the questions, the man said that it was because of an injury to his right hand, but that he did not have to worry about the Asian friendly. To somehow calm down the audience, which was seriously agitated, the man confidently exclaimed that they had already found a replacement for me. The next moment, turning his gaze to the right, Kwon Kang-hyuk exclaimed, "Now let's hear from you." As soon as the guy got up on stage and was near the leader of the Invincible Guild, Kwon Kang-hyuk, Kim Tae-hyun added. After hearing who exactly is the replacement of the best tank of the new South Korea, the audience was surprised to hear that Kim Tae-hyun is the same newcomer and he can participate in the maze. But after passing this maze, Kim Tae-hyun took 5th place on merit. Continuing his judgment, one of the reporters added that he is more than worthy of being in the national team, and there are rumors that after receiving a source of income, he has reached the national level. Hearing the words of the man standing next to her, the girl exclaimed in confusion, "This can't be true. Do you at least understand what this means?" Starting to mention other representatives, the reporter added that even among S-rank players, X is considered a monster. This level was created because X cannot even be compared to regular S ranks. Looking at the man next to her, the girl added anxiously, no matter how talented Kim Tae-hyun was, could he really reach such a level? The next moment, interrupting all the talks of the audience, Kim Tae-hyun said, "I am Kim Tae-hyun, and I will represent the new South Korea in the Asian friendly." Continuing his speech, the guy added, "I think you are all worried that I will replace Kwon Kang-hyuk in the national team. I understand that despite my achievements, I am still a beginner compared to other players who have just passed the player's exam." While watching the broadcast, one of the representatives sitting in the bathroom asked if I could perform as well as the rest of the national team, and I don't know if I could. And the man said, "Heh, so he's the new S rank of New Korea." Also, watching the broadcast of the celebration and listening to the speech in which Kim Tae-hyun said that now I have no way to prove the rumors that are circulating about my national level status, I smiled and said how modest I am. At the same time, watching this action in a bar, a visitor said, "I don't understand whether he is confident or not. How can anyone get the level of a national monument? I knew it from the very beginning." At the same time, after a short pause, the guy intrigued the audience and continued. Hearing what Kim Tae-hyun had just said, the audience suddenly froze, waiting for the guy to continue with bated breath. The next moment, the guy smiled and said confidently, "I hope that this friendly match in Asia will be an opportunity to prove it." Continuing to tell his speech in front of the whole world, the guy added, "Of course, rumors about the power of the so-called national monument." At the same time, when Milena returned to the guild, she was on her knees, scared, begging for mercy. "Please forgive me. Please forgive me at least once, Mr. Shadow. I really did everything I could. I diligently followed all the orders, and the fact that I managed to escape is a miracle." Continuing to kneel before the deputy leader of the Thieves Guild, the girl added frightenedly, "I honestly didn't know that this Kim Tae-hyun would be so strong." Hearing his subject's plea, the shadow stretched out his hand to the girl and said, "Come on, get up off the floor." Looking at the girl who failed to complete her task, he added that if the opponent was really stronger, there was nothing you could do about it, and even if you failed despite all your efforts, it was not your fault. Feeling somewhat hopeful after hearing from her supervisor, the girl got to her feet and shouted encouragingly to Mr. Tin. At the same moment, the man approached Milena and extended his hand to her benefactor, but said, the next moment, using his power and ripping the girl's head and half of her body off, the shadow added that there was no place for weaklings. Having finished off a subject who failed in her task, the deputy leader of the Thieves Guild promulgated the law. Continuing to stare at Milena's motionless body, Shadow added that the escaped garbage still dared to beg for mercy. How annoying. The next moment, heading for the exit of the building, The man said, "Burn this place together with the body. The association will definitely try to find traces of this trash," to which the subjects exclaimed, "Yes, sir, I understand." Walking away from the burning house, the Thieves Guild deputy thought, "It's strange, but we invested a lot more resources to avoid a situation like the last time in East Point. Even though we didn't manage to take out Quan Kang Hyok, the probability of passing the maze was 0. Immediately after his thoughts, the man remembered one variable that could have influenced the outcome and mentally said to Kim Tae-hyun, continuing to move away from the crime scene with his subjects. The shadow thought, "This Asian-friendly match promises to be quite interesting." At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun had already arrived at the main meeting room, after which the guard pointed to the entrance and shouted out, "Player Kim Tae-hyun, come here." Opening the door to the meeting room, the man added, "The best players of the new South Korea are waiting for you all." While Kim Tae-hyun stepped over the rocks of the room, the guy added, "Your teammates in the Asian-friendly matches that will be held very soon." Seeing several people waiting for him at the negotiating table, the boy heard the soldier add representatives of the new Korea national team. "When I saw the last member of the team, Yang Jin-soo, S rank in 7th place, I said I had heard but did not think he was so young." In response to his comrade Seo Han-gil's remarks, S rank and 8th place on merit, he said, "This does not violate human rights." The next moment, Kwak Si-yeon, S rank and 4th ranked head of the Mage Guild, joined the conversation and said that age does not affect the development of abilities. After that, laughing, Park Sung-jin, S rank current 2nd place on merit former 2nd, said, "I knew he would get here one day, but I didn't think it would be so soon." After listening to the words of all those present about the new representative of the national team, Chae Jin-wee spoke a little noisily, but the entire team was gathered. Immediately after his words, the man smiled and said, "Please sit down, Kim Tae-hyun, and let's start discussing the strategy for the Asia-friendly." After hearing the words of the head of the association, Go-tuk took the floor and pointed to the diagram behind him and explained what the Asian-friendly games are. Continuing to do his job, the deputy manager added in the past, "After the appearance of the Abyss and the awakening of people's skills, chaos ensued, monsters and thieves began to appear. The origins of the games go back to the time when self-defense units from different Asian countries united to protect civilians." The next moment, displaying an image of an SS-class Kraken, he added, "Now representatives of Asian countries are destroying monsters and thieves for 7 days." The next moment, after displaying the missing thief on the screen, the man added points for each defeated target, and thus the winner was determined. Continuing to broadcast the image on the screen, Go-tuk added that, although most citizens are afraid of monsters and thieves, it is officially considered a holiday. Immediately after his words, realizing some of the risks, the man added, "But in reality, this is a kind of small war." Continuing to talk about the Asian-friendly games, he added that it is not only an opportunity to test the current combat power of each country. Also mentioning the benefits of this event, Go-tuk added, "However, it is also a propaganda for hunting monsters and thieves." Continuing to recall the features of the event, the man said the competition will be incredible, especially considering the winner gets a huge cash prize, unique items, and even the right to go through an unconquered dungeon. Hearing about the awards for winning this event, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and thought it was good that I decided to take part in the Asian-friendly games. The next moment, remembering the girl with whom he had a contract, the boy mentally said, "The succubus queen Rosaria, whom I met in the depths of the abyss, knows for sure that the king exists." Continuing his thoughts, the guy mentally said, "However, her strength is a big question, and it's hard to imagine that she will give out all the information as if she were in the mood to demand something, or even to just continue the conversation. You need to become even stronger." Continuing to smile slyly, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head that this is why the opportunity to face national-level fighters and get rewarded makes Asian-friendly games so important. The next moment, after Kim Tae-hyun's remarks, Go Tae-hyuk added, "However, in this sense, our team in the new South Korea has one problem." Recalling the missing players, the deputy manager added that the first place is not yet occupied, and Kwon Kang-hyuk, who became the second in points after passing the maze, and other strong players such as Yoo Ah-eun are not participating for personal reasons, which is why our combat power is not what it used to be. Continuing to express the problems they faced, Go-tuk added that measures should be taken, after which one of the audience members raised his hand. Having attracted the attention of Park Sang-jin, he said that the problem with combat power has already been solved and that there are rumors that the boy, that is, the player Kim Tae-hyun, is recognized as a national-level fighter. Hearing this, all those present instantly turned their attention to the newcomer, who turned out to be very strong. The next moment, everyone at the conference discussing strategy in the Asian-friendly games unanimously shouted out the national level. Continuing to pile on the questions, the players exclaimed that it really couldn't be at that age, to which Kim Tae-hyun awkwardly replied that it was just a rumor. Kim Tae-hyun continued to justify himself and added that there was no evidence. And you know that we cannot build our strategy based on this alone. Hearing the guy's words, everyone could see the disappointment, after which Seo Han-gil said in disappointment, "I see." Hearing the disappointment in his comrades' voices, Kim Tae-hyun thought for now, after which Seo Han-gil said, "Then we need to come up with another plan." And he heard in response that you want to find someone new. At the same moment, interrupting the conversations of his subjects with a loud footstep, Che Jinvi banged his hands on the table and exclaimed that everything was fine. Standing up from his seat, the leader of the association added, "We may not have national-level fighters like China or Japan, but Asian-friendly games are not about fighting. They are about scoring points by hunting monsters and thieves." Continuing to express his opinion, the man added that if we act rationally, we have every chance. The next moment, turning his gaze to one of the people in the room, the man said, "Let the player Park Sang-jin, Kwak Si-yak, and Seo Han-gil go hunting for monsters. They have the most experience in this kind of thing." Hearing the order from the leader of the new South Korean Players Association, the subjects agreed with the leader's opinion and exclaimed so. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the other players and added, "Jang Jin-soo, who had more experience in battles against humans, would help Kim Tae-hyun hunt down the squeezed thieves." To which they exclaimed that they understood. Having distributed the responsibilities among the participants, the man clenched his fists and said, "So, next week's Asian Friendship Games. I'm counting on all of you." A week later, the long-awaited day came. Gathered together in one place, spectators and participants heard the opening ceremony of the Asian Friendly Games held at the stadium of the Asian branch of the World Association of Players. Continuing to announce the participants of this event, the commentator added that teams from different countries, including the Philippines, Vietnam, and Singapore, gathered to participate in friendly games. Continuing to announce the start of the event, the commentator added among them the most impressive-looking teams of Japan and China, in which national-level players Nakata Shinji, a national-level player from Japan known as the Demon's Sword, participate. Continuing to announce the contenders of the countries, the commentator added especially China, which has fielded 3 national-level players for these Asian-friendly games, is considered the main contender for the first place. Liu Ping, a national-level player from China; the Blood Sword Kai Mingming, a national-level player from China; Lightning Xuexin, a national-level player from China; the Berserker. Continuing to comment on the event, the host added on the other hand, in the case of Korea, due to the refusal of a large number of top players, including Kwon Kang-hyuk. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun's guardians said that victory was not likely to happen, as long as our Kim Tae-hyun was safe. Hearing his parents' words, the main founder of Kim Tae-hyun's fan club, Hwang Ja-yeon, exclaimed, "What are you talking about, Mom and Dad?" Dressed in a cheerleading costume and holding slogans of motivation, he added menacingly, "Now we need to support brother Tae-hyun with all our might, and you say that victory is impossible. Have you forgotten what your brother has done for us?" To which they replied awkwardly, "Oh yes." Continuing to reprimand his parents, the boy pointed to the apartment and exclaimed, "This house was bought for us by my brother with the money he earned." The next moment, remembering the money for personal spending, he added, "And my brother sends me a bonus after every dungeon passage." Continuing to float in his wet thoughts, Hwang Ja-young promised that the more successful brother Tae-hyun is, the more I can get. Let's support him quickly. Hearing this, his father said unhappily, "Although he is my son, he is so useless and disgusting." After which his aunt added that he was getting worse. "Maybe we should call a shaman." The next moment, the boy came back to reality and exclaimed, "Unlike Mom and Dad, I believe in my brother. Brother, show these foreigners what you can do." And he said, "I wish you would try." At the same time, approaching the rather promising guy, the girl asked if you were Kim Tae-hyun, the youngest S-class player in New Korea. Continuing to approach the guy from behind, the girl added, "Thank you for your help in the incident," to which he looked back and sighed awkwardly. The next moment, he saw a beautiful girl in a black dress heading in his direction. Coming closer, Yoshikawa Tsurara, a national-level player from Japan, said, "I was going to deal with it myself, but when I arrived, the problem was already solved." Hearing the girl's words, Kim Tae-hyun thought of Narendra Nehru and said to Yoshikawa Tsurara, "That saint dealt with the incident in East Point before I returned, so given her abilities, it is understandable how such an incident was so quietly hushed up." Continuing the dialogue with Kim Tae-hyun, she added, "I wanted to thank you personally and invited you." Immediately after she said that, the girl, Yoshikawa Tsurara, looked him straight in the eye and asked why he had rejected my invitation. And now, let's go back a week to the same meeting of the Asian Friendly Games participants at the time when the meeting had already ended. After the discussions were over, all the participants almost left the room, saying that the meeting was over. "Maybe we should have a drink," to which I heard no, and Kim Tae-hyun was the last to leave his seat. Seeing that he had not yet left the meeting room, the leader of the Players Association said to Tae-heng, "Stay a minute." Stopping in his seat, the guy listened to the words of the leader of the association and asked in surprise what the invitation was. In response to the boy's question, Che Jin-wei looked at him and said, "The saint personally asked me to meet you." Continuing the dialogue with the guy, he added, "I don't know what she has in mind for the holidays. She is one of the few people in the world who has the skill of super regeneration. Maybe she can help treat the arm of the player Kwon Kang-hyuk." Continuing to hint at accepting the invitation, Che Jin-woo added, "I think it would be nice to meet her before the games start. What do you think?" In response to the offer from the leader of the Players Association, Kim Tae-hyun, I immediately replied firmly, "I refuse." After hearing the boy's refusal, Go Taeyuk exclaimed, "But why did Kim Tae-hyun's player Kwon Kang-hyuk get injured defending you?" And hearing the cries of his subject, Jae Jin-woo stretched out his hand and said to Taeyuk, "Calm down." The next moment, folding his hands in front of him and resting his head on them, the man added, "Let's first listen to the reason why Tae-hyun." In response to a question from the leader of the Players Association, the guy put his hands down and clenched them into fists and said, "I can't tell you in detail now, but I can't tell you anything else." Continuing to look at the man who wanted to know the reason for his sharp and confident refusal, he said the reason is very simple. And now let's go back to the very moment of the beginning of the Asian-friendly games, when a guy walked by and asked a question and said, "I know about the vile essence behind the name of the holiday." Continuing to move confidently forward to his goal, the guy explained the reason for the refusal and added in the end, "That's all." After informing her of the reason for the refusal, he continued forward without even looking back at the girl. At the end of the dialogue, the demon sword asked, "What do you think?" To which the saint smiled slyly and answered interestingly, as I had assumed he had rejected my offer for a reason. Continuing to stare at the boy's trail, Yoshikawa Tsurara added, "It looks like he knows about me." Hearing this, the man exclaimed, "I'm coming right now." Stopping her husband, who suddenly broke into a laugh, she added, "No, it's not about that at all." Also watching in the wake of Kim Tae-hyun's holiday, added other fools pay attention only to the growth rate of this guy. But the most amazing thing is the actions of this guy. Continuing to watch the guy she was so interested in, Yoshikawa Tsurura added to his awareness. Continuing the dialogue with her friend, the girl added that without information, it is impossible to perform so many incredible deeds based on abilities alone. And I am especially interested in how he knows about me. Drawing a finger to her face and slyly licking her lips, the saint said yes, and I want to get it as soon as possible. After some time of preparation, the commentator's voice was heard announcing that the long-awaited moment had arrived, and we were announcing the start of the Asian Games. Standing above the arena on a flying platform, the official host of the Asian Games, Singaporean A-ranked player Alex Go, shouted out to start the countdown. Starting the countdown, Alex Guo began shouting out 8 as the festivities began to get underway, before the demon sword finally began, after which the host added 7. At the same time, while conducting a dialogue with his comrade, the berserker said, maybe for a warm-up. We can finish off a couple right here, after which 6 rang out. Then Kai Ming said, watch your language, this is an official event. At the same time, Park Sang-ji turned to his comrades and shouted out to everyone who remembered our plan, after which 5-4 sounded. Continuing to announce the plan of action, the man shouted out, I Kwak Si Young and Seo Han Gil will take care of the monsters. The next moment, Alex Go shouted out 3, while Park Sang-ji added and Sang Jin Soo helped Kim Tae-hyun, and then 2. Not seeing another member of his team, the man shouted out where Kim Tae-hyun had gone, to which his comrades only giggled in confusion, and then the host shouted out one more. As soon as the countdown was over, Alex Guo shouted out, let's get started on the hot 7-day Asian-friendly games. Immediately after that, the man stretched his arm forward and shouted out, and as soon as he did, a blade slid right through his throat. Kim Tae-hyun was on the flying platform, and immediately after the start of the competition was announced, he separated the host's head from his body. Seeing this, all the spectators were shocked and held their breath, not realizing what had just happened. At the same time, Park Sang-ji saw where their friend was and what he had just done. But this action also brought smiles to the faces of the other participants. Immediately afterwards, all the participants of the rally rushed to Kim Tae-hyun to deal with him for his actions against the host, and his comrades came to his defense. Prepared to squeeze the guy from all sides, the berserker and the demon sword headed in the direction of the guy. The next moment, as soon as the 2 national-level players burst into the fight, a powerful explosion rang out in the arena. At the same time, the audience, who had just begun to come to their senses, exclaimed in confusion what was happening to him as soon as his head was separated from his body. At the same time, defending his friend Kwak Si-young, the player Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" Immediately after these words, Sue Shin, who was approaching Kim Tae-hyun, exclaimed, "Not only did you kill the host, but you are also justifying him. You and your desperate friends have no excuses." Continuing to move towards the desired goal, the berserker with a national level of ominous smile added to finish everyone. At the same time, on the Japanese side, Park Sang-jin appeared in front of the demonic sword to defend it from other attackers. Standing behind her comrade, Yoshikawa Tsurura said, "You can take the lives of as many people as you want with the demon sword." Immediately after she said that, the girl smiled ominously and added in a devilish tone, "But try not to touch my property." The next moment, a businesswoman with a bunch of security guards behind her came into the arena and shouted at everyone to stop immediately. Continuing to walk towards the guy, the chairman of the Singapore Players Association, Haley Tan, added, "Thank you for your concern, but the player from Singapore is finished. We will deal with this ourselves." At the same time, following the woman, Che Jingwei anxiously shouted out this obvious misunderstanding to the leader. "Our representatives could not." In response to the man's remark, Haley Tuck exclaimed, "You just saw our player's head fly off. What more proof do you need?" Continuing to walk toward the boy, the grandmother shouted out to arrest the killer immediately, to which Kim Tae-hyun told Main Wan-chai. As soon as he started to speak, everyone suddenly fell silent, after which Kim Tae-hyun added an S-rank thief tortured and killed 30 passengers on a luxury cruise ship in the Pacific Ocean a few years ago. Continuing to talk about the criminal, he added that associations and corporations from different countries put a bounty of 30 billion on his head, but he sold the information obtained under torture and disappeared without a trace, or rather changed his appearance. Hearing the boy's words, the leader of the Singaporean Players Association angrily exclaimed what this had to do with what was happening. The next moment, returning her gaze to the body of the dead anchor, Haley Tuck exclaimed in surprise that it was impossible. Immediately after his grandmother's exclamation, Kim Tae-hyun threw the thief's head forward and promoted Wan-chai was able to escape from the pursuit because he had a skill that allowed him to freely change his appearance. Stopping the head of the destroyed thief who was pretending to be the host and standing on it with his foot, Kim Tae-hyun smiled and confidently said this. After hearing a reasoned response with direct evidence, the leader of the Singapore Players Association, in the same shock as everyone else, suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell?" At the same time, in order to remove all suspicion from himself, Kim Tae-hyun added a final thank you to the vagrants for the information they provided. Hearing the boy's last words, someone in the crowd shouted out in confusion what was going on here, and Kim Tae-hyun and the vagrants found out. At the same time, staying behind his comrades, Liu Ping smiled ominously and said, "Kim Tae-hyun means quite interesting." Sometime later, after it turned out that the host of the Asian Games who had been killed was a thief, the briefly interrupted Asian Games were immediately resumed. All the players from different countries immediately left the opening location to start hunting monsters and thieves, while the Vagabond Guild was in chaos. Kim Tae-hyun, the player who got the first points in these games and took all the credit for the Vagrant Guild, also went hunting at the same time watching the live broadcast, from which the name of the favorite John Han-soo was shouted, asking if it was true. Continuing to watch the Asian-friendly games, the man asked if the head of the guild knew about Wan-chai's whereabouts, to which she angrily replied that it could not be. "You are a fool." After receiving an answer from his leader, Jung Han-soo asked why the player Kim Tae-hyun lied, to which the girl replied offended, "I don't know about that." The next moment, looking at her staff who could not cope with the large amount of work that had arrived, Yu Ah-yeon added, "Thank you for advertising the guild, but because of the constant calls, the work is paralyzed. It is not the style of our leader. It is obvious that our Tae-hyun acted independently." Continuing to look at the excitement that appeared in their guild, the girl exclaimed, "Is it really our darling?" And Jung Han-soo asked in surprise, "What kind of darling?" At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun went on a hunt for the thieves he knew where to find in order to get a reward for them. After dealing with one of them, the thief Orangakak Dagwi breathed heavily and asked how he found out about his identity. In response to the man's question, Kim Tae-hyun put the phone to his ear and said, "I can tell by the way you look. Listen." The next moment, the phone rang with a loud shout from the leader of the Vagrant Guild, who suddenly screamed out for her darling. In response to the girl's exclamation, Kim Tae-hyun raised his head and said, "You're quite late," and was told that everything was off the rails. When he heard that the Vagrant Guild was in complete chaos and excitement, the guy said, "Of course you're calling through a secure channel." In response to the boyfriend's question, Yu Ah-yeon smiled and replied, "That's exactly how you wanted me to call you." When he heard the girl's words, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Yes, because you can't connect to a closed channel from my phone," to which he heard that he wanted to talk to me so badly, to which he replied, "In any case, I have 2 requests," and then I heard what I want to know. After receiving the question from the girl, Kim Tae-hyun said the first one was to investigate something, and the second was information about the thieves. When she heard Yu Ah-yeon's request, she was surprised to hear the information about the investigation. Turning her gaze to the side, The girl added anxiously, but I've already passed all the information about the thieves through the association. In response to the girl's remark, Kim Tae-hyun, walking on after cleaning up the thief, said, you know that no matter how many of these small bipods you catch, you can't get first place in the games. You need a bigger fish to qualify for higher places. Hearing this, the girl said, you don't. Interrupting the leader of the Vagabonds Guild in mid-sentence, Kim Tae-hyun said that the Thieves Guild at the same time as ours, a strange person in a dark robe appeared on the guy's path. Covering his head with a samurai hat, the man who stood in the way put his hand on the handle of his katana and said, my name is Kimura Ren. Hearing that he had just been spoken to, Kim Tae-hyun, who was immersed in a telephone conversation, suddenly said that who, hearing the boyfriend's question, Yoo Ayeon asked in surprise, honey, what did you say? To which he replied, oh, just a minute. The next moment, as he focused his attention on his opponent, he heard the man suddenly exclaim in anger, I have come to punish the scoundrel who has desecrated the name of the saint. Hearing the reason why the Japanese S-rank player Hoken Kimura Ren came for him, Kim Tae-hyun immediately remembered the girl and said in surprise, what did I do there? After hearing the boy's question, Hoken Kimura Ren, a participant in the Asian-friendly games from Japan and an S-class player, took a fighting stance and prepared to attack. This man was also one of the ardent followers of the saints, which was the reason for his sudden desire for revenge. If we compare it to a demonic sword, the sword of Nakata Shinji, a national player of the highest level, is elegant and laconic. That Kimura Ren's sword is a real hero's sword. It is focused on tearing apart and destroying the opponent. However, as always, everything has its flaws, no matter how powerful the sword of the man who decided to attack Kim Tae-hyun. If his attacks cannot reach the target, then he simply does not make any sense. And this is what was happening at the time of his attacks on the boy. Continuing to dodge the man's attacks, Kim Tae-hyun continued to talk on the phone with the girl, exclaiming in surprise that it was not working, but why? At the same time, angry at his skills, Kimura Ren exclaimed, damn it, and then mentally added, I can't get it. Gritting his teeth in anger as he attacked Kim Tae-hyun, the Japanese player mentally wondered how the bastard could dodge. At the same time, walking down the corridor, Yoo Ayeon exclaimed, of course it won't work. You really decided to target the Thieves Guild. You don't know why the association doesn't touch the main cartel. Continuing to express her concern, the girl added that as soon as you approach them, they immediately cut off all communication and disappear, even if they do not share the information until they are absolutely sure that they will be caught. Continuing the dialogue on the phone, the girl added that if you interfere, things could get serious. And Kim Tae-hyun, continuing to dodge the opponent's attacks, said yes, that's a good theory. The next moment, when he was tired of playing with Hoken Kimura Ren, the boy launched him into the air with a single blow and stopped these hopeless katana swings that were bothering him. After removing the annoying man who was preventing him from talking quietly on the phone, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and said, I'll definitely make it. Hearing the confident words of the guy who had just said that he would be able to, Yoo Ah-young exclaimed in confusion, to which he replied, I can't go into details, but I can definitely catch them. The next moment, when Kimura Ren landed on the ground after a fast flight, the guy added, please trust me. Continuing the dialogue with the girl, Kim Tae-hyun confidently added, the results of my actions speak for themselves because they do, to which she replied, well, you are. After a bit of struggle, the girl finally relented and said, well, but since there is very little information about the Thieves Guild, I will give you information about another place. To which he replied in surprise that it was different. In response to the boy's surprise, the leader of the Vagabonds Guild replied with the information about the three elders. The three elders are influential figures who control not only the shadow world but also politics, as well as the three leaders of the main cartel that rule Asia. Continuing the dialogue through a closed channel, Yu added, we found out the whereabouts of one of their leaders, Miyazaki Kenji. Of course, even if we catch him, he is unlikely to give out information easily, and if something goes wrong, you can only make enemies during friendly games. Continuing to talk about the risks, the girl added what you would do, to which Kim Tae-hyun just smiled slyly and thought, three elders are not as dangerous as a guild of thieves, but they will get a lot of points. Immediately after his thoughts, the guy confidently said, well then, let's start with them. After receiving the answer to the start of the hunt from the three elders, Yoo Ah-en exhaled heavily and said, okay, I will try to find out about your request. Hearing the girl's words, Kim Tae-hyun said, thank you, and she added, maybe you can invite me to a restaurant as a thank you, to which he replied after the friendly games were over. And at that time, Kimura Ren was already slowly getting to his feet. With a tremor in his body, the man rose to his feet and shouted, you rascal! And at that time, Kim Tae-hyun had just finished a phone conversation and turned his head to the man and said, ha! In response to the boy's surprise, the man angrily exclaimed, you're going to ignore me like that, to which the boy replied, I didn't ignore you. The next moment, activating all his strength, Kimura Ren exclaimed, "If you don't fight seriously, I'll blow up this whole district with you," to which Kim Tae-hyun replied, "I didn't ignore you." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction with the boyfriend's attitude toward him, Kimura Ren exclaimed, "First of all, I will shake your senses of sight, hearing, smell, and taste." Applying his skill, the man shouted out control of the five senses while continuing to stand in place. Kim Tae-hyun spoke in frustration, "Well, I tried so hard to avoid the battle." When Kimura Ren was approaching the boy, he said that he didn't know that fighting between participants was forbidden or something. The next moment, activating his Aura of the Night King skill, the guy said, "Well, there's nothing to be done." After combining it with hunting and pointing it in the direction of the opponent, the guy added, "I'm going to have to play with you a little bit seriously." The next moment, an oppressive aura that inspired fear even from a distance headed toward Hoken Kimura Ren, who challenged him. After a while, heading to the prisoner's cell, the demon's sword said Kimura Ren was defeated to avoid problems. "We told the press that he had been suddenly attacked by a thief, but..." Recalling the reason for this event and the result, the man added that after the defeat at the hands of Kim Tae-hyun, he only repeated that he would play seriously. It seems that he was under the influence of some kind of mental skill. Continuing the dialogue with Yoshikawa Tsurara, he added that in his current state, he would need a month to recover, let alone participate in the tournament, to which the girl replied curiously, "He probably does have hidden skills." Hearing his lady's words, the demon sword said, "Maybe I should do it myself," and in response, he heard only loud laughter. The next moment, elbowing the guy in the chest, she said, "Stop joking around. If we lose you, what will happen to the points?" To which he replied, "Oh, right." After a while, having reached the desired cell, the girl pointed to the door and said, "Don't worry. Kimura Ren will lose to this guy. It was predictable anyway. The new bait is ready." The next moment, a knock was heard in the closed cell as the door began to unlock and then creaked open. Immediately after the door was unlocked, Yoshikawa Tsurara and a demon sword entered. In the cell in front of him, prisoner Isaki Ryoki hung from the wall in the shape of a cross. When he heard that someone had come to his cell, the man raised his head and saw the visitors, and Yoshikawa Tsurara said, hearing that the man remembered her, the girl smiled slyly and said, "Isaki Ryohei, it's your time to work for me." Meanwhile, somewhere in the nameless abyss where some Asian game players went to get points for hunting monsters, one such player in the friendly games was Ligaya, an S-ranked player from the Philippines who was fighting against the enemy. When she encountered a representative from China who was targeting her and her ally, she exclaimed, "Why are you trying to kill us with your power? You could have won first place without such mean tricks." Continuing to look at the national-level player from China, known for his incredible strength, nicknamed the Berserker, who was approaching them, Shishin exclaimed. In response to his opponent's question, the man smiled slyly and scratched his ear, saying, "I don't play with cowards like you for fun, it's just that our crazy association leader asked me to." Hearing the reason why the hunt for players from other countries in the Asian-friendly games was opened, Ligaya exclaimed in confusion. The next moment after hearing this, the girl thought to herself that the head of the Chinese Players Association had personally ordered the murder of participants from other countries. It can't be that they want to start a war. Immediately after completing her thoughts, the girl, holding her weapon in front of her, shouted to her ally to run, to which she confusedly replied that she would, but before she could finish, Ligaya shouted again, "Run and tell everyone about it." Giving an order to her teammate, the girl was preparing to take on a tough fight against a national-level player and shouted out, "As long as I hold back this monster." At the moment when Shui Xin rushed at the girl preparing to take out the ordered players, Ligaya shouted out faster. But this fight did not last long. After a short period of time, having dealt with the players from the Philippines, the Berserker disappointedly said the hell with the Singaporeans who were engaged in Sai Mingmin was more fun. Turning his gaze to another girl who tried to run away to report the situation but failed, he added, "Who's next?" As Shui Xin was recalling his next target, he looked up and said, "It's definitely from the New Korea." Dispersing his skill after the battle against the Filipinos, he added what seems to be the turn of that guy Kim Tae-hyun. At the same time, while sitting in his hotel room watching the news, Kim Tae-hyun heard about the Asian-friendly games in which players from different countries will compete for a whole week. The results of the first day's scoring were published. Broadcasting the leaderboard in an enlarged format, the host added that New Korea, which scored the first points of the tournament, is still in the lead, while China and Japan are diligently pursuing the leader. Continuing to talk about the events of the competition, the man added representatives of each country either broadcast live hunting for thieves and their detection or broadcast edited recordings because of hearing the latest news. One of the viewers said New Korea can't be. Continuing to express their opinions, ordinary viewers added what Japan and China are doing with their national-level players. besides Kimura Ren from Japan, is said to have withdrawn from participation due to an injury sustained during a battle with a thief. Players from Singapore were found dead, and the Philippine team went missing while hunting monsters in the abyss. Continuing to raise a stir among the people, the audience added what was happening at the same time. Kim Tae-hyun said one thing for sure: these are Asian-friendly games. Continuing to watch the news somewhere in one of the hotels where he was staying, the guy added that he looked very suspicious. While looking at his phone, Kim Tae-hyun heard that the Asian-Friendly Games Organizing Committee had formed separate investigation teams into the murder of the Singaporean players and the disappearance of the Filipino players. While in the studio, the presenter added that they had requested assistance in the investigation from the relevant authorities. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun thought that before he returned, it had only happened on the third day, and now it had already begun. Starting to recall events from his past life, the guy mentally added that if these were the same events as before he returned, the criminals were definitely Chinese national-level players. Continuing to follow the news of the Asian Games, the guy thought about the reasons, of course, hard demonstration of personal power of cleaning up competitors and other things. Recalling the culprits in this situation, Kim Tae-hyun smiled in embarrassment and thought, adding that the main thing was undoubtedly their own ambitions of that guy as the leader of Chinese national-level players, and then said that either the holidays or these guys do not allow anyone to rest. Having finished watching the news and making decisions, the guy said, well, there's nothing to be done. If that's the case, then we'll have to hurry. And then he heard a sudden knock on his door. Surprised by the visit at such a late hour, the guy activated the stone armor skill and thought who it was, and then shouted out who it was. In response to the boy's question, the familiar voice of one of his team members answered, I'm Kim Tae-hyun. Continuing to stand in front of the door to the boys' room, the team member of the new South Korea added, Jang Jin-soo. Continuing to pester the guy to open the door, he added, I found out through associations that you were staying here. Come out. We need to talk. Hearing who exactly decided to visit him at such a late hour, Kim Tae-hyun thought with some suspicion, Jang Jin-soo. After a while, on the roof of the hotel, the man exclaimed that you were doing something unauthorized at the opening ceremony and that you completely ignored the team strategy and acted alone. Continuing to point his finger in the direction of his friend, Jang Jin-soo added angrily, do you even understand what a team is? When Kim Tae-hyun heard the man's remarks in his address, he immediately recalled Ma Do-hak and thought, I think I've heard something like this before. The next moment, looking down at his hand, Jang Jin-soo added angrily, whatever the reason, I'm very disappointed in you. You could have at least told me. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the man added, we are both responsible for the thieves, to which Kim Tae-hyun said recently. Looking at the man in front of him, the guy added, I was attacked by the Japanese player Kimura Ren. Hearing this, Jang Jin-soo exclaimed in surprise and attack. After listening to his friend's words, the man exclaimed in surprise that his refusal to participate was your doing. When he heard the remark, the guy just smiled and said, fortunately, I managed to neutralize him, but the question remains how he found out about my location. Immediately after his words, Kim Tae-hyun raised his head and looked at Jang Jin-soo with a keen gaze and said the most likely thing. Continuing to express his point of view, he added that there was a rat in the association, and when he heard the guy's statement, he exclaimed in surprise that, the next moment, once again filled with anger, Jang Jin-soo exclaimed, if you think I'm the one you're looking for, you must be much more suspicious. To which he replied, it's not that simple. Pointing the finger at himself as well, Kim Tae-hyun added, anyone who has access to our information, including me, of course, is a suspect. The next moment, remembering Alex Go, he added, from the moment I learned that the thief Wang Kai was hiding in the Singaporean Players Association, I considered the possibility of a spy and acted on my own. Continuing to express his arguments, Kim Tae-hyun said that if foreign players were not killed by thieves or monsters, then they were clearly killed by national players. Continuing to look at his comrade, he added in a situation where such fighters can attack in a group and not stupidly walk hand in hand and simplify their task, to which he heard only a damn. Immediately after saying all that, Kim Tae-hyun waved his pen and said in conclusion, which is why I am determined to act independently for now, and there is no point in changing tactics when I am in first place, to which Jang Jin-soo exclaimed, wait, but still. Ignoring his friend's exclamations, the guy turned to him and smilingly said, I'll go anyway. After opening the door, the guy rushed off the roof to the shouts of his friend, who repeated over and over again, Kim Tae-hyun, wait, I'm not done. Kim Tae-hyun, trying to stop the guy who had interrupted the conversation and left without permission, Jang Jin-soo shouted one last time at Kim, after which the door to the roof slammed shut. As soon as the guy left the man alone on the roof, the latter gave vent to his emotions and angrily shouted at the impudent puppy. After the conversation was over, Kim Tae-hyun used his stealth skill to leave the roof and got to the top of the roof, and heard Jang Jin-soo exclaiming, "You're a scumbag, how dare you?" Not even realizing that the guy was watching him, the man added angrily, "I'm going to make you regret this act." At that very moment, standing on the beam that was placed on the roof frame, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said to Jang Jin-soo, "The spy." As he continued to watch the man and think, he added, "Although I don't know who the spy was before I went back in time, judging by the fact that Kimura Ren found me, there is definitely a spy." Continuing to observe the behavior of the angry man, who rushed off the roof and shouted, "Damn you!" Kim Tae-hyun added in his mind that in such a situation, one cannot trust anyone. The next moment, when he heard the notification on his phone, he took it out and thought about it until his identity was revealed. Continuing his thoughts, he opened a message in which he wrote a strategy for seducing the incomparable beauty, Yu Ah-yeon, and added in his head, "Let's work on this first." The next moment, after finishing his thoughts and seeing what came to his phone, the guy said a disgruntled cringe. After a certain period of time, as soon as a new day dawned, Kim Tae-hyun decided to go to a restaurant to have a snack in a less crowded place. After leaving the order, the guy waited a little while and heard your order for a double cheeseburger and a drink. After taking his order from the cashier, the guy said thank you and then headed for a free table. Heading to a free seat to sit down with an order, a guy passing by a visitor heard, "Will you have a potato?" And, "Hey, I'll have a Coke." Also, when he heard one of them burp and the other exclaimed to him that burping was a devil, Kim Tae-hyun thought that they were probably Miyazaki Kenji's henchmen from Sanrod, about whom Yu Ah-yeon was talking, who would have thought that they were high school students. The next moment, he noticed a bag near their table and thought that it was full of illegal items. Walking over to a vacant seat near the window and pushing back a creaking chair, he mentally added, "Now we need to follow them when they return to Miyazaki Kenji." As soon as he sat down at an empty seat, he suddenly heard the guy next to him laughing and then asking if he was always gentle like that. Having attracted the attention of the guy who sat down next to him, the man added Kim Tae-hyun, who had not seen him for a long time. Continuing to stare at the boy, he added, "You remember my face, don't you?" At the same time, looking at the man, he was surprised to see Isaka Ryohei. Continuing his thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added, "I heard for sure that he got a life sentence for the East Point incident. How is that possible?" And then Ryohei laughed again and said, "I didn't come to fight, so relax." Trying to somehow deal with the unexpected variable that had arisen in his plan, the guy said, "Stop talking and get out of here while I'm still here." Hearing Isak's threats, Rikai laughed and said, "As long as I'm kind, you're talking arrogantly, as if you weren't the one sitting in ambush here." The next moment, the man smashed the window with his fist to draw attention to himself and shouted, "This can't be happening!" At the same time, when the visitors heard the noise, they instantly turned their heads in Ryohei's direction and shouted that there was a fight going on, and the man to Ryohei's right had already been released. The next moment, one of Miyazaki's henchmen shouted the same thing to Kim Tae-hyun of New Korea, to which another added that he had come for us. Noticing the danger, the three henchmen began to run away screaming, and the fourth one hurried to take the bag before running away. And seeing this, Kim Tae-hyun thought, "Damn it, if so, I'll have to neutralize them." At the same moment, Isaka Ryohei laughed again and said, "I see you don't mind a fight, even though you said otherwise." Immediately after his words, the man used his bloodlust aura to neutralize all the fugitives who tried to get away from the restaurant. Seeing that his targets had just lost consciousness thanks to Isaki Ryohei's power, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said that he had only used his bloodlust. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the man and added, "He's stronger than he was in East Point." And then he heard, "You're hunting their boss, Miyazaki Kenji, and the rest of them are hunting Sanroda, right?" Immediately after his question, the man took off his hat and said, "Then give me a little time and I assure you, you will not regret it." As soon as he said this, Kim Tae-hyun used his shackle chaining skill and tied the man's hands. Taking the man hostage so that he would not say anything rash, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Well, if you are so sure, then I'll give you 1 minute." The next moment, with a sinister smile, the guy added, "But if you start talking nonsense, you'll have to pay for the disruption of my operation." After hearing threats from Isak's boyfriend, Ryohei used his power to speak, which brings back some unpleasant memories. "But if you think I'm the same as I was before, I'm not." The next moment, when he felt the chains begin to squeeze him even tighter despite his use of force, he thought in confusion that this is how powerful Kim Tae-hyun is, how strong you have become. At the same moment, the guy stretched out his hand with 5 fingers in front of him and spoke for 50 seconds. Realizing that he was no match for Isaka, Ryohei nervously exclaimed, "Okay, I'll get right to the point. Even you can't catch Sanroda alone. Those you follow are just bait. If you follow them, you'll either achieve nothing or fall into a trap." Having not received any useful information, Kim Tae-hyun bent 2 fingers and emphasized 30 seconds in a menacing tone. Hearing this and feeling the pain that pierced his body, the man exclaimed, "But that's not the case. I've been dealing with thieves for a long time, and I can lead you not only to Miyazaki Kenji, whom you are hunting. Continuing to give out all the information under the pressure of Kim Tae-hyun's power, he added that he had also reached Sanrod himself, after which he laughed nervously and added that it was a fairly good deal. When he heard Isaka Ryohei say 10 to him, he exclaimed in fright, "Wait, isn't your target Sanroku? What else do you want, you cruel bastard?" Continuing the conversation with Kim Tae-hyun, the man exclaimed in fright, "Besides, you said a minute, which is actually 5 seconds." After which the guy bent his last finger. Immediately afterwards, he used his hunting skill to pierce the man's entire body, causing him immense pain. After listening to Ri's pleas for mercy and mocking him, Kim Tae-hyun stopped the abuse and made a rather tempting offer. The next moment, the guy added, "But something is not right here. Why would someone who could easily slit my throat suddenly decide to help me?" And he raised his head from the ground and exclaimed in confusion. At the same moment, using the influence of the succubus queen and the skill of absolute hypnosis, Kim Tae-hyun told him to tell us what your real plan is. Continuing to cast a spell on the boy under the influence of the rosary, which appeared ominously behind him, he added, "And who is behind you?" After a certain period of time, a demonic sword suddenly appeared somewhere in the hangar where a large number of thieves had gathered. Seeing the danger to their lives, the thieves tried to save their lives by running to the exit, scared and shouting, "Save me!" But nothing could protect them from a national-level player who came after them and instantly finished them all off. After the battle with the thieves is over, Yoshikawa Tsurara arrives at the hangar to talk to her friend. Seeing the good result after the hunt, the girl folded her arms, smiled slyly and said, "Yes, all the thieves in one fell swoop, and indeed, the skills are worthy of the title of a noble sword." In response to the girl's words, Nakata Shinji asked if she was sure that everything would be fine, and the girl only gave a surprised gasp, after which the man said, "Isaki Ryohei." Continuing his conversation with the demon sword saint, he added that he had already lost to Kim Tae-hyun once, and this guy was rumored to have recently reached the level of a national monument. In response to her friend's question, the girl folded her hands in front of her and said that no matter how strong Ryohei became, thanks to Kim Tae-hyun's sacred revelation, he would not be defeated. Continuing her words, the girl added that instead of giving him the power, wouldn't it be better to make it a condition to bring Kim Tae-hyun to the Holy Virgin, so that he would take the risk of the Awakened One's oath? Hearing Yoshikawa Tsurura's remarks, the demon sword said, "That's why it's better for me to do it myself," to which she thoughtfully replied, "You don't have to worry about that." Continuing to talk to the man, the girl added that it didn't matter whether he won or lost, and Nakata Shinji exclaimed in surprise. In response to the man's question, the saint confidently spoke, "According to my data, Kim Tae-hyun now aimed at Sanroda." Hearing this, the demon's sword confusedly exclaimed that Sanroda, after which she added, "I had already informed him about it." Continuing the dialogue with Nakata Shinji, Isaka Ryohei, who is closely connected with the thieves, including the head of Sanrod Miyazaki Kenji, added to the festivities. It was immediately clear that he could not defeat Kim Tae-hyun alone, so he would most likely plan to lure and deal with him together with Miyazaki Kenji. Immediately after these words, Yoshikawa Tsurara added, "Of course that, even with this development of events, it would not be easy. As I said, there was a lot of suspiciousness in this guy," after which the demon sword asked, "But then why?" In response to the man's question, the girl smiled slyly and said, "That's why we need the information." Continuing to look at her friend, Yoshikawa Tsurara added the values of character abilities, starting with his fighting style. Continuing to mention Kim Tae-hyun and everything she needed to know about her own goal, the girl smiled crazily and added even his secrets. The next moment, Shinji extended her hand to Nakata, adding to the celebration of whatever the outcome of this fight was for Isaki Ryohei. Immediately after reaching her hand to the man's face, the girl added that it was enough for us to simply extract information from his corpse correctly. Continuing to talk about her plan of action regarding Isaki Ryohei, the saint added that in any case, this guy had no choice. At the same time, Miyazaki Kenji was already waiting for his friend to bring the boy and his subjects to an abandoned building. Waiting for the guests at the fire with his subjects, the head of Sanrod, Miyazaki Kenji, said unhappily, "The devil is late." After a certain period of time, Isaki Ryohei saw a man who, for some reason, came alone, Miyazaki Kenji, and said, continuing to look at his associate who was supposed to bring the boy, he added, "By the way, where is that scumbag from New Korea? Didn't you promise to bring him here?" In response to the man's question, Isaki Ryohei said in a cold, monotone voice that this world follows the laws of the jungle. Hearing some strange words from the man's mouth, Miyazaki Kenji exclaimed that the strong rule over the weak and that our world is very unfair. Isaki Ryohei, continuing his speech after what he had said and seeing some fear in the man's eyes, added, "Miyazaki Kenji, I will give you some advice." Feeling tremors all over his body, the man, who was covered in bandages, smiled frightenedly and shook with fear and said, If you want to live, do as I say. Hearing the last words from his henchman, the leader of the bandits suddenly got up from his seat and shouted in confusion, "You son of a bitch!" At which point the roof of the building broke, and Kim Tae-hyun began to descend. Immediately in the flight, the guy used the Night King's aura skill without wasting a second and got ready for action. His next action was to strike the leader, whom he pushed into the ground with all his might with just one blow. As soon as the enemies were neutralized and chained to the ground, Kim Tae-hyun said, "Of course, to survive, you have to listen to the strongest, so say no." The next moment, the boy smiled happily and said who Miyazaki Kenji was. After receiving a question from the attacker, the man got up from the ground, leaning on his sword and angrily exclaimed, "You puppy, you thought if you succeeded in a surprise attack you could get away with it," to which the man replied, "Yeah, that's what it is." The next moment, Miyazaki Kenji, using his power, which enveloped his entire body, angrily added, "You can consider yourself dead." The next moment, a powerful shot rang out at the spot where the man was standing, knocking Isaki Ryohei off his feet. At the same time, the man on the floor, gritting his teeth and watching everything that was happening, mentally said Kim Tae-hyun. And now let's go back a few hours to the restaurant. And after learning all the necessary information, the guy said, "You had an interesting plan." Kim Tae-hyun added, "I swore an oath to a saint, so now it's clear why you suddenly appeared." Hearing this, Isaki Ryuge thought in confusion that it was just a mental skill when he managed to gain such power. The next moment, while continuing the dialogue with the man, Kim Tae-hyun said, "We'll play well on yours." And in response, he heard a confused, "What?" Trying to find out Isaki Ryohei's intentions, I shouted out what he was up to which he replied, "You were going to bring me to Miyazaki Kenji and take revenge there, so I'll go there with you." Immediately after he said that, he took out a single potato from the bag and pulled it into his mouth, smiled slyly, and added, "But you will have to betray Miyazaki Kenji and the Holy Maiden and take my side." When I heard Isaki Ryohei's condition, I suddenly exclaimed, "Don't talk nonsense. You think you've defeated me, and I'll immediately dance to your tune." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the man added, "If I do this, I will become the target not only of Sanrod, but also of the Holy Virgin with her noble sword." In response to the man's remarks, Kim Tae-hyun said correctly, "If you don't help me, I will destroy you myself, but don't worry." Continuing his words, the guy added, "After what happened at East Point, I don't care if you're alive or not, but I'll give you a chance." And he nervously shouted out a chance. Then, getting up from his seat and throwing the potato out of his hands, Kim Tae-hyun said, "During the friendly games, do your best to help me, and when it's over, spend the rest of your life apologizing to the victims." Kim Tae-hyun continued to look at the man in front of him with a superior gaze, and added, "Then I will protect you from the Holy Virgin and Sanrod." Having received the offer from Isak, Ryohei just laughed out loud and then exclaimed, "Do you realize what you're saying? We're talking about national-level forces and a cartel of thieves." Continuing to express his uncertainty, Isaki Ryohei exclaimed, "Do you really think you can defeat these monsters?" In response to his interlocutor's embarrassed exclamations, Kim Tae-hyun confidently said, "I don't see any problem with that." Recalling his conversation with the boy, the man returned to reality, where he was just fighting against Miyazaki Kenji, in which he successfully lost. Looking at the guy who was holding one of the leaders of the thieves at arm's length, Isaki was frightened and thought he was a fool. And then Kim Tae-hyun said to the enemy, "Well then." Preparing to use the skill, the boy smiled slyly and said, "Maybe we can open the gate leading to Sanrod." Meanwhile, somewhere in the abyss was the hiding place of the very Tetsu from Sanrod for whom the hunt was open. Climbing into the royal seat, Weishe Shin looked at the thieves who bowed their heads before him and asked why you called me to this terrible place. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the berserker added, "If you start talking nonsense, I will blow your head off, just like your subjects." Keeping his gaze on the man who knelt before him with his head down to the ground, he added to Tetsu, to which he replied, "How can I?" Raising his head to Shueishin Tetsu, one of the Sanrodu and S-ranked thieves spoke, "I just wanted to give Mr. Shakeshin a legendary rank item." When the berserker heard the reason, he was surprised to hear Tetsu say that he was currently being kept out of the area for safety. "But we Sanrod recently received a legendary rank item and would like to give it to you, Mr. Shakeshin." Having expressed one of the reasons why they invited the national-level player, the thief added, "However, before that," keeping his head bowed down, the man added, "I ask you to remove the annoying gnat that is hunting for my head." Continuing to express his request, Tetsu added, "We have prepared a trap, but the probability of failure is high. If that happens, this person will soon find this place." Hearing the request, the berserker smiled slyly and said, "Is there really someone even Sanrod is afraid of?" Continuing to express his interest in the man's request, Suishe Shin began to shine with joy and said it was much more interesting than any object. Interested in Tetsu's request, the man asked who he was, and the man said his name. But before he could finish, He was interrupted in mid-sentence. Right outside the doors of the main building, a loud sound of a blow was heard, which startled everyone present and attracted everyone's attention. The next moment, the sounds of impacts began to be heard, crackling and humming, which every second became longer and longer, mixed with approaching footsteps. A few seconds after the strange sounds came from outside, the front door that kept the room closed suddenly flew out, breaking into pieces. Just outside the door, Kim Tae-hyun and Isaki Ryohei flew into the room and fought with Sui Shin and Tetsu, respectively. While blocking the attacker's attack with his skill, one of the three Sanroku surprisingly exclaimed that Isaka Ryuhei was there. At the same moment, continuing to put pressure on his opponent, the man who had invaded the room of the thieves' leader exclaimed, "Damn it, if it's like this, you have to win." Then, seeing the enemy who dared to invade the room of the famous thief and attack him, the berserker exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, choosing Zui Shin as his target, Kim Tae-hyun continued to push and shouted, "Just do as I say, partner." The next moment, an explosion occurred at the site of the clash between Kim Tae-hyun and Yue Shin's forces, which threw the attackers back. Stepping back after the sudden meeting, Kim Tae-hyun smiled and mentally said, "I didn't expect this from one of China's strongest fighters." The next moment, the boy looked up and added in his mind, "Who would have thought that Shin would be here?" And then the man who was approaching him laughed and said, "He was the one Tetsu was afraid of. Lucky the leader asked for it." Continuing to confidently move towards his next target, which came into his hands, the berserker smiled ominously and added, "I'll deal with you right here, Kim Tae-hyun." At the same moment, seeing the unplanned guest in front of him, Isaki Ryohei exclaimed in confusion why Shin was here, to which the boy replied that he was probably with Sanrodu, but that other things were important. After talking to his friend Kim Tae-hyun, he turned his gaze to the national-level player and asked him if he was you. Taking up a fighting stance in case of a sudden attack by the opponent, the guy added the one who destroyed the other participants. After receiving a question from his opponent, Sui Shin scratched his beard and thoughtfully said, "Wow, I guess the leader had a good intuition." In response to the man's question, Kim Tae-hyun began to pull out a second dagger from his jacket and said, "Yes, it is, and now it's up to me in the new Korea." Continuing his dialogue with the man in front of him, the guy added that it turns out that I was the lucky one. Immediately after his words, Kim Tae-hyun activated his hunting skill to strengthen his body and shouted, "You will die here and never meet our participants from New Korea again." In response to his opponent's loud statements, the national-level player from China just smiled and shouted, "You're a jerk who doesn't know his place." The next moment, a fight broke out between the two S-ranked players, and the fate of Sanrod depends on it. At the same moment, seeing the confused leader, the subject, heading toward him exclaimed, "Mr. Tetsu, this is your chance to retreat," to which he replied, "You need to hurry." Before they could move, Isaki Ryohei appeared not far from them, slowly walking, laughing and exclaiming, "Where are you going in such a hurry, Mr. Sanrod?" When he saw who had decided to prevent their escape, Tetsu exclaimed that it was Isaki Ryohei, to which he replied, "Are you afraid that Shin will lose?" The next moment, the man pointed to himself and confidently exclaimed, "No way, you're Kim Tae-hyun's partners. I'm Isaki Ryong," followed by a heavy groan. At the same moment, the boy used his King of Knights aura skill on his companion and Tetsu and his subjects, and exclaimed, "Where are you marking the lowlifes?" To which Isaki exclaimed, "Why me too?" At the very moment when Kim Tae-hyun was distracted from the battle with the berserker, he shouted angrily at me. Having attracted the attention of the guy who was detaining the fugitives, Sui Shin angrily exclaimed, "You find time to be distracted." After the last attack of his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun broke the distance and spoke in his head with superhuman strength. At the moment of retreating from the blows of his opponent, who began to actively attack in connection with the actions of the boy, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added Shin. At the moment when the man threw a piece of flooring at him, the boy thought, even among the strongest fighters of the countries participating in the Asian-friendly games, he is famous for his incredible strength and is known to have destroyed hundreds of monsters and players with his bare hands. As he cut the fragment flying in his direction into small pieces, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added, "However, his superhuman strength is not just physical skills." The next moment, seeing that his opponent was preparing to use his trump card, he mentally added, "Shin's true strength lies in a skill whose power surpasses even his incredible strength." Watching the man create a new weapon while activating the skill, he added in his mind the side of death. Taking the scythe from the hands of the summoned creature that brought only destruction, Sui Shin spoke, though it was more of a reaper than a ghost. The Side of Death is a weapon materialization skill that significantly increases the characteristics of the owner, which is at least a unique rank. Continuing his recollection of the opponent's skills, the guy mentally added, however, with this skill, the rank of all other skills is reduced by one step. Is there really a skill that is not profitable to absorb? Immediately after completing his thoughts, the guy noticed Zui Shexin rushing at him, trying to finish him off, followed by the sounds of crossing weapons. In a few swings, the berserker destroyed the building and flew out of it with his opponent, failing to achieve his goal of harming Kim Tae-hyun. Continuing to push Kim Tae-hyun, the national-ranked player laughed and exclaimed, "What happened? Weren't you going to finish me off?" But he received no answer to his question. At that moment, Kim Tae-hyun's attention was focused on something else. Trying to restrain the onslaught of the enemy's scythe, the guy noticed the traces of destruction of his weapon and thought, "No, my sword will be shattered." The next moment, after pushing away from the enemy to avoid losing his weapon, Kim Tae-hyun activated the chain skill to immobilize the enemy and mentally said something better. The moment his movements were limited by the boy's shackles, the man looked at his opponent and said, "Wow." Continuing to fight with all his might against a national-level player, the guy reinforced his chains with the skill of hunting and thought I would make it so that he could not move at all. Immediately after his thoughts, the guy used the Night King's aura skill to push the enemy against the wall, hoping to take away his ability to move. 3,163. But despite all his efforts, the enemy only laughed and exclaimed haughtily, and indeed, a weakling remains a weakling. After breaking the guy's chains and getting to his feet, Sui Shexin asked, "Did you really think you could defeat me with such pathetic tricks?" The next moment, the berserker swung his scythe and rushed at Kim Tae-hyun, confidently shouting, "That's why you're not among the country's strongest fighters." At the same moment, hearing a remark from his opponent, who was already heading for him, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed in confusion that, the next moment, the sound of the scythe hitting the daggers was heard, and both opponents flew in different directions. At the same time, seeing that the last clash had just taken place, Tetsu, who had been watching the battle, mentally muttered that the battle was finally over. Smiling happily in anticipation of victory, the man added in his head, "Kim Tae-hyun, I heard that he is a newcomer who shows promise. But of course, he is no match for Mr. Shexin, one of the strongest fighters in the country." The next moment, Tetsu heard his subjects shouting, "We have neutralized Ryohei, what should we do with him?" Then, turning his head to them, the man said, "Leave him alive for now." Looking at the traitor, who was being held in his arms, the man added that perhaps we could use him as a hostage against Japan or the Saints, to which he said, groaning heavily, "You will regret messing with me." At the same time, while continuing to watch Isaki Ryohei being captured by his subjects, Tetsu thought about why Isaki Ryohei decided to betray them. Continuing his thoughts, Tetsu mentally added that he must have realized that, in case of betrayal, he would invite the wrath of not only our Sanrodu group, but also of the saintly Kim Tae-hyun, and he did not see something special in him. Smiling happily at the moment of his reflections, Tetsu added in his mind, "I wonder if he was very wrong. Kim Tae-hyun has already lost. It remains only to wait for Mr. Shexin to decide." The next moment, as soon as both fighters landed on the ground, the national-level player suddenly fell to his knees. Seeing this, Mr. Shexin, who had been enjoying himself with joyful thoughts of victory, exclaimed in concern. At the same time, the berserker was coughing up blood and saying in his head that it was me who lost. The next moment, starting to recall the moment of the collision with the boy, Sui Shexin mentally said, "At the moment when I wanted to cut him down, magical power escaped from my sword, and that's all before that. The advantage was on my side." As he continued to think about the battle with his opponent, he added in his mind the proof that his sword was covered with cracks after each clash. The next moment, gritting his teeth in anger at losing, the man mentally added and now suddenly shouted at the impudent bastard. Under the influence of his anger and pulsating emotions, the man got to his feet and swung his scythe and exclaimed, "Has he been giving in to me all this time?" Hearing the man's shouts and seeing that he had gone back to battle, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "My Asran and Talisman are only rare weapons." The next moment, remembering the trip to the Minotaur maze and the battle with the queen, he mentally added perhaps as in the battle with the Minotaur queen. Recalling some of the shortcomings of his weapons before the next clash with the berserker, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added, "If I use too much absorption power, they won't be able to withstand the magical energy and will collapse." Continuing his thoughts before crossing the weapons, the guy mentally added that if you put all the power of absorption, at the moment of the collision, the guy overloaded his blades and destroyed them, after which he said, "I'll give you my weapon, but in exchange." Holding the remnants of daggers with broken blades in his hands, the boy approached the enemy and added, "I will take your life." The next moment, when the enemy froze in place from the shock of what he saw, the guy delivered his decisive blow, which went through the berserker's entire body. After defeating Sui Shexin, the guy froze in place and then officially received his title of Kim Tae-hyun, the strongest fighter in the country at the Asian-friendly games. At the same time, being in the room with the woman, Kai Ming asked if it was necessary to intervene with the rest of Shexin. In response to her husband's question, the woman said something similar to what Tetsu asked Shexin, promising a legendary item and what you plan to do. Continuing her dialogue while in bed with one of the three national-level players, the woman added, Mr. Min Min. Having received new information from the woman, Kai Ming, the strongest fighter in China known for his speed, said clearly, first of all, if Shaishan is there, it is better not to interfere for now. Continuing his thoughts, the man added, but he's still one of the strongest fighters in the country. I don't think he'll lose to some brat from New Korea. To which Ping Gu, one of the Sanrodu and an S-ranked warrior, only huffed thoughtfully. The next moment, in the room where the pair of lovers from the underworld and high society were sitting, one of them rang the phone. Approaching the table, Tsai Ming picked up his phone to receive a call from his friend who wanted to share some new information. Accepting the call and putting the phone to his ear, one of the strongest players in China said, yes, this is Kai Ming. Hearing the voice of his subject, the man on the other end of the phone said, Kai Ming, you are with that woman from Sanrod again. Continuing to reprimand his subject, Zhang Long, the leader of the Chinese Players Association, the rank of the country's strongest player, said, I am Zhang Long. The next moment, after introducing himself and his interlocutor, the leader of the Chinese Association told Shaishan to die. After reporting the terrible news of what had happened to one of their comrades, Zhang Long added, bring me the head of this Kim Tae-hyun. And at the end of the battle with Shaishan, Kim Tae-hyun seized the moment to absorb the characteristics of a still-living opponent, receiving notifications that you have absorbed the owner of a giant force. The indicators of physical strength increased significantly. Having finished absorbing the characteristics of the defeated opponent, the guy used the skill of hunting and said in his head as follows. At the moment when the parameters were transferred to him, the guy added in his head that everything was going according to plan, to gain skills to better use hunting, not on corpses but on living creatures. Continuing his thoughts, the boy added that even this did not guarantee success. Absorbing people was certainly unpleasant, but criminals should not be treated with ceremony. Continuing to absorb the characteristics of his defeated opponent, Kim Tae-hyun, remembering the same voice that said, I can't stand it anymore, he mentally said, I'm more interested in the voice I heard before during that madness. Continuing his thoughts at the moment of extracting the benefit from Sui Shin, Kim Tae-hyun said in his head, it seems that he will have to learn everything experimentally. Now it is better to concentrate on this. After Shaishan's death, everything went like clockwork, gathering with his subjects and falling to his knees in front of the guy. Tetsu, nervously laughing, exclaimed, actually, Tetsu from the beginning was on the side of Mr. Kim Tae-hyun. Since Tetsu and other thieves were necessary for friendly games, they were passed on to the association with only the memories of their influence on the mind erased. And Ryohei, who had completed his task, was sent back to the saint. Hearing this proposal, the man exclaimed in confusion, what do you mean you want me to go back and have her kill me? Continuing to express his position, Isaac added that the saint can read minds, and therefore she will definitely know about my betrayal, to which Kim Tae-hyun confidently replied, don't worry, everything is caught. In any case, the saint is interested in me, not you. Starting to recall what he had learned, the boy said, you are leading me into her trap, so if I want to save you, I will have to meet her, and even after reading your thoughts, you will remain alive because she wants to meet us. The next moment, looking thoughtfully at his friend Kim Tae-hyun, he added, I don't think she made a big bet on you, to which the latter indignantly exclaimed. After the dialogue with the man, Kim Tae-hyun put his hand to his chin and mentally said, the problem is, the two Sanrud leaders that remain from Tetsu's memories, I was able to find out a few places where their base might be located, but if they know I'm after them, it won't be easy to find them. That's why, when he returned to his hotel room, he breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, well, for now, you can rest and think. Picking up his phone to check the news, he heard a TV presenter announce that on the third day of the Asian-friendly games, the Chinese government had asked other countries for help in finding the Chinese national-level player Shaishan, who had disappeared into the abyss. Continuing to talk about other news, the TV presenter added, meanwhile, New Korea retains its first place thanks to the player Kim Tae-hyun arresting Tetsu from Sanrod. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun said, Zhang Long knows exactly what happened to Shaishan, but he probably wants to hide the information to prevent the identity of the player's killer from being revealed. Continuing his reasoning, the guy confidently added that it would even be to my advantage to be able to hunt Sanroda in peace, and then he heard his phone suddenly ring. Looking at the screen to find out who needed him now, the guy was surprised to hear that Zhang Jinsu was back. After a while, when I arrived at the meeting place with my husband, he said, I was already worried that you wouldn't come. Thank you for agreeing. Looking at the guy he had called to the meeting, Zhang Jinsu added to Kim Tae-hyun, to which the latter replied, smiling happily, I had no choice given the situation. The next moment, abruptly changing his mood, the boy asked, by the way, are you sure that one of the Sanrod is here? Remembering the girl who was supposed to be in the building they had come to, Kim Tae-hyun added, I'm not sure who she is. In response to his friend's question, the man confidently said, Of course, I can't tell you the source, but the information is reliable. Continuing the dialogue with the boy, Zhang Jinsu said that last night Pingu entered this building with her subject, and it looks like she plans to hide here until the end of the friendly games. After hearing the words of my friend Kim Tae-hyun, I looked at the building and thought that this building was indeed one of the Pingu hideouts that I had seen in Tetsu's memories, and then I spoke clearly. The next moment, turning his gaze to the man, Kim Tae-hyun asked, "But why did you tell me about this, judging by your behavior? You don't really like me," to which he exclaimed, "You stupid young man." Immediately after pointing at himself, the man confidently exclaimed, "Of course, to prove that I am not a spy," to which he said in disappointment. Trying to justify himself, the man added, "I realized what you said last time. After a sudden attack by a representative of another country, it's only natural to not trust anyone, but I don't want to be on the list of suspects." Continuing his heartfelt speech, the man added, "That's why I prepared myself, found reliable information so that you would recognize me as your friend. Now you understand Kim Tae-hyun." After explaining his noble intentions, Jang Jin-soo exclaimed that "I am your ally, not a spy," to which he was surprised to hear Jang Jin-soo exclaim, trying not to give away his awareness. The guy mentally added, "I already know you're a traitor." In fact, before meeting with Jang Jin-soo, Kim Tae-hyun received a call from Yoo Ah-yeon. Heading to the meeting place with her friend, the girl told him Kim Tae-hyun about your request, as you assumed there really is a spy in the team, to which he replied yes, and it is Jang Jin-soo correctly. Hearing the boy's guess, the girl exclaimed in surprise that you already knew, to which he replied, "Well, let's just say I had reason to suspect whose side he was on, given his connection to Kimura, which is Japan. Yes." In response to the boy's question, the leader of the Vagrant Guild, sitting in front of a monitor with information, said, "No, unfortunately, it is China." Continuing to report, she added that it turned out that he had been visiting Chinese casinos for several years and apparently agreed to a deal to pay off his debts. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun was surprised to hear that, and then he said, "Wait a minute, how did Kimura Ren find out about my whereabouts?" In response to the guy's question, Yoo Ah-yeon answered, "That's why I said unfortunately. That is, in addition to Jang Jin-soo, there is another spy from Japan." When he heard this, he thought, what kind of fool is this? Two traitors on the same team. What was the association doing if it couldn't detect it? After the information was provided, the girl added, "However, don't worry too much if you report it to the leader. He will immediately take appropriate measures," to which he heard a sharp exclamation of no. After his categorical refusal, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and said, "Please don't tell anyone about it." And she was surprised to hear him add two reasons for this. Having developed in his mind the developments of various cases, he said, "First, if it becomes known that Jang Jin-soo is a spy and he is arrested, then our Japanese can cover his tracks." Continuing his dialogue, the guy added, "Well, secondly, if we already know that Jang Jin-soo is a traitor," after a while, after having a conversation with Kim Tae-hyun's husband, he added in his head, "We can use it to our advantage," after which the traitor said, "Of course, there are many traps and thieves in the building, but don't worry." Pounding his fist in his chest, the man said confidently, "I have already found out not only the exact location of Pingu, but also the best route for infiltration." Immediately after he said that, the man smiled slyly and said in his head, "Bugaga, the best route, you little asshole, you're dead. I was ordered to lure you to this building." Smiling slyly in his mind, Chan Jin-soo mentally added, "There is not only Pingu to finish you off, even Mr. Kai Ming-min, the national-level player of China." Before he could gloat enough, Kim Tae-hyun used his skill to shoot at the building where one of the sandrods was located. After making a preemptive strike at the thieves' hideout, the guy said that the hunt had become more amenable and the power had increased significantly compared to the last time. Seeing how the brilliant plan had just collapsed before his eyes, the man exclaimed, "What are you doing?" To which Kim Tae-hyun replied, "You said yourself that it was full of thieves and terrible traps. Why should we go there at all?" Smiling slyly right into the traitor's face, Kim Tae-hyun said, "You can just make this building their grave," and he replied, "You crazy bastard." The next moment, the traitor shouted out to Kim Tae-hyun, which is completely contrary to human rights laws, to which he pointed forward and said, "Oh, I think Pingu is lying there," to which Jang Jin-soo shouted out to Kim Tae-hyun. At the same time, under the rubble of the destroyed building, the girl exclaimed, "Jang Jin-soo, you damn gambler, how dare you betray us?" Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, the girl added that she swore that I would finish you off. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hyun turned his head to the man and asked him what she was talking about, and he exclaimed in confusion. The next moment, turning her attention to the guy standing next to Jang Jin-soo, she added, "You're a waste of time, Kim Tae-hyun, and you're a waste of time trying to get to the bottom of this." Before she could finish, the guy interrupted her and said, "I have to go to Tsai Ming-min. I'm right." Hearing what her opponent had just said, the girl exclaimed in confusion, "Kim Tae-hyun, how do you know that?" After receiving a question from the girl, Kim Tae-hyun turned his head to the traitor and spoke about Tsai Min-min, or that you, Jang Jin-soo, had lost your country. When he heard what Kim Tae-hyun had just told him, the man exclaimed in confusion, "So you've been with me from the beginning." Unable to stand the abuse and such treatment, Jang Jin-soo threw himself at the guy with his fists and shouted out to Kim Tae-hyun. The next moment, the man lost consciousness during the attack in flight and fell to the ground without showing any signs of life. Surprised by what had just happened to Jang Jin-soo, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly received a notification you entered the world without feeling successful in resisting the mysterious force. The next moment, he received another notification. All cognitive abilities, including 5 senses, were weakened, his vision was temporarily impaired, and then he felt blood gushing from his eye. The next moment, he felt blood flowing from his ears and limbs as well, and he was alerted that his hearing was temporarily impaired and his senses temporarily dulled. Raising his hand and looking at what had become of him, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "This Kai Ming skill world without sensation starting with sight, all senses weaken, such a strong effect even with my defense." The next moment, one of the strongest players in China appeared behind the boy and said, "Who would have thought he would decide to destroy the building?" Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the man added, "I was wondering what kind of person could defeat Shakshan, but now it's clear that he doesn't have all the cogs in place." In response to his opponent's reproaches, Kim Tae-hyun activated his hunting skill and said, "I'm not really interested in you, and I'm not really interested in you." The next moment, turning to face Kai Ming, the boy smiled slyly and said, "But your skill is a different matter." At the same time, Isaki Ryohei returned to the saint, after which they went to the gazebo in the garden together. In a place where no one would find them or overhear them, Yoshikawa Tsurara used her mind-reading skills to recount some interesting memories. Looking through all the memories of her husband, she added to think only this child Kim Tae-hyun not only became a national-level player, but even managed to defeat Shasen himself. The next moment, looking into the eyes of her subject, she asked Ala Ryohei why you helped him, why you agreed to betray him so easily and with a trembling voice. Putting her hand on her husband's head, the saint began to stroke him and said, "It's okay, don't be afraid." As he said, "I'm not interested in your life, but you have fulfilled your task if Kim Tae-hyun comes to me." The next moment, she leaned over to Isaki Ryohei and put her hand on his back, adding, "I'm not happy that everything is going according to plan either." Immediately after his words, the girl asked him if he said he was hunting Sanroda, and he was frightened and exclaimed, "Really?" Hearing her subject's exclamation, the girl smiled ominously and said, "It looks like I'll have to meet him in person." And now, let's go back a little bit. Standing in front of the leader of the Chinese Association, the subordinates heard Zhang Long raise 3 fingers up and say that we have 3 tasks. Looking at his subordinates, the leader of the association added the first victory in the Asian-friendly games, the second to weaken other associations by removing key players, and the third, while achieving the first 2, to prove that our Chinese Players Association is the best in Asia. After informing about the goals of these games, Zhang Long promoted them and used it to monopolize all dungeons and trade in magic stones. Continuing to speak to his subjects, the leader of the association exclaimed, "For this we will go to all the killings and torture that will be necessary. Do not worry about the consequences." Hearing the order from his leader, Sui Shin laughed joyfully and told me it didn't matter to me as long as I met a strong opponent. At the same time, Liu Ping joined the conversation and added, "Well, if it all burns out, it will be quite good." After listening to the words of his comrades and the leader of the association, Tsai Ming-min mentally said that everyone here had gone crazy. Immediately after his thoughts, the man squinted his eyes and added confidently in his head, "But none of this concerns me at all." Recalling his close relationship with a woman, he mentally added, "I myself removed all those who interfered with my relationship with Pinggu." Continuing his thoughts, the man added in his head, "I am also not in my right mind," and this time he remembered Zhang Lun's words, who told him to bring me Kim Tae-hyun's head or else. The next moment, the words of his beloved girlfriend appeared in his head saying, "It looks like this Kim Tae-hyun is on our trail if Mr. Simon Min takes over." Recalling everything that had been bothering him lately, the man rushed into the fight against the boy and shouted, "It's your turn, Kim Tae-hyun." Only his ferocious attack was doomed to be drowned in his own blood. Kim Tae-hyun had salted his hunt earlier and prepared to fight back. When the man saw the monster behind the boy, he was frightened, thinking that my world without feelings hadn't worked. I expected him to be strong after all. The national monument was a national monument, and he had defeated Shakshan. But what an incredible power. Feeling truly afraid of his opponent, who outnumbered him by more than 1/10, Kai Ming-min mentally said that this was clearly not the strength of a simple national-level player. It was something beyond human capabilities. At the same time, looking at his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun said, "A world without sensation means an ability that deprives you of all sensation. It would be dangerous if I couldn't use the hunt. The next moment, ready to demonstrate his skills, the guy smiled slyly and said, "Well, that's great." Stretching out his hand in front of him and clenching it into a fist, the boy added, "I'll be good with your skill." The next moment, the predator contained in the hunting skill pounced on the man, after which Kim Tae-hyun was notified the world was swallowed up without feeling. The next moment, when he saw a dagger sticking out of the ground, he picked it up and said, "I was lucky to be unarmed." Seeing that this dagger was S rank, the guy said, "Of course a national player won't use cheap weapons, I'm even happier with that." Hiding the weapon in his jacket, the guy walked away, thinking that now China had lost two national-level fighters at once. The last one was left. Continuing his thoughts, the guy looked at the scoreboard and thought that even though he was a nationally ranked player, he would not be able to make up for such a difference on his own. The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl under the rubble, he added the question of Ping-gu, and it was decided that if I found the last of the big three, I would win the friendly tournament. As he continued to walk away from the scene, Kim Tae-hyun added in his mind that the lack of action by Japan was a bit disturbing. The next moment he heard a strange noise in the air and looked up to see a helicopter above him. Surprised by the appearance of a flying mechanical bird above him in such a place, the guy thought it was a helicopter, and then the door of its cabin opened. Immediately after that, a girl appeared at the entrance. It was a Japanese national player who had just jumped out of a helicopter. A few seconds later, the girl landed quite spectacularly a few meters away, right in front of Kim Tae-hyun. Finding herself in front of the guy who had been interested in her for so long and who had been bothering her with his existence, the girl smiled slyly and said, "Well, we finally met again." Looking at the guy in front of her, the player Kim Tae-hyun added to the celebration, to which Yoshikawa Tsurara said in surprise, Yoshikawa Tsurara's skill allows him to restore even severed limbs, heal a large number of people with superhuman regeneration, calm all mental disturbances, give blessings, improves all physical abilities. She also saves many souls through sacred revelation. She is also known to everyone as a saintly player at the national level in Japan. But all of this is just a cover. The true effect of the sacred revelation is mental control that manipulates memory and brainwashing. Yoshikawa Tsurara used this skill to make even her enemies become her most loyal fans. Recalling all the features of his new rival, the guy waved his hand and said in his head, "Now it's probably my turn." The next moment, the boy said, "But I didn't tell Ryohei my exact location. How did you find me?" To which she replied laughing, "You should have realized by now that I don't catch Sanroda because I don't know where they are." Hearing the girl's words, Kim Tae-hyun asked, "And you made all this fuss forgetting about the tournament and everything else just to find me right there with goosebumps." In response to the boy's words, Yoshikawa Tsurara asked in surprise how you managed to stay calm in my presence. Continuing her speech, the girl added, "I know my role as a saint is to give strength to live on in this ugly world. And how did I do it, you ask?" Immediately after putting her hand to her chest, the girl exclaimed that they should be forced to worship me, to which Kim Tae-hyun replied in surprise, and then added that meeting such a beautiful, sweet, sexual, proud saint and perfect me was a joy and happiness for everyone. Continuing her speech, the girl took several postures and said, "In the end, worshipping me becomes the driving force for life in this world." Continuing her speech, the girl added, "Why can you remain so indifferent at the sight of me?" To which Kim Tae-hyun looked at the girl in disappointment and thought, "Wow, she's really some kind of a dullard." The next moment, after completing her demonstrative performance, Yoshikawa Tsurara smiled slyly and said, "But it's okay. It's my sacred duty to save even people like you." Immediately after her words, he heard the whistle of wheels and looked back to see a large number of cars behind him, blocking his path of retreat. The next moment, a considerable number of people got out of the car, and seeing them, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "Where did civilians come from?" Noticing something strange about all the people who had just left the car, he mentally added, "She was begging them to pick their brains with a sacred revelation." Immediately after his thoughts, the boy heard the voice of a saint from behind him, who said, "Even after studying Ryohei's memories and all your actions, there is still a point that I could not understand, namely the source of your awareness and hidden skills." The next moment, snapping her fingers, she smiled ominously and added, "That's why I'm prepared, no matter what secrets you have, no matter how powerful your skills are." While the civilians, on the girl's orders, rushed at Kim Tae-hyun and added, "I will make sure you can't use them." As she began to watch her puppets attack the boy, Yoshikawa Tsurara added, "They may not be ordinary people, but they are now under the influence of the skill. Are you so ruthless that you will attack them, or will you humbly accept my salvation?" Continuing to watch the show about to begin, she added, "The choice is yours, player Kim Tae-hyun." Hearing this and seeing the danger, the guy mentally said the devil is using civilians as human shields. Trying to make the right decision in such a difficult situation, the guy angrily exclaimed, "You're a bastard." At the same time, a group of scouts from the Vagabonds Guild reached an interesting object. after which one of them said, "Contact the head of the guild, Yu Aong. I think we found it." Looking at the translucent building in front of them, which they managed to find, the man added the last of Shadow's Sanrod's hideouts. Continuing to keep the building in sight so as not to accidentally lose it, the man added, "Who would have thought that he would apply invisibility to the entire space? No wonder we couldn't find it." Without receiving an answer from his friend, the man turned his head back and asked what you were doing. "I told you to get in touch." Before he could finish speaking, he discovered the body of his already motionless comrade and then felt a hand on his head, followed by the ominous voice of a vagrant. Turning his gaze to another of the spies who had managed to discover his hideout, the shadow said, "I feel like I'm being bothered by annoying bugs." The deputy head of the Thieves Guild and one of the San Rodu shadow-ranked national monuments presumably turned his head back and saw who caught him. The man with a tremor in his voice exclaimed that. The next moment, another member of the Vagrant Guild also lost his life when he accidentally ran into one of the Sanrod. Having dealt with everyone who was searching for his hideout, the deputy leader of the Thieves Guild mentally said, "Some kind of Thieves Guild dared to pursue me. Did some information leak out after Tetsu's capture?" The next moment, the man began to adjust his sleeve and added mentally to Kim Tae-hyun. "With his appearance, all plans went awry. Who would have thought that the one we wanted to remove by the hands of the Big Three in China would be able to defeat Shaishin himself?" Continuing to walk forward, the man heard one of his subjects shout out, "The gate is ready, Mr. Shadow," after which he mentally added, "But don't brag about Kim Tae-hyun." Continuing his thoughts as he approached the portal, the deputy leader mentally added, "You are not the only leader in this world anymore." Upon reaching the gates of the transmigration, the shadow stopped and looked back in his head and added that he had met the pinnacle of talent more than 10 years ago. And at the same time, civilians hypnotized by Yoshikawa Tsurara continued to march on Kim Tae-hyun. Seeing that he did nothing and allowed people to attack him, the girl was surprised to hear Kim Tae-hyun say, "Kim Tae-hyun is a respectable man who saved many people in East Point." Continuing to observe what was happening before her eyes, the girl added that even if he was hypnotized, he was unlikely to use his skills against civilians so easily. All that was left was to wait for the moment when he got tired of doing nothing. But all her plans fell apart in an instant as soon as she saw that the guy used a stone skin to scatter all the civilians. Confused by what she had just seen, the girl suddenly exclaimed, "What are you doing? They are civilians," and was told that they started it first. The next moment, using the skill of chains, Kim Tae-hyun tied the girl with them and said, "By the way, these civilians were led by you." The next moment, the guy pulled the chains toward him and pulled the saint up and kicked her in the jaw. At the same time, Yoshikawa Tsurara, in shock at what had happened, thought, "What the hell was I wrong?" Continuing to think about the guy who had just cooked her, she mentally added, "Who would have thought that the hero of East Point would turn out to be a complete bastard?" As soon as she thought about this, she turned her gaze to the civilians and said in her head, "No, stop." Even though he hit them, he used only skills that did not cause significant damage. Continuing to watch the unconscious people lying there, the boy mentally added that he was not going to kill them, and that meant something. After taking out a few grains and activating her super regeneration power, she mentally added a cheap trick. The next moment, thanks to the power of healing, the seeds sprouted instantly and the plant grew to a considerable size, driving Kim Tae-hyun away and making a mess of things. At the moment when the whole mess started, the guy used his chain skill and his own strength to catch several citizens without letting them get injured. The next moment, turning his head to the left, the boy exclaimed in surprise behind the tree, and she applied a quick regeneration to the seed. The next moment, looking at the girl he was holding in his arms, Kim Tae-hyun added, "But there were people there who were under her control." And the victim said heavily, "So you knocked them out." At the same time, Yoshikawa Tsurara and her puppets were approaching the boy, laughing loudly, and I knew it. Wiping the blood from her face, she added that the recent surprise attack was just a trick to make me believe that it was useless to use civilians. But if you're going to pretend, play your role to the hilt. After removing some of the blood from her face, the girl used regeneration on herself and smiled ominously and added, "Although you're already caught." Immediately after these words, the girl who was holding the boy in her arms suddenly grabbed his neck and began to strangle him. Not understanding what was happening, Kim Tae-hyun looked at the victim and thought, she should be immobilized. At the same moment, the saint said, "Now, no matter how many times they lose consciousness, even if their bones break and their flesh tears, they will not stop. Unless you want them to die, there is only one way out." Continuing to smile ominously and manipulate civilians, the girl exclaimed, "Please accept my salvation, Kim Tae-hyun." In response to Yoshikawa Tsurara's proposal, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed that even you, who call yourself a saint, do not have even a drop of compassion. The next moment, throwing the girl he was holding out of his arms, the guy used his newly acquired skill to say it was time to finish with you. The next moment, Yoshikawa Tsurara received a message that said, "You have entered a world without senses. All cognitive abilities, including vision and hearing, are deteriorating, and cognitive abilities and characteristics are decreasing. After all the debuffs were applied, she received another notification informing her that there were problems with the flow of magical energy. Gathering her thoughts after receiving the negative effects, she thought in confusion that this was Kai Ming Ming's skill. How could it be possible? The next moment, seeing a large skeleton in front of him with the aura skill of the King of the Knights of the Holiday, mentally added a similar skill. Just a coincidence? No. If this skill had been there from the beginning, he would have already used it. At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun himself, preparing to strike the last blow, exclaimed that it was time to pay the price. Having taken away the civilians with the help of a chain skill so as not to injure them, the guy simply slapped the saint. After this blow, the puppets controlled by Yoshikawa Tsurara stopped moving and lost consciousness. After laying the chained civilians on the ground, Kim Tae-hyun went to the saints, who were still showing signs of life. Waving his hand to wipe the dirt off his face, the guy said, "You are truly worthy of a super-fast regeneration and incredible resilience." Continuing to look at the girl who was crawling towards him, the guy added, "Despite your injuries, you're still moving." As soon as the skill healed the biggest wounds of the holiday, Kim Tae-hyun exclaimed, "Where did you get this skill? Who are you really?" In response to Yoshikawa Tsurara's question, Kim Tae-hyun knelt down in front of her and said, "I've been asking myself this question, which is why I sought out a meeting with you." Confused by the boy's answer, the girl, leaning on her hands, suddenly raised her head and exclaimed what it meant. After receiving this question, Kim Tae-hyun smiled and said, "You were planning to brainwash me, right? So let's go ahead and see your vaunted divine revelation." Giving the girl permission to read his thoughts, the boy added, "I was going to meet the saint anyway. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon." Continuing to look at the girl who was approaching him, Kim Tae-hyun thought, "This is a divine revelation, a skill that controls the memory and consciousness of the opponent. That is, at the same time as I approach the boy, I will be able to see the world of his consciousness." While Yoshikawa Tsurara hurried to him with great enthusiasm, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added the lost memories from East Point and that dream about how Rosaria's attitude changed after revising my memory. Recalling the moment when the succubus queen suddenly changed her attitude towards him, the guy mentally added, "In my mind, a secret is definitely kept." Preparing to find out the whole truth through the ability of the saint, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added, "It's related to the hunt if I can get in there and uncover it." Rising to her feet with a trembling body, the saint said, "It seems that you have greatly underestimated me, but if you insist, I will use it." Using her skill, the girl summoned a seraph and exclaimed, "You will become my follower." Continuing to envelop the boy with her skill, the girl added in her head, "I don't know what you are up to, but no matter how strong you are after the divine revelation, it will not matter. I will find a good use for your strength." The next moment, having moved into the boy's mind, Yoshikawa Tsurara froze in her tracks at the sight of a shocking sight. Looking around at the red liquid filling the space, she mentally said that this sea of blood was Kim Tae-hyun's subconscious. The next moment, I noticed a certain person sitting on a throne made of skulls and bones with a staircase leading up to it, and mentally added who Kim Tae-hyun was. At that very moment, the mysterious person whose face was covered by the shadow smiled slyly and said, "You turned out to be smarter than I expected." The next moment, a hole appeared in the middle of the space where a sea of blood began to pour out, after which the person on the throne added, "I didn't expect you to try to catch me in such a trifle." And at that very moment I thought that Kim Tae-hyun was not a human being from the very beginning. Not understanding what was going on, the girl thought this frightenedly, while the strange person added, "But," as he began to suck Yoshikawa Tsurara into the hunt, the hunter added in a menacing tone, "I'm not your match." After some time, when Kim Tae-hyun regained consciousness, he confusedly told me in the hospital what had happened and where Yoshikawa Tsurara had gone. The next moment, after the boy's confused words, the door to his room opened and Yoo Ah-yeon came in and called out to Kim Tae-hyun. The leader of the Vagabonds Guild added, smiling happily when she saw that the boy was fine, "You finally came to your senses." Continuing to walk towards the boy, the girl added anxiously, "Do you have any idea how worried we were yesterday? Your whole family came running?" To which he asked in surprise. In response to Kim Tae-hyun's question, Yoo Ah-yeon raised her finger and said, "You probably won't believe it, but you haven't shown any signs of life for more than a day." When he heard the news of his condition, the guy was surprised to add that, "What about Yoshikawa Tsurara?" Continuing the dialogue with the patient, the girl said to her, "Fainted not far from you. The same goes for Ping-gu from San Rod." Continuing to report on the situation they found upon arrival, the girl added, "And Kai Ming Ming has disappeared altogether. What happened there?" Hearing about the latest events, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "So it didn't work out after all, even though I had assumed such a possibility." And then the girl added offended, "Hey, you're listening to me." Ignoring Yoo Ah-yeon's question, the boy mentally added to think only even with the power of a national monument level, it was not possible to come close to unraveling the mystery of my skill. What is it about my mind? As he continued to think, the guy bent his head down and mentally said, "Damn, how strong do I need to become to find out?" Before he could finish his thoughts, he felt Yu Ayon's touch, and she said, "Take care of yourself first, dear. Anyway, for a friendly match, you're not going to be able to do that." And he said, "Take your hands off my face." The next moment, the deputy manager of the association burst into Kim Tae-hyun's room and shouted out to Yu Ah-yeon, who only sighed in surprise. Looking at the person who made the noise, the girl was surprised, and the head of the department, Go-tuk, added anxiously, "Kim Tae-hyun, you finally came to your senses. We were so worried." Immediately after expressing his feelings, the man added, "Oh well, you and we need the help of the vagrants. We need to send a search party to the abyss immediately," to which she asked the search party in surprise. Continuing his report, Go Tae-yuk added the fact that Park Sang-jin and the entire New Korea team had disappeared, to which he was surprised to hear. Surprised by the information she had just heard, Yu Ah-young exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" and then saw the boy get up from the bed and shout out to Kim Tae-hyun. Seeing the patient get up from the hospital bed, Go-tuk exclaimed in confusion that you were going to go there alone. In response to a question from the deputy manager, the boy confidently said that if we send a search party, there will be more victims. Recalling the missing team of comrades, Kim Tae-hyun added that they disappeared in the depths of the abyss, and the team of the New Korea, led by Park Sang-jin, are experienced players. Continuing to argue his decision, the guy mentioned the 3 Chinese players and added that if they disappeared, it was not an ordinary monster attack, but the intervention of someone at least of the level of a national monument. After arguing the reason for his decision, the guy added in a stern tone that, "This is why I will be the only one going there." Hearing the boy's remark, Go-tuk exclaimed, "But if you're right, you can't go there alone. You've just woken up." Immediately after the head of the department said that, Kim Tae-hyun's family appeared in the doorway, and Hwang Ja-yeon, who was standing in front of them, exclaimed, "Just where are you going?" After her son's words, the aunt added anxiously, "That's right, you haven't recovered yet." And then the boy exclaimed, "You have no idea how worried we were." Entering the boy's room, Hwang Ja-yeon added, "We didn't know yesterday if you would wake up at all," to which the boy replied, "Auntie, Uncle Jae-yong." The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun heard the voice of a girl behind him saying, "I called them," and he looked back and exclaimed to Yu Ah-yeon, after which the girl added, "If you're awake, shouldn't you see your family?" After the girl's words, the aunt added, "I think you need to get well first and then go into battle," after which Go Tae-uk exclaimed, "Kim Tae-hyun, don't overexert yourself." Hearing this, he thought to all of you. The next moment, immersed in his memories, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "In the days before I woke up, most people mocked me, and they definitely did not care about my condition." Continuing to recall the gray past, he mentally added, "Wherever I went and whatever happened to me, I received only mocking glances in response." Immediately after his thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun looked at the people who were sincerely worried about him and said, Now. With a joyful sigh, the guy gathered his thoughts and said, "Thank you all for your concern." Expressing his gratitude to everyone in his ward, the guy confidently added, "But I still have to go." Surprising everyone with his decision, Kim Tae-hyun also said that even though we hadn't been on the same team for very long, my comrades were still in danger. As Yu Ah-yeon looked at him with pride in her eyes, he added, "And now only I can save them." Looking directly into the eyes of his family, who were so concerned for him, Kim Tae-hyun added, "It was you and my uncle who taught me that you cannot leave your friends in trouble." Hearing what Kim Tae-hyun had just told them, the boy's family froze in place without saying a word of objection. At the very moment when everyone suddenly quieted down, Yu Ah-young slapped the guy on the back and exclaimed, "What sentimentality?" Diluting the tense atmosphere, the leader of the Vagrant Guild smiled and added, "Well, we decided to come back alive." Catching the boy's attention, she added, and led them back, to which he looked at Yu Ah-young and exclaimed the same. At the same time, somewhere in the abyss, the battle for the survival of Park Sang-jin's team against one of the Chinese players continued. After being defeated in the fight, the team leader flew back and fell to the ground, after which Kwak Si-young ran up to him and shouted, "Park Sang-jin Tai-yak." At the moment when the girl tried to help her leader, Liu Ping's voice was heard saying, "No matter how much mercy I showed, I did not think that you would resist Park Sang-jin of New Korea so stubbornly." The next moment, Liu Ping, a national-level player from China, stretched out his hand in front of him and said it was time to end the game of hide-and-seek. Continuing the dialogue with his opponents, the Chinese player added, "Given your abilities, if you swear allegiance to me, I will keep you alive. After all, I am not some kind of thief." In response to his opponent's suggestion, Park Sung-jin only laughed and then said, "You are suggesting that I betray my homeland and my comrades." Immediately after the question was asked, in response to Liu Ping's proposal, Wing exclaimed, "I refuse." After receiving another rejection from the new Korea team commander, the national-level player from China said, "Pride is more important than life means beautiful, of course." The next moment, looking at one of the opposing team members who raised his hand, he added, "But it looks like your friend doesn't think so." After which Kwak Si-yak exclaimed to Seo Han-gil. Not understanding the reason for her husband's actions, she added, "Why now?" To which he mentally replied that it was time to go over to their side. Continuing to shake with fear, Seo Han-gil added in his head, "Liu Ping, a monster among monsters, is our only way to survive." Feeling somewhat relieved by this decision, the man recalled his mistake and added to it. The next moment, he recalled the moment when he fell into the Saint's trap, and then she said, "I wonder if you are one of the players on the new Korea team." Continuing to have a monologue with the guy, she added, "So Han-gil, right, as a saint, I came to give you a revelation, become my follower, and tell me in detail about the location of the plans, and in general, everything about Kim Tae-hyun and the team of the new Korea." The next moment, Yoshikawa Sarara looked up at the captured boy and added, "Of course, if you refuse, I have a way to make you obey." Looking at the frightened guy with a smile on her face, she added, "But you realize that voluntary consent is better for both of us." Continuing to hold his hand up, the guy added in his head, "I've already betrayed everyone once, even if I do it again." The next moment, Park Sang-jin's voice was heard putting his hand on his shoulder and saying, "Seo Han-gil is fine." Trying to reassure his friend, the man added, "It looks like you're scared, but don't worry. I'll get you out of here even if it costs me my life." To which Park Sang-jin replied in confusion. Immediately after his words, the man used his skill and summoned his magic weapon and walked forward, saying to the man that he would have time to betray me even after I died. Hearing the bold statements of his comrade Kwa Shi-yang, who was also preparing to take the fight, said, "Look at the way you've been commanding. You only know how to brag." Seeing that his comrades were not willing to accept his opponent's proposal so easily, Seo Han-gil said with a trembling voice, "I'm sorry." The next moment, the third member of the team began to wipe the tears from his eyes and added, "I'm sorry, I'll fight too." Seeing that the new Korea team decided to fight him, Liu Ping said in frustration, "What the hell? I offered you the path to salvation on a plate and you reject it." The next moment, stretching his hand behind him, the man added that because of my gentleness, you cannot assess the situation correctly. I am right. To which his subject confusedly exclaimed that yes, it is, and no, it is not. After receiving a vague answer from his subject, the man smiled ominously and said, "Well then, I'll have to show you." Snapping his fingers to demonstrate his strength, the man activated the skill and added the difference in our strength. The next moment after activation, hundreds of bloody swords created by Liu Ping hung over the three players of New Korea. At the same time, the Korean team looked up to assess the difference in their strength and froze in shock. Seeing the reaction of his enemies, the Chinese national player said, "Well, now it's come to this. You are breathing and standing on your own 2 feet only because of my mercy." The next moment, a Chinese national player brought his bloody blades down on the Korean team. Only his attack was unsuccessful at the moment when they were supposed to reach the target. Liu Ping received a notification that the senseless world had been activated. As soon as his attack failed, the man was surprised to hear the world without feelings in his head. Kai Ming was not the one who died. Immediately after his thoughts, the Chinese national player looked up and mentally added this. Seeing Kim Tae-hyun above him, who activated the Night King's aura skill and was already heading for him, his killer added. As soon as the new opponent appeared in front of him, Liu Ping smiled ominously and exclaimed, "It's you, Kim Tae-hyun. I've been waiting for our meeting." In response to his opponent's shouts, the guy only said, "I'm sorry, but you're very wrong." Before they could even cross their swords, the guy instantly disappeared from sight, after which Liu Ping said, "What the hell?" As he approached the sinkhole where the new Korean players disappeared, he used only one skill and ran away, and I was hoping to have fun. The next moment, his subject began to run toward Liu Ping, exclaiming, "Are you okay?" To which he replied, "I'm fine." And then the subject added, "We will immediately begin the pursuit." To which he replied, "No need." Denying the intentions of his subject, the man added that judging by the residual magical energy, they fled to the O. Turning his gaze to the dungeon near him, Liu Ping added the Dragon Tower, a place known as an impregnable dungeon, even in the depths of the abyss. Once in the Dragon's Tower, Park Sang-jin only had time to shout the boy's name before he began pouring a healing potion into him and said, "Drink this first." While the guy was pouring the elixir over his friend, a girl who was approaching behind him asked Kim Tae-hyun, "Thank you for saving us, but I hope you have a plan." Continuing her speech, Kwak Si-yan added, "This tower is a dragon. Many experienced players have tried to pass it but failed. It is called an impregnable dungeon. If we enter it, we cannot leave until we find the portal." Continuing her words, she added that even though we needed to get away from Liu Ping, Kim Tae-hyun shrugged and said, "There was no other choice. Even I can't protect you all in a fight. But don't worry, after all, it's just a dungeon." At the same time, Seo Han-gil thought, it turns out that potions can also kill people. The next moment, pointing to himself, Kim Tae-hyun smiled happily and added, "If we pass it, we can get out." Hearing the confident words of her friend Kwak Si-young, shocked by the stupidity of her friend, said exactly that. "It is impossible to pass it, so it is impregnable. Hey, did you listen to me at all?" After which Seo Han-gil added, "In fact, there is no plan even in mention. The Dragon Tower is an impregnable dungeon located in the depths of the abyss." Thinking back to the place they were in, Kwak Si-young mentally said it had two peculiarities. The first is a high number of traps on each floor and numerous dragon monsters with high intelligence and strong defense. Continuing to follow her friend who was clearing the way to the next floors, the girl was surprised to add a similar place in her mind. Watching how easily the boy overcomes enemies and disarms traps on his way, she added with such ease. Continuing to follow Kwak's comrade step by step, Si Yang mentally recited how Kim Tae-hyun was doing. The number of interviews he had read with the survivors of the Dragon Tower was 2,437. Continuing to clear the way for his comrades to finally leave the place, Kim Tae-hyun thought, although this place is called impregnable, it does not mean that it is impossible to get out of here. The point is that on the top floor, long before the meeting with the boss, there is a portal to return to the real world, but no one knows about it yet. Continuing to lead his comrades to that room, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said that if you know about the traps in advance and quickly deal with the monsters, overcoming floor after floor of all the monsters that came their way and neutralizing traps, he mentally added that finding the exit would not be a problem. Sometime after the dungeon raid, a four-person team from New Korea was climbing another staircase to the top floor, and when they reached the next room, they saw a portal to get out of the impregnable dungeon. When the other team members saw a portal to get out of the dungeon, they shouted out in surprise. Looking at the exit, Kwak Si-young said in surprise that we should do it in a similar place, to which Park Sung-jin added that fortunately we wouldn't have to go any further, after which Seo Han-gil exclaimed, "We're safe." After expressing her emotions, the girl turned her gaze to the guide and asked Kim Tae-hyun, "Did you know from the beginning?" To which he replied that we were just lucky, and then mentally added, "Of course I knew." The next moment, stretching out his hand toward the exit, he exclaimed, "Let's get out of here before the monsters come." To which the girl replied, "Oh yes, that's right." After hearing the instructions from their leader, all team members headed for the portal to leave this dangerous place. When the two comrades had already moved out of the dungeon, Park Sung-ji, halfway into the portal, said Patsy, that is, Kim Tae-hyun. Having attracted the boy's attention, the man turned to him and said, "Thank you for coming to get us." Kim Tae-hyun continued to stare at his friend with astonished eyes. "I will definitely repay you for this favor." Hearing that he now had a debtor for his help, the boy breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "It's not worth it." As soon as all his comrades left the dungeon, Kim Tae-hyun looked away from the portal and thought, "Who would have thought that Park Sung-jin would thank me?" Although it is not surprising because everyone was able to return safely. Heading to the portal himself, the boy mentally added that Seo Han-gil himself had admitted to being a Japanese spy. So this problem was solved by itself, and he only had to successfully complete the friendly match, fighting off the enraged Guikan and Liu Ping. After considering all the problems that still remain and what has already been resolved, Kim Tae-hyun added that the situation is not so bad. But his problems did not end there. When he tried to enter the portal, it threw him back, not letting him out. When he found himself on the ground after the collision, the guy exclaimed in confusion that it was after that he received a notification that use was impossible. Surprised by the ban on passing the portal, the boy received another notification that said the owner of the tower, Kaiselin, was watching you. Wondering why he couldn't leave the dungeon, the boy was surprised to hear Kai say that he was the owner of the tower. The next moment, a loud roar was heard, followed by a giant fire dragon appearing before Kim Tae-hyun's eyes. Seeing the boy in front of him, the beast said, "I was wondering who was scouring my tower," and the dragon shouted in fright. Continuing his speech, ignoring Kim Tae-hyun's words, the owner of the Dragonid Tower, the SS-ranked Red Dragon Kaiselin, added that he was a pathetic human being. Dragons are one of the strongest races among monsters. These creatures found in the abyss fall into four categories. The first are baby dragons whose strength is close to rank S, followed by adult dragons who correspond to rank S. Following them are creatures with much higher power, ancient dragons whose power is equal to SS rank. And finally, the last fourth category is those whose existence is only legendary and whose essence and power cannot be accurately assessed by the original dragons. Continuing to look at the enemy he personally met, Kim Tae-hyun said in his head what was exactly in front of me. Looking at the creature under whose gaze he fell, and because of whom he could not leave the dungeon, he added at least an ancient dragon. Feeling a certain fear of an enemy of this level, the boy said in his head, "A bone dragon was created from the remains of an adult dragon, so how strong is this one?" Continuing to look at the mighty beast that appeared before him, Kim Tae-hyun thought, why did it appear at all? according to the information I saw before I returned, this should not have happened. Thinking about how he could survive in this situation, the guy mentally said in such a situation it is better to start with a conversation, after which the dragon said, "Get rid of the garbage." Hearing the enemy's remark, Kim Tae-hyun mentally muttered, "Of course, who would doubt it?" And then the dragon used his fire breath. Realizing that there would be no dialogue, the guy exclaimed, "Well, then you're forcing me to attack you earlier." Immediately after his shout, the guy used the Night King's aura skill and charged Kaiselina in the jaw. The next moment, using the fluff chain skill, the guy tried to tie up the enemy and deal more damage with a combination of hunting. After conducting a series of attacks on his opponent, the guy looked back and thought that all the skills worked properly. Given his SS rank, he certainly would not die, but he should get seriously injured. But when he looked at the enemy, he saw that there was nothing left but an angry face, and his attack did not cause any damage, after which Kaiselin tried to attack him. Jumping back to avoid the enemy's attack, Kim Tae-hyun thought that this was too much for an incredible defense even for an SS rank. The next moment, activating the stealth skill, Kim Tae-hyun thought, "Damn it, I need to hide and try to win." But the enemy was already behind him. Only the boy had time to turn his head back to catch the enemy, who suddenly disappeared from view when he saw him behind him, and then he instantly attacked him. As soon as Kim Tae-hyun was pressed into the ground, he said the same thing in his head, destroying the concrete floor. Looking at Kaiselin, who changed his shape, he mentally added a polymorph skill that allows you to change your shape. Kaiselin attacked the guy with a fireball until he could get up, resulting in an explosion. As soon as Kim Tae-hyun was exhausted, the dragon grabbed the boy by the throat and lifted him up in front of him and pressed him against one of the columns. Looking at the enemy who so easily dominated him in the battle, Kim Tae-hyun thought in confusion, "And this is SS rank. I didn't even have time to react." Holding the boy in front of him, Kaiselin looked directly into Kim Tae-hyun's eyes and said, "Well, let's see." The next moment, the dragon used its power, as a result of which the guy began to receive notifications. You are exposed to the dragon's power. Resistance. Unknown. Power resistance. Failed part of the power. Absorbed all characteristics reduced. The use of some skills is limited. As he continued to hang on the dragon's outstretched arm, Kim Tae-hyun saw new notifications: impossible to use stone skin, impossible to use stealth, impossible to use paralysis, impossible to use the heart of a monarch, impossible to use the fighting spirit of a king of knights, impossible to use shackles, impossible to use a world without sensation. Seeing that Kim Tae-hyun still has the opportunity to use his dragon promo skill means that I was right. The magical power that was sneaking around my tower, even in front of my power, will not fade away, but flares up even brighter. Starting to put pressure on the guy during his monologue, Kaiselin added, "I can't believe this is the power of an ordinary person." Continuing to put pressure on his hostage, the dragon said, "This power, where did you get it from? Answer me. I need to know your essence." After receiving a question from his enemy, Kim Tae-hyun grabbed the enemy's hand and mentally said, "My essence is just what I wanted." Kim Tae-hyun, who summoned the queen of the succubi to help him in the battle against the dragon, asked you to ask the jerk. At the same moment, when he saw that his hand was not only being held by a human hand, Kaiselin exclaimed in surprise that it was tentacles. The next moment, one of the tentacles hit the dragon and threw it back, breaking the distance with Kim Tae-hyun. Surprised by what had just happened, Kaiselin fell to the ground and exclaimed in confusion, "I was thrown off how any human could possess such power." At the same moment, someone's laughter sounded from behind the column, after which a woman's voice said, "Red dragon means I was just looking for a chain dog. How lucky." Peeking out from behind the column next to Kim Tae-hyun, the succubus queen added that she would make you my pet for sure. At the same time, the guy who just got the opportunity to survive gets a notification that the queen's chosen skill has been activated. The next moment, looking at her conscript, the girl smiled slyly and said, "By the way, you just called your lady and our contractor is so slow." In response to the girl's remark, Kim Tae-hyun wiped the blood from his face and said, "I prefer not to believe in monsters. I understand." At the same time, somewhere in the New Korea Players Association, when Jae Jin-woo heard the latest news, he angrily shouted out what the hell Kim Tae-hyun had disappeared for. Continuing to shout at his subjects, the leader added, "How come he went to save you and disappeared?" To which Seo Han-gil replied, "I don't understand either. We definitely entered the gate together." The next moment, Jae Jin-woo shouted out to Park Sang-jin, "What about Park Sang-jin?" To which Kwak Si-young replied that he was trying to return to the abyss to save Kim Tae-hyun without listening to anyone. Immediately after the girl's report, Go-tuk added, "Yoo Ah-yeon tries to stop him," to which the leader exclaimed correctly, "He should not be allowed to go there alone and be unprepared idiot." The next moment, sitting down in his chair and covering his bowed head with his hands, the leader sighed heavily and added, "We don't know what Liu Ping and Zhang Long are up to yet, so I suggest we hide the fact that you survived." As he continued his thoughts, A Jinwoo mentally added, As long as Park Sang-jin and the others were in the abyss, the sixth day of the friendly games would soon be over. Continuing to hold his head, the leader mentally added, "It's not about ratings anymore. If it wasn't for Kim Tae-hyun's help, we would have never gotten to this point. And now that he's gone, what's the point of all this?" Continuing to grieve in the main building of the association, the man added, "Kim Tae-hyun, I ask you to survive." And at that time, there was a complete horror in the Dragon Tower. Being in the role of a toy that is always being dragged around, the boy said in frustration in his head, "A little more, and I would have died." Continuing to watch the progress of the dragon's battle against the succubus queen, Kim Tae-hyung mentally added, "Of course they are both monsters, but what an incredible power." The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl who was holding him in one of her tentacles and continuing the fight, he added, "It's a good thing I've never invoked the rosary before." Continuing his reflections, the guy recalled the moment of meeting the queen and mentally added the skills he had acquired after the conclusion of the contract, full hypnosis, and the queen's husband. While in the role of Cargo, he mentally added the reason why I did not use the second skill to summon the rosary is simple. First of all, it is a big mana consumption. Analyzing the reasons Kim Tae-hyun mentally added summoning skills require a lot of mana, not only when activated but also to maintain the summoning. Of course, you can solve the problem by constantly drinking potions during the battle, but continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added that the real problem was another reason why Kaislin had prepared for the attack when the meteor spoke. The next moment, fiery space rocks of impressive size flew from the sky directly at Kim Tae-hyun and the rosary. When he saw how easily the girl destroyed the meteors that Kaislin had sent at her, he mentally added, "Rosaria was too strong." Continuing to watch the battle of the queen, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "Too much power is dangerous. Even if she is contractually obligated to help me, we must not let our guard down. I will summon her, and she will take and burn the entire city." The next moment, as soon as the girl had dealt with all the enemy's attacks, Kim Tae-hyun looked at Rosaria and thought, but then said with a laugh, "Well, how's that?" Looking at the guy who called her, she added that she liked my strength, and he just smiled and mentally said it was a win-win. The next moment, stopping at the top of the ruined tower, Kaislin said, "I realized you are the Rosary Queen of Demons." The dragon, who began to engage in a dialogue in between the fight, added, "I don't understand why the Great Duchess of the Abyss is helping someone." Continuing his monologue with the succubus queen, Kaislin angrily exclaimed, "Shame on you, you shameless whore." Hearing the dragon's irritated shouts, Rosaria just smiled and said, "Wow, that lizard has a sharp tongue," after which Kim Tae-hyun asked the Grand Duchess. The next moment, looking at the girl next to him, the boy mentally said, "If she is an archduchess, she is definitely higher than the king in status, and by the way, Rosaria knew something about him. She definitely has some kind of connection with him." Gritting his teeth at the amount of information he didn't know, Kim Tae-hyun thought, "Then what does she know why the king of me?" After which the contractor said the rosary. Without looking back at the boy, the succubus queen added, "I understand what you're thinking, but you have no right to know now and you can't do anything about it." Continuing to look in front of her, the girl added, "But don't give up on the moon. You can build your own path." The next moment, folding her wings, Rosaria added, "Now the situation is not as simple as it seems," and then heard from the guy that, noticing something wrong, the succubus queen said, "Look at your hands." Taking Kim Tae-hyun's advice, he lowered his head and, seeing the negative effect, thought it was a reverse flow of mana. She added that even though I was an archduchess, I was drafted by a human being. At that very moment, turning into a dragon, Kaislin exclaimed, "Humans cannot withstand such power." Having assumed his true form, the dragon approached his opponents and said, "If you continue to resist, I will burn you both to ashes." The next moment, as he began to prepare to use his fire breath to finish off his enemies, Kaislin shouted, "Get lost!" Seeing that they were in danger, Kim Tae-hyun suddenly shouted out to the girl, "Rosary!" cautiously. Immediately after the shout, there was a powerful explosion that could be seen on the tower from a considerable distance. Protected by a dome of tentacles, the succubus queen said, "For a lizard, you fight pretty well." Seeing that her body was slowly crumbling, the girl said, "I thought my strength was limited to the capabilities of a recruit. Now this is my limit." Looking at the enemy who was still able to fight, Rosaria added, "If I use more power or stay here, you will die from the reverse flow of mana." Continuing to move slowly back to her palace, the girl said, "So before I disappear, I will give you a small gift." The next moment, the queen kissed the boy's forehead and then said, "Try not to die." Immediately afterwards, the guy received a notification that said, "You received a kiss from the queen, a temporary change in the rank of full hypnosis." After receiving a farewell gift from Queen Kim, Tae-hyun received another notification that said the skill Full Hypnosis S was activated. A few seconds after the skill was activated, Kaislin's body began to be enveloped in a hypnotic aura, causing him to exclaim in confusion what you had done. A few seconds later, Kaiserlin found himself in Kim Tae-hyun's subconscious, where Yoshikawa Tsurara had been before. Seeing a new guest in front of her, the mysterious creature sitting on the throne spoke succubus decided to flow, leaving me with the consequences. At the same time, Kaiserlin, sensing the sea of blood, confusedly said in his head that where I am is his inner world. The next moment, looking up at the person sitting on the throne, he mentally added that this was the person. Noticing some differences in the personalities of the person in front of him and Kim Tae-hyun, the dragon added in his head, he looks the same, but he is different, and generally different. Feeling the strong pressing aura behind this mysterious creature, he added in his mind that it was definitely a living being. The next moment, the personality from Kim Tae-hyun's subconscious waved his hand and said, I don't care about you, get out of my world. Immediately after the person finished speaking, a predator appeared behind Kaiserlin, opening its mouth and preparing to swallow the dragon. Seeing the inevitable death approaching him, Kaiserlin screamed out in fright at what was happening. At the same time, in the real world, the dragon was on the floor, scared, shouting out where he had gone. Continuing to be hypnotized by Kim Tae-hyun while remaining in the world of another personality, Kaiserlin exclaims, how dare you? At the same time, while watching the dragon's strange behavior, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said that the skill rank had changed, but seeing the dragon roar loudly while in hallucinations, he thought something was wrong with Kaiserlin. The next moment, taking out a mana recovery potion and drinking it, the boy mentally added, maybe he met with something inside me. No, now is not the time for that, he is weak. Having regained his mana and rushed into battle against the enemy, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head, if I can defeat him, it's only now. A few seconds later, Kim Tae-hyun approached his opponent and made several precise strikes on the dragon's flesh. When he saw the result of his actions, which left wounds on the enemy's body, he mentally said, finally, my attacks have worked. Preparing to finish this task as soon as possible, the guy activated the hunting skill and added in his head, don't die, he said. The next moment, remembering how the girl had said to him before she disappeared, try not to die, my chosen one, he added in his head. Who else was going to die here? Immediately after his thoughts, Kim Tae-hyun pictured in his mind the image of the king who had given him his powers, and thought, I have not yet learned the truth about the king and his power. Continuing to list his plans for his life, the guy mentally added that he did not avenge Asmodeus for his death. He did not even have time to live normally. The next moment, a picture of all the people close to him appeared in his mind, and he mentally added, suddenly, it's not a bad idea to die. Activating the hunting skill and preparing to strike Kaiserlin with the last blow, the guy confidently shouted, I will defeat you and come back. Hearing the boy's exclamation, the dragon, preparing to use its fiery breath, exclaimed, how dare you? How dare a human being? The next moment, after delivering the final blow, which severed Kim Tae-hyun's head and remaining limbs from his body, he received a notification that the hunt was successful. Immediately after defeating the boss of this dungeon, he also received another notification informing him of the rank change. Having finally gotten the opportunity to catch his breath after a hard battle, Kim Tae-hyun, lying on the floor, said, damn dragon, I thought this time I'm really going to die. Smiling happily after receiving a new rank, Kim Tae-hyun, a player of the national level of New Korea, whose rank was changed from B to A, said it was time to return. After a while, a commentator's voice was heard in the main arena of the tournament, announcing that the final day of the Asian-friendly games had arrived and the organizers were counting the last points. While the organizers were checking the crystals extracted from the monsters, a commentator added, and just told me that the scoring of the Japanese representatives was completed. They scored 4,600 points. Continuing to announce the results of the friendly, the commentator exclaimed but still remain in second place, unable to overtake China with their 4,800 points. Continuing to bite his lips, the man mentally added, we wanted to take revenge for Tsurara, but we were never able to find Kim Tae-hyun, the second-place winner in the tournament. Angry at the results, the man shouted out a curse and said, let's get out of here, to which she replied that Mr. Shinji had not yet started the closing ceremony, and he exclaimed that there was no point in staying here any longer. Upon hearing his leader's order, the subject bowed his head and walked off the stage with Nakata Shinji. At the same time, standing on the sidelines and watching the scene, Jae Jinwoo said in his head that, despite Kim Tae-hyun's efforts, we only took third place. Looking at the table of points earned, the man mentally added, after he disappeared, our points stopped growing starting on the 5th day, and the rest of the teams were able to beat us from the 7th day on. Imagining in his mind the possible cases of their victory, Jae Jinwoo mentally added, without hundreds of magic stones or the destruction of an SS rank monster, we will not be able to catch up with them. Bending his head down, the man with a trembling body guiltily thought, I'm sorry, Kim Tae-hyun, it's all because of my incompetence. The next moment, representatives of China appeared behind the man and attracted his attention with loud laughter. When he looked back and saw Zhang Long rubbing his beard, He exclaimed that Liu Ping's player was Zhang Long's leader, and his grandfather replied, "What a shame, isn't it?" Smiling ominously as he crossed eyes with Jie Jinwu, the leader of the Chinese Association added, "Finally, the new Korea has a talented player, but he died in an accident." In response to his superior's words, Liu Ping laughed and said to the leader that he was still missing, so he shouldn't say that, and he exclaimed, "He entered the Dragon Tower. Consider yourself to have signed a death warrant." Hearing this, Jie Jinwu gritted his teeth and thought, "Accident, you say?" Continuing to look at the Chinese representatives who were the root of the problems, he mentally added that everyone knows that all the disappearances at the tournament were your fault. The next moment, passing by the leader of the New Korea Association, Zhang Long, he said, "You should have already understood that history is written by the winners." As they continued to walk to the stage to accept the applause and congratulations on their victory, the Chinese representatives passed a trembling Che Jinwu and said, "Enjoy the closing ceremony." Hearing the last words from his enemies, the man continued to tremble and thought powerlessness is what it means to be unable to respond. As the leader of the New Korea Association sank deeper and deeper into despair, Zhang Lug continued to laugh out loud. His joy did not last long, though. At one point, a portal appeared behind them, from which Kim Tae-hyun appeared and said something stupid. Hearing someone's voice from behind him, Liu Pierce sharply looked back and exclaimed that the gate had opened, to which his leader added that it was someone. At the same moment, the guy who returned from the Dragon Tower smiled slyly and said, "Oh my god, our leader will just let these bastards get away with this." Having finally seen the joy on Jae Jin-won's face, who even shed a few tears, Kim Tae-hyun confidently added, "You don't have to worry now." Continuing to look with confused glances in the direction of the newly opened gate, the Chinese representatives shouted the same thing together. Looking at the guy who was holding a giant red crystal in his hands, they added the player Kim Tae-hyun. Bringing with him the victory in the Asian-friendly games with a crystal in his hands, Kim Tae-hyun said, "I'm back." At the same time, somewhere in the boy's house, his aunt came into her son's room and shouted, "Come here, the game broadcast has started." To which he said, "I don't want to." Continuing to shed tears on his bed, Hwang Ja-yeon added, "If Tae-hyun's brother is gone, then what's the point of this match without his brother? They're like a pie without filling, like a watermelon without strips, like a dumpling without meat." The next moment, the boy got up from his bed and exclaimed, "You're offering me to watch this betrayal." In response to her son's upset exclamations, the aunt asked frightenedly, "What if I told her that Daehyun was on live TV right now?" A few seconds later, Hwang Ja-yeon was watching TV with his aunt when he heard something incredible happen on the last day of the Asian-friendly games. Broadcasting a close-up of the disappearance, the commentator added that the missing player Kim Tae-hyun had returned and brought with him the SS-ranked Kaiselin Monster Magic Stone. Continuing the broadcast, the host added that although SS-rank monsters have been found several times, this is the first officially recorded case of a successful hunt. At the same time, while talking on the phone, Yoo Yeon shouted out a repeat of what you said Tae-hyun had returned from the abyss. Also, watching the live broadcast from the closing ceremony, Park Sang-ji and the team heard that, according to the rules of the tournament, the SS rank Magic Stone is awarded 1,500 points. The next moment, the host began to recalculate the total number of points, moving the positions of the participants so that New Korea received 1,500 points out of 4,100, thus gaining 5,600 and taking first place. Continuing to broadcast who decided the outcome of these competitions with his appearance, the commentator added, "Korea becomes the winner of the Asian-friendly games." After the results were announced, all the spectators and those present at the ceremony began to shout the name of the last person to arrive, Kim Tae-hyun. The only one who was not happy about this was Zhang Long, who looked at him with a frightened look. The next moment, turning his head to his subject, the man exclaimed to Liu Ping, "How did you let this happen? Why is he still alive?" At the same moment, Liu Ping himself thought angrily as he looked at Kim Tae-hyun. Not only did he survive the Dragon Tower, but he also defeated an SS-ranked monster, this miserable kid. Наступної миті, хитро всміхнувшись у обличчя озвірілим опонентам Кім Таe-hyun, промовив, "Фух, ледь біда не трапилась." Immersed in his thoughts after what he had said, the boy thought that perhaps because Kaiselin was too strong, fortunately, even after absorbing his magic stone, it would not have appeared so spectacularly otherwise. The next moment, looking at the Chinese workers, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head, "However, Zhang Long and Liu Ping will not let this go, because of what happens next after someone shouted his name." Turning to the source of the sound, the guy did not have time to react when Chae Jin-wee ran at him with his arms around him. Surprised by this behavior of the leader of the Korean Players Association, the boy awkwardly mumbled to the leader, Jae Jin-wei, to which he replied, "It's good that you came back alive." Continuing to shed tears of joy and hugging the guy in front of him, he added, "I'm so glad." In response to Jae Jin-woo's words, Kim Tae-hyun merely smiled, and told the leader either that he was relieved that all the players of the new Korea had returned alive, or that Jae Jin-woo was grateful and cried for a long time. On such a warm note, Kim Tae-hyun ended the 7-day Asian-friendly games in the arms of the leader of the Korean Players Association. After the new Korea was announced as the winner, the media and social media were full of stories about Kim Tae-hyun, with headlines like Kim Tae-hyun is the first national-level player in the new Korea. Kim Tae-hyun is the world's first SS rank monster winner, hero, who brought the victory and many others. Also, after Kim Tae-hyun's return and the team's victory, the Korean players decided to organize a celebration. While on stage during the celebration, Kwon Kang-hyuk joyfully exclaimed the old man said, "You were roaring at the closing ceremony, you idiot fool," seeing what the leader of the Invincible Guild, Yoo Ah-young, exclaimed, who called this fool Kwon Kang-hyuk, "Shut up already." Also, after a certain period of time, there was another event related to the Singapore Players Association. Seeing the guest hero Hailey Tan in front of her, player Kim Tae-hyun said, "Thank you for taking the time to come despite your busy schedule. We invited you because..." Looking at the invited guest, the leader of the Singapore Players Association, Hailey Tan, added our Singapore Players Association. Continuing to look at the guy in front of her, the woman confidently added, "I want to propose an alliance to you." When I heard the proposal from the leader of the Singaporean Association, Kim Tae-hyun, I mentally said yes, and I thought it had happened before I returned. Thinking back to his past life, the guy mentioned the Chinese representatives and added that in the past, Singapore, having lost major players in the tournament, tried to make an alliance with strong players from different countries. Continuing his reminiscences about the similarities with the past, he mentally added that Zhang Long and Liu Ping had not allowed it. After considering the proposal, Kim Tae-hyun bowed his head, smiled, and said, "I suggest that we first deal with the uninvited guests." The next moment, the main door to the office suddenly exploded and debris flew in all directions. Entering the room with a bloody weapon, one of the invaders laughed and said, "You're the leader of Hailey Tak, Kim Tae-hyun." When the Singaporean leader saw who had come to her office, she exclaimed in fright and Liu Ping said, "I don't know how you managed to get out of the Dragon Tower." Arriving at the office of the leader of the Singapore Association, the Chinese representative, along with his henchmen, made a speech, but this is not important now. Having prepared his skill for use, the man added, with the intention of killing everyone in the room, because this is where you will die. Hearing the threats from the intruder, Kim Tae-hyun just smiled and said, "I told you so, Leader Hailey." Continuing to look at Liu Ping, who had arrived to commit a bloody massacre of Kim Tae-hyun, he added with a smile on his face, "So the uninvited guests have arrived." Hearing the words of her friend to whom she proposed an alliance, Hailey Tan said, "I thought it was a joke, but the kid was right." The next moment, Park Sang-jin flew into the office through the window and said in a stern tone of voice, "You've gone completely crazy?" Along with him, So Han-gil arrived at the office of the Singaporean leader and exclaimed to the player Kim Tae-hyun, "I will repay you for helping me in the abyss." Along with everyone else, An-hyun arrived at the office and exclaimed, "Leader, you have nothing to worry about now. I'm a hero, An-hyun." But before he could finish, he was overtaken by An-hyun-soo with a shining sword, who is also a psycho. Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, Kwak Si-yeon added that he could be brought here at all, to which Go Teuk said that although it was hard to believe, he was quite reliable. When his friend Kim Tae-hyun appeared in the office, he asked him with a smile on his face, "What you said doesn't matter now." Continuing to irritate the attacker, he added, "I think so too," to which Liu Ping angrily shouted, "Kim Tae-hyun, you son of a bitch." Standing in front of his opponent and a bunch of his henchmen with his comrades, the guy added, "You're going to die here." And now let's go back for a while. When Kim Tae-hyun arrived at Chaejin-won, he told us about what would happen in the future, and then heard Liu Ping finish off the leader of the Singaporean organization. Immediately after his question, the man suddenly exclaimed that what the hell had just ended and that there would be more killings, to which Kim Tae-hyun replied that Zhang Long would not give up so easily. Continuing the dialogue with the leader of the Korean Association, he added his goal to remove other associations and monopolize dungeons and magic stones. Having drawn all the attention to himself, Kim Tae-hyun added, "We are the survivors of the clash with Liu Ping, and the heads of other associations are all in danger," to which Chae Jin-woo replied, "I will believe you." After expressing confidence in the boy's words, the leader of the New Korea Players Association added what we should do. When asked by his leader, Kim Tae-hyun smiled slyly and said, "Well, isn't it obvious that such scoundrels are obvious?" Directing his comrades to the attackers of the Singaporean leader, the boy confidently added, "We need to teach them a lesson." The next moment, a massive explosion occurred in the main building of the association after two different forces with different beliefs clashed. Continuing to destroy the enemies who blocked the exit, Park Sang-jin shouted, take the head of the Haley Association, and said, let's break through. At the same time, Yu Ayun, switching to Berserker mode, exclaimed, my darling was right, to which Kwak Yang exclaimed darling in confusion. At the same time, taking Haley Tan in his arms, An Han exclaimed to the head of the association, don't worry, I'm a hero, An Han Su, I will protect you, after which she exclaimed in fright, he'll be fine. Seeing that something was not going according to their plan, one of the attackers shouted out Mr. Liu Pingfeng and took away the leader of the Singaporean Association. Hearing the message from his subject, the man activated his skill and shouted out the miserable insects to the last twitch. At the moment when the Chinese national-level player swung his arm to attack him, Kim Tae-hyun grabbed him with chains and pulled him onto the roof of the building. At the same time, seeing their leader suddenly disappear, flying out of the building, the subjects exclaimed in confusion, Mr. Liu Feng fell out because of Kim Tae-hyun. At the same time, somewhere on the roof, where Kim Tae-hyun took the attacker with him, he held the enemy's hand with a chain and asked where he was going. Smiling slyly right into his opponent's face, the boy added, didn't you want to play with me? In response to his opponent's provocation, Liu Fengping rushed into the fight, first escaping into the abyss and now deciding to fight. The next moment, using his skill and creating hundreds of bloody swords to target Kim Tae-hyun, Liu Ping exclaimed, don't be so arrogant. After breaking Kim Tae-hyun's chains and escaping from his shackles, the attacker angrily added Kim Tae-hyun, it looks like the victory of our Shea Xin and Simon Min has gone to your head. Starting to push with all his might, the man added, I've seen you in action with this power. You've got me. Before he could finish, he heard a response in a disgruntled tone. I'm tired of talking. The next moment, using the hunting skill and fighting spirit of the King of Knights, Kim Tae-hyun struck a direct blow at his opponent, driving him into the ground. Having made a hard landing from the height of self-confidence, Liu Ping confusedly said in his head what was happening. Looking at his opponent who was already heading towards him, using the world without feelings, Liu Ping mentally added that someone like him would cut off my arm. It couldn't be. As he continued to watch Kim Tae-hyun approach him from the air, the Chinese man thought he was definitely weaker in the abyss. The next moment, as he stood up from his seat and headed to meet the enemy, the man thought, and just a few days later shouted out to Kim Tae-hyun. However, the attempted attack on Kim Tae-hyun failed, and Liu Ping lost his arm and suffered considerable damage, after which he thought about how he did it. At the same time, having dealt with his enemy, Kim Tae-hyun confidently walked toward the defeated Liu Ping, who was lying on the ground nearby. Approaching his opponent with a smile on his face, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said after absorbing Kaiselin and raising his rank, I knew I could win, but approaching a sufficient distance, Tap saw the enemy's condition and mentally added even Liu Feng, the strongest fighter in the Asian-friendly games, could not do anything with this power. I will be able to complete the rest of the dungeons. At the very moment when Kim Tae-hyun was on his way up, Liu Ping raised his head and said, now I understand why Shea Xin and Tsai Ming-min lost. You are the real monster. The next moment, smiling ominously, the man added, I didn't think I'd have to use the power of the great against someone like you, to which Kim Tae-hyun said in surprise. Before he could finish, Liu Ping interrupted him, turning into a monster and said, Kim Tae-hyun, you must think you've become the strongest. Taking the frightening form of a skill and turning into a bloody monster, the man added, I will show you what real power is. The next moment, the man received a notification from Liu Feng activating the Bloody Madness skill, and by then, Kim Tae-hyun's comrades had almost dealt with the remaining enemies. Looking at the motionless soldiers who had invaded the Singaporean Association, Yu Ayun exhaled a sigh of relief and said, I'm almost done. Immediately after she said that, Park Sang-jin's nervous voice came from behind her, calling out her name, and when she turned to face him, she heard Kim Tae-hyun fighting over there. Arriving at the edge of the building where a wall had been destroyed, a pair of Korean players saw a bloody dome in the square where their friend had most likely been killed. Wondering what she was looking at, the girl said anxiously what it was. At the same time, while inside the bloody dome, Kim Tae-hyun tried his best to survive, dodging his opponent's attacks. Continuing to squeeze the guy, not giving him the opportunity to counterattack, Liu Ping exclaimed, this is true strength, true power. In response to the shouts of his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun, reinforcing his dagger with the skill of hunting, shouted, don't be silly about it. Having carried out his attack and cut off one of his enemy's arms, he confidently added a huge piece of meat. The next moment after the attack, as soon as the guy landed, he saw his arms grow back almost instantly, after which Liu Ping attacked him, and then Kim Tae-hyun mentally said regeneration. Putting up a block to avoid damage from the enemy's attack, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said what kind of destructive force it was for sure Liu Feng. Also paying attention to the environment around them, the boy mentally added what kind of space it was when he used the skill. Everything around him changed, like in an abyss. The next moment, remembering his opponent's remark before using the skill, Kim Tae-hyun thought he called it the power of the Great Kaiserlin, also called it the Rosary. As Kim Tae-hyun thought about it, he rushed to attack Liu Ping again and mentally added, "So besides Rosary, there are other beings who have this title." Continuing to fight a fierce battle with his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said to Rosaria, being a Grand Duchess, was definitely related to the king. Having gained some curiosity in the moment of reflection during the battle with Liu Ping, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "Is he too?" The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun, who had single-handedly exposed himself, fell into Liu Ping's hands, after which he laughed ominously and exclaimed, "You're so surprised by my strength, you slowed down." As he began to bring the boy closer to his mouth, the man added, "Well, it's not surprising. He probably thought he had surpassed me, but I was chosen by the great ones." Hearing his opponent's speeches, Kim Tae-hyun interrupted his words and exclaimed, "Hey, before you die, you can answer one question." Continuing to move closer and closer to the mouth of his opponent, who was planning to eat him, Kim Tae-hyun added, "What do you know about the king?" When he received the question from Kim Tae-hyun, Liu Ping was surprised to hear that he was asking about the king, and you were asking about the great ones. Having roughly imagined what exactly Kim Tae-hyun was interested in, Liu Ping replied that his power was unattainable for people like you, after which he said nothing. Activating his hunting skill, which began to burn the opponent's flesh, Kim Tae-hyun added in a menacing tone, "I thought it was impossible for someone like you to know about it." Feeling his entire body crumble into pieces, Liu Ping exclaimed in confusion, and then thought about where such strength came from, while Kim Tae-hyun said, "It's okay." Smiling ominously while using his power, Kim Tae-hyun added, "Thanks to you, I learned about my next target. It will be the big ones." Feeling his strength becoming nothing compared to his opponent's, Liu Ping exclaimed in fright, "Kim Tae-hyun, have you been hiding all this time?" Not allowing his opponent to finish his frightened exclamations, the boy smiled slyly and said it was time to end it. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun activated his hunting skill and began to consume his opponent, and said, "Disappear." As a result of the duel, Kim Tae-hyun, who emerged victorious, sighed with relief and said he was able to absorb the pieces of the enemy's body. The next moment, the boy took out the mana recovery potion and opened it, thinking it was strange that he knew about the greats, but had never even heard of the king. Probably only Rosaria knew of his existence. Continuing his thoughts as he regained his mana, he mentally added, judging by his words, "There are really several great ones. If they are all at the level of the Rosary, then each of them is an incredible monster." Having restored his mana, the boy added, "I don't know if they all know about the king, but I doubt they'll all be friendly to me." The next moment, something strange began to happen at the spot where Liu Ping had just died. Scattered pieces of flesh began to gather in one place. Immediately afterward, a new enemy appeared in front of Kim Tae-hyun, who laughed ominously and spoke of his strength, and with the rest of us, he was only capable of doing that. Continuing to recreate his body from the remnants of his contractor's blood and flesh, the vampire lord said, but nothing surprising people with the rest of the weak creatures. As soon as the body completed its recovery, the great Duke of the Abyss, the vampire lord Igman, muttered, "You're the one who killed my contractor." Hearing the words of his opponent, Kim Tae-hyun grabbed his weapon and thought in confusion. What was he talking about? He hoped not about Li Ping. The next moment, feeling a tremor throughout his body, the boy mentally added this magical power to his own. Looking at Igman, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Kim Tae-hyun thought, "The great Duke of the Abyss," and then the vampire added, "Well, let's see your abilities." As soon as Yigman created the bloody swords used by Liu Ping, Kim Tae-hyun, assessing their scale, wondered why they were so large. Liu Ping had used the same swords. The next moment, trying to block the attack of one of the swords that was coming at him, Kim Tae-hyun mentally added a different size and strength. Trying to somehow resist the great Duke of the Abyss who was pushing against him, Kim Tae-hyun thought, "This power definitely belongs to the great Duke of the Abyss. Like in the Rosary, now I can't even come close to matching him." Gritting his teeth from the tension, the guy in a difficult situation thought why he had suddenly appeared. But now it doesn't matter. The main thing is to survive. The next moment, using the King of Knights battle duo skill, the guy summoned the skeleton and mentally added, "I'll have to do my best for this." All summoned creatures depend on the contractor, and if the contractor is stronger than the summoned demon, the latter can become more powerful thanks to the strength of the former. However, if the demon's strength far exceeds the contractor's, the summoner's body will not withstand the reverse flow of magic and will collapse, or the summoning will be cancelled. The next moment, turning his gaze to the enemy he was now fighting, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said to Liu Ping, his alleged contractor had already died, so now the Grand Duke was simply forced to be drafted over a dead body. Continuing to press the enemy so that he would not start attacking him again, the guy mentally added that there should be a limit on the time of the call's activity. In an attempt to prevent the enemy from finishing him off before the time limit expired, Kim Tae-hyun added in his head that he only needed to hold out until it ended. As the fight with the Great Duke of the Abyss continued, he said, "You are indeed better than my last contractor." The next moment, having thrown the boy away from him and prepared to finish him off, Igman added, "But your attempt to survive against me is pathetic. By creating the bloody tornadoes that were directed at Kim Tae-hyun, the great king of the abyss added strength to you, but you don't know your place, and this is difficult to fix." Continuing to push his power until the draft expired, Igman added, "Now I will tear you apart and..." After combining several tornadoes into one powerful vortex, the great lord of the abyss suddenly noticed something strange happening to his skill. Interrupting his self-confident speech, the man suddenly became quiet when he saw that his bloody whirlwind had turned into flowers. Surprised by what had just happened to his skill, the man said in a confused voice that the petals were flowers. The next moment, Kim Tae-hyun appeared right out of the bloody whirlwind, which turned into a pillar of beautiful flowers, with Rosaria behind him. Holding her contractor in her tentacle, the girl happily said, "Dear, you always call me at very interesting moments," to which he replied, "It works out that way." Seeing why his skill had turned into flower petals, Igman said, "Ah, now I begin to understand." After stopping attacking his opponent for a while, the great Duke of the Abyss said so and knew that my contractor could not lose to an ordinary man, the Iron Maiden of the Rosary, so he belongs to you. The man began to smile slyly and added, "Very well, give this man to me and you can go. If you refuse, this place will be your grave." In response to the Vampire Lord's proposal, the girl just laughed and said, "You're taking out your anger over the death of your contractor. You haven't seen him in 1,000 years, and your petty nature hasn't changed at all." The next moment, removing her hand from her face, the Archduchess of the Abyss added, "You know very well that my answer is no." The next moment, standing behind Kim Tae-hyun's back, I shouted out to Rosaria, "Who is this man?" To which she replied, "The Vampire Lord Igman. Like me, he holds the position of Grand Duke." Continuing her speech, the girl focused her gaze on the contractor and added, "Right now, he is your enemy." At the same time, the Vampire Lord began to laugh ominously after receiving a refusal and exclaimed, "Then I will finish you off with the rosary." In response to the Vampire Lord's confident exclamation, the girl, ready for battle, shouted out something intelligent. A few seconds later, the forces of the two great dukes of the abyss came together in a battle that shook the earth with their battle. After some time had passed since the battle began, Kim Tae-hyun felt an unpleasant sensation and thought, "Oh shit, the reverse mana flow was turned on again." Sometime after the battle, feeling the strong influence of the backlash, he mentally added that it seems that I have already reached my limit, not to mention that I can barely even help the rosary to maintain the call. Gritting his teeth in pain, the guy said in his head, "I'm done," before he could finish the thought, and suddenly heard it too soon. Distracted by the girl's words, Kim Tae-hyun raised his head and heard, "The power I could manifest depends entirely on you." Continuing to look at her contractor, the girl added, "Although you have become stronger, our opponent is the Grand Duke. Even I will have to fight seriously." Continuing to talk to the guy, Rosary added, "Please hold out for at least one more stroke," to which he suddenly shouted out to Rosary. Trying to somehow encourage her chosen one, the girl added, "You didn't want to live so desperately to die here." After her words, she activated a skill that caused flower petals to appear in the air and added, "Remember well what the true power of the Great Duke is. By creating a giant sphere above you to hit the enemy, the Rosary has added power that you will someday have to surpass." Seeing the threat to his life, the Great Duke of the Abyss noticed that the time of conscription was coming to an end and said, "It looks like my time here is coming to an end." The next moment, the man smiled slyly and said, "Well then, we should wrap up the Rosary." Activating his skill, after which a large hand with a spear appeared behind him, Igman added, "I'll see you if you survive." Immediately after these words, their strongest attacks clashed with each other, trying to overwhelm one another. At the same time, Kim Tae-hyun, shielding himself from the bright light of the clash between the two dukes, said a devilishly conscious word. Feeling himself sinking into the water, the guy received a notification that his fatigue had reached 100% and his health had dropped below 10%. And then he thought to himself, "I wonder which one of these is the S-rank national level player." Continuing to sink to the very bottom of his consciousness, the guy mentally added, "The Great Duke, every time I think I've become stronger, a new invincible opponent appears. How many times will I have to?" After a while, Kim Tae-hyun went to the same place in his subconscious as Yoshikawa Tsurara and Kaiselin, and then the person asked him what he was doing with the king's power. Continuing to reprimand the owner of his power, which was given to him by the king, the person added, "A national-level Grand Duke is not funny if you are not going to use this body properly." Looking down on the king's chosen one, the person from Kim Tae-hyun's subconscious said, "Then I will take him for myself." When he suddenly woke up after seeing Kim Tae-hyun, he looked at his hand and said in confusion that it was a dream again. Starting to recall the person from his subconscious, He mentally said that it was this voice I heard, and in the last dream someone looked like me. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added that he said something about the king, and then his thoughts were interrupted by a noise that came from nearby. Turning his head to the side, he saw his fellow tournament participants and Yu Ayun, who suddenly shouted out to Kim. According to Yu Ayun, after the end of their battle, something caught fire in the barrier in which Kim Tae-hyun was located, and he flew away. Inside the barrier, which instantly dissipated, was Kim Tae-hyun, unconscious, and traces of a fierce battle. Fortunately, Liu Ping's attempt to finish off the leader of the association, Haley Tan, was unsuccessful thanks to the efforts of the new Korea players led by the Sword of Light and Hyun Soo. Zhang Lu, who was probably the one who gave the order to Liu Ping, will not be able to avoid the investigation of the World Player Organization. After some time in the hospital, the guy finally recovered and went out into the fresh air and said with a sigh of relief that he was finally released. Continuing down the stairs, the boy mentally added, "The more I get closer to solving the king and the hunt, the more questions I have." The next moment, opening his status window to look at the current performance, the guy mentally added that at least the performance was growing. After a certain period of time, having kept his promise to the girl, Kim Tae-hyun and Yoo Ah-yeon found themselves in a restaurant, after which she asked him how he was feeling, to which he replied more or less. Having received the answer to her question, the girl, biting into the dish with her fork, said, "Well, you scared everyone, but you ate well. And what are you going to do now?" When he heard the girl's question, Kim Tae-hyun, wiping his lips with a handkerchief after a delicious meal, said, "Of course." Imagining in his head the monsters he was likely to encounter, the guy said that after the friendly games he needed to clear the untrodden dungeons of Japan and China, to which the girl angrily exclaimed, "That's not what I asked." And then he said in surprise, "What then?" Then, raising her hands in the air, the girl exclaimed offended, "You promised to take me out on a date after the games." To which he replied, "We only agreed to have lunch and you suggested it." After hearing what Kim Tae-hyun said, the girl said something else, and even with the right to clear, you won't be able to go there right away. Continuing her story, Yoo Aeun added that dungeons are, above all, the most valuable source of magic stones. Even if you have the right to clear them, you as an outsider will not be allowed to just clear them. Continuing to tell some details, the girl added, "Both player associations will likely find reasons to stall until the expiration of your right," to which he replied nothing. "I have a plan." Noting that this reason was not a problem for him, Kim Tae-hyun added that if the case dragged on, I would just do other things, after which Yoo Ah-yeon asked what those things were. Having aroused the girl's curiosity with my other affairs, Kim Tae-hyun spoke, and I realized how weak I was and how much I surprised her. Immediately after his words, the boy mentally recited the skill taken from Liu Ping, Bloody Madness. Continuing his thoughts, he mentally added, "I tried to activate it several times, but there were no changes. Only a message of blood rampage, unknown at the present time. The condition for opening the absorption of strong blood is unavailable." Putting the glass with the drink back on the table, the boy mentally added to absorb the strong blood. As it is the power of the Great Duke, a special condition is justified. Continuing to think, he mentally added, "Even after becoming a national-level fighter, I could not resist the Great Duke enough to confront him and to get closer to the secret of the king and the hunt." As he continued to think about gaining more strength, he looked at Yoo Ah-yeon with a stern look and added in his mind, "I need to become much stronger." After saying goodbye to the girl in the afternoon, Kim Tae-hyun went to the distillery where he was rumored to be able to gain power. Arriving at the right place in the evening during a heavy downpour, the guy looked up at the sign and said, "This is definitely the place." Directly in front of him, Kim Tae-hyun saw a giant building with a sign that read Pan Jae-soo Distillery. Without even knocking, the guy went inside and started pushing the gate that led inside. Opening the entrance and entering the distillery, the boy suddenly heard someone's voice saying that today's youth have completely forgotten how to read. Without looking back, the man who was standing with a large barrel in front of the Buddha statue said, "We are no longer working." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the man added angrily, "Get out of here." Ignoring the man's angry words, Kim Tae-hyun continued to walk forward and said, "I didn't come for wine. The purpose of my visit." Continuing to head towards the man to get what he wanted, Kim Tae-hyun added a fusion skill upon hearing this. The man suddenly flinched. The next moment, turning his head to the guest who had arrived at the distillery, the man exclaimed in surprise, "How you knew about him?" Immediately afterwards, the man anxiously shouted out, "Who you are?" To which I replied, "Kim Tae-hyun, a national-level player." Stopping in one place, the boy smiled happily and added confidently, "I came here to save you." Upon arriving at the distillery, Kim Tae-hyun met a man named Park Jae-soo, the owner of a distillery on the outskirts of Seoul, an old man who was awaiting his death, and also the world's only holder of the S-ranked skill of merging an awakened world fragment. Park Jae-soo did not want to dwell on his skill. Distilling was more expensive for him, But at one point in time, when he arrived at the old man's house, his son exclaimed with such an incredible skill, "How can you live like that?" So from time to time, he had to listen to his son, who would angrily ask why we could not live well, perhaps because of the bitter life of the awakened A rank. His son Pan Jae-soo did not share his son's views. And with the rest, unable to ignore the requests of his only descendant, Pan Jae-soo once tried to merge the skills of the thieves brought by his son. But the consequences were quite unexpected. After the skill was activated, the man who was under the influence of the skill began to scream in pain. The body of the thief who wished for power was engulfed by the reverse flow of mana, after which he could not stay alive for long with the others. After listening to a certain part of the man's story, Kim Tae-hyun said something went wrong. Thieves on whom you used your skill either died or were crippled due to a strong mana rollback. Continuing the story, the guy added that after this incident, your son ran away, afraid that they would want to take revenge on him, and you, out of guilt, never used the skill again. Hearing this, Park Jae-soo said in confusion, "Do you even know about this?" Immediately after his question, the man looked at the guy standing in front of him and added anxiously, knowing all about it. Continuing his speech, the man added, "You're still asking me to leak your skills. Are you crazy? Get out of here immediately. I don't care if you're S rank or national level." Continuing to refuse Kim Tae-hyun's request, he exclaimed, "The broken lives of those thieves are enough for me. I'm not going to do it anymore." Before he could finish his frightened speech, he suddenly saw a demonstration of the boy's strength in front of him, after which he mumbled, "Don't worry." Demonstrating the power he possesses, Kim Tae-hyun confidently added, "Your skill will not be able to harm me." After a while, after explaining the reason and giving several arguments to calm the man down, Park Jae-choo asked if what you said was true. In response to the man's question, Kim Tae-hyun answered that the reverse flow of mana from the thieves was not your fault. Surprised by the boy's words, the man exclaimed in surprise, to which Kim Tae-hyun replied that it happened because. Continuing to reassure Park Choo-soo, he added your rank was too high compared to those people's ranks, and the skill gained after the fusion was much higher than their characteristics. Continuing his speech, Kim Tae-hyun added, "I am strong enough so there will be no problems even if there is a setback. I will not become crippled." Hearing this, Pan Jae-soo thought, "Is this really possible?" As he continued to use his fusion skill, he added, "I considered my awakening, my skill with my hands, a curse that destroyed other people's lives." Continuing his thoughts while working, the man added in his mind that meeting this young man in an instant turned everything around. The next moment, Pan Jae-soo added in his head as if he were from the future, and at the same moment, turning his head to Kim Tae-hyun's husband, he said the same thing. At the moment when the man finally calmed down, the boy added, "I didn't tell anyone where I was going, so even if I die, no one will know your whereabouts." And the man exclaimed in confusion, "Don't say such terrible things." The fact that there were actually no problems with Pan Jae-soo's skill would only come to light 10 years later during an investigation by the association. However, by then it will be too late, as Pan Jae-soo, tormented by guilt and the loss of his son, will drink himself to death and die of health problems. As he continued to sit in front of the man who was merging his skills, Kim Tae-hyun thought that if his mistakes had not been dispelled now, he would have lived his entire life with a sense of guilt. As he continued to wait for the completion of the skill fusion to receive the new power, Kim Tae-hyun thought, "It's good that I was able to help him." The next moment, during the operation, Pan Jae-soo shouted out 3 mergers at once. "So many skills in one person, you will definitely be fine." Hearing the warning from the man who had discovered that he had 3 skills, Kim Tae-hyun mentally said, "I knew it." Continuing his thoughts, the boy added in his head skills with unknown origin by type of hunting cannot be detected, and then confidently said, "Everything is fine, let's get started." Hearing the confidence in his patient's voice, Park Jae-soo, still hesitating whether to start, exclaimed, "Well then." Nevertheless, daring to repeat again what he promised himself he would never do again, the man began to merge his skills. Meanwhile, a meeting was held somewhere in the headquarters of the United States Players Association. Arriving at the order of their leader, several high-ranking players arrived at their leader and took their seats at the table. As soon as everyone arrived in the office, the leader of the U.S. Players Association, S-ranked player Kevin Yang, said it had been a long time since all the strongest U.S. players had been in one place. In response to his leader's words, the 10th-ranked U.S. national player Gregor Gale replied that this time it was a war or something. Hearing his friend's question, the 3rd-ranked U.S. national player Dylan Gray slammed his fist on the table and shouted out to Gregor to show respect for the leader. After that, the 2nd-ranked player in the U.S. national rankings, Ricky Harris, added, "Why every meeting turns into a fight, Cody? Tell them something." Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, the woman added, "You are the leader," to which he replied, "We are not children, and this is just a formal hierarchy." Continuing to express his point of view, the first nationally ranked player in the United States, Cody Wood, added, I'm not going to force anyone. After listening to the verbal altercation between the players, Kevin Yang coughed to draw attention to himself and said, "Let's get down to business. Everyone knows about the national level players from China who participated in the recent friendly games." Hearing the question from the leader of the association, the fifth-ranked U.S. national player Montel Roman asked Shea Shin Kai Mingming and Liu Ping if the three were the same. After his friend's words, the sixth-ranked U.S. national player Nick Lowen spoke about the two men who died during the Sanlayod sweep and another who tried to finish off the leader of the Singapore Association. Hearing the words of his comrades, George Gale asked if they were all dead and what was next, to which Dylan Gray exclaimed in displeasure. After another short skirmish, Kevin Yang said this is the official version of the Chinese Association, but according to our investigation, all three were defeated and killed by one person. Continuing his conversation with the players, the leader of the association added that it was especially important that Liu Ping, as it turned out, had a contract with one of the great dukes of the Abyss, the vampire Lord Igman. Hearing the leader's remarks, Montel Roman exclaimed in surprise, "The Great Duke is a monster," after which Ricky Harris exclaimed, "Cody, you knew." Ignoring the girl's question, Cody Wood said, "So who took them all out?" In response to a question from the #1 player of the United States, Kevin Yang, the national-level player from New Korea, Kim Tae-hyun, spoke. Continuing his conversation while Mr. Chae-soo completed the merger, the leader of the U.S. Association added that, of course, just because he defeated Liu Ping does not mean that he can be compared to you, the best players in the world. Immediately after his words, Kevin Yak added, however, that it needed to be thoroughly investigated, and at that time Kim Tae-hyun had already gained considerable power after the merger, which was directly flowing from him. When he received a message about his new rank, which said national-level player AA Kim Tae-hyun, the boy was surprised to hear not S but AA. Sometime after the conversation with the leader of the U.S. Association ended, a couple of national-level players arrived at the airport in New Korea. Walking through the building, Gregor Gale asked if we were sent to this wilderness only because of the investigation into this Kim Tae-hyun, and Marcus Gore replied that he could say that. After receiving the answer from his friend, the national-level player turned his head to the side and exclaimed, "Damn it, you just need to smear him," and was told to calm down. "We're not here to fight him." Immediately after his words, Marcus Gore, the 8th-ranked player in the U.S. national rankings, smiled slyly and said, "At least for now."